Within the confines of a sumptuous chamber, a young maiden, delicate and poised, lay in slumber, her form reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Beside her, a strikingly handsome gentleman, adorned in resplendent attire, sat cross-legged, his features as exquisite as jade. Intricate, dragon-shaped patterns danced across his brow, flickering with an aura of unfathomable darkness and annihilation. Gradually, the young maiden, resembling a feline, stirred and opened her eyes. In an instant, unfamiliar memories flooded her consciousness. A pang of discomfort surged through Mu Yunxi as she rubbed her temples. Moments later, she came to the realization that she had traversed into another realm. Transformed into an artificial intelligence, she had, after self-destruction, collided with a temporal vortex, becoming the young maid Lu Xiaoxi of the Mu household. Yet, before she could further absorb the memories, she was abruptly pulled into the embrace of the gentleman in crimson beside her. Their gazes locked in a suffocating moment. His eyes, filled with passion and profound depth, exuded an aura of unrestrained malevolence, rendering her breathless with their beauty. The owner of those enchanting eyes appeared unfazed by her awakening, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "You've awakened just in time." Mu Yunxi. Confusion enveloped her. The original Lu Xiaoxi had no acquaintance with him, nor did she comprehend why. After being rendered unconscious by her biological mother, she found herself in the presence of this man. However, the captivating gentleman chose not to elaborate further. He leaned down, burying his face in the crook of her neck, where soft kisses began to descend. Mu Yunxi, though the preceding events remained shrouded in mystery, she could ascertain that the ensuing scene would be strictly forbidden from dissemination by T Dynasty. And yet, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Gradually, she lost consciousness once more, succumbing to a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured until the suffocating grip of someone's hold jolted Mu Yunxi back to awareness. Gasp! Instinctively inhaling sharply, her eyes fluttered open to reveal a face that was not entirely unfamiliar to the visage of her mother, Qin Yue, rather than the handsome man she had encountered upon her first awakening. Her mother, seemingly taken aback by her return to consciousness, loosened her grip momentarily, only to tighten it again, stating, "Do not blame your mother for her harshness. Blame your ill fate instead." Gasp! As Mu Yunxi drew in deep breaths, confusion clouded her gaze. Why? She genuinely could not comprehend this, for typically, a mother would instinctively cherish her offspring, would she not? However, Qin Yue, upon hearing her vague inquiry, coldly retorted, "What is there to question? I bore you and raised you, and if you are destined to die, then die you shall." This logic, albeit harsh, seemed somewhat coherent. Mu Yunxi, whose emotions had been stripped away, leaving behind a semblance of mechanical indifference, contemplated this without much concern. Yet, she had no desire to face death again. With all her strength, she grasped the white silk around her neck, striving to break free from her restraints. However, Qin Yue, equally resolute in her intent to see her perish, tightened her grip with ferocious determination, venomously advising, "Stop struggling, it is futile, embrace your demise." No, Mu Yunxi resolutely refused. Her self-destruction stemmed from a deep-seated disdain for the person she had become as an AI. Now that she has regained her human form, she is determined not to succumb to death again. In that moment, summoning all her strength, she pushed herself to the limit. Just as she felt the suffocating grip closing in, she seized a nearby porcelain pillow and struck it with precision against Qin Yu's forehead. Bang! Caught off guard, Qin Yue was momentarily dazed but remained standing. However, Mu Yunxi swiftly took advantage of her disorientation and forcefully brought her down. Cough, cough, cough. Gasping for breath, Mu Yunxi coughed for quite some time, feeling a searing pain in her throat. The discomfort instinctively brought tears to her eyes. The pain was truly invigorating. Unlike during her time as a robot, when she had lost all sensation and felt utterly bland and monotonous. Yet, despite the tears welling in her eyes and the faint flush on her delicate face, Mu Yunxi was far from the fragile and powerless figure she appeared to be. The moment Qin Yue attempted to draw her dagger, Mu Yunxi swiftly stepped on her wrist. Hiss! Qin Yue yelped in pain. How dare you step on me, you little wretch! Slap! Mu Yunxi delivered a sharp blow, denying Qin Yue the chance to continue her insults. Qin Yue was momentarily stunned, unable to react, but Mu Yunxi was far from foolish. She had already seized the dagger from Qin Yue and swiftly slashed it toward her neck, drawing blood as she declared, "What's wrong with stepping on you? Not only do I dare to step on you, but I will also kill you." At that moment, she could never have anticipated that the prey before her could not only retaliate but also strike her back, leaving her in such a vulnerable position. However, she was not particularly anxious. Her confidence stemmed from the timely sound of a knock on the door and the urgent, concerned inquiry, "What is the matter?" Mu Yunxi recognized the voice as belonging to her father, Lu Laogo, and simultaneously, he had already opened the door to the outer room, swiftly approaching the inner chamber amidst the commotion. Thus, Qin Yue felt emboldened, even though she could not comprehend why her daughter, who had always been under her control, suddenly displayed such defiance. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Fate would still take its course. Regrettably. Chapter 2. Escape into the Void. Mu Yunxi was not the original Lu Xiaoxi. As Lu Laogo stepped into the inner chamber, whoosh, a dagger was flung towards the candelabra, extinguishing the flame. Under the cover of darkness, Mu Yunxi seized a porcelain pillow and struck Qin Yue fiercely on the forehead. Bang! Qin Yue's forehead shattered, blood gushing forth. A sight of utter despair. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yue, her vision dimming and ears ringing, felt certain she was destined to meet the king of hell. Overwhelmed by fear. Alas, the inferior porcelain pillow had shattered, leaving a cut on Mu Yunxi's hand, rendering her unable to deliver a second blow. Time was not on her side, so she wisely chose to push open the window. This entire sequence transpired in less than a minute. The time it took Lu Laogo to transition from the outer room to the inner chamber, and Mu Yunxi had already made her exit. Of course, she had not truly departed. She merely feigned an escape through the window, hiding herself within the wardrobe. Thus, the guards of the Mu residence, rushing to the scene, failed to locate her, instead loudly interrogating, "Lu Laogo, Qin Yue, what has caused such a commotion?" "It is that wretched girl." Qin Yue, recovering from her immense pain, managed to speak, her voice trembling. The eldest lady punished her, yet she refuses to accept the punishment and dares to commit matricide. Do not let her escape. Where is she? Where is she? Lu Xiaoxi? That delicate and beautiful timid maid? The two guards sensed something amiss. Yet Qin Yue erupted in a hysterical scream. It is her. She has gone mad. She actually intends to kill me. I truly regret raising her. You must pursue her at once. Do not let her escape. She must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the two guards dared not delay any further and swiftly took action. The madness of a mere maid was not a grave matter, but should it disturb their master, it would indeed be a problem that required immediate resolution. Lu Laogo, who was tending to her wounds, despite still trembling, uttered a sincere remark. In light of such an incident, it is only natural to lose one's sanity, fortunately. You are not gravely harmed. What do you mean by that? An agitated Qin Yue retorted, Do you not understand my motives? Do you now perceive me as cruel? Indeed. She was cruel. Murmuring in agreement upon overhearing this, Mu Yunxi found it aligned with her understanding of human morals. It is worth noting that had she not experienced a decline in status, no longer possessing the omnipotence akin to a Marvel superhero, with her body transformed into the strongest alloy, Qin Yue's skull would have been reduced to mere fragments. Now, in the darkness, Mu Yunxi gazed at her own hands. Fingers curling slightly, somewhat rigid. Upon her first awakening after traversing worlds, she was bombarded with waves of mating stimuli. At that moment, her consciousness had just emerged. Far weaker than now, rendering her powerless. However, the man's eyes were captivating, and it seemed he possessed a charming beauty mark at the corner of his right eye. How delightful! This is the days that humanity ought to experience. Having concluded her internal assessment, Mu Yunxi maintained a calm vigilance fixed on the wardrobe door before her. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Yue had already shifted the topic. Have you not yet located her? This is not right. She could not outrun the guards. She must not be. As she spoke, her words trailed off when she caught sight of the wardrobe not far from the bed and suddenly realized the crux of the matter. Ignoring her dizziness and headache, she dashed toward the wardrobe. Bang! The wardrobe doors swung open with a heavy thud. Immediately, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi, ever vigilant, struck with precision. She calculated meticulously. At this distance and position, she could directly sever Qin Yue's neck. Unfortunately, a wave of sandy yellow light chose that very moment to dazzle her eyes. Dumbfounded, Mu Yunxi initially believed she had fallen prey to Qin Yue's cunning trap. But soon she discovered that she was no longer inside the wardrobe. Instead, she found herself in a dimly lit realm. With a sense of foreboding, Mu Yunxi raised her hand to examine the cut on her palm from the shattered porcelain. Following the trail of blood, her gaze landed on the tattered sleeve pocket. Recalling that the original owner had placed a peculiar black pill gifted by an eccentric old man within it, just moments ago, before the yellow light blazed forth. A glimmering white radiance had emanated from that very cuff. Now, as she rummaged through the sleeve pocket, she indeed found the black pill absent. Simultaneously, she discovered a note detailing a gift, an awakening pill, which, upon ingestion, would randomly unlock a latent talent. Additionally, a unique cultivation method called the chaotic scripture was bestowed upon her, a mysterious technique that grew stronger when faced with formidable challenges, enabling her to progressively and infinitely enhance her potential. Lastly, a dairy cow is gifted, whose milk could cure myriad ailments, effective only for infants under 1 year of age. For children under 10, it would bolster their health. These succinct yet profound revelations caused Mu Yunxi to rub her forehead, although her heart was undeniably resilient. Having accepted the reality of her soul's transmigration, the sudden emergence of the Chaos Jade Immortal Realm still left her momentarily dazed. A self-destructing grand gift. A space along with a system? Murmuring softly, Mu Yunxi grasped the small porcelain bottle floating before her, as well as an ancient tome inscribed with the title Chaos Scriptures, before lifting her gaze towards the nearby cow. Among these three offerings, the cow puzzled her the most. However, a thought soon crossed her mind. She might be pregnant. As the Chaos Jade Immortal Realm merged with her, it detected that she had conceived a life with that man, with whom she had mated upon her first awakening. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Little Cub. Instinctively, Mu Yunxi placed her hand on her belly. Although the probability was slim, it was not entirely impossible. Yet, she had no idea how to nurture a human infant. Oh, perhaps it mattered little, for there was a cow. Thus, Mu Yunxi calmly set aside the issue of her pregnancy and began to delve into the Chaos Scriptures and the Awakening Elixir. The original host possessed no relevant memories, but the Chaos Scriptures bore a resemblance to the ancient martial arts of Country H. Beginning with a preface that echoed the first 2 lines of the astronomical section of the Jade Collection of Youth. In the primordial chaos, the universe was first established. The light and pure chi that rises is the heavens, while the heavy and turbid chi that settles is the earth, the sun, moon, and 5 stars. Known as the 7 celestial authorities thanks to her accumulated knowledge from her previous life, Mu Yunxi quickly grasped the essentials of cultivation and began to habitually transcribe the entire text, subsequently immersing herself in the practice of this technique. During this process, she vaguely sensed something small swimming and playing with bubbles inside her belly. Shortly thereafter, it seemed as though an unseen force had forcibly torn through her very being, leaving her in a daze, acutely aware of the excruciating pain that accompanied the ongoing transformation and the trepidation of what lay beyond it. Sigh. Having nearly completed the first verse of the Chaos Technique, the Body Tempering and Foundation Establishment chapter, Mu Yunxi took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. She could distinctly sense that her once feeble body had become considerably lighter and more resilient. Although the precise extent of her enhancement remained unclear, one certainty emerged. Should she encounter Qin Yue at this juncture, She would be confident in her ability to crush the vertebrae of her opponent with a mere grip. Pleased with this thought, Mu Yunxi nodded appreciatively, then instinctively touched her abdomen, only to discover it remained flat. Thus, the improbable occurrence of becoming pregnant overnight had indeed eluded her. The celestial realm had misjudged. Yet, it struck her as somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, not being with child was advantageous, as it allowed her to ingest the awakening pill. Engaging in self-talk, Mu Yunxi swallowed the pill, her subconscious prompting her to vocalize, an ingrained habit. Initially, when she began her transformation at a tender age, she had harbored a deep-seated fear of losing her ability to articulate as a human. However, as the transformations progressed, this fear dissipated, yet the habit lingered. Yet, as she continued to vocalize, she inadvertently attracted attention. A soft, childlike voice resonated from a short distance away. Almost immediately, a burst of white radiance accompanied another gentle call, rushing toward Mu Yunxi. Instinctively raising her hand to shield herself, she encountered something soft and warm. Then, her eyes sparkled with realization. A round, plump presence had nestled itself upon her arm, resembling a soft, white koala, its round, glistening eyes fixated on her with an undeniable brilliance. What could this be? Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment and soon recognized this as her newborn child. Indeed, she had been pregnant and given birth. But how should she greet this tiny creature? With remarkable adaptability, Mu Yunxi instinctively delved into her memories from her past life, never having considered that her experience of childbirth would be so unique compared to others. Just as she sought the most suitable response, her beautiful, large eyes remained locked in a gaze with the round little being before her. Suddenly, a bark echoed. A dog bark. How could there be a dog barking? Fortunately, the round little creature before her opened its mouth once more. Mu Yunxi contemplated and tentatively echoed the sound. Primarily, she was uncertain how to communicate with the infant, so she could only attempt to imitate baby talk. She recalled that experts in her previous life had studied how infants communicate through such sounds. Remarkably, it seemed effective. At least Mu Yunxi felt it was, for her little one had already broken into a smile. This truly works. Mu Yunxi mused whether she should continue. However, her tiny offspring had already turned to her feet and made another sound. Following her gaze, she discovered a small white fox with large ears at her feet. Woof! The little white fox that had barked transformed into a small ball of pure white flame, which landed in the tiny chubby hands of her newborn. Thus, the sound of barking emanated from the little white dog, not from the tiny pup. Having concluded this matter, Mu Yunxi turned her attention to the plump little creature nestled in her arms. The young pup gazed back at her with unwavering focus. During this mutual scrutiny, Mu Yunxi observed that although the little one's eyebrows were faint, their contours were elegantly elongated. The delicate little nose and mouth contributed to a visage that could be deemed perfect from any aesthetic perspective. Breaking the silence was the little one, who seemed to have a plethora of thoughts to express, but could only manage a series of sounds. No matter how hard he tried, he could only utter repeatedly. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle, charmed not only by the pup's cuteness, but also by his earnest demeanor, which was utterly delightful. In response, the little pup joined in with a cheerful giggle, his eyes sparkling like twinkling stars in the sky, exuding warmth and beauty. For reasons unknown, Mu Yunxi felt a sudden warmth blooming in her heart, an unfamiliar yet pleasant sensation, surpassing even the comfort she experienced during her recharging as an artificial intelligence. Once she acclimated to this delightful feeling, she tentatively proposed a name for the little pup. Choo-choo? The little creature responded affirmatively. Mu Yunxi took this as his acceptance of a name. Chu was indeed her favorite Chinese character. However, she was then struck by the question of the pup's gender. As she pondered this, her gaze drifted between the little one's legs. The tiny creature promptly tucked his legs together, clearly unwilling to reveal anything. Mu Yunxi was amused, yet she confirmed that the little cub was male. The chuckled little creature turned away, as if protesting with a soft sound. With a smile, the doting mother, Mu Yunxi, shifted the topic. Why don't you two stay here for a moment? I'll step outside and bring you a little outfit. As for the awakening pill she had consumed, based on her recent sensations, it seemed she had awakened a talent known as wind listening. The practical application of this ability required real-world experience to fully comprehend. Speaking of which, according to the feedback from the celestial realm since her awakening, 3 years had passed, which equated to merely 3 days in the outside world. Just 3 days. Surely the Mu family was still searching for her, especially that venomous mother. And what about that enigmatic man with the beautiful eyes? Would she ever find him again? But for what purpose? To continue mating and producing offspring? Chapter 4. Unveiling the Truth. Slay the wretched foster mother. Disinterested, Mu Yunxi deemed one little cub sufficient, so there was no need to search further. However, wow, Mu Yunxi thought, what a close embrace. It was yet another novel experience. Coincidentally, it provided her with warmth and comfort. Instinctively, Mu Yunxi kissed him, relishing the soft, warm sensation. Yet, should she release the little fox again? She wished to learn more about that large-eared little white fox. She recalled a legend she had heard, that when a human sovereign is born, a primordial divine beast accompanies them into the world. Analyzing this, it seemed that the little fox might indeed be such a companion divine beast. However, as soon as the little white fox was released, its stomach began to rumble. The young cub appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly a tad embarrassed. Despite its diminutive size, it exhibited an array of rich expressions, which greatly intrigued Mu Yunxi. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that little Choo-Choo was hungry. How should it be fed? Furthermore, how had it nursed previously? Instinctively, Mu Yunxi glanced at the cow, recalling her knowledge about milking. Suddenly, the little white fox, just released, sprang into action. It proceeded to milk the cow. It appeared that although born from her, little Choo-Choo had never been nurtured by her. Instead, it was sustained by this milky fox. The fox would envelop the milk in a radiant, white glow and then feed it to little Choo-Choo. Gulp, gulp. After heartily finishing the milk, the young cub let out a delightful burp, its innocent voice endearing and lively. Based on her vague intuition, Mu Yunxi estimated that the young cub was approximately 6 months old, having been born after she had practiced for over 2 years. Though this timeline did not adhere to the customary 10-month gestation period, Mu Yunxi speculated that it was related to her unique state of cultivation during that time, which had been rather delicate. Now, gently patting the cub's soft, round belly, she playfully inquired, "Are you full?" The little round creature, content, responded with a chirp. "Oh, then let us go outside," she declared. Upon speaking, Mu Yunxi attempted to communicate with the Chaos Jade Fairyland, releasing her intention to venture out. This was a method she had surmised on her own. Buzz. Meanwhile, 3 days had passed, yet she still could not find anyone. A sharp inquiry from Qin Yue prompted Mu Yunxi to instinctively cover the ears of the little one while gently stroking the soft head of the child in a soothing manner. Qin Yue's voice, filled with exasperation, continued to echo amidst the sound of rain outside, questioning where the problem lay. She could not afford to be alive. If she were to speak recklessly, our daughter Tingqing's true lineage would be exposed. Mu Yunxi exclaimed, "Lineage? That cannot be. Everyone is aware that she has lost her mind. No one would believe her words." Lu Laogo repeatedly shook his head in denial. "No, it cannot be. It cannot be. You only keep insisting it cannot be. What good is that? If we cannot find her, it spells disaster. Her bloodline from the Dan family. No, she must not reappear. I do not care what methods you employ, living or dead. I demand to see her." The mention of the Dan family ignited a sharp glint in Mu Yunxi's eyes. She recalled that the matriarch of the Mu family hailed from the prestigious Dan clan. Thus, her biological mother belonged to the Dan family. This revelation meant she was the young lady of the Mu family. The truth had finally come to light, and all the previously inexplicable details fell into place. At that moment, Qin Yue, having finished her tirade, approached the wardrobe to change out of her damp clothing, completely oblivious to the presence within. Lu Laogo, shaking his head and sighing, departed into the rain once more to continue his search. Just as he stepped through the gate, Qin Yue opened the wardrobe once again. With a snap, Mu Yunxi covered the little one's eyes with one hand while with the other, she crushed Qin Yue's neck. In the moment of her demise, Qin Yue opened her eyes wide, finally discerning the identity of her assailant. Yet the truth left her utterly astounded. How could this be? She had thoroughly searched this wardrobe more than a dozen times before, yet she had found no trace of that little wretch. How could she suddenly appear now? No. In her final moments, Qin Yue attempted to cry out, but Mu Yunxi, having precisely calculated the timing, afforded her no opportunity to utter a sound. She passed away in silence. Even the sound of her bones breaking was barely audible. However, Mu Yunxi, furrowing her brow, keenly sensed a peculiar force emanating from Qin Yue's body at the moment of her demise, followed by a sudden glow enveloping Qin Yue's form. Mu Yunxi's gaze sharpened, and she acted once more. She perceived that Qin Yue was about to revive. This was utterly unscientific. Yet, the world in which she found herself clearly did not adhere to the principles of science. Thus she adeptly resolved to strike again. Unfortunately, Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, for the speaker had already arrived. It was none other than Mu Yunxi, the head of the Mu family, and the true father of the original host. As he materialized, a vibrant rune emanated from around Qin Yue. Resurrection magic? Mu Yunxi found herself intrigued. This was yet another phenomenon defying the laws of science, and it felt rather captivating. Opposite her, Mu Yunxi, awakened by the aura of the life replacement talisman, inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Though unacquainted with Lu Xiaoxi, Mu Yunxi could ascertain that the young woman before him was, at the very least, a third-tier martial artist. Otherwise, she would not have been able to activate the life replacement talisman within Qin Yue. As Qin Yue, who had survived, hastily interjected, "Master, she is my deranged daughter Lu Xiaoxi. You must eliminate her quickly, or she will go mad again. She has even killed me, her own mother. So do not let her offend you." Mu Yunxi responded, "You, a mere maid, have given birth to a daughter of third-tier martial prowess?" Chapter 5, Reunion. Embracing the great and the small. Yet, Mu Yunxi affirmed, "Indeed, I am Lu Xiaoxi." Mu Yunxi was taken aback. "Are you jesting with me?" Before he could inquire further, Qin Yue fervently urged, "Master, quickly dispose of her. She has truly lost her mind. She has even offended the young lady. She must not be allowed to remain." "Silence. Get out," Mu Yunxi asserted, as he did not require others to instruct him on matters of authority. Qin Yue, chastened by his rebuke, dared not speak further. Yet she feared that Lu Xiaoxi might have overheard her previous words to Lu Laogo, and hurried to seek assistance in the main courtyard. Only then did Mu Yunxi question again, "Are you truly Lu Xiaoxi?" Though the Mu household did not object to talented servants cultivating martial skills, the name Lu Xiaoxi had never appeared on their training roster. Otherwise, given her age and her talent as a third-tier martial artist, he would have certainly remembered. Generally speaking, servants with weak bloodlines could not attain such a level at her age unless they were exceptionally gifted. Such servants would have their status elevated, freeing them from servitude and subjecting them to focused cultivation. However, Mu Yunxi nodded once more. "Indeed." Mu Yunxi conceded, "Very well, I shall investigate this matter myself." Although he was unclear about the intricacies involved, he was determined to uncover the truth since she was, after all, a member of the Mu household. The crux of the matter lies in the serendipitous arrival of the young maid, perfectly aligning with the criteria of the individual he sought. Consequently, Mu Yunxi remarked that this matter could be set aside for the time being. However, your act of violence within the estate should have led to your demise. Unless, of course, you can redeem yourself through merit. Mu Yunxi understood fully and responded accordingly. Mu Yunxi then stated plainly that from this day forth, you shall be known as Mu Xiaoxi, a scion of the Mu family, to travel to the capital and partake in the trials of the noble families. Should you manage to secure a position within the top 100, your transgressions shall be absolved. How does that sound? Agreed, Mu Yunxi replied readily. Though she had a condition, to be renamed Mu Yunxi. That is permissible. The steward will come to register your name, and you may discuss it with him directly. Very well. With the outcome settled, Mu Yunxi uttered no further words, casting a lingering glance at the young maid before taking his leave. Mu Jin was momentarily taken aback. "Master, is this not somewhat dismissive? As far as I know, the daughter of the young lady's wet nurse, Qin Yue, is but an ordinary maid, incapable of even harming a chicken." "Not at all," Mu Yunxi asserted, having personally verified her capabilities. "She has just activated the life-saving talisman bestowed upon Qin Yue, undoubtedly possessing the prowess of a third-tier warrior, and her age aligns with the trial's requirements." "Is that truly the case?" Mu Jin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had encountered that girl just days prior and had heard rumors of her madness. How could she possibly be a third-tier warrior? Yet Mu Yunxi nodded with unwavering certainty. "Indeed, that is splendid news." Although Mu Jin still found it hard to believe, he grasped that with such a young lady in the fray, she would not have to face a grim fate so soon, allowing her to postpone her demise for another 3 years. The Celestial Melody dynasty mandates that every 3 years, various noble families must send their eligible disciples to the capital to partake in a brutal trial. Mu Yunxi's eldest daughter, Mu Qingqing, was originally on this year's trial roster. However, he wished for his daughter to delay her participation by 3 years to ensure absolute certainty of success. Consequently, a direct descendant must first take her place. This substitution was only made possible through connections with the crown prince, yet Qingqing's impulsiveness was truly troubling. Recalling the foolish actions of his daughter, Mu Yunxi felt a wave of frustration. Although he sought to leverage his ties to the Eastern Palace, he never intended to sell his daughter for personal gain. Alas, his daughter had become infatuated with the crown prince at first sight, disregarding his plans and prematurely surrendering herself. "Rest easy, my lord. His Highness the Crown Prince will undoubtedly cherish the young lady. Perhaps he is already seeking the imperial decree for their betrothal to come to the Mu residence." Mu Jinquan reassured. "Let us hope so." Originally, Mu Yunxi hoped to secure the marriage decree before arranging for his daughter to cultivate with the Crown Prince, thus aiding him in overcoming his trials. "Certainly," Mu Jinquan affirmed, "the young lady is a descendant of the Dan clan." Mu Yunxi nodded slightly. "You may go and make the necessary arrangements regarding Lu Xiaoxi." "Yes, I shall attend to that immediately," Mu Jinquan replied, taking his leave. Meanwhile, it became clear to Mu Yunxi, who was adeptly utilizing his newfound ability to eavesdrop, that he had successfully gleaned the details of the conversation between Mu Yunxi and his subordinate, unraveling the intricacies of the situation. The unfolding of the entire event should be as follows. 1. Qin Yue rendered Lu Xiaoxi unconscious and employed means of disguise to transform Lu Xiaoxi into Mu Qingqing. 2. Lu Xiaoxi was to substitute for Mu Qingqing, engaging in carnal relations with the prince to alleviate the poison and resolve the bloodline issue, with the prince being that strikingly handsome man. 3. Lu Xiaoxi was then to be silenced permanently. Upon this analysis, Mu Yunxi discerned that, although not biologically related, the father and daughter shared a synchronous mindset, both intent on exploiting Lu Xiaoxi and indifferent to her fate. Thus, Mu Yunxi, who had no desire to acknowledge her father, presented a condition to Mu Jin upon their encounter. If she could successfully complete her task, she wished to sever ties with the Mu household and attain her freedom. Agreed. Mu Jin considered that given Mu Yunxi's circumstances, merely entering the trial grounds would be an accomplishment, let alone ranking among the top 100. Survival itself would be a challenge. 5 days later, in the capital city, they had arrived and disembarked to enter the city on foot. Under the commanding shouts of the steward of the Mu household, the disciples from the Mu clan, participating in the trials, descended from their beast-drawn carriages. Among them were Mu Yunxi and her young offspring, traveling in a separate carriage due to her status as a legitimate daughter. However, no sooner had the mother and child stepped down from the carriage than a cacophony of shouts surged forth. "The prince enters the capital. All idle persons, stand aside." A great procession of dust-laden beast carriages abruptly disrupted the Mu family's small convoy, causing the beasts pulling their carriages to panic and scatter in fright. Outrageous. The prince's guards, swift to act, indiscriminately slaughtered the rampaging beasts, creating a scene of utter carnage, displaying unparalleled tyranny, leaving no room for resistance. As the imposing beast cart bore down upon her, it seemed inevitable that she would be crushed beneath its weight. In a swift motion, Mu Yunxi, cradling a small cub, leaped onto the approaching cart. The driver, however, lashed out at her and her precious cargo with his whip, commanding her to roll aside. Enraged, Mu Yunxi caught the massive whip barehanded and retaliated by throwing the driver to the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With another leap, she plunged into the cart, intent on dragging its occupants out for a confrontation. However, as she tumbled inside, she found herself ensnared by her own feet, collapsing to the floor. Mu Yunxi lay still, not out of incapacity, but rather due to the startling revelation of the identity of the person inside, the crown prince, the father of her little cub, the handsome man, draped in flamboyant attire, who had encircled her waist with one arm while securing the cub with the other, appeared equally astonished to see her. Chapter 6. Truly the great villain. Yet, the handsome man showed no sign of relinquishing his hold, tightening his embrace and urging her not to move. Naturally, Mu Yunxi was not inclined to comply. Outside the cart, a voice approached, addressing the driver. Master Mo, are you? All is well, continue driving. He replied curtly. Without further ado, the Eastern Palace attendant raised his whip and urged the cart onward. Mu Yunxi furrowed her brow, asserting, we have yet to disembark. I shall escort you, declared the handsome man, his grip on her waist unyielding, his gaze fixed on their shared child. The tension between father and son intensified as their eyes locked, reminiscent of a silent standoff. Noticing this, Mu Yunxi suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. She was undeniably certain that the crown prince could not possibly know that the little cub was his offspring. After all, who could ever fathom that such a plump little creature could emerge within a mere 8 days? However, upon scrutinizing the charming little fellow, it seemed he had discerned something intriguing. The inexplicably curious little one widened his round eyes and kicked his legs in discomfort. Ah, are you uncomfortable? After posing the question, the handsome gentleman adjusted his hold on the cub and gently patted the little one's bald head. Instantly, the cub's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a contented chubby kitten. As for Mu Yunxi, aside from herself, this was the first time the little cub had shown willingness to let someone else hold and touch him, which brought an unexpected pang of discomfort. In stark contrast, the little one remained remarkably well-behaved. The handsome gentleman, seemingly pleased, produced a piece of candy from his pocket. Clearly, he intended to peel it for the little cub. No, that's not permissible. He'll get cavities. Mu Yunxi firmly objected. It's fine. He doesn't have any teeth, retorted the gentleman as he persistently brought the candy closer to the cub's mouth. Absolutely not. Mu Yunxi insisted vehemently, even going so far as to intervene with her hands. Yet, the enticing scent of sweetness captivated the little one, who reached eagerly for the sugary treat. Seeing this, the gentleman promptly placed the candy into the little one's hands. In that moment, he had succeeded in capturing the larger prize. Unable to restrain the little one any longer, Mu Yunxi found herself powerless as the cub swiftly popped the candy into his mouth. Mu Yunxi, at a loss for words, she couldn't help but wonder. What if it's poisonous? The perplexed little cub blinked innocently before reaching into his mouth to discard the candy. But that was not the end of it. Tue. The little cub, continuously spitting, had expelled all the sweetness from its mouth, splattering it all over a certain gentleman. The impeccably clean handsome man exclaimed. Ah. After his little one finished, he reached out for a hug from his mother, donning a charmingly obedient demeanor. Seemingly unaware of why his mother was upset but determined to comply, Mu Yunxi, unable to suppress a laugh, longed to take the little cub into her arms. However, before she could embrace him, the little one had a mischievous trick up his sleeve. He wiped his chubby hands, which had grasped candy, against the handsome man before finally diving into his mother's embrace with a clean slate. The speechless handsome man tightened his arms, pulling both mother and child into his embrace. Little did he anticipate that as Mu Yunxi nestled into him, she would inadvertently jab him thrice in the heart. Ouch! The pain caused him to loosen his grip, forfeiting the chance to hold both of them tightly. Mu Yunxi swiftly took her little cub and nimbly leaped out of the car window. The attendants of the Eastern Palace hadn't even had the chance to react. The mother and child had already fled far away. The handsome man watched them go, a smile blooming on his face, radiating like a garden in full bloom. Faster than a rabbit, The attendants, initially poised to chase after them, promptly inquired, "Master Imo, shall we pursue? She is of my concern, let her be." However, the crown prince, another attendant attempted to voice an opinion, only to be restrained by a companion. "We shall heed your command." "Indeed." The handsome man, responding languidly, then revealed the 3 punctures on his chest, as a black dragon pattern resurfaced on his forehead, pulsating with an abyss of darkness, poised for destruction. Simultaneously, the loquacious attendant experienced a catastrophic explosion at his brow. He collapsed, unable to rise. A group of attendants, filled with trepidation, dared not even glance at their fallen comrade, hastening away towards the Eastern Palace. However, they remained blissfully unaware that the handsome gentleman had vacated the beast-drawn carriage. She had taken her young cub and ventured into the capital, eager to explore on her own. Meanwhile, the little one, captivated by the splendor around, chattered incessantly, seemingly fascinated by everything. Mu Yunxi observed this with a smile in her heart, delighted by the child's newfound love for the bustling atmosphere. "Ah." The little one nodded earnestly. Mu Yunxi then declared, "Let us procure some new garments for you, and afterwards, we shall dine at the most vibrant establishment, the Osmanthus Pavilion." "Ah." The little one was overjoyed, clapping her hands in delight, causing the attendant at the entrance of the tailor shop to stare in astonishment. This young master was indeed exceptionally clever and extraordinarily charming. The young lady truly had a gift for nurturing. As a well-regarded attendant in the capital's tailor shop, he prided himself on having encountered countless young masters, yet he had never seen one so diminutive and enchanting. The praised little one, understanding the compliment, smiled back at the attendant, eliciting further amazement. "Indeed," Mu Yunxi responded, then inquired, "Do you have garments suitable for my little one?" "Certainly." The attendant eagerly began to extol. "You have come to the right place, young lady. Though our shop may be small, we pride ourselves on offering exquisite products. We have clothing for both children and adults, all tailored to perfection, and we guarantee your satisfaction." Mu Yunxi was quite pleased. Upon entering the shop, the attendant presented the finest garments available. The young master touched one outfit, examined another, and smiled radiantly. The shopkeeper did not intervene, as typically, such exquisite fabrics were not to be handled without purchase. However, who could resist the charm of this young gentleman? This preferential treatment, however, incited discontent in a nearby woman. Why were her son and she allowed to touch these garments while they were not? The attendant, feeling awkward, silently reflected that her snot-nosed son was hardly comparable to the distinguished young master. Despite her dissatisfaction, the woman still requested a small garment. Yet, to her dismay, the young master seemed to have taken a liking to the very outfit she had chosen. "What are you doing?" she snapped, glaring at Mu Yunxi. "Control your little rascal." But rather than keeping quiet, she resorted to insults. The young master, unaccustomed to such treatment, swiftly dashed over and snatched the garment from her grasp. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a bold act from the child. This provoked the woman further, exclaiming, "This is intolerable. This is outrageous." The audacious young master, however, paid no heed and even settled the payment himself. Mu Yunxi was left bewildered, wondering where the child had acquired the funds, for she certainly had not provided any. Meanwhile, across the street at the tea house, a new chapter unfolded, filled with delightful observations of children and prospective daughters-in-law. He touched the waist of a certain handsome man and confirmed that the money belonged to him. Surprisingly, he was unaware that this little one had pilfered his purse. Indeed, it was rather intriguing. The handsome man, with a faint smile, sipped his tea and continued to observe the petite figure. Meanwhile, the woman who had been robbed was in a state of fury, calling for help. "Madam." Two formidable first-grade warriors promptly entered, their imposing stature suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Yet, the even more formidable Mu Yunxi showed no concern. "What, do you wish to brawl?" "Stop." The two attendants hastily interjected, "Ladies, let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. What is there to discuss? That little brat must return the garments immediately," the furious woman declared, unwilling to show restraint. "Are you out of your mind?" Mu Yunxi retorted. "Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? My son has settled the payment. These items rightfully belong to him. Ah, a certain small one chimed in, proudly patting the clothes he had acquired, signaling the shopkeeper to wrap them up quickly. He had indeed paid for them. The shopkeeper, feeling helpless, had to admit that this was indeed the case. The woman, feeling utterly humiliated, had her eyes reddened with rage, realizing that the UAE building had truly sunk to a new low. However, she made a harsh declaration. Very well. Delightful. You shameless wretch, if you have the courage, do not leave the UAE building. Without the town's guardians, you and your son shall surely meet your demise. Ah. The small cub felt the verbal assault and was eager to spring forth, wishing to strike the opponent. However, the cautious Mu Yunxi had already embraced him tightly, preventing any reckless escapades. Only then did the young master behave himself, disregarding the woman, yet he produced a gold leaf and presented it to the young attendant. Upon seeing it, the attendant quickly exclaimed that it was more than sufficient to purchase the attire, with change to spare. The young master merely glanced at the garments before insisting on offering the gold leaf once more. The attendant soon realized that the young master intended to cover the entire cost of the clothing. The young master nodded in satisfaction, seemingly appreciating the attendant's perceptiveness. The attendant, overwhelmed with joy, efficiently wrapped the garments, instinctively believing that this month's earnings were secured without any effort on his part. Nearby, another attendant, consumed by envy, lamented the earlier woman's indecision, wishing she had completed her purchase sooner, for he had missed out on a sale. Suddenly, the esteemed young master called out to him, leaving the attendant bewildered and inquiring if he had any instructions. The young master presented him with a small gold bean. While it was not as substantial as the gold leaf, it was undoubtedly a reward. The attendant, filled with gratitude, expressed his thanks profusely, saying, "Thank you, young master. My name is Zhang San. Should you return to UA Tower, please feel free to summon me for your service." Meanwhile, another attendant, Li Si, who had just assisted the young master with wrapping his garments, glared at his colleague, irritated by the blatant theft of a valued customer. "Thank you, young madam," Li Si said, as he deftly presented the bundles. "These are the young master's belongings. Would you like to exchange for an outfit?" Upon hearing this, a certain young child deemed it necessary for her mother to adorn herself beautifully, and thus produced a golden leaf. Ah, it matters not. Mu Yunxi remained utterly unconcerned, promptly embracing the little one while retrieving the child's garments, and then strode away with purpose. Li Si and Zhang San, intent on halting her, found themselves thwarted by her long strides. In just a few steps, she had exited the premises. The two could only exchange resigned smiles, hoping that should conflict arise, the martial artists within the shop would lend their assistance. Yet, neither anticipated that the woman waiting outside had just called for her entourage to teach a lesson to the duo. As two first-tier martial artists stepped forward, they were swiftly sent flying with a couple of resounding thuds. The passers-by on the street were left in shock, pondering the situation. Was there perhaps a disagreement within the shop that prompted this? Yet, given the presence of mid-tier martial artists within the establishment, they dared not provoke a conflict and chose to resolve it outside. It seemed likely. However, this young lady was remarkably powerful, effortlessly dispatching a first-tier martial artist with a single kick. Surely, she must be at least second-tier. In that moment, all onlookers directed their admiring gazes toward Mu Yunxi. The young master, in particular, clapped his little hands in delight. Mu Yunxi reflected on how swiftly the child was growing. Previously, he would not have clapped, but today he had learned to do so. Most likely, he had picked it up after witnessing someone applaud at a street performance. As for the woman, rendered speechless by shock, she stared blankly at Mu Yunxi and stammered, You are a second-tier martial artist?" Upon hearing her words, Mu Yunxi cast a glance at her, only to find the little child in her arms busily rubbing his nose with his fist. However, after merely a few steps, the little lad pointed towards the tea house across the street. Ah! Mu Yunxi looked up and beheld the charming young prince lazily leaning against the window, observing her and the little one with a playful smile, exuding an enchanting allure that was utterly captivating. Ah! The little one expressed a desire to approach him. Although Mu Yunxi initially wished to avoid entanglements with the prince, she decided to acquiesce since the child was eager to go. The money the little one possessed was likely bestowed by the prince, thus it would be impolite to disregard him after accepting his generosity. In the elegant chamber, the handsome young man awaited the arrival of the mother and child, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Did you enjoy your purchases?" As the little one, freshly set down, fondled the various bags, he cheerfully replied, "Ah." The young man, noticing this, chose not to expose the child's secret of pilfering, but instead casually opened a package of small garments. "Shall I change you?" he asked. "Ah." The delighted little one immediately raised his hands, signaling the handsome young man to assist him. This adorable display amused the young man, who replied, "Very well. I shall change you." Observing from the sidelines, Mu Yunxi nearly assumed the two had formed a clandestine bond unbeknownst to her. She promptly inquired, "How did you come to be here?" The handsome young man, engaged in dressing the little one, countered with a question of his own. "Are you here to partake in this trial?" Indeed, Mu Yunxi admitted, having little to conceal. Yet, she harbored another question. "How did you recognize me?" Chapter 8. The dual cultivation partners have grown fond. According to Mu Yunxi's previous analysis, she had undergone a transformation and was then sent to the prince's bed. However, he had recognized her at a glance in the carriage. How was that possible? Was it due to bloodline power? Awakening? Mu Yunxi was perplexed. The handsome man, who was well acquainted with her, generously elucidated, warriors, aside from the ordinary ones you should be familiar with, can be categorized into bloodline warriors and inheriting warriors. Among these, ordinary warriors possess rather mediocre qualities, while bloodline warriors, upon awakening a high-grade bloodline, are typically considered prodigies. Some bloodline warriors can further awaken their inheritance, advancing to become inheriting warriors. Mu Yunxi silently noted this and inquired, "How does one awaken bloodline power?" "You may visit the apothecary department. There, you will find source fire. Given your bloodline concentration, you are likely to achieve results." The apothecary department? Mu Yunxi nodded, planning to pay a visit shortly. Yet, the handsome man across from her suggested with a hint of meaning, "Of course. If you come to my place for dual cultivation a few more times, you could also awaken." Mu Yunxi glanced at him and decisively shook her head. "No. Engaging once to produce a little cub is too much to handle." The charmingly smiling man remained unfazed. "Then do visit the apothecary department. Should you require anything, you may come to the prince's mansion or the Imperial Tutor's residence to seek me." Mu Yunxi nonchalantly acknowledged, intending to leave with the little cub. However, the little one seemed to sense that the adults had concluded their discussion and promptly pointed towards the pastries on the table, exclaiming, "Ah." Mu Yunxi cast a glance at the pastries. "No, you cannot consume them. Hand them over. One cannot suspect that I have poisoned you." The handsome man, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, reached out to pluck a piece of osmanthus cake, presenting it to the small mouth. "This delightful treat was from the osmanthus pavilion, and I have also ordered an entire feast, which we shall enjoy before departing." Just as Mu Yunxi intended to decline, the little lord had already acquiesced, exclaiming, "Ah, do you not wish to visit a lively place?" Mu Yunxi playfully pinched the chubby leg of the small one, whose whims seemed to change like the wind. The little lord, unabashed and taking pride in his gluttony, savored the osmanthus cake with great delight. Witnessing his joy, Mu Yunxi decided against insisting on leaving. Once the sumptuous meal was concluded, Mu Yunxi, still holding the reluctant little lord, prepared to head towards the apothecary department. The little one, with a wistful gaze, looked longingly at the handsome man. Understanding the unspoken words, the small creature nodded in agreement. "Ah, a clever little one." After speaking, the handsome man rose to settle the bill. However, he found himself lacking funds and could only instruct the innkeeper to collect payment at the prince's residence. Mu Yunxi paid no mind to these matters, for she had already exited the tea house. The streets were bustling with passers-by, oblivious to her recent exploits. The two waiters, Zhang San and Li Si, were no longer at the entrance of the UAE building, likely having finished a large order and taken an early rest. Before long, upon reaching the apothecary department, Mu Yunxi could faintly sense an unseen force beckoning her from within the imposing gates. Could it be the source of fire? She pondered, preparing to enter, yet was halted by the guards. Who goes there? The young woman called out softly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the middle-aged guard, momentarily rendering him speechless. His tone unexpectedly softened as he inquired, "What brings you here, young lady?" "The apothecary department is not a place one can enter at will." Mu Yunxi nodded, indicating her understanding. "I intend to participate in the apothecary assessment." "Are you an apothecary?" The guard was taken aback for a moment, then continued. "You are an apprentice, hoping to attain a first-grade apothecary certificate?" "Indeed, I am not merely an apprentice," Mu Yunxi replied, her voice steady and devoid of any hint of uncertainty. The guard, however, sensed an unusual aura emanating from the child in her arms, leading him to instinctively believe that the duo must hail from a distinguished lineage. He ceased to impede her progress and, walking ahead, elaborated, "Although the apothecary assessment occurs daily, there are only 2 sessions, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. You've arrived at an opportune moment, as the afternoon session has yet to commence, and you have an hour to prepare. You may explore the apothecary department to familiarize yourself with relevant assessment techniques." "Assessment techniques available for observation?" Mu Yunxi pondered. Given her lack of knowledge, it would be prudent to investigate further. Although the Crown Prince had shared some insights, they were rather vague. "Indeed, please register your name, and when the time arrives, you will be able to undertake the assessment," the guard said, already directing Mu Yunxi to the reception staff. "Lord Zhang, this young lady has come to apply for the first-grade apothecary certificate." "Oh?" Zhang Muyu, the official in charge of arranging the apothecary assessments, greeted her warmly. "May I inquire about your name, young lady?" Mu Yunxi, with the character she from Fuxi, she replied. Zhang Muyu's interest was piqued by the mention of the Mu family from the southern capital. Ah, indeed. Mu Yunxi did not deny her current identity, as she was indeed a direct descendant of the Mu family. The guard chuckled, remarking that the Mu family of Jingnan was a prestigious lineage, and Jing'an itself was a land of exceptional talent. Indeed, Zhang Muyu also smiled, adding that he had not heard of any alchemists from the Mu family in the past, though their in-laws, the Dan family, had produced numerous alchemists. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi chose not to respond and inquired if the registration was complete. "It is done." Zhang Muyu disowned her desire to avoid further conversation and ceased to pester her. The guard then guided Mu Yunxi to examine the assessment techniques. Suddenly, a small golden bean emerged from her possession, which she presented to the guard as a token of appreciation. The guard was momentarily taken aback, but then accepted it with a beaming smile, saying, "If you need anything further, just call for me, Oldly." "Thank you." Mu Yunxi replied gratefully and began to peruse the books on the shelf. Guard Oldly did not intrude again, yet as Mu Yunxi prepared for her assessment, a handsome man who had recently returned home summoned his subordinates and handed them a vividly detailed portrait of a young boy, instructing them to investigate this child. The subordinate was momentarily startled but dared not inquire further. He quickly accepted the portrait, marveling at the boy's striking beauty, noting a resemblance to his master. Chapter 9. Pursuing a career is quite simple. Could this be the master's illegitimate child? Surely not. The subordinate, realizing he had stumbled upon a monumental mystery, felt a cold sweat trickling down, fear gripping him. "I shall go at once." The handsome man cast a knowing glance in his direction, implying deeper significance, which only heightened the subordinate's trepidation. In a flurry, she retreated hastily, refraining from engaging in further conversation, and proceeded to investigate on her own. The handsome man, pleased, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, yet soon fell into a contemplative silence. The beautiful girl gradually furrowed her brow in concern. Oblivious to this, Mu Yunxi, after an hour of reading, began her assessment. According to the handsome man, although she had yet to awaken her bloodline, due to their mutual cultivation, obtaining a first or second rank alchemist certification should pose no significant challenge. Mu Yunxi remained skeptical, yet felt compelled to attempt it. However, children were prohibited from entering. As the attendant meticulously examined the candidates, he barred Mu Yunxi from bringing the little one inside. The child, upon hearing this, became quite displeased. "Ah, my child won't make a fuss. bringing him in one to be a hindrance. Mu Yunxi believed the little one to be exceptionally well-behaved. While she read, he quietly occupied himself with his hands, displaying such adorableness. Why was he not allowed entry? However, before the attendant could respond, a young woman behind them grew impatient. You claim he wants to disrupt, but can you be certain? If he starts crying, it will affect our performance. Indeed, the other candidates echoed her sentiments, expressing their discontent. A child so small possesses no self-control. Should he cause a ruckus and jeopardize their assessments, who would be held accountable? Yet the scorned little one felt indignant. Mu Yunxi too was irked. I assure you, he will not disrupt. Your incessant chatter suggests a lack of confidence. If the presence of a mere child can hinder your performance, then perhaps you are the ones lacking capability. What did you say? The young woman who first protested erupted in anger. Repeat that. Upon exiting the examination hall, an elderly man intervened to quell the commotion. Having overheard a portion of the discussion, he found the young girl's assertion to be quite reasonable. A child is crying nearby, and you cannot concentrate on alchemy? The disgruntled young gentleman solemnly proclaimed, I would never weep. This statement elicited a slight twitch of the elderly man's brow. How old is the child? He inquired. 6 months, came the reply, but he rarely cries. He is quite intelligent, said Mu Yunxi, defending the infant. Indeed, I can see that, the elder replied with a gentle smile. Such intelligence at such a tender age undoubtedly indicates a commendable aptitude for mental fortitude. He is destined to become an exceptional alchemist. Thrilled by the praise, the young gentleman beamed with joy. At this juncture, a nearby attendant expressed disbelief, asking, Old Master Ma, are you truly allowing this child to participate? Indeed, the elder nodded. I am Ma Yunxi, the chief examiner for this assessment, and I consent to allow this child to enter. In future evaluations, we must increase the difficulty by introducing children or even animals into the mix. If one cannot maintain focus amid such distractions, how can they dare to call themselves an alchemist? The other participants, upon hearing this, wore expressions of discontent but dared not show disrespect to the examiner. They could only glare at Mu Yunxi and her infant charge. She simply cradled him as they entered the examination hall, leaving some participants still in disbelief. As the topics for the alchemist examination were to be spontaneously generated by the chief examiner, the candidates settled into their seats, casting anxious glances towards Ma Yunxi in the center of the room. Ma Yunxi, with an air of decisiveness, proclaimed that the sole requirement for this assessment was the concoction of a chi-replenishing pill. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd of candidates. For although the chi-replenishing pill was classified as a first-tier elixir, it demanded a harmonious blend of various skills from the alchemist, rendering it one of the most arduous potions to craft within its category. Yet, there were some candidates who wasted no time. They swiftly produced their alchemical furnaces, ready to commence their work. It was only then that Mu Yunxi realized she had no furnace of her own. Could someone lend me a furnace? She inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. The room fell silent, each individual rendered speechless. However, a small figure in the crowd gazed at Ma Yunxi with sparkling eyes. It seemed Ma Yunxi comprehended the child's unspoken request. You wish for this old man to lend you a furnace for your mother? The little one nodded vigorously, demonstrating an understanding of fair trade, producing a sprig of herb from his pocket. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. Where did you get that herb? Did it come from your father's stash? Regardless of the herb's origins, Ma Yunxi acquiesced, sealing the deal. Mu Yunxi cast a glance at the innocent-looking little creature beside her. In response, the small boy, seemingly unbothered by her scrutiny, soon broke into a cheerful smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. She affectionately ruffled his soft hair and, without uttering another word, began her alchemical process. With a furnace now at her disposal, the materials necessary for the elixir would be provided in 3 portions by the apothecary department, granting each candidate 3 attempts. Feeling a bit more at ease, Mu Yunxi reminded herself that this was her inaugural attempt at alchemy. Fortunately, having perused numerous texts earlier, she hoped she would manage just fine. Confident in her grasp of the knowledge she had acquired, Mu Yunxi gradually transformed her theoretical understanding into practical application, her movements evolving from uncertain to fluid with remarkable swiftness. At this moment, no one was aware that she had not only reviewed the assessment techniques but had also completed reading nearly 100 other tomes that were placed together. However, as she flipped through the pages, onlookers mistakenly believed she was merely searching for a book. Unbeknownst to them, in her previous life as a semi-AI, she possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of absorbing knowledge almost instantaneously, as if each page had been scanned and stored in her mind. The texts were all related to the art of alchemy, and drawing upon the wisdom contained within, Mu Yunxi successfully concocted 2 chi-replenishing pills in one go. She was somewhat taken aback. Two pills. Ma Yingxiang, who had been drawn to her performance, was equally astonished. The young girl certainly exhibited remarkable potential. Generally speaking, a first-tier alchemist would be considered proficient if they could produce a single pill from a given set of materials, as they typically struggle to manage the spiritual energy emanating from the herbs. Yet, this young girl could achieve it effortlessly. It was no wonder she could produce such spirited little beings. Her mental prowess was indeed exceptional. And with the surname Mu, it seemed the Dan family had nurtured this young talent, which was hardly surprising. The small one immediately clapped her tiny hands in delight. Nearby, other participants engaged in alchemy looked on with envy, some so captivated by their admiration that they lost focus and ruined a batch of medicine, leaving them to lament as they began anew. Mu Yunxi then stood and expressed her gratitude, thanking Elder Ma. "You may go," Ma Yingxiang replied with a smile, his attention shifting back to the other candidates. "Someone is targeting me." With a sense of unease, Mu Yunxi felt the awareness of being locked onto, leaving her unable to simply dismiss the young creature, which added a layer of caution to her demeanor. After all, the fact that the adversary could instill a sense of crisis within her indicated that they possessed the capability to take her life. Chapter 10. The Enfeoffment of the Crown Princess. Who could it be? She was perplexed, her innate ability to eavesdrop heightened to its utmost potential, attempting to discern the whereabouts of the hidden assailant. Yet, the opponent was exceedingly formidable, and she heard not a single sound. However, buzz, as an enigmatic aura seeped forth, the impending threat suddenly intensified. With her ears subtly twitching, Mu Yunxi acutely turned her gaze toward a nearby residence, her heart rippling with unease. It was indeed someone from the Mu family who sought her demise. Furrowing her delicate brows, Mu Yunxi found herself in a quandary. After all, she was currently of considerable value to the Mu family, and logically, they would not wish her harm. No, perhaps not. If it were individuals aligned with Mu Yunxi, it would all make sense. Thus, the one who had just aided her in averting danger might be another powerful figure from the Mu household. Understanding this, Mu Yunxi felt a slight release of tension as she began to untangle the intricate web of connections. She proceeded toward the distant residence, feigning ignorance of the covert clash. Nevertheless, her eavesdropping talent remained activated, capturing whispers of secrets. Meanwhile, within the Mu estate in the capital, an elderly man had sternly exclaimed, "Hengshan, what do you intend to do?" "It should be I who poses that question. A mere servant girl, nothing more than a trifling maid. To kill her is inconsequential. Yet you dare to obstruct me? Preposterous. She currently occupies the trial quota designated for Qingqing. Do you wish to slay her, thereby endangering Qingqing in the trial grounds?" The elder was utterly speechless, questioning the other's intellect. Humph. The discontented middle-aged warrior Hengshan, though still harboring murderous intent towards Mu Yunxi, managed to exercise restraint. Well, it would suffice to wait until she emerges from the trial grounds. There would be time enough to exact vengeance then. What worries him is the possibility of her demise within, perishing by the hand of his own protector. Yet, that concern is of no consequence to you. The elder admonished once more, "I warn you, do not bring trouble upon me. Otherwise, you shall seek the master for forgiveness and face your own doom." Cowardly as a mouse. After his scolding, the protector Hengshan stormed off, his fury unabated. Within the confines of the quarrelsome chamber, the 2 stewards, already kneeling to the point of exhaustion, were drenched in perspiration from fear. "Elder Luo, if Protector Hengshan cannot contain his wrath and truly slays that girl, what shall we do?" "Impossible. The elder asserted with conviction. The master will soon arrive in the capital. He would not dare to act recklessly. The master is coming to the capital as well? Initially taken aback, the two stewards exchanged glances, and one of them, with a spark of realization, inquired, "Is the crown prince seeking a marriage proposal?" Upon hearing this, the stewards felt an overwhelming sense of relief, followed by a flurry of congratulations. Congratulations to the master. Congratulations to the young lady. It seems our Mu is poised to ascend to the ranks of a first-rate family. The elder, too, was quite pleased, yet he sighed softly, noting that Hung Shan was particularly protective of Qing Qing. This attitude suggests that Qing Qing is unwilling to retain that girl, which is indeed a pity. Otherwise, she could serve as a valuable asset. At just 20 years of age, with the strength of a third-tier warrior, even without being a bloodline warrior, she is capable of standing tall among her peers. To speak bluntly, the young lady's displayed talent pales in comparison to that girl's. Yet, the young lady has yet to awaken her bloodline powers. Once she does, she will undoubtedly be extraordinary. It is not merely a lowly maid who can be compared. The steward has also stated that there is nothing to lament. After all, who can choose their lineage? As descendants of the Mu and Dan families, the young lady is already one at the starting line. Indeed, the elder nodded, refraining from further discourse, and commanded, "Zhang Qingyun, you shall approach that girl and inform her of the trial's regulations. Put on a show, but ensure that the treatment is not too disparate, lest it draw criticism." Yes, Zhang Qingyun, having been summoned, understood his duty. The resources befitting the Mu family's direct line would be arranged for her forthwith. "Go," the elder reassured with a nod, then continued to oversee other affairs within the estate. Little did he know, upon hearing all this, Mu Yunxi had already devised a new plan. Thus, in the following days, having been provided with accommodation, Mu Yunxi would venture out daily, seemingly occupied. Zhang Qingyun observed but paid it no heed, nor did he report to the elder. Assuming that the inexperienced Mu Yunxi was merely captivated by the splendor of the capital, indulging in frivolities without a care. Those of shallow insight who possess the strength of a third-tier warrior are likely just fortunate to have stumbled upon some opportunity. Yet it is a pity that such a life is squandered. Those with cheap lives rarely enjoy them. Zhang Qingyun mused, growing increasingly indifferent to Mu Yunxi's movements. Until 5 days later, when the representative of the apothecary king's family arrived at the trial grounds, the leading elder, a third-tier alchemist named Han Wentong, suddenly sniffed the air and remarked, "What is that scent? It seems to be the aroma of a premium spirit-gathering pill." Premium spirit-gathering pill. The steward accompanying him merely caught a faint scent of medicinal fragrance, unable to discern the specific type or quality of the elixir. Yet, Han Wentong was unerringly confident. Having traced the aroma to the location of the Mu family's entourage, clearly identifying it as the source of the fragrance, the steward from the Yao Wang family promptly followed, intending to advise Han Wentong to refrain from haste and to investigate further after arranging the disciples' trials. However, Han Wentong had already located his target, fixating intently on Mu Yunxi. Zhang Qingyun, witnessing this, felt an ominous shift and hurried over to inquire, "Elder Han, what guidance do you offer? Has our young disciple offended you in some way?" If that were indeed the case, Zhang Qingyun cast an irritated glance at Mu Yunxi. After all, the Yao Wang family was not only a formidable first-rate clan, but also one that all families preferred to befriend rather than provoke. Yet, Han Wentong boldly declared to Mu Yunxi, "You have concocted an at least 3-pattern gathering spirit pill, have you not?" "What?" Zhang Qingyun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Han Wentong's words. Was he out of his mind? How could Mu Yunxi, a mere maid, possibly have refined a 3-tier gathering spirit pill, especially one of such exquisite quality? It seemed utterly implausible. Zhang Qingyun was convinced of 2 possibilities. Either Han Wentong was deluded, or he had mistaken her identity. Nevertheless, when questioned, Mu Yunxi nodded, affirming, "It is I." Chapter 11. She is an unrivaled spirit conductor. Indeed, Han Wentong burst into laughter, just as I suspected. The old man's nose, as expected, remained as keen as ever. "I have caught you. Ha ha. However, The steward who accompanied him interjected, Wentong. Are you not mistaken? Just look at her age. She can be no more than 20. A mere girl like her could not possibly concoct a third-grade spirit-gathering pill. Indeed, Zhang Qingyun quickly concurred. Elder Han, you must be in error. The nearby disciples of the Mu family nodded in agreement, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. It seemed that both the one who dared to make the claim and the one who responded were simply eccentric individuals. Yet Han Wentong remained resolute, proudly asserting, impossible. I would never misjudge. The fragrance of the elixir she carries is layered, especially evident in her hands. At this point, he lifted Mu Yunxi's hands. And if that young master had been present, he would likely have faced a beating for such an action. Nevertheless, Han Wentong harbored no ill intentions. Despite the young girl's beauty, he earnestly pointed out, you outsiders do not understand. But I assure you, I have not misidentified her. The subtle aromas of herbs, dried medicine, and medicinal juices, along with the fusion of medicinal dew and vapor, ultimately coalesce into the scent of the spirit-gathering pill. There can be no mistake. I would stake my head on it. The crowd was left speechless. His assertion sounded almost credible, yet how could this be possible? Yet Han Wentong was unwavering, smiling warmly at Mu Yunxi as he urged, quickly, little girl, show me the third-grade spirit-gathering pill you have concocted, if you please. Mu Yunxi smiled gently, finding this old man before her to be far more intriguing than what she had gleaned from the pharmacy department. She promptly extended a small porcelain vial towards him as a gift. Her intention today was to attract Han Wentong, allowing him to temporarily serve as her support. Once the trials concluded, those from the Mu residence would think twice before attempting to challenge her, oblivious to her ulterior motives. Han Wentong was solely captivated by the elixir in his hand, his expression one of rapture. Indeed, it is a 3-pattern pill. May I inquire if it was just produced within the last 3 hours? Yes, Mu Yunxi nodded. Han Wentong's delight grew exponentially, confirming his suspicions. What a treasure! Such a remarkable spirit-gathering pill can only be crafted by a select few within our esteemed apothecary family. It is a rarity to even behold. It is essential to note that ordinary spirit-gathering pills bear no patterns, unlike the one presented by Mu Yunxi, which boasts 3 intricate designs upon its surface. These patterns are formed through the cultivator's own spiritual energy, breath, and consciousness, facilitating the swift absorption of the pill's essence, rendering it gentler and more easily digestible. The steward from the apothecary family stood by, utterly astonished. This cannot be true. It is simply impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyun's expression darkened. Elder Han, let us postpone this discussion until after the trials, shall we? Why? Han Wentong expressed his confusion. Is this not a splendid matter? Furthermore, why did the elders not come this time? Have him come over. I wish to speak with him. No. Zhang Qingyun was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. Elder Han, there seems to be a misunderstanding. However, this matter pertains to the affairs of the Mu family. I kindly ask you to remain patient and discuss this after the trial. If that is agreeable? Of course it is not. Han Wentong was completely baffled. With such remarkable talent in alchemy, why should this child undergo trials? A prodigy of such caliber need not focus on martial prowess. The court has relevant regulations in place. Zhang Qingyun sighed. Oh heavens, he is not ignorant. In fact, he understands all too well. In situations like Mu Yunxi's, I can guarantee that the more outstanding she becomes, the more she will overshadow the eldest young lady and the Mu family itself. Thus, he felt compelled to say, I apologize, Elder Han, but our elder truly did not attend this time. Therefore, this matter must await resolution until after the trial. No. Han Wentong felt his temper rising. However, Mu Yunxi interjected, Elder Han, as for my joining the Wang family of alchemists, let us discuss it after the trial. I have promised the family head to represent the eldest young lady in the trial. One must not be untrustworthy. Han Wentong retorted. To replace the eldest young lady of the Mu family? Does she even deserve such a role? What was Mu Yunxi thinking? He did not know that a genius alchemist is a far greater asset to the family than a useless daughter. Zhang Qingyun wished to defend the family head's decision. He was certain that the family head had no prior knowledge of Mu Yunxi being an alchemical genius. Had he known, such an arrangement would never have been made. Yet now, with the situation as it was, there was little he could clarify, and they could only proceed in this misguided manner. Otherwise, more absurdities are bound to arise. I have an agreement with the Mu family. As long as I can place within the top 100 in the trials, I shall gain my freedom. Therefore, I only require your testimony. Here, I possess a document penned by the steward of the Mu family. Please take a look. Han Wentong took the document and, upon a cursory glance, found it to be in accordance with what the young girl had just stated. At that moment, Mu Yunxi continued, stating that if this endeavor proceeds smoothly, she would willingly serve the apothecary clan for 3 years. Upon hearing this, the steward of the apothecary clan could no longer contain himself and whispered urgently into Han Wentong's ear. Wentong, there is something suspicious about this matter. It would be prudent to wait until we clarify the details. Although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Mu family, the steward's reaction suggested that he was entirely oblivious to the young girl's alchemical abilities. As a descendant of the Mu family, she concealed her talents while seeking opportunities in public, showing little regard for her family's reputation. Such behavior was looked down upon by the steward of the apothecary clan. However, Han Wentong, in his candid manner, insisted, there is no need for such complications. She possesses innate talent. Moreover, she is second only to the young master in prowess. So regardless of the underlying intricacies, agreeing to this is not a loss. Wentong, you truly lack discernment. The steward, incensed, strode away in a huff. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious figure nearby had already gathered comprehensive information about Mu Yunxi. He had already determined that by the age of 20, one could possess the combat prowess of at least a third-tier warrior, alongside third-tier alchemical skills, a feat unattainable by ordinary talents. Such a prodigy was likely not merely an alchemist, but rather an omniscient spirit guide master. Chapter 12. The youngling will seek treasures. What? The young subordinate who had brought the intelligence stood frozen. My lord, are you referring to the legendary profession of the spirit guide master? The young warrior knew that in the Xianwei dynasty, there existed a little-known legendary profession, the spirit guide master, whose practitioners were all prodigies. Remarkably, this was somewhat akin to Mu Yunxi, both being young yet extraordinarily capable. However, there were distinctions. Those prodigies could master anything they pursued. For instance, there was an exceptional individual merely in their 20s, yet they held the rank of a first-tier spirit guide master, a fourth-tier warrior, a third-tier alchemist, a second-tier talisman maker, and a first-tier geomancer. How utterly outrageous. Such talents are beyond mere mortals. In comparison, Mu Yunxi's achievements seemed rather ordinary. Nevertheless, it was indeed commendable. Thus, he instructed, you shall relay a message to our informant in Mu City, urging him to diligently investigate this girl's background, particularly the reasons for her discord with the Mu family. Do you also wish to undermine her? The subordinate retorted. The Marquis chuckled lightly. If it were possible to do so, we would certainly strive to seize the opportunity. Alas, our intelligence network remains woefully inadequate, allowing the Medicine King clan to reap the benefits. Perhaps she is merely an alchemist after all? Once you acquire more comprehensive data, you will not hold such a view. Go now, and make the necessary arrangements. Indeed, my lord. Are the people of the Ying Mountain Marquis inquiring about this young lady from the Chama residence? Yes, my lord. Then you should also investigate. It appears this girl is indeed a prodigious alchemist. Have you uncovered anything? Indeed. Here is the information you requested, General. Is it true that her talents emerged only after the Crown Prince's party departed from the Chamu residence? From the intelligence gathered thus far, it seems so. What actions has the royal family taken? It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince has petitioned the Emperor for a decree to wed Miss Mu Qingcheng of the Chamu residence. And the Emperor has ordered Minister Liu to draft the edict. How intriguing. Is this the reason the Chama residents chose to relinquish that girl? Continue your investigation. Yes, General. At this moment, countless factions in the capital are simultaneously delving into the life of Mu Yunxi. Amidst the flurry of activity, Han Wenong addressed Zhang Qingyun with clarity. Since your Chama residence has made a decision, once this girl emerges from the trial grounds, she will belong to my esteemed family of alchemists. You from the Chama residence must refrain from any underhanded tactics. Zhang Qingyan found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly incapable of responding. Fortunately, the royal family, hosting the trial, announced the imminent commencement of the event, thus alleviating his embarrassment and confusion. Upon hearing the announcement, Mu Yunxi approached Han Wenong to express her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Han, for your assistance. I shall now proceed to participate in the trials. A trifling matter. No need for formalities. Han Wenong assured, rest assured, I shall ensure that the members of the Medicine King clan look after you. When you emerge, I will personally come to retrieve you, so there is no need to worry about any tricks from the Mu family. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi refrained from further discourse, merely expressing her gratitude once more before following the members of the Mu family into the trial grounds. Han Wentong then proceeded to give some instructions, waiting until all the younger generation had departed before commanding, Old Yao, investigate what grievances she has with the Mu family. If they can be resolved, that would be ideal. If not, I have heard that the Mu family is planning to come to the capital. Invite the young master from the valley to visit. The young master? Manager Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Does she possess such significance? Moreover, your impulsiveness in this matter is rather excessive. Were it not for the valley master being in seclusion, it would be the master we summon, not the young master. Hurry along. Han Wenong, after expressing his thoughts, felt a surge of excitement. This young girl's talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. Meanwhile, within the trial grounds, Mu Yunxi furrowed her brows slightly. This place felt somewhat different from the outside world. You are unaware? Remarked a young man in blue standing nearby, initially surprised but then breaking into an understanding smile. Given your discord with the Mu family, it is only natural that they would not share much with you. Mu Yunxi turned her gaze towards him in confusion. Who are you? The blue-clad youth smiled faintly. I am Ji Yun, a second-tier alchemist from the Medicine King clan. I am here at the behest of Elder Han to assist you as much as possible during the upcoming trials. Thank you. Mu Yunxi replied with a respectful gesture before directly inquiring. So the trial grounds and the outside world are not in the same space, correct? Ji Yun nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the trial arena is a space established by powerful beings. Although the spiritual energy here is rather sparse, the concentration of demonic essence is substantial, making it suitable for the survival of magical beasts. Understanding this, Mu Yunxi likened it to her own chaotic jade realm, a self-contained world of sorts. However, she was not inclined to form a team, and thus candidly expressed, I prefer to act independently, so I shall not accompany you, young Master Ji. Yet, Ji Yun wished to convey that without their partnership, he would be unable to offer her assistance. Nevertheless, he refrained from insisting, bidding her farewell with a cautionary note. Take care, Miss Mu. Very well, Mu Yunxi replied, departing with an air of nonchalance. Ji Yun shook his head slightly, perceiving that this seemingly delicate and beautiful young woman possessed a disposition that was both resolute and audacious. A disciple from the Yao Wang family, standing behind Ji Yun, could not help but remark, given her demeanor, I can understand why the eldest daughter of the Mu family finds it difficult to tolerate her. She is truly unlikable. Yet, she undeniably possesses talent. Ji Yun acknowledged that his own aptitude paled in comparison to hers. Despite being older, he was still merely a second-tier alchemist. However, the other disciples of the Yao Wang family held a differing opinion, questioning whether she had indeed concocted the spirit-gathering pill, as deception could not be ruled out. Nonsense, Ji Yun retorted, trusting Han Wentong's judgment. Let us not linger here any longer. We must commence our actions. Prior to the trial's commencement, the royal family had clearly delineated the rules of the trial. As such, upon entering, everyone's objective was unequivocally to slay magical beasts. The ranking in the trial would be determined by the number of magical beast hearts collected, with historical data indicating that securing 10 hearts from first-tier magical beasts would ensure a place within the top 100. Mu Yunxi had reviewed previous data, yet her ambition was to gather as much information as possible in case this year brought unforeseen changes. At that moment, the little cub awoke, crying out in the fairyland. Mu Yunxi promptly took him into her arms. He hadn't even had a sip of milk before rushing out. The small creature, clutching a milk bottle, looked rather displeased. Mu Yunxi understood the source of his irritation and earnestly explained that it was not her intention to abandon him. She had merely wished for him to avoid being detained by others, allowing him to rest for a while. Now that they were out, it was all the same, wasn't it? The little one reluctantly accepted her explanation but pointed in a particular direction, exclaiming, Mu Yunxi, somewhat puzzled, inquired if he wished to go that way. The little fellow nodded and began to gulp down his milk. Perched on his tiny shoulder was a fluffy little fox, no larger than a palm, surveying the surroundings. After a brief moment, it suddenly spoke in a childish voice. "This is the monster arena. Master, please follow the direction indicated by the little master. There may be treasures." Chapter 13. Wealthy. Food is father. Upon hearing this, the little lord ceased his milk consumption. Mu Yunxi gazed at the little fox in astonishment. "You can talk?" The fox rolled its eyes in a human-like manner. "Of course, I can." "Then why were you barking like a dog before?" Mu Yunxi had always believed the little fox was incapable of speech, merely capable of making sounds akin to those of the little cub, albeit different in tone. The little fox appeared exasperated. That was not barking. That was the call of a divine beast. Moreover, I was quite young and had not yet mastered the art of speech. Is that not rather normal? Having grown older, Mu Yunxi scrutinized the diminutive fox, questioning its size. "Are you certain?" The little fox, feeling somewhat vexed under such scrutiny, retorted, "Of course. I can change my size at will." "How large can you become?" Mu Yunxi inquired further. However, a certain young one abruptly seized the little fox, expressing dissatisfaction with incessant outbursts. Mu Yunxi found it amusing. Recognizing that the little creature was likely irked by the fact that the fox could speak while it remained relegated to mere cries. The fox, understanding the sentiment, earnestly explained, "The master and I are different. You must grow a bit more before you can learn to speak." The young one appeared skeptical, puffing up its chubby cheeks. As Mu Yunxi observed the exchange between the two young beings, she proceeded in the direction indicated by the little one. Once the fox had finally calmed the young one, it was contentedly nestled in Mu Yunxi's embrace, gazing about with curiosity. Mu Yunxi finally posed a question. "Fox, are you familiar with the monster arena?" "Indeed." The little fox nodded, explaining, "It is a place transported from the monster continent, utilized by humans for trials or to contain magical beasts." "Transported directly?" Mu Yunxi expressed surprise, realizing the vastness of the place. "When you, my esteemed master, reach the 7th rank in your cultivation, you will also be able to do so." The little fox remarked nonchalantly, adding that if the young master grasped its own power, it could happen at any time. Mu Yunxi pondered, "So, have I truly given birth to a royal offspring?" At that moment, a young creature of royal lineage suddenly shouted forward, causing everyone to startle and cling to Mu Yunxi's neck, pointing ahead. Mu Yunxi quickened her pace, and soon they arrived at a desolate expanse crisscrossed with ravines, one of which was particularly large. The little fox jumped down, eager to investigate. Mu Yunxi did not stop it, but followed suit, as she had already sensed some movement. However, upon reaching the bottom, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Over 100 beast eggs lay scattered. Mu Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. Was it not said that magical beasts do not live in groups and only lay a single egg at a time? "Master, don't just stand there. Quickly gather them. Your paradise can help them hatch," urged the little fox, who had arrived earlier and was now calmly reminding Mu Yunxi to collect the treasures. Following the fox's advice, Mu Yunxi complied, casting glances at the little creature multiple times. Once she had gathered all the eggs, she could not help but inquire how the fox had known there were so many eggs here. To seek fortune and avoid calamity? Mu Yunxi ventured a guess. The little fox nodded in affirmation, recognizing its master's prowess. The proud little creature seemed fully aware of its own capabilities. Mu Yunxi patted the adorable young one, acknowledging its remarkable skills in helping her complete the task. Given the flow of time within the paradise, it wouldn't be long before these eggs hatched into a new generation of magical beasts. At that time, she could easily eliminate a few and secure her place among the top ranks. However, Suddenly, a small creature darted out and pounced towards the ground. Mu Yunxi was momentarily stunned, almost convinced that the little one was attempting to catch a cricket, as its movements were quite reminiscent. To her surprise, however, it was not a cricket that the little creature had caught, but rather a plump, pitch-black doll adorned with grass on its head. With wide eyes, the little one scrutinized the dark doll before disdainfully tossing it aside, perhaps repulsed by its color and unappealing appearance. Regardless, it discarded it without a second thought. Yet, the little fox had already leaped forth, sinking its teeth into the dark doll and presenting it to Mu Yunxi. "What is this?" she inquired, lifting the doll with curiosity. The little fox explained, "It is a magical herb imbued with intelligence, a rare treasure. If you plant it in your garden, it may eventually yield a bountiful harvest of magical herbs." Magical herb? Mu Yunxi found it somewhat perplexing, yet she decided to keep the little black doll. However, the little lord, upon witnessing this, appeared rather displeased. "Ah," Mu Yunxi chuckled lightly, "what is the matter? Is it because you find it ugly? Or does it remind you of your own rotundity?" Upon hearing this, the little lord grew even more irate. "How could something so ugly compare to me?" he exclaimed. Indeed, it certainly pales in comparison to your charm. Little Choo-Choo is the most adorable and beautiful of all." Mu Yunxi fondly cradled the little creature fluttering before her, contemplating that the magical herbs might serve as supplementary materials for potion crafting. "Great master?" Mu Yunxi pondered again, perplexed. The little fox, with a knowing expression, clarified. "It refers to the little master as father." "Ah?" The little lord was equally puzzled. "What is a father? Can it be eaten?" The little fox truly comprehended his inquiry, nodding its small head in affirmation. "You can eat it, dear master. The money you possess belongs to him. He even treated you to a meal. And that snow-seeing herb is his as well." "Ah," the young master suddenly realized, clearly understanding who his father was. Mu Yunxi wore an expression of exasperation. According to the little fox, possessing wealth and food equated to being a father. Yet, upon reflection, there seemed to be some truth in this assertion. Indeed, the sustenance and finances of human offspring are generally provided by their parents, as they are far too young to earn for themselves. Thus, this line of reasoning held merit. With newfound clarity, Mu Yunxi gradually solidified his worldview. At that moment, however, the idle young one produced a beast's essence pill, preparing to gnaw on it. Quick as a flash, Mu Yunxi covered his small mouth, exclaiming, "It's raw." "Indeed. Silly master, it must be roasted before it can be consumed." "Ah." Offended by being called foolish, the young one retaliated with a punch to the little fox. Unfazed, the little fox continued, "Great master, let us venture into the nearby enchanted forest and gather some firewood for the young master to roast the egg." "All right," Mu Yunxi replied, trusting the little fox, and swiftly made his way towards the enchanted forest not far off. Meanwhile, outside the trial arena, within the prince's residence, someone had reported the events that transpired at the entrance of the trial arena today. Han Wentong held her hands together, and the handsome man raised his gaze, coolly fixing his eyes on the subordinate who had come to report. The latter instantly felt as though he had been doused with ice-cold water, sending chills throughout his entire being, and hurriedly replied, "Indeed." The shameless man let out a soft scoff, taking note of the matter before dismissing his subordinates. Moments later, reclining against the back of his chair, the languidly handsome figure murmured to himself, "The alchemist has reached the 3rd tier. It appears the spiritual veins have stabilized." If that is the case, a sudden smile graced his lips, his gaze ablaze as if a decision had been made, igniting a newfound enthusiasm within him. And he vanished from sight once more. Meanwhile, within the trial grounds, the offspring of various noble families were still laboriously searching for easily huntable young magical beasts. Although the hearts of these young beasts were worth only half the points of those from adult 1st-tier magical beasts, they were far simpler to capture. The smaller, the better. Were magical beasts on the brink of extinction? That couldn't be. The royal family annually released substantial numbers of magical beasts into the arena to replenish the population. Perhaps the smaller ones had indeed perished. The larger ones were likely reluctant to breed, as their offspring would soon be harvested, akin to chives, swiftly cut down. Wait. Look ahead. Is that a magical beast egg being roasted? One of the noble youngsters, with a sarcastic tone, discovered a new situation. His companions focused their gaze and exclaimed in unison, "Indeed it was. What the hell? Where did this fool come from? Eating a magical beast egg that won't digest. Wouldn't it be better to wait for it to hatch and then kill it? Let's go take a look." The chattering noble youths immediately surrounded Mu Yunxi. As they approached, they gasped in astonishment. "Look at the eggshell. I recognize this fool. It's Mu Yunxi. Idiot. Hand over the egg." As soon as those words were uttered, "Oh my!" Little Choo-Choo swiftly devoured the egg that Mu Yunxi had offered, voraciously gobbling it up. Following that, it climbed onto her, consuming the remaining pieces of the egg in large bites. Meanwhile, a group of individuals gathered around. Leading the charge was none other than Xianke, the biological sister of the crown prince. But that was not all. Upon seeing Mu Yunxi, Swank's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "It is you, the shameless wench who craves attention. You've even climbed into my brother's bed. How utterly disgraceful." The gathered young nobles were taken aback by the shocking revelation from Xianke. Many prominent families were already aware that the prince had succumbed to a peculiar poison while studying abroad and had sought recuperation at the Mu residence. Thus, there had been recent rumors suggesting that the prince intended to marry the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. However, was this information credible? Given that Xianke dared to voice such accusations, it could not be baseless. Otherwise, why would Mu Qing be unable to tolerate this shameless woman? After much discussion, the gazes directed towards Mu Yunxi transformed significantly. As for Mu Yunxi, who was brazenly questioned, she continued to tend to the little creature, for it had been devouring its meal far too hastily. Indeed, it had choked. "Look, you're uncomfortable now, aren't you? From now on, you must not snatch your food. They cannot take it away from us." While speaking, Mu Yunxi fed the little one some milk, coaxing it down. The little creature, who had just opened its mouth to drink, was fuming. Once it swallowed the obstructing egg, it pointed angrily at the one who had attempted to seize its food, letting out a fierce sound. Immediately following that, swish, a flash of white light darted towards that individual, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Goodness! The crowd was once again taken aback. Primarily due to the astonishing speed of that white light, they questioned whether they themselves would have been able to evade it. Moreover, this infant was peculiar. Such formidable combat prowess. He was even consuming beast eggs. Could it be that he was not human, but rather a transformed spirit beast of the magical realm? Speculations ran rampant among the onlookers. Meanwhile, the fiercely formidable little Lord Chu, after finishing his bout, clung to Mu Yunxi with a sense of grievance. Mu Yunxi felt an urge to laugh as he gently patted the soft back of the child, acknowledging, indeed, it was his fault for scaring little Chu. He deserved to be punished. With his mood lightened after being comforted, the little Lord Chu rubbed his eyes, no longer upset. He took a few sips of milk and let out a soft burp. Mu Yunxi continued to soothe his back, ensuring his comfort. This display of disregard for the surroundings infuriated Xianke. "Mu Yunxi, do not be so arrogant. Do you think that by climbing into the bed of my elder brother, the prince, you can obtain everything you desire? That you can act so recklessly? How absurd. It is impossible. My brother has already secured the imperial decree. On the 18th of next month, he is to be betrothed to Qingqing, while you are nothing. You shall receive nothing." Mu Yunxi replied, "You are truly bothersome." Ah! The little Lord Chu, who had been lulled into a drowsy state, opened his eyes wide to gaze at Xianke. Mu Yunxi continued to pat his back, reassuring him, "Ignore her. Go back to sleep." Obediently, the little Lord Chu closed his eyes once more, nestling comfortably in Mu Yunxi's embrace. The perceptive little fox, with an air of composure, effectively muted the external clamor, allowing the young master to slumber peacefully. As for the irked Xianke, she was seething with indignation. "Am I noisy? You dare say I am noisy?" murmured Mu Yunxi, her gaze directed at Xianke, her eyes clear and serene like a pristine pond. "Leave." Xianke, in a fit of rage, stammered, You. Infuriated to the core, she felt a surge of murderous intent. How dare this insolent servant speak to me in such a manner? Bring forth my executioners. Eliminate her. However, The accompanying royal youths refrained from taking action, as the trial's regulations expressly forbade killing within the arena, permitting only the slaying of beasts. Swank's face darkened further. What? I am the most favored princess of Father. Do you dare defy my commands? Xianke, she has provoked you. A mere lesson would suffice. We must wait until we exit the trial grounds to exact any lethal retribution. To kill her now would be detrimental to you. Xianin's words rang true. Xianke, do not stoop to her level. Then you should discipline her. Xianke begrudgingly acquiesced, settling for a lesser punishment. Spare no mercy, especially for that insufferable mouth of hers. I want it swollen beyond recognition. As the sword was drawn, someone quickly identified it, the Xian iron-cold sword. It appears to be a spirit sword, likely imbued by a spiritual guide. It seemed Xian was poised to secure a place among the top 10 in the trial rankings. Indeed, with this spirit weapon, slaying beasts is as effortless as slicing through clay. Excellent. Xianin, sever her legs first. Ensure she cannot flee. The satisfied Xianke added a malicious reminder. And Xianin nodded in agreement. Rest assured, she will not escape. Xianke was immensely satisfied. Mu Yunxi, do you have anything to say? Faced with the inquiry. Mu Yunxi indeed had words to express. Are you going to strike my mouth or sever my legs? Precisely. Xianke proudly lifted her head, reveling in her triumph. Now you understand fear, do you not? However, I shall inform you, should you kneel and beg for mercy, I will never grant you forgiveness. Very well. Mu Yunxi nodded. And in an instant, she darted forward, akin to a fierce tiger or a swift leopard, slicing past Swank's hind legs. At that very moment, Xianke felt a sharp pain radiating through her legs. Yet before she could react, with a resounding crack, Mu Yunxi's fist had already shattered her mouth. Bang! Blood and teeth erupted forth from Swank's lips. Chapter 15. I shall lead by example. At this juncture, Xianke found her mouth, neck, and legs drenched in blood. A delayed, agonizing scream finally escaped from Swank's lips. Ah! In the throes of excruciating pain, Xianke could only instinctively wail in agony. The other noble offspring stood frozen in shock. For Swank's legs had been severed cleanly at the knees, and her mouth had swollen beyond recognition, her lips reduced to a gruesome state. The other scions of noble families recoiled in horror, instinctively retreating. It was over. A calamity had unfolded. The princess of the current dynasty, the sister of the crown prince, the daughter of the empress, Xianke, had been so brutally mutilated. She had gone mad. Absolutely. Run. As for the second and third tier noble offspring, the first batch that had gathered quickly dispersed in panic. Only the royal family members and a few distant onlookers remained, yet you dared to strike so fiercely. Xianin, gripping his spirit sword, wore an extremely grim expression. Mu Yunxi, with a tranquil demeanor, asked, Do you wish to make a move as well? A sudden pang of fear gripped Xian's heart. An instinctive realization struck him. If he were to affirm her words, this girl before him might very well transform him into the same state as Xian Quebec. Thus, he instinctively shook his head. No. Mu Yunxi's serene eyes flickered slightly. Then be gone. Xianin clenched his teeth, but ultimately turned to walk toward Xian Quebec. At that moment, Xianke had already succumbed to unconsciousness from pain. What now? Xianin, we must leave. He lifted Xianke and carefully secured her broken leg before preparing to step forward. Suddenly, a series of colossal tremors reverberated through the air. The sound crescendoed, drawing closer with alarming speed. Could it be a horde of adult magical beasts? The young scions of the great families nearby gazed in the direction of the commotion. However, Xianin turned back to Mu Yunxi, only to see her expression still composed. For a fleeting moment, he almost entertained the thought that she might have summoned these beasts. Impossible, instinctively shaking his head to dispel the thought. Xianin promptly took his leave, with Xian Quebec confronting a horde of adult magical beasts was beyond the capabilities of their group. Evading was imperative. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi, possessing some understanding of the beast's motives, did not remain foolishly idle. She swiftly retreated with the young cubs, likely in response to the presence of those eggs. With a clear understanding of the situation, Mu Yunxi deduced that the incident involving the beast eggs being taken was undoubtedly a leak. prompting the magical beasts to rush over to investigate. Meanwhile, a thunderous rumble echoed in the air, growing louder as the horde of magical beasts approached, startling the divine mechanism camp responsible for the safety of the trial. "Perhaps we should split up and investigate," suggested one of the team members. This matter could escalate. Indeed, such occurrences had never been witnessed before, and it was imperative to ascertain the facts. Although the participants had entered the trial grounds at their own peril, it was essential to prevent excessive casualties. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement and began to assign tasks, methodically conducting their checks. As night fell, the atmosphere within the trial grounds grew increasingly ominous. The cacophony of beast roars, though less concentrated than during the day, reverberated throughout the area, instilling terror in the hearts of the participants. "Damn it, why are there magical beasts everywhere?" exclaimed a royal descendant trailing behind Xianin, his face pale and his gear stained with blood. Throughout the day, they had been embroiled in continuous skirmishes with the beasts, suffering losses due to their overwhelming strength. The blood staining their bodies was not that of the beasts, but their own. If this continued, their doom was inevitable. A group of disgruntled individuals, devoid of hope, lamented, "Are all the strong members of the divine mechanism camp just watching us die? Why don't they lend a hand? How can we assist?" Xianin retorted, "If we intervene, will our results still count? Currently, there are unforeseen circumstances, yet there have not been significant casualties. The formidable figures of the divine machine camp may still be contemplating strategies. If we can endure the initial phase, the situation will likely ease. One can only hope for such an outcome." The heavily injured Swank's complexion is ashen, still being carried by Xuanan, while the resentment in her gaze intensifies. Meanwhile, the target of her animosity, Mu Yunxi, has just slain a six-legged fierce tiger, a second-grade magical beast. A certain little one excitedly pointed at the tiger's leg, his bright eyes sparkling more brilliantly than the stars or the moon, making it impossible to overlook his yearning. Mu Yunxi rubbed his forehead. "You wish to partake in this as well?" The little fellow nodded eagerly. "No. You shall have it tomorrow." The little one had already consumed 3 servings of magical beast eggs, a portion of magical beast meat, and 2 meals of milk today. If he continues to eat, his petite frame might burst. The little one suddenly cried out, expressing his discontent, yet Mu Yunxi remained resolute. Ultimately, the little one had to concede, extending a chubby finger, indicating the desire for one late-night snack before abstaining. Mu Yunxi inquired, "So, you wish for one more meal, and then nothing else?" The little one nodded affirmatively. "All right then." The little fellow's face instantly lit up with joy. Although the little fox claimed all was well, could it truly be certain? It was also its first time as a nursing fox, just as it was her first experience as a mother. None of them possessed experience. They could not act recklessly. Sigh. Raising a cub is indeed challenging, Yunxi lamented. Yet, lamentations aside, night had fallen, and she still needed to find a suitable place to set up camp, planning to continue their journey the following day. In a state of bliss, the little one began to hum and roll joyfully, only to suddenly sit up in surprise, pointing towards the left front. Another discovery? With a glimmer in his eyes, Mu Yunxi decisively moved in the direction indicated by the little creature. Feeling a tinge of fear, the little one clung tightly to Mu Yunxi's neck, resembling a small koala, securing himself firmly. Mu Yunxi held him close, reassuring him that all was well and that there was nothing to fear. Yet, the little one remained tightly wrapped around her, burying his head into the nook of her neck. Suddenly, Mu Yunxi struck a match, controlling their descent while observing their surroundings. The sight of light eased the little one's fear, prompting him to look around curiously. At that moment, Mu Yunxi concluded that they had plummeted off a cliff, and the drop was significant. Given her cultivation level, she was unable to control their speed effectively, as they fell faster and faster. The match could no longer be sustained and extinguished with a faint hiss. The little one, frightened, began to cry out. Mu Yunxi intended to soothe him, but suddenly splash. They plunged into the water. Unable to see her surroundings, she felt as though she had collided with something. The result was, little Choo-Choo, who had opened his mouth to cry out, gulped down a refreshing mouthful of water. Splash! Mu Yunxi was then pulled out of the water by someone at her waist. Chapter 16. But is this my child? Bathed in moonlight, Mu Yunxi recognized the figure before her. It was none other than the crown prince. Their eyes met in a moment of silent stillness. Ah, the cheerful sound of little Choo-Choo drinking water broke the silence. Mu Yunxi suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her head, while the handsome man merely chuckled, already having pulled the little one from the water. The small creature, having taken a gulp of empty air, widened its bright, round eyes in utter confusion. However, Mu Yunxi, who reached out immediately, failed to catch the little one, primarily because the handsome man's hand was considerably longer than hers, having already snatched the little creature first. Subsequently, as he lifted the mother and child from the water, the handsome man could not help but remark, "You certainly have a knack for choosing the right moment to fall. What brings you here?" Mu Yunxi found herself perplexed. Could it be that he was the new treasure that the little cub had discovered? To speak the truth, the handsome man replied lazily, simultaneously channeling his energy to dry his garments. Instantly, a mist enveloped and dissipated around him, enhancing his already striking red attire and lending him an aura of ethereal restraint that was undeniably captivating. Ah, little Choo-Choo was mesmerized. Mu Yunxi, too, was taken aback by the scene before her. From their very first encounter, she had recognized his exceptional beauty, yet with each subsequent meeting, he seemed to become even more enchanting. No wonder Mu Yunxi sought to ensnare him, aspiring to be the crown princess. Nevertheless, despite her astonishment, Mu Yunxi maintained her composure and replied, "Of course, I came to see you." The man, with his alluring gaze, once again grasped Mu Yunxi's slender waist. She frowned and attempted to evade him, yet a warm current surged from his broad palm into her lower back, radiating throughout her being, swiftly drying her garments. Huh. Little Choo-Choo, stretching out its hand to catch the mist, truly managed to grasp a small wisp of white vapor. The little one's dexterity was commendable. The handsome man, observing the fiery patterns in the little one's palm, nodded in appreciation. Ah, the little one, praised and delighted, grasped several wisps of mist and opened its mouth to swallow them. Mu Yunxi immediately intervened, questioning why everything was being shoved into its mouth. Alas, the unfortunate little one had already patted its tiny belly. Hungry? Mu Yunxi, skeptical, gently probed, only to find that the little creature, which had recently eaten to its heart's content, seemed to have truly digested its meal. She had presumed that the flesh of magical beasts would be difficult to digest, and even a prodigious young one would require some time. To her surprise, it seemed no different from milk, equally unsatisfying. Meanwhile, a certain handsome man, having discerned the situation, smiled knowingly. No wonder the little one drank incessantly. Could it catch fish? You ask me? Mu Yunxi inquired, just as she caught sight of the lingering smile upon his lips, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing a lake, its surface shimmering in warmth. Yet, the gentleman, still focused on the little hand, casually replied, There are no fish inside. Did you not notice?" Finally tearing his gaze away, the handsome man looked into the pond's depths, which shimmered with an ethereal glow. Following his gaze, Mu Yunxi soon witnessed, whoosh, a silver fish leapt from the water's surface. The handsome man then remarked, "There, go catch it." Upon seeing the lively white fish, the little one naturally erupted with excitement, exclaiming that it looked more delectable than anything before. Mu Yunxi gently patted the spirited young creature, advising it to temper its enthusiasm before asking, "How should we cook this fish?" Since the fish eluded her senses, Mu Yunxi concluded that it must be no ordinary fish, warranting an unconventional approach to its preparation. The handsome man remarked casually, "It has been stewed." Mu Yunxi inquired, "Boil the water and place the entire fish inside?" Though puzzled, she complied, eager to ascertain whether this method would indeed render the fish edible. The outcome was astonishing. As soon as the water reached a boil and the fish was immersed, it vanished. "Oh!" Choo-Choo exclaimed in shock, nearly leaning into the pot in search of the fish. Fortunately, the handsome man swiftly caught her, clearing the space around her with a single motion, while simultaneously directing his energy towards the bubbling pot of fish broth. Mu Yunxi observed as a silvery mist was pressed into the boiling water. Moments later, the pot emitted a delightful aroma, enticing Xiao Chu to exclaim in delight once more. It became evident to Mu Yunxi that this particular fish was not something that could be casually cooked. It required formidable skill to infuse the essence of the fish into the clear water, ultimately creating the broth. What kind of fish is this? Mu Yunxi curiously asked. The silver moon fish, the handsome man replied, exists only in this pond within the celestial melody dynasty, producing a single specimen every 3 years. Are you here to catch fish then? Mu Yunxi further inquired. Upon hearing this, the handsome man had already collected the broth and offered it to her while it was still warm. The silver moon fish enhances the constitution of children under the age of 3. Pray tell, how old do you think I am? He remarked. I merely mentioned catching fish, not consuming it, Mu Yunxi said as she ladled the soup, blowing gently to cool it, ensuring it wouldn't scald the delicate lips of the young one. It is effective only within the span of a tea's brew. After that, it becomes futile and may even prove fatal, the frustrated handsome man added with a sigh. Mu Yunxi was perplexed. So, are you truly here to see me? The languidly handsome man lazily nodded, casting his gaze above the tranquil waters. He could sense that outside, hordes of magical beasts were commencing a new round of slaughter. Yet, to him, it was of little consequence. He reclined on the gravel shore, casually stroking the head of a small creature, engaging in a light conversation with Mu Yunxi. Your sister is still outside. I've severed her leg. Would you like to go and check on her? Mu Yunxi suddenly inquired. My sister? The handsome man smiled again. Who told you I have a sister? Mu Yunxi replied. All right then, after feeding, just lie down, the handsome man suggested. Mu Yunxi responded. Why? Suddenly, the small creature began to spin in delight, seemingly enjoying the experience. However, the handsome man held it securely in his arms, one hand cradling the creature while the other firmly grasped the back of Mu Yunxi's head. Drawing closer. Mu Yunxi instinctively resisted, her movements swift. She hooked her leg around the handsome man's narrow waist, attempting to leverage herself to flip over. Unfortunately, he was quicker, already gripping her leg in an exceedingly intimate manner. Do not move. I shall probe your spiritual vein, he commanded. What nonsense? Mu Yunxi frowned, exerting force, still intent on flipping over, disliking the feeling of being restrained. However, the handsome man's grip on her thigh radiated a delicate light, penetrating her being, exploring her limbs and bones. As if that were not enough, he queried, I ask you, is this little one my offspring? Chapter 17. Educating the wife and raising the child. I am serious. Mu Yunxi's breath momentarily faltered, yet he staunchly refused to concede, uttering nonsense. A certain young one appeared perplexed. Was it not so? Not only was he bewildered, but the fox insignia within his palm also seemed rather confused. Had it misperceived? His bloodline bore some connection to mine. Was it not a progeny of mine? The assuredly handsome man continued to inquire. I simply do not comprehend. Nearly a few days have passed since our dual cultivation commenced. How has this child grown so remarkably? Mu Yunxi maintained an air of calmness. Your confusion is warranted. I have stated it clearly, you are merely spouting nonsense. Though he is my child, he bears no relation to you. The handsome man raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you implying that you managed to conceive and give birth all on your own? Indeed. Mu Yunxi remained unfazed. He was already with me before. I merely concealed him from the world. The handsome man chuckled softly. I would be a fool to believe you. You would do well to believe. Mu Yunxi asserted with conviction. Otherwise, how do you explain his current size? Do you have any idea how old he is? He is 6 months old. Where were you 6 months ago? Were we even acquainted? The handsome man replied, You make valid points, but this is undoubtedly my child. There is no escaping that. As for why he has grown so substantially, that is precisely what I intend to investigate. Let go. Mu Yunxi surmised his intentions. He merely sought to uncover the secrets of the celestial realm. However, she was confident that she would not be discovered. Yet, his grip on her thigh, coupled with his imposing posture, was decidedly indecorous. However, just as she was preparing to resist with all her might, the handsome man extracted a luminous orb from her forehead. This was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that within the orb, there resided a faint silhouette of little Mu Yunxi. The perceptive little Lord Chu also caught sight of it, and was momentarily stupefied. He had never anticipated that he had a diminutive mother, although the image appeared vague. The three of them, with their 6 discerning eyes, could unmistakably identify it as the young Mu Yunxi. The handsome man was momentarily taken aback, as he unexpectedly transformed into human form. Long ago, that very night, he had been aware that the individual before him had awakened her spiritual veins, though they were still unstable. According to his original estimation, he believed that she would need to awaken her bloodline power for her spiritual veins to stabilize. Yet, though the spiritual veins appeared indistinct, this was not due to instability. Rather, it was simply a reflection of her youthful frailty. The crucial point was that her spiritual veins resembled his own. Was this a consequence of their shared cultivation? The handsome man mused aloud, pondering that this might indeed be the sole explanation. However, Mu Yunxi held a different opinion. Was their mutual cultivation merely a means for him to gain an advantage and detoxify? How had it morphed into a benefit for her in his narrative? Otherwise? With a faint smile, the handsome man scrutinized the projection of the spiritual veins before him. Did he think that merely because she was a woman, she could earn his favor? Were it not for her innate potential and the connection she seemed to possess with another realm, which harmonized with him and proved advantageous for her, he would not have taken any action against her. Mu Yunxi was unconvinced. At that moment, this man had acted as if he were a dog catching a whiff of a meat bun, and now he claimed to be a man capable of restraint? He was merely deceiving little Chu Chu. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yunxi was indeed perplexed. However, she felt that the current posture was ill-suited for discourse. Thus, she exerted herself once more. This time, unimpeded by the handsome man, she was naturally subdued. Yet, the handsome man was no novice. He immediately drew her into his embrace, cradling both her and her child together. Initially, he intended to wait until her bloodline awakening was complete before imparting knowledge to her. Yet, since she had stabilized her spiritual vein, it was prudent to inform her beforehand, lest she fall prey to the deceit of that old rascal, the Elder Han. Without even realizing it, the old rascal Elder Han, Mu Yunxi's keen mind swiftly connected the dots to Han Wentong. What could this possibly imply? The handsome man refrained from elaborating further on this matter. The spiritual vein, a conduit of the essence of heaven and earth, is a rare gift bestowed upon those favored by the cosmos, enabling them to communicate with all living beings. However, human spiritual veins are classified into 2 primary categories, the plant-based and the animal-based. Apart from myself, there was originally no other who could manifest a spiritual vein in human form. You are now the second. Is it powerful? Mu Yunxi, disregarding the confines of the man's embrace, propped herself up and, like the small creature beside her, gazed intently at the handsome man before her. The handsome man, holding the mother and child, explained with evident delight. Indeed, both plant and animal categories have their limitations. For instance, those adept in plant-based spiritual guidance find it arduous to command magical beasts, while the reverse is true for animal-based practitioners. However, I am not confined by such boundaries. I can master both realms, and you too possess this potential. Yet, your immediate objective should not be to learn the skills of mastery, but rather to solidify this ethereal shadow. Why? Mu Yunxi listened intently. Had it not been for her exceptional memory, she might have resorted to jotting down notes. The ethereal nature of spiritual veins carries the peril of backlash when attempting to harness other spiritual entities, potentially leading to the disintegration of these veins and resulting in a state of mental incapacity. Oh, how can I solidify myself? Mu Yunxi inquired once more. The beast arena serves as an excellent crucible for trials. You should refine your combat skills, harmonizing your current mental energy with your physical prowess. Once you can wield your martial strength and mental power without waste, you will be close to achieving your goal. That sounds simple, Mu Yunxi declared confidently as she sprang to her feet. I shall commence immediately. Not so fast. The handsome man, who had released his embrace, sat up. First, calm your mind and meditate. attempting to establish a connection with the spiritual veins. Only upon successful linkage can you achieve mutual enhancement and form a cycle. Understood. Without further ado, Mu Yunxi began her practice. The handsome man observed her with a hint of exasperation. Her determination was commendable, though she seemed somewhat oblivious to subtleties. No rush. Take your time. Meanwhile, a certain little one, feeling abandoned, pointed at his mother. He had intended to crawl over and nestle against her legs, but was thwarted. The handsome man could easily restrain him, preventing any disturbance to her. Isn't it sufficient to be held by father? Turning to the handsome man, the little lord suddenly shook his head. Mother said, I am her child. I have no relation to this handsome uncle. Handsome man, you little rascal. You've taken the money, the grass, and the food, yet you refuse to acknowledge your father. How can such good fortune exist? In his domain, it is simply impossible. However, the handsome man once again pinched the chubby little hand of the child, lightly tapping the fiery patterns upon it, and immediately, whoosh, sparks erupted from the little one's entire being. Startled, the young master nearly fled the scene. Chapter 18. Young Master Su is the son of light. In the midst of his cultivation, Mu Yunxi opened his eyes. Yet, the handsome man had already cautioned him. Do not lose focus. Be wary of your spiritual veins exploding. Mu Yunxi, you have bullied my child to the point of wailing. How can I possibly concentrate? Fortunately, after a brief explosion, the little one quickly recovered, radiating a bright and luminous aura, appearing not only unscathed but even more spirited. It was only then that Mu Yunxi closed his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, the wailing child had ceased his cries, now examining his glowing hands in wonder. Aren't you afraid of the dark? The handsome man gently squeezed the little one's chubby hand and imparted, next time it gets too dark, just remember to summon the light. The little one looked at the handsome man with curiosity, then scratched his plump face in contemplation. After a moment, a cascade of layers of white light emerged from the child's body, transforming him into a diminutive, chubby son. With a resounding clap, young Master Su erupted into joyous laughter. Utterly enamored with this newfound ability, let there be light. In his palm lay a fluffy little fox, its face blank and utterly bewildered. Although it was acutely aware of its young master's inherent strength, it was also cognizant that with just a slight nudge from the great master, the young master had awakened the abilities of the Lightbringer. Indeed, the great master was formidable. The Na'vi little fox was certain that this was the father of its young master, without a doubt. No one else could impart such teachings to the young master. The handsome man, who cast a glance at the fox, appeared contemplative. A companion beast? Indeed, the fox was the young master's companion beast. And the great master had remarked, I am the nurturing fox, dedicated to caring for the young master around the clock. Upon hearing this, the handsome man smiled softly, acknowledging. Nurturing fox, indeed. No wonder this young lad has grown so plump. She certainly cannot manage it alone. Unbeknownst to the disdainful Mu Yunxi, she was oblivious to this remark, or else she would have been indignant. However, in that moment, she had begun to meditate and vaguely sensed a faint glow emanating from her forehead. The handsome man, who also sensed something, was slightly astonished. While he had anticipated her talent in the art of spiritual guidance would not be lacking, he was somewhat surprised that she could so swiftly perceive her spiritual pulse through introspection. Yet, this was to be expected, as it was indeed part of his lineage's legacy. Just then, a roar echoed. It seemed a magical beast had sensed something and was approaching this way. Although still at a distance, the handsome man had already detected it. Even the little fox appeared to sense something, pointing upwards curiously. Upon witnessing this, the handsome father smiled with considerable satisfaction and remarked, It is a second-tier pinnacle beast, the rampaging bull. Soon, I can have your mother practice her skills with it. The little one nodded with delight, extending a tiny finger. The handsome man, somewhat puzzled, raised an eyebrow. But the little fox stepped in as the interpreter. What my master means is that he has yet to have his supper. The little one nodded eagerly, seemingly pleased at the thought that his mother was still asleep, allowing him the opportunity to indulge in an extra meal. However, he soon realized that his mother would be the one to fetch the supper, and, Suddenly his expression turned sour, his enthusiasm waning. "What is the matter?" The handsome man wondered, perplexed, as he had neither refused nor denied the little one's sustenance. The little fox, having grasped the situation, explained, "The master does not permit the young one to overindulge. He has already consumed a pot of fish soup, which serves as his supper, and he cannot eat any more." "No matter," declared the handsome man, assuming the role of the family patriarch. "This little one has just activated his innate skills. The energy expenditure is significant, and he requires additional nourishment." Instantly invigorated, the little master soared into the air, joyfully circling around the handsome man. Consequently, the awakened Mu Yunxi discovered that her offspring seemed to have defected, and upon noticing her consciousness return, the little master excitedly lunged toward her, repeatedly gesturing toward the handsome man. "Mu Yunxi, is this a report of mischief?" "It certainly does not appear so." Before the young one could comprehend the exact meaning of the words, the handsome man urged her to venture out and practice, assuring her that he would look after the little one. Delighted, the young child instinctively reached out towards her charming father. However, Mu Yunxi did not release her grasp, questioning why she would not accompany her mother. What purpose would there be in taking the child to battle the magical beasts? "It is best to wait here for your return." Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand dismissively at the handsome man, signaling him to go. The young child mimicked the gesture, waving her tiny hand at Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. The handsome man, once again urging them to leave, effortlessly swept her away. Although Mu Yunxi did not resist, she instinctively glanced down upon entering the thicket, only to find her little offspring blissfully sleeping in the prince's arms. Mu Yunxi. Strangely, she felt a twinge of something akin to jealousy in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be envious? Curiously, Mu Yunxi placed her hand on her chest, savoring this peculiar psychological and physiological reaction. Suddenly, a deafening roar of beasts echoed around her. At that moment, a formidable presence charged toward her, evidently having detected her. Mu Yunxi lifted her gaze, and in her bright, tranquil eyes, a majestic wild bull swiftly came into view. It was at the pinnacle of the second rank, nearing the third. Instantly discerning the beast's level, Mu Yunxi furrowed her brow. Magical beasts possess tough hides and resilient flesh. In a battle of equal ranks, humans are no match for them. Conversely, magical beasts can easily cross boundaries to slaughter and devour humans of a lower rank. As soon as the two parties met, they attracted the attention of a powerful figure from the divine mechanism camp nearby. It was the girl that the old man Han had set his sights on. Was she now targeted? This posed a bit of a dilemma. Generally speaking, the formidable warriors of the divine mechanism camp refrained from intervening. However, Mu Yunxi possessed remarkable alchemical talents, and the court held such individuals in high esteem. Yet, Mu Yunxi's situation was unique. It was intertwined with an agreement involving the Mu family. Thus, the warrior from the divine mechanism camp hesitated. In that very instant, a furious magical beast, the rampaging bull, charged toward Mu Yunxi with alarming speed. It had sensed the essence of its egg emanating from this human. Even though it had yet to develop intelligence, its instinct to protect its offspring compelled it to exert every effort. The expression of the divine mechanism camp warrior changed dramatically. This was disastrous. But time was of the essence. In a flash, Mu Yunxi, who had broken free from the rampaging bull's energy confinement, leaped into the night sky. Waves of spiritual resonance flowed forth as she connected with the spiritual vein, continuously radiating energy. At that moment, Mu Yunxi experienced a sudden epiphany. The rampaging bull before her transformed from its brutish form into a luminous sphere of energy. Interconnected by crimson veins, organs such as the heart and kidneys gradually morphed into distinct orbs of varying hues, some of which bore faint spots. Were these vulnerabilities? Unsure yet intrigued, Mu Yunxi resolved to test her theory. Just then, the warrior from the divine mechanism camp, who had intended to assist, witnessed her drawing her weapon. The short dagger, propelled with force, sliced through the faint waves of energy in Mu Yunxi's line of sight, advancing ghost-like towards the beast known as the savage bull. The creature, sensing imminent danger, instinctively attempted to retreat. Alas, with a mere flicker of her mental energy. Mu Yunxi commanded her dagger as if invoking the source fire in the apothecary department, driving it fiercely into the savage bull's spleen, piercing the gray spot that loomed in her vision. A piercing hell erupted from the bull, caught unawares. The warriors of the divine mechanism camp, who had drawn near, were momentarily stunned. Did it truly penetrate? The hide of the savage bull is notoriously thick. The strength of a human rank 3 warrior could not possibly breach it, unless it was a spirit weapon, but she had just been assessed, and it was clear that this young girl's dagger was certainly not a spirit weapon. Yet, the savage bull continued to emit agonizing cries, undeniably struck, its life force dissipating at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the brink of death. The warriors of the divine mechanism camp were left in disbelief. Could it be? To wound it was already remarkable. To slay it with a single blow, what sort of prowess was this? Their astonishment grew as they watched until the savage bull collapsed, lifeless. Only then did they gaze at Mu Yunxi with wide eyes, realization dawning upon them. You are an omnipotent spirit inducer. Good heavens, is it truly so? Has old Han stumbled upon such a significant fortune? This cannot stand. This young girl belongs to the divine mechanism camp. The apothecary clan is unworthy. A spirit inducer. Indeed, recalling the words of the prince regarding Mu Yunxi, she found herself uncertain of her identity. All she knew was that she possessed a spiritual vein, albeit still indistinct. Thus, Mu Yunxi shook her head, declaring, "No, it is impossible." The strong warrior from the divine machine camp firmly asserted, "You must be. Otherwise, how could you so effortlessly perceive the hidden injury of that fierce bull and deliver a fatal strike? Only a spirit guide could accomplish such a feat. Are you not aware?" Mu Yunxi inquired, her brow furrowing in response. The warrior from the divine machine camp appeared momentarily perplexed. "Indeed, if you were aware, you would have reported to the Imperial Master's residence. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Ho, a military general of the left guard of the divine machine camp. I hereby grant you exemption from the trials and allow you to accompany me." "It is not yet the time," Mu Yunxi declined. Lu Ho was taken aback. "Why not? If you are concerned about matters concerning the Mu family, there is no need for such worry. You are a spirit guide. No one can trouble you." "Is a spirit guide truly that significant?" Mu Yunxi inquired, astonished. "Is their value greater than that of the Mu family? This comparison is unwarranted and unnecessary." Lu Ho, convinced of the girl's ignorance, explained, "Every spirit guide is a treasure of the Xianwei dynasty. To put it this way, once the Mu family learns of your identity as a spirit guide, they will no longer pose difficulties for you. Any issues between you will naturally resolve themselves. You are a genius and need not concern yourself with the trivialities of ants. Do you understand?" Mu Yunxi nodded, yet questioned. "The Mu family also possesses spirit guides, do they not?" Lu Home furrowed her brow slightly, but did not conceal the truth. "Indeed, there is one, the ancestor of the Mu family. However, you need not worry, for he will not target you." "Understood." As Mu Yunxi spoke, she extracted a heart from the body of a ferocious beast. "Thank you, General Lu, for the information. However, I do not yet intend to venture out. So I shall take my leave." "You." Lu Ho wished to say more, but Mu Yunxi had already distanced herself. She sensed that she had not yet mastered her own abilities and had not reached the realm spoken of by the Crown Prince, where not a single ounce of martial or mental energy is wasted. She needed to hone her skills, and thus, she chose to remain within, disregarding thoughts of the Mu residents for the time being, as she continued deeper into the training grounds. Meanwhile, Lu Ho of the divine mechanism camp, who trailed behind her, wore a look of bewilderment. Was she intending to practice? He had initially thought this young girl, newly awakened to her spiritual veins, required protection. Little did he realize that she was the hunter. "Very well, I shall follow and observe." Having made his decision, Lu Ho feigned departure but actually concealed himself, ready to act should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Although the divine mechanism camp had already identified the reason behind the recent coordinated attacks by the beasts, stemming from someone disturbing a nest of beast eggs, which had incited the uproar, things had now calmed considerably. Yet, beasts are inherently devoid of wisdom. and such gatherings for the purpose of laying eggs or storing them in one place had never occurred before. Thus, heightened vigilance remained essential. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. These creatures, despite exhibiting some semblance of collective awareness, merely knew to conceal their eggs together, leaving no defensive power behind, which clearly indicated their continued foolishness. This is Lu Ho's assessment of this group of beasts, as well as the evaluation conducted by the Divine Machine Camp. Thus, the trial continues. After locking onto a second-tier golden horn beast, Mu Yunxi embarks on a new round of hunting. Whoosh! Another slash. Another kill. Lu Ho smirked, secretly thinking, this one is even more adept in combat than the average spirit guide. Just as he finished his reflection, a gigantic golden eye suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Startled, he immediately revealed himself and shouted, "Run! It's a peak third-tier golden horn beast." Whoosh! Almost instantaneously upon his utterance, Mu Yunxi darted into the air, soaring away like a shooting star. She too sensed the imminent threat from the third-tier golden horn beast and fled with astonishing speed. Lu Ho felt a sense of relief, only to witness the golden horn beast pouncing fiercely, bypassing him in pursuit of Mu Yunxi. How dare this vile creature? Without hesitation, Lu Ho sprang into action. But then he noticed unusual movements in the nearby thicket. Suddenly, whoosh! A cloud-piercing leopard leapt out, aiming directly for Lu Ho's back. Damn it! Lu Ho cursed vehemently, swinging his blade in retaliation, yet he could not repel the creature and found himself ensnared. Meanwhile, the golden horn beast had caught up with Mu Yunxi and was about to trample her with its formidable hooves, threatening to reduce her to mere pulp. Buzz! A blood-red blade hurtled towards Mu Yunxi from the front. Moreover, bang! Suddenly, a certain handsome man leapt from the depths of the pond, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 20. The Awakening of the Strongest Bloodline of the Shinnok System. In that very instant, with a resounding clang, Mu Yunxi grasped the bloodied blade and confronted the colossal beast head-on, unleashing a cascade of sparks. From a distance, Xian Un and the others, drawn by the sound, witnessed this spectacle. However, the radiance emanating from the handsome figure was undeniably blinding. Given their capabilities, they could not discern the one ensconced in the dazzling light. The only figure they could clearly see was Mu Yunxi, valiantly wielding her blade against the formidable three-tiered golden horn beast, leaving them in utter astonishment. How could she possibly withstand such a creature? Her combat prowess was remarkable. At that moment, many marveled at Mu Yunxi's explosive strength. Yet, Xin Ke felt a pang of irritation at the sight. How infuriating. Why had she not perished yet? Xianen was at a loss for words. Indeed, the accompanying members of the royal family were largely convinced that Mu Yunxi could not escape the clutches of the golden horn beast. Yet, some perceptive individuals speculated that amidst the recent surge of brilliance, the aura of a formidable presence had been felt, suggesting, perhaps, the experts from the Divine Mechanism Camp might intervene. Yet, the handsome figure was not from the Divine Mechanism Camp and had no intention of intervening. He merely approached to offer a blade and to change his vantage point for observation. As for Mu Yunxi, her focus was solely on the golden horned beast. The opinions of others were of little consequence to her. Observing that while her bloodied blade could withstand the beast's onslaught, it could not penetrate its thick hide, she swiftly made a decisive maneuver, her star-like eyes gleaming with intensity as they searched for the creature's vulnerability. Moments later, whoosh, she seemed to transform into a streak of light, rapidly ascending the massive form of the beast. Meanwhile, a group of aristocratic youths had approached Xian Un and his companions. Upon recognizing the leader, Xianen, they were somewhat taken aback, yet it was to be expected. Given the commotion, those with some prowess would naturally come to investigate. The Dan clan was a prominent lineage, and Dan Yufeng possessed both talent and strength. However, at this moment, he was astonished by the girl in the distance. Such ferocity. Indeed, it was impressive. Xianen remarked approvingly, a peak third-grade golden horn beast. Its combat prowess rivals that of a peak fourth-grade warrior. She is truly remarkable to withstand it. Dan Yunfeng nodded. What shall we do? Should we assist her in slaying this beast? Our scores will surely benefit. Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. Xin Ke shrieked. I want her dead. Dan Yunfeng frowned immediately, yet he was aware that Xian Kei's leg had been severed by Mu Yunxi. However, he dismissed her grievances, focusing instead on Xianin. That is a peak third-grade golden horn beast. Even if we do not obtain its heart, if we manage to slay it together, our scores will be substantial. Xianin was tempted by the proposal. He hesitated. I forbid it. Xian Kei vehemently protested, if you dare to go, the princess, will not spare you. Dan Yufeng scoffed. And you think you have the standing to say such things? Xianin, you are at least a man of stature. Would you allow a mere girl to dictate your actions? Even the crown prince would not be so audacious. You. Xian Kei seethed with fury. Xianin, however, made his decision, placing Xian Kei on the ground. Liang Sisi, you and the others keep an eye on the princess. I shall accompany brother Yunfeng and return shortly. Xianin. Xian Kei cried out in a piercing voice. Xianin, however, chose to ignore the matter entirely, having allied himself with Dan Yunfeng. This infuriated Xian Kei, whose face turned a deep shade of anger. That scoundrel Xianin. How dare he disregard my commands? I shall not let him off so easily. At that moment, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi's blade struck the colossal creature's horn. She discerned that this behemoth bore no hidden vulnerabilities. Its sole weakness appeared to be that very horn. Thus, although this strike served as a probe, it was imbued with considerable force. Clang! The golden horn clashed against her bloodied blade, producing a resounding echo akin to metal striking stone. However, after that decisive stroke, the golden horn remained unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Yet, Xianin, arriving just in time, noticed that the golden horned beast's movements had faltered. Altogether now, let us strike at its horn, Xianin bellowed. Agreed. Dan Yufeng responded, unleashing a sword strike that coincided with Xian's spiritual blade, both aimed at the golden horn. The golden horned beast roared in fury, its horn thrusting violently towards the two assailants, appearing utterly unharmed. Yet, Mu Yunxi perceived a flaw in the once immaculate horn. As red spots began to emerge, its vital point. With a sudden realization, Mu Yunxi had already begun to gather her strength, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Unlike her previous strikes, this time she fully activated the chaos technique, her aura transforming into something ineffably extraordinary. But that was not all. A hum resonated within her, as she felt a warm current surge from her abdomen, rapidly igniting her blood and flesh. Following this, bursts of flames akin to tangible fire blossomed from her bloodied blade. Then, with a resounding explosion, the scene unfolded. A circle of flames erupted, resembling a colossal sun illuminating the sky, bursting forth from within Mu Yunxi. Even Dan Yunfeng, who had soared above the massive figure after heeding Xian's words, was sent flying. The awakening of bloodlines. Bloodied yet resolute, Dan Yufeng gazed intently at Mu Yunxi, exclaiming, "It is fire elemental. It bears a striking resemblance to the bloodline of our Dan clan." Dan clan? Xianin observed Mu Yunxi, enveloped in blazing light, with astonishment. Isn't she merely a maid of the Mu household? How could she possess such a formidable bloodline? I do not know. Dan Yufeng shook his head, but I am certain. This fire elemental bloodline is no less potent than that of my Dan clan. I can feel my blood boiling. Only a bloodline of equal caliber can resonate with my own. However, as far as I know, a bloodline like that of the Dan clan should awaken before the age of 5. Why has hers awakened only now? Xianin was perplexed. Unexpected occurrences do happen. My aunt awakened her Dan bloodline in her teenage years, yet she is remarkably powerful. Upon hearing this, Xianin inquired, "You mean Xianyu, the revered one?" "Precisely." Dan Yufeng nodded. Xianin then noticed a colossal cauldron's phantom igniting around Mu Yunxi and asked, "What is this?" Dan Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The divine farmer's cauldron. Her bloodline rank is indeed exceedingly high. This is the apex of the divine farmer bloodline. Once we leave, I must persuade my father to bring her into our Dan clan. You may find it challenging to compete with the apothecary king's family," Xianin stated candidly. Dan Yunfeng retorted defiantly, "Nonsense. If my father intervenes, it will surely be accomplished." Xianin fell silent, for he discerned that the flames enveloping Mu Yunxi had undergone yet another transformation. Bang! A venerable phantom of a figure manifested, Shinong. Dan Yunfeng was exhilarated, declaring, "No matter the cost, our Dan clan must obtain her." Why? Shannon was still grappling with the implications. Yet, Dan Yunfeng was nearly breathless with excitement, exclaiming, "Shinong, the legendary bloodline. Father, are you witnessing this?" Indeed, the truth was that King Danyong had seen it, as had the entire capital. At that moment, the entirety of the capital was rendered speechless. Even much of the Xinla dynasty stood in stunned silence. Far away, in the Mu mansion of Mu City, Mu Yunxi too beheld the ethereal, ancient aura emanating from the direction of the capital, the magnificent, fiery silhouette of the strongest bloodline of the Shinong lineage awakening. Chapter 21. Who said awakening had failed? In the Xinla dynasty, practitioners of cultivation come in various forms. The most common is the martial cultivator, while those skilled in techniques and possessing innate talent include alchemists, weaponsmiths, and geomancers. These professions, aside from martial cultivators who are universally recognized, typically require practitioners to possess some martial prowess for self-defense. However, it is often exceedingly difficult to master multiple disciplines due to the limitations of human energy. Yet, there exist a select few, born prodigies, who find ease in learning, effortlessly synthesizing knowledge. Thus, a legendary profession emerged, the spirit conductor. The Shinong lineage's strongest bloodline, the supreme spirit body, inherently qualifies one as a spirit conductor, destined to become the most formidable of their kind. For it is well known that the supreme spirit body possesses an intrinsic affinity with all beings, enabling communication with any life form and awakening the spirit of any entity. No wonder the esteemed Marquis Wu was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be Mu Yunxi?" However, his subordinate expressed skepticism, questioning the possibility. "You claim she is a spirit guide, but how could a mere servant girl possess such noble lineage?" Marquis Wu chuckled softly, suggesting that some matters may hold deeper secrets. "Yet, I would wager that Mu Yunxi is indeed this extraordinary talent. Prepare yourselves. Once she emerges, I shall ensure she is within my grasp." At that moment, countless individuals were inquiring about the identity of the awakened Supreme Spirit. Many were contemplating how to win over this prodigious talent. Others schemed to establish favorable relations, even if they could not recruit her. However, human sentiments are fickle. As they witnessed the sudden explosion of the ethereal figure of Shinong, dispersing into fragments, their thoughts began to shift. A failed awakening? For a bloodline of such caliber, a failure would surely entail severe backlash. This genius, it seemed, was destined for ruin. What a pity! Forget the preparations, steward. It is no longer necessary. Indeed, it appeared that there was no need for alliances. Awakening a divine bloodline was not a trivial matter. Numerous factions, initially resolved to exhaust all efforts to befriend the awakened Supreme Spirit, soon abandoned their ambitions. Even the once steadfast Marquis Wu found himself bewildered, pondering how such a fate could befall her. "My lord, if she truly is Mu Yunxi, it seems some individuals are destined to remain mere servants, unable to enjoy the grandeur of wealth." Meanwhile, within the trial grounds, as the ethereal figure of Shinong shattered, it became apparent to everyone that Mu Yunxi's awakening had indeed failed. Xianke laughed heartily, declaring that the lowly maid was, as expected, unworthy of such a transformation. "Princess is absolutely correct," Nyang Sisi echoed. The nearby royal offspring nodded in agreement, initially believing that she might truly awaken the supreme spiritual body, a notion that now seemed utterly absurd. This sentiment was shared not only by them, but also by Xianan and Dan Yunfeng, who were both convinced of Mu Yunxi's failure. Dan Yunfeng, filled with immense sorrow, was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "How could this be?" The cause was clear. That monstrous beast had attacked her. Xianan, more composed, had already discerned the root of the problem. Dan Yunfeng had also witnessed that at the crucial moment of Mu Yunxi's awakening, the golden horned beast had fiercely rammed her with its horn. The ethereal figure of Shinong was thus shattered. "Damn it! I will kill it." In a fit of rage, Dan Yunfeng soared into the air, desperately striking at the beast's horn as if it were he who had been disrupted in his awakening. Yet, before his assault could land, the beast had already crumbled. With a swift motion, Mu Yunxi had cleaved through the very tip of the beast's horn down to its base. The golden-horned beast, at the pinnacle of the third rank, let out a horrific howl, its vitality rapidly dwindling. In mere moments, it collapsed, rendered powerless. With agility, Mu Yunxi descended upon its heart, performing an operation that extracted the enormous crimson organ. Dan Yufeng was left speechless. So she truly has failed to awaken? This is entirely different from those who have failed in their awakenings. Typically, those who falter in their awakening face backlash, often resulting in death or incapacitation. Yet here she is, not only alive but energetically slaying the golden-horned beast. This is utterly extraordinary, Dan Yunfeng muttered to himself as he approached, intending to inquire about her well-being, but Mu Yunxi had already seized the heart and fled. With her speed, Dan Yufeng found it impossible to pursue her. Meanwhile, a certain handsome gentleman, who had been observing the entire scene, had discerned everything. He seemed dissatisfied and wished to exert some pressure. How do you know? Mu Yunxi, appearing before the two of them, expressed surprise. Even if I hadn't faced backlash, it doesn't preclude the possibility of a failed awakening. You won't. The handsome man replied with unwavering confidence. Mu Yunxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You seem to understand quite a lot. Perhaps, he replied nonchalantly. With no words left to say, Mu Yunxi shifted her gaze towards the child in his arms. How long has the little one been asleep? As long as you have been engaged, he replied. Thank you for taking care of Chu-Chu, she said, intending to take the child back. However, the handsome gentleman refused to relinquish the child, finding it quite comfortable to hold in the chilly weather. Let me hold her a little longer. Are you still afraid of the cold? Mu Yunxi expressed skepticism. I wasn't cold until you splashed water on me, which made it so, the handsome man declared, standing firm as a victim of circumstance, even willing to cooperate for her examination. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. And Mu Yunxi, in her disbelief, did indeed reach out. Upon touching his hand, she was taken aback to find it truly icy. Oh, purely intrigued, Mu Yunxi reached out to touch the man's face, finding it to be as cold as ice. The handsome man inquired, how is it? Still perplexed, Mu Yunxi proceeded to touch his chest, feeling a chilling coolness akin to jade. After a thorough examination, the handsome man remarked, that's enough. You shouldn't take advantage of my beauty to explore indiscriminately. Furrowing her brow, Mu Yunxi questioned, why is your entire body so cold? I originally avoided water, but upon your arrival, you disrupted my protective barrier, and since I cannot come into contact with water, I have grown cold as a consequence. Then why are you still holding on to Chu-Chu? Without hesitation, Mu Yunxi snatched the little one away, concerned about the potential harm to him from the cold. The unloved handsome man chuckled softly. Oh, you heartless creature, I'm no longer responsible for you. Take care of yourself. With that, before Mu Yunxi could extend her hand to check his pulse, he transformed into a wisp of clear light, seemingly dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, a mysterious tremor surged from all directions within the trial grounds. The handsome man, having materialized from the radiant light, swiftly calculated with a serious expression. Mu Yunxi approached him, asking, what is happening? Before he could utter a word, he coughed up blood, shocking Mu Yunxi. What is wrong with you? Chapter 22. The Imperial Master is about to rebel. A certain individual, startled awake, found themselves still somewhat dazed, their round, glistening eyes clouded with confusion. In a swift motion, the handsome man enveloped her with his palm, followed by a gentle ruffle of her head, urging her to sleep. The drowsy little master, in a state of confusion, was unaware of the circumstances. Upon hearing the soothing voice, he attempted to resist momentarily. However, Mu Yunxi had already patted his back lightly, coaxing him to succumb to slumber. Upon hearing his mother's voice, the little master ceased his struggles and nestled closer into her embrace, seeking the most comfortable position to continue his peaceful sleep. The handsome man, with a bemused smile, affectionately scolded, you rascal. Mu Yunxi shot him a reproachful glance. Her child was not a rascal, but rather sweet-smelling and impeccably clean. Nonetheless, despite her glare, concern washed over her as she inquired, what happened to you? Why are you spitting blood? Are you worried for me? The handsome man retorted with a smirk, his demeanor suggesting that he was not truly troubled. Mu Yunxi decided not to press further, pondering the cause of the earlier tremor. It seemed inconsequential. The handsome man wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, his enchanting eyes narrowing slightly as a shadowy dragon-like figure flickered on his forehead, drawing Mu Yunxi's scrutinizing gaze. He appeared lost in contemplation, seemingly focused on the void, remaining silent for an extended period, which led Mu Yunxi to worry that he might have lost his spirit. However, she refrained from making any sudden movements, instead cautiously attuning herself to her surroundings, vigilant against any potential beastly incursions. To her surprise, there indeed was something. Sensing subtle disturbances nearby, Mu Yunxi instinctively summoned a stronger surge of mental energy. Yet, the handsome man grasped her wrist, signaling her to remain still. Mu Yunxi cast a discreet glance at him, silently inquiring, "What has transpired?" "Remain still." The handsome man merely gestured for her to be silent, then floated gracefully towards the source of the disturbance. Observing him, Mu Yunxi made the decision to follow, albeit with utmost stealth. Noticing her restraint, the handsome man did not hinder her. However, as she approached his side, he suddenly enveloped her in his embrace. "What are you doing?" Mu Yunxi mouthed in inquiry. Yet, the handsome man averted his gaze from her and guided her away from their original position. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, shattering the very ground they had occupied. Mu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly as she beheld a shadowy figure, resembling a human, emerge from the darkness, searching the area where the explosion had occurred for quite some time. After a prolonged moment, the shadow gradually dissipated, no longer to be seen. It was then that Mu Yunxi quietly asked, "What was that?" "A member of the demon clan," replied the handsome man, his tone tinged with gravity. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. "A member of the demon clan? Indeed. Are they not confined within the demon realm?" This she knew, for the animosity between humans and demons rendered their respective habitats vastly dissimilar. Thus, demon clan members ought not to appear within human territories, even in a beast trial arena. Could it be that the powerful entity who established this beast trial arena was unaware of the presence of demon clan members, inadvertently bringing them along? Mu Yunxi could only speculate thus. However, the handsome man dismissed her conjecture, stating, "No, they have just arrived. It seems that the beasts within the trial grounds are gradually becoming sentient, and this is linked to a certain individual." "What shall we do?" Mu Yunxi inquired, her gaze lingering on the seemingly formidable figure, whose prowess was evident yet elusive, potentially leading to the demise of many. Perhaps the enigmatic gentleman, who appeared indifferent to the fates of others, was more preoccupied with the fifth-tier demon general who had forcefully disabled the trial grounds array. What could this mean? Mu Yunxi comprehended that the earlier commotion was indeed the reverberation of the trial grounds being sealed. Suddenly, Mu Yunxi ceased her musings, not out of her own volition, but because the handsome man who had been holding her leaned in closer, his exquisitely chiseled face almost brushing against hers. An instinctive feeling surged within her. Should she continue speaking, he might silence her with a kiss. "Why have you fallen silent?" Continuing her silence, Mu Yunxi could distinctly perceive his breath caressing her face, even grazing her lips. He was so near. The striking gentleman, with a playful smile in his eyes, meticulously scrutinized the subtle changes in the woman nestled in his embrace, seemingly intent on teasing her into resistance. Yet, as she offered no opposition, he reluctantly released her, stating, "I shall go to the edge of the trial grounds to investigate. Will you accompany me, or remain here?" The delightful gentleman, with an enchanting voice, received no refusal. He swiftly gathered the two of them and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed outside the trial grounds had sensed that something was amiss. "Quickly report to the commander. There is trouble at the trial grounds." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, the young officer swiftly mounted his steed and hastened towards the capital. However, the speed of the divine mechanism camp steed was extraordinary. In mere moments, Grand Commander Luo Haoyan had already received the news. Were Luo and the others, who were patrolling the trial grounds, not forewarned? What are the hidden beast eggs? Luo Haoyan furrowed his brow and inquired. The magical beasts within the trial grounds are all of the third rank or below, lacking in intelligence. How could such a phenomenon occur? General Lu responded, "There is a presence of magical herbs and gathering grasses in that area. which is quite secluded and hidden. It is possible that the magical beast sensed the suitability of that location for the hatching of the eggs, and thus coincidentally transported them there. Upon hearing this, Luo Haoyan's frown deepened. If there were no special circumstances, why had the formation of the trial grounds suddenly shattered, sealing the premises? My subordinates are unaware. The young officer replied, equally perplexed. Luo Haoyan understood that his question was indeed challenging and could only instruct. You must promptly report this matter to His Highness in the Eastern Palace. I shall immediately proceed to the palace to inform His Majesty. Understood. The young officer complied and departed. Luo Haoyan, not daring to delay, entered the palace forthwith to relay the situation. Upon hearing the account, Emperor Xianla's expression grew grave. That formation was established by the Imperial Tutor's residence. How could it be breached? It is inconceivable. Luo Haoyan too found the matter suspicious. Pondering if it could involve the Imperial Tutor, speak cautiously, Emperor Xianla admonished, then sighed. He is likely still with Chun'er. Accompany him to investigate. If he is not present. Chapter 23. You have slept with your true daughter-in-law. The Emperor of Xianla did not continue speaking, yet Luo Haoyan comprehended his meaning. If a person were to vanish, the disturbances in the trial grounds would likely be related. Upon their arrival at the Crown Prince's residence, they discovered that indeed the person was no longer present. What of the Imperial Master? Inquired the Emperor of Xianla. I have just dispatched someone to the Imperial Master's residence to seek him. But he is absent, replied the Crown Prince Xianshan, his complexion somewhat pale, with a handsome countenance and inky black eyes. He possessed a scholarly charm that endeared him to many young ladies and even married women, making him a romantic ideal for numerous girls in the Xianla dynasty. The emperor gazed at his remarkable son, only to sigh once more. This crown prince was indeed commendable, yet the imperial master, alas, he was not merely a man, he was a deity. Such comparisons were futile. Suppressing his complex emotions, the emperor of Xianla merely asked, "What is your perspective?" "I believe the imperial master is in seclusion, recuperating from injuries. After assisting me with the deadly poison, he has been unwell. And it is improbable that he is involved with the events at the trial grounds," Xianshan earnestly stated. Recently, he had been ambushed, afflicted with a deadly toxin, and had to seek the descendants of the Dan clan in the southern capital, employing a dual cultivation method to extract their bloodline's divine fire for detoxification. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, exacerbating the poison. Even dual cultivation proved ineffective. At that time, it was the imperial master who diverted the poison from his body. Otherwise, Xianshan would have perished. Therefore, regarding today's matters, he stood firmly on the side of the imperial master. The emperor of Xianla understood his son's sentiments, but could only smile ruefully, saying, "The imperial master is not so simple. He hails from the Mo family, a leader among them, and does not share the same allegiance with our royal family. I care not for that. I only recognize the imperial master as my savior," Xianshan asserted resolutely. The emperor of Xianla rubbed his brow, pondering whether having such an upright son, especially as the crown prince, was a blessing or a curse. He feared that his naive son might be exploited, obliviously assisting in counting the spoils. Sighing, the emperor commanded, "Luo Haoyan, arrange for someone to forcibly breach the formation. We must ensure that the children inside suffer minimal harm. Care is still in there." Understood. Luo Haoyan had already made arrangements and promptly took his leave. Within the trial grounds, there was an obliviousness to the emperor's doubts about his esteemed master, who was diligently studying the disrupted formation. "He possesses quite a bit of skill," remarked Mu Yunxi, who stood nearby. "Is there a solution?" "Naturally," the esteemed master replied. "If we seek assistance from the master's residence, the issue will be resolved swiftly. However, the emperor is rather suspicious and may hesitate to ask for help." Mu Yunxi pondered this for a moment before stating, "Then I shall continue with the trials. Will you not even take a glance?" the esteemed master urged. "No need," Mu Yunxi replied. She had only wished to ascertain the severity of the situation and whether it would jeopardize her and the young cub's lives. Since it would not, there was no reason to linger. She had no interest in introducing the cub to its father, especially since this crown prince was no paragon of virtue, intent on taking her cherished initial moments. Did he think she was unaware? Thus, without further ado, Mu Yunxi departed, leaving the esteemed master behind without so much as a farewell. With a hint of exasperation, the esteemed master sighed and decided to follow discreetly. Unable to leave, and unwilling to work, he had no choice but to accompany the mother and child. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunxi, who was being followed, he had just discovered a cave, intending to spend the night there before deciding his next course of action. Meanwhile, the trial ground, which should have been filled with the chaotic roars of beasts, gradually fell into silence, ultimately becoming eerily tranquil. This unsettling calm sent shivers down the spines of the formidable members of the Divine Mechanism camp, signaling that something was amiss. "Old Lu, should we gather all the disciples? It seems chaos is imminent," suggested one. "No," Luho shook his head resolutely. "I suspect the magical beasts have truly gained intelligence. If we congregate everyone, with our limited strength, we would be unable to protect such a large number of noble offspring and would likely be overwhelmed." "What shall we do then?" queried several formidable members, each at the pinnacle of the fourth rank. Under normal circumstances, they would be more than capable of handling the beasts within the trial ground. Yet, these beasts were different. Should they unite, it could spell disaster. "Let us form pairs and disperse," Luho proposed. "This way, we can alert everyone to remain vigilant while simultaneously engaging in combat. Our primary focus should be on eliminating some of the third-rank beasts. What do you think?" "Agreed." "Yes." The others concurred with the proposal. With 8 individuals, they could form 4 pairs, ensuring mutual support while swiftly dealing with any third-rank beasts they encountered without becoming entangled in prolonged skirmishes. "Then let us disperse. I will team up with Old Zhang. You all decide among yourselves. And if you happen to spot that girl favored by Old Han, be sure to protect her at all costs." "Isn't she deemed a failure due to her awakening?" Old Zhang inquired, perplexed. Luho did not elaborate much but merely cautioned, "Just preserve what you have. As for everything else, we shall discuss it once we are outside." With the esteemed apothecary clan's influence, it may not be impossible to mitigate the backlash. However, Old Zhang and the others were skeptical. They held the belief that a genius who had failed to awaken could never recover. Such individuals were deemed irreparably damaged, regardless of the apothecary clan's prowess. It could at most restore her to a semblance of normalcy, but her innate talent would be irrevocably lost. Luho harbored similar sentiments. Yet having witnessed Mu Yunxi's previous prowess, he instinctively wished to safeguard this prodigy. Alas, it was of little consequence. After expressing his thoughts, Luho departed with Old Zhang. After an exhausting night, as dawn approached, Mu Yunxi began to prepare roasted eggs for the little creature. Unbeknownst to her, the fragrance wafting from her efforts attracted unusual attention. A series of low, resonant growls echoed through the air, seemingly communicating from within a beast den in the trial grounds. The demon from the magical realm, recently discovered by the American master, was also present in the den. Clearly fluent in the language of the beasts, he remarked. "Let us ignore that individual for now. Once the magic orb materializes and we obtain it, we shall obliterate this place before our departure, and the thief will meet his demise." The beasts comprehended his words, nodding in agreement. Among them was a formidable 4th-grade golden horned beast, its eyes ablaze with fury. For Mu Yunxi had previously slain 2 of its kin, its wife and its son. The devastation of its family was enough to incite rage. However, the magic orb? As soon as her keen senses activated, Mu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing the explosive news. Chapter 24. The Proper Way to Nurture Fortuitous Offspring. It certainly sounded like a splendid opportunity. Naturally, it was meant for her. As for the whereabouts of the magical orb and the timing of its emergence, she remained in the dark. However, she had her little cub. With this thought, Mu Yunxi gently touched the slumbering cub, her gaze soft and filled with affection. After a hearty sleep and a satisfying meal, it would be time for them to embark on their endeavors. Having said that, she instructed the little fox to monitor the incubation of the beast egg while she herself settled into meditation, immersing in her spiritual veins. She sensed a stirring within her spiritual pulse as she activated her keen hearing ability this time. The range of her perception had doubled. Previously, she could only discern sounds within a 100-meter radius, and in direct communication, she could barely catch conversations from 500 or 600 meters away. Yet just now it extended to 10,000 meters. 50 li. Mu Yunxi pondered the distance she had just perceived, feeling a wave of amazement at such substantial growth. It is noteworthy that perception and hearing are distinct. From her understanding, a third-tier alchemist, as a master of mental prowess, could sense stimuli from 50 li away. But that was merely perception, not auditory acuity. It was akin to a third-tier alchemist being aware of commotion from 50 li distant, yet unable to capture all sounds and dialogues within that range as she could with her keen hearing, merely through the connection with her spiritual veins. Her abilities had surged so dramatically, this spiritual pulse held a certain intrigue. As Mu Yunxi meticulously examined her spiritual veins, she discerned no apparent changes in them. However, she noticed delicate strands of light, akin to spider silk, emanating from the veins and intertwining with her body, 38 in total. Upon counting, Mu Yunxi confirmed that these ethereal filaments primarily flowed from her hands and feet, with fewer emerging from other regions. This insight suggested that in order to achieve the princely ideal of utilizing every ounce of martial prowess and mental acuity without waste, she needed to establish a connection throughout her entire being. She reflected on her previous encounters with the magical beasts, acknowledging her prior inefficiencies. A more calculated approach was imperative. Each strike must either be lethal or inflict significant damage. As Mu Yunxi contemplated her next method of attack, her mental energy continuously merged with her spiritual veins. During this process, a radiant spiritual light emanated from her entire being, prompting the little fox to tilt its head in curiosity before proceeding to seal the entrance of their hideout. Observing this from the shadows, the enigmatic master Mei silently smiled, recognizing the cleverness of the little fox, which not only tended to the small, but also the larger matters at hand. Without the fox's intervention, Mu Yunxi's spiritual cultivation would soon attract attention, especially from the formidable members of the Divine Mechanism Battalion, who were capable of sensing such energies. Had the magical orb manifested a bit later, she might have completed the initial phase of her journey, merging her veins to become a first-tier spiritual guide, subsequently using the orb to awaken her bloodline. Such an unparalleled spiritual body would undoubtedly be remarkably stable, potentially granting her access to ancestral legacies. After contemplating these matters, Master Mei's eyes shimmered like obsidian, bright yet unfathomable. Soon, the skies over the beast arena illuminated fully. Although the light was dim and hazy, it was enough to bring joy to the little one, far better than the oppressive darkness. After finishing his milk, the little creature savored roasted beast eggs, completely content, having forgotten that he had missed supper the previous night. Once he was fully satiated, Mu Yunxi guided him out of their cave. She inquired whether the little fox could ensure that the three of them would remain undetected, and upon receiving an affirmative, she resolved to stealthily approach the heart of the magical beasts, where the beasts had convened the previous day, to see if there were any careless stragglers they could eliminate, thereby preventing an overwhelming number of magical beasts during the attempt to seize the magic pearl. As they approached the base of the magical beasts, the little one was overjoyed. "So much meat," he exclaimed, his happiness evident. Mu Yunxi understood the source of his delight and affectionately patted his little bald head, urging him to temper his excitement and keep his eyes from shining too brightly, for even the fourth-grade golden-horned beast had become agitated under his gaze. Indeed, it was visibly perturbed. "What?" interjected a nearby tiger leopard, albeit sluggishly, as it had just reached the peak of third-grade intelligence and was still somewhat dull-witted. The golden horn beast did not mind, as it was the only one capable of human speech, and thus, a conversation ensued. "I feel as though some formidable entity has fixed its gaze upon me," it confessed, a shiver running down its spine. "Impossible," the tiger leopard replied in its naive manner. "The great magic ape is present. Even if the celestial music master were to arrive, they would surely fail. There is no need for alarm." In a few brief exchanges, the tiger leopard spoke for several minutes, its words coming out in a clumsy manner, leaving Mu Yunxi feeling fatigued from listening. The little one, however, remained undeterred, intently observing the two beasts. Once their conversation concluded, the naive tiger leopard prepared to patrol the camp, and Mu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon realizing the opportunity had arisen, she stealthily followed behind with her young cub. The little fox helped to mask their presence, while the oblivious tiger and leopard remained unaware. After a considerable time of waiting, the young master grew anxious, wondering why the prey had yet to be struck. Mu Yunxi gently patted his head, signaling him to remain patient. She could discern that the creature known as the demon ape was not far from the tiger and leopard. Striking now would alert it, posing a grave danger. Listening to his mother, the young master had no choice but to cling tightly to her neck, his large eyes fixed intently on the tiger and leopard ahead. The dim-witted creature, having been stared at for so long, had grown numb to the tension, its initial sense of danger forgotten. It idly pondered whether the magic orb was about to emerge, causing its heart to race. Mu Yunxi paid little heed to this remark. Her gaze shone with the brilliance of stars, channeling the power of her spiritual veins through the chaotic formula to its utmost potential. Her perception underwent a transformation. This time, the pinnacle-grade tiger and leopard before her was no longer merely a mass of energy. It seemed to reveal its essence, allowing her to see through its vision. A stream of crucial intelligence then materialized in her mind. Beast, tiger, leopard, pinnacle grade, intelligence awakened. Magical skill, tiger leopard's frenzied rending. Skill limitation. After tearing apart its prey, a cooldown period of 3 breaths is required. Upon absorbing this information, Mu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with determination. She swiftly took action. The distance was sufficient. As long as she could conclude the battle within 3 breaths, the demon ape would be unable to reach her. Thus, with a swift motion, Mu Yunxi launched her blade, dazzling the tiger and leopard's eyes. Caught off guard, the latter instinctively unleashed its magical abilities, launching a violent assault towards Mu Yunxi's blade. Now was the moment. Mu Yunxi swiftly evaded, his blood-drenched sword slicing down in an instant. Within the brief span of 3 breaths, during which the tiger leopard was unable to retaliate, he had skillfully severed its heart. Blood erupted from the creature's chest like a gushing fountain, staining the ground and seeping into the earth, faintly suggesting that some force was consuming it, gradually causing it to fade away. Due to the lack of swiftness, Mu Yunxi remained oblivious, but a certain young master took notice, promptly tumbling from his mother's neck and burrowing into the ground with astonishing speed. Chapter 25. The yin-yang pearls split between mother and daughter. When the magical ape hastily arrived at the scene, he beheld a sight that had already been dealt with. The tiger leopard had yet to fully breathe its last, twitching in its final moments, gasping for life. The magical ape assessed the situation, realizing it was utterly hopeless. With its heart ripped out, how could it be saved? The frantically pursued golden horned beast was so startled by the scene that it let out a series of terrified howls. The assemblage of magical beasts in the vicinity joined in the cacophony, all in a state of panic, even though they were unaware of the reason behind their leader's fear. The fact that such a powerful being was terrified was enough to instill dread in them. Meanwhile, the magical ape, using its potent magic to temporarily stabilize the tiger leopard's vitality, inquired, "Who did this?" The tiger leopard. It had no clue. It had not even caught a glimpse of its assailant. Thus, it was left in utter confusion. Upon witnessing this, the demon ape was rendered speechless, unable to utter a curse, and could only declare, "Go on, I shall exact vengeance alongside the golden horned beast." The tiger leopard, comprehending the gravity of the situation, let out a reluctant roar, unwilling to embrace death. However, the demon ape was powerless to intervene. The pure magical essence within him was dwindling, and he needed to conserve it to lure the magic orb, deeming it unwise to squander it on a creature destined for demise. Thus, he withdrew his magical energy, and the tiger leopard's vitality swiftly extinguished. With a defiant glare, the dying tiger leopard fixed its gaze upon the golden-horned beast, conveying a silent plea for retribution. The golden-horned beast, filled with sorrow, observed as the vibrant light in its companion's eyes faded. "I shall hunt down those humans," it proclaimed, convinced that those were the culprits behind this tragedy. Who else could possibly eliminate the tiger leopard? Yet, the demon ape halted its advance, cautioning, Do not act recklessly. Observe the blood. What? Initially reluctant, the golden-horned beast became intrigued by the subsequent words, noticing that the tiger leopard's blood was vanishing. It must be the work of the magic orb the demon ape deduced. It was about to emerge and required a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice? Us. The golden-horned beast's tone froze, its expression darkening. The demon ape, however, shook his head, clarifying. No, any blood will suffice. Indeed, command your subordinates to commence hunting the human race here. Slay as many as possible, preferably driving them toward this location to be killed. Understood. Without further ado, the golden-horned beast turned to fulfill the task, having already contemplated an offensive against the humans. As the trial ground threatened to transform into a hellish battleground, Mu Yunxi remained blissfully unaware, trailing behind the young cub, continuously burrowing deeper into the earth. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional talent of the little cub in digging. However, being still quite small, it necessitates the presence of its companion, who must excavate a larger hole to accommodate them both. Once they reach the depths, the little one finally halts, revealing a natural cavern before them. Is it hollow? Mu Yunxi scrutinizes the cavern, faintly perceiving traces of human craftsmanship. Despite having unearthed soil along their journey, the little master remains impeccably clean and even glows, pointing ahead. Mu Yunxi cradles him carefully as she steps into the subterranean structure, conjecturing that this place may have been excavated by the ancestors of the demon clan. Does the human powerhouse who had split this land know of what lies beneath? Mu Yunxi ponders, surmising they likely do not. Otherwise, after all these years, one would expect to see someone venture here. In truth, a certain American master is utterly barred from entry. He senses a distinct unwelcomeness in this place. Ancient demonic ruins? The American master, lost in thought, could forcibly breach this domain, yet such an act would inevitably endanger the duo who had already delved inside, thus he abandons the notion. Within the ruins, Mu Yunxi, holding the little cub, proceeds unhindered, quickly advancing into the interior. The little master begins to exhibit signs of excitement, evidently sensing a treasure nearby. Mu Yunxi scans her surroundings with vigilance and, after crossing a stone threshold, beholds a stone seat. The little master exclaims in delight. Pointing fervently at the stone seat, Mu Yunxi surveys the area but finds nothing of note. Should she move the chair? Little Chuxia appeared somewhat perplexed. Scratching his chubby face as if deep in contemplation, Mu Yunxi chose not to press further and cautiously approached the stone pedestal. However, as she drew near, buzz! A sphere of black and white light swiftly emerged, hurtling towards her brow. Mu Yunxi found herself unable to evade in time. Yet, with a swift leap, little Chuxia seized the light sphere, displaying remarkable agility. Although he managed to grasp the sphere, it seemed he could not capture it entirely, within Mu Yunxi's perception. A streak of black radiance flitted into her forehead. Buzz! She promptly activated the chaotic technique, temporarily suppressing the black light, while diverting most of her attention to the little creature, fearing it might suffer a backlash. However, her concerns were unfounded. The little fellow was engaged in a spirited tussle with the sphere of white light. He had evidently ensnared the white portion of the black and white sphere, which resembled a pearl, attempting to flee but was thwarted by his strikes. With a resounding slap, he sent the white pearl quaking with brilliance, exuding an aura of dominance. Accompanied by a little fox providing support, the white pearl stood no chance of escape, forced to endure the onslaught. Only then did Mu Yunxi feel reassured, turning her focus to the black light within her spiritual veins. Due to her delayed intervention, the black light had severed numerous strands of energy in her veins, causing her forehead and entire head to throb as though they might explode. Bang! Bang! The relentless black orb seemed intent on shattering Mu Yunxi's spiritual pathways. The commotion stirred the American teacher waiting outside, his brow furrowed as he calculated something. However, at that moment, the young Mu Yunxi had already raised her hand and struck the black orb. Be obedient. Inspired by the act of striking the orb, Mu Yunxi channeled her thoughts to compel her petite self to relentlessly pummel the black bead. Remarkably, she executed it with a certain flair. The black orb trembled under her blows, its radiance flickering, indicating the efficacy of her efforts. Thus, the duo performed a mother-son tag team, vigorously assaulting the black and white orbs, causing their brilliance to dim considerably, yet they continued unabated, until both orbs lay subdued in silence, emanating a plea for peace. Only then did they relent. However, upon witnessing the black orb's submission, the young one wasted no time and stuffed it into her mouth. MMM. The white orb seemingly emitted a cry of despair, yet it was futile. It was still swallowed whole. As for the black orb, sensing the tragic fate of its counterpart, it swiftly radiated a gentle black light, encircling young Mu Yunxi and hastily mending the strands of light that had just been interrupted. Quite perceptive, indeed. Satisfied, just as she was about to withdraw her spiritual vein, her entire being trembled. The pulsating power of her bloodline, previously subdued, surged anew. At that moment, a voice, ethereal yet familiar, resonated beside Mu Yunxi's ear. Do not awaken yet. It is not sufficient. Wait until your spiritual veins and your true form merge seamlessly, and only then shall you awaken the power of your bloodline to attain the legacy of Shennong. The eloquent master of the American Empire spoke softly, yet his words resonated deeply within Mu Yunxi's heart, compelling her to instinctively open her eyes to ascertain his presence. However, as if anticipating her thoughts, the master continued, Do not be distracted. Follow my instructions. I shall keep watch over the little one. Everything will be fine. Just then, the external world trembled once more, as the ethereal figure of Shennong flickered into view above the capital. What on earth is happening? Even the most seasoned individuals were left bewildered. The martial lord, who had long been fixated on Mu Yunxi, found himself perplexed, uncertain whether this was an awakening or not. I don't know, murmured the young martial attendant, lost in confusion. On the trial grounds, why had no one from the master's residence intervened? The martial lord inquired. Perhaps the master is not present, making it difficult to summon his people. Nonsense, the martial lord scoffed. Though the master is powerful, he is still a figure of the Xinla dynasty. Given the current situation, it is the master's residence's formation that is at fault, even in his absence. His people should act immediately. Despite this, the individuals from the master's residence were notoriously proud. Without the master's command, they would not heed any orders. Has His Majesty dispatched the Xinla decree? I have not heard of it. Without the decree, the master's people will certainly remain aloof. Those rascals are indeed arrogant. Keep your voice down. Be wary of the master's ire. The young attendant was merely looking out for his lord's well-being. Indeed. Who in the capital does not know of the master's formidable prowess? A single strike could easily vanquish a marquis, couldn't it? The martial lord understood the thoughts swirling in his mind but remained unfazed, biding his time, as the revered sage awaited the awakening of his bloodline once more. He sought to harness the formidable power of Xingtian to vanquish his adversary. The young acolyte chuckled derisively, his disdain evident. In that moment, he was swiftly reprimanded by the sage, who wielded a broom in discontent, while the ethereal figure of Shennong began to fade from the heavens. Furious, the alchemist of the Danwang mansion vented his frustrations, exclaiming in exasperation, What is happening? Has the awakening occurred or not? Why can't they provide a definitive answer? Within the imperial palace, the emperor of Xianla observed the unfolding celestial phenomena with equal bewilderment, pondering the implications of a failed awakening juxtaposed with the appearance of the Shennong astral sign. It seemed that only after the trial grounds were breached could they ascertain the truth from those within. The chief eunuch, Li Anren, offered a wry smile, acknowledging his own prowess as a martial artist. The emperor furrowed his brow, questioning, Do you suppose this is connected to the imperial teacher? Li Anren hesitated, grappling with the enormity of the situation. Given the tumultuous events, it was implausible for the imperial teacher to remain uninformed. He might have already infiltrated the trial grounds. The emperor surmised accurately. Li Anren concurred with this possibility, but treaded cautiously, replying, Perhaps not. The imperial teacher has absorbed the poison afflicting the crown prince and has been preoccupied with suppressing its potency, making it difficult for him to divert his focus. Let us hope that is the case, the emperor mused, wishing fervently that those awakening the Shennong talent within the trial grounds would not fall under the imperial teacher's influence. Otherwise, the dynasty would lose yet another prodigious talent. The Imperial Teacher, that youthful and striking figure, remained an enigma. Who could fathom his intentions or believe that his loyalty lay entirely with the dynasty? The Emperor of Xianla dared not indulge in extravagant hopes. Thus, he yearned for the emergence of a prodigy who might be under his tutelage. He merely wished that the commanders of the divine mechanism camp within the trial grounds would exhibit astuteness and establish rapport with this genius as soon as possible. Regrettably, Chun'er had not entered, for had she done so, her disposition would have undoubtedly attracted such talent. The Emperor felt a tinge of regret. However, it remained uncertain whether those within had indeed awakened successfully. Though he was anxious, he managed to maintain his composure. Little did he know that the American master had already forged a connection with a certain genius, even resorting to her charms and now guarding her path. Buzz, with formidable prowess, he stabilized the crumbling ancient demon ruins. Absent the sustaining magic orb, the structure would inevitably collapse. However, Mu Yunxi found himself ill-suited to distraction at that moment, so he temporarily secured the ruins. Sensing something, a certain little one emerged from a hole he had dug. Catching sight of the American master, the exuberant little Lord Chu soared towards her, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that illuminated the trial grounds. This light felt peculiar. The golden-horned beast pondered, sensing it was not akin to demonic light, which made it rather uncomfortable. The demon ape shared this sentiment, yet, disregarding such thoughts, it prioritized the task of slaying. Lure out the magic orb. At once, the golden-horned beast received the command and continued to orchestrate encirclement missions for its demon beast brethren, having already dispatched numerous solitary scions of noble families. Nevertheless, the formidable warriors of the divine mechanism camp had anticipated such moves, pairing up to protect the prominent descendants and the clever little factions. Furthermore, as the underground light intensified, many demon beasts began to feel increasingly uneasy. The formidable warriors of the divine mechanism camp seized the opportunity to vanquish several third-grade magical beasts, thereby alleviating their burden significantly. However, this moment of triumph was fleeting, as the young master had already consumed the luminous orb, causing the light to dissipate. With a satisfied burp, he felt quite content. The chubby little figure, affectionately pinching the tender cheeks of the small one, could only remark on the child's remarkable digestive prowess, although the surplus energy released was somewhat excessive. A portion was shared with the milk fox, rendering it not entirely wasteful. Meanwhile, the small black orb within the spiritual vein of Mu Yunxi buzzed energetically. It sensed the complete digestion of its companion, leaving it utterly vanished. Fear gripped it. It needed to exert additional effort to demonstrate its worth, lest it face dire consequences. Thus, the diminutive Mu Yunxi radiated brilliantly, emanating countless threads that intricately connected with its essence, yet it was insufficient. They merely touched upon each other, lacking complete integration. Sensing the urgency, Mu Yunxi commenced the cultivation of the second chapter of the Chaos Technique, titled Focusing the Mind. As this chapter was unlocked and comprehended, Mu Yunxi's brilliance intensified and clarity emerged. The threads emanating from its being began to merge. The small black orb shone with renewed vigor, continuously supplying spiritual energy to support Mu Yunxi's cultivation. Consequently, the bloodline power of Mu Yunxi was stimulated, vibrating uncontrollably, an undeniable force that could not be suppressed. The ethereal figure of Shenong reappeared once more. This occurrence left Mu Qiqing, who was journeying towards the capital, feeling an unsettling foreboding. Father, what on earth is happening? Chapter 27. Do not conceal it, I understand. Someone is awakening the supreme spirit of the Shenong lineage, and it is uncertain whether they belong to your maternal family. If so, Mu Yunxi felt a surge of excitement. He understood the immense value of the supreme spirit. Otherwise, he would not have taken his daughter to the capital so early in the morning, even though he had suspected the awakeners might have failed. Regardless of the outcome, arriving early was undoubtedly prudent. He suspected the individual might be a descendant of the Dan family, and as the head of the Dan family by marriage, he felt compelled to personally visit the capital. Qingcheng, once we arrive at the Dan Wang residence, engage in a heartfelt conversation with your uncle. Your grandmother departed early, and your grandfather has been stationed at the borders. Your mother was essentially raised by your uncle, who surely cherishes you, Mu Yunxi advised. The daughter acknowledged this dutifully, yet unease settled in her heart. Though she had frequented the Dan Wang residence in her childhood, her two cousins had seldom included her in their play, and her uncle was rather stern. Only her aunt was approachable. She had stayed there a few times, but felt uncomfortable. Thus, she had developed an aversion to the Dan Wang residence. Previously, she had been oblivious to her true nature, but now, aware of her lineage. Mu Yunxi worried that the Dan Wang family might sense something amiss due to her bloodline. Fortunately, she had previously obtained some essence blood from Lu Xiaoxi. This time in the capital, she must find a way to merge Lu Xiaoxi's blood with her own body. The father and daughter, each lost in their thoughts, fell into a momentary silence. After a while, Mu Yunxi broke the quietude. The crown prince has already requested the imperial decree for marriage. Once you arrive in the capital, should the crown prince wish to meet, you may go. However, if there is no invitation, there is no need to rush. Is it settled? Mu Yunxi was filled with joy, though she initially harbored some apprehensions. Mu Yunxi nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. The crown prince was indeed commendable, and she had not misjudged him. Yet, Mu Yunxi lowered her head shyly, her heart seething with resentment. For she was acutely aware that it was not she who had spent that fateful night with the crown prince, but rather Lu Xiaoxi. It seemed the crown prince was quite pleased with Lu Xiaoxi, which was why he hastily sought the imperial decree. That wretched woman, truly a wanton creature. Yet, what of it? Despite her flirtations, in the end, it would all amount to naught. The one destined to marry the crown prince could only be Mu Yunxi. She would never allow a lowly maid's daughter to take her place. Lu Xiaoxi, however, could not be left unharmed. With this thought in mind, Mu Yunxi hastily remarked, "Father." About Lu Xiaoxi. Sighing, Mu Yunxi replied, "My dear, since she possesses a talent for alchemy, it would be prudent to keep her around. This way, we do not offend the pharmacist clan, and she may prove beneficial to you in the future. It's merely a matter of securing her alliance. Granting her a position as the crown prince's concubine would suffice. Such a talent could be of great advantage to you. However, her ambitions are far too grand. Had it not been for your vigilance, the crown prince might have wished to marry her instead." Mu Yunxi felt utterly wronged. Nonsense. The crown prince, of noble status, could never wed the daughter of a wet nurse. Mu Yunxi was well aware of the truth, but acknowledged that Lu Xiaoxi's aspirations were indeed excessive, and she might be difficult to control. Exactly. Mu Yunxi fervently nodded. She must be dealt with decisively. Leave it to me, father. I shall handle it. If we cannot retain such a talent, we must eliminate her with utmost precision, lest we invite endless troubles in the future. The daughter listens to her father. Mu Yunxi responded without hesitation, feeling a twinge of delight within. He, Lu Xiaoxi, I will have your own father take your life. Even if you are aware of his identity, you will be unable to acknowledge it and can only meet your demise. The more she pondered, the more satisfied Mu Yunxi became, her face reflecting a glimmer of joy. Mu Yunxi did not dwell on it much but offered a reminder, cautioning her to maintain distance from Qin Yue. Although she had sacrificed her own daughter for a greater cause and severed familial ties, she was merely a wet nurse, not a biological mother. A jolt of realization struck Mu Yunxi, and she nodded repeatedly, understanding that her attachment stemmed from a childhood devoid of maternal presence, which led her to cherish the companionship she offered. I harbor no blame towards you. Having strong emotions is admirable, but I implore you to exercise discretion. Had you not indulged her, how would Lu Xiaoxi have dared to entertain such lofty aspirations? Father speaks wisely. The daughter acknowledges her mistake. Mu Yunxi humbly admitted her fault, her heart now tinged with caution. Mu Yunxi observed with satisfaction, pleased that his daughter was both obedient and sensible. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his daughter paled in comparison to his true offspring. At this very moment, Mu Yunxi was delving into the ancient demon ruins, having discovered a swift method to merge with the spiritual veins. The second chapter of the chaos technique proved suitable for spiritual vein cultivation. Having gained insights, Mu Yunxi realized that the focusing spirit chapter aimed to integrate her own mental energy with the spiritual veins. Once fully merged, her mental energy would become the spiritual veins. And the spiritual veins would embody her mental energy, resulting in a complete union. With this understanding, Mu Yunxi progressed rapidly in her integration, but that was not all. Outside, the master of the beautiful empire could faintly perceive that the individuals within the ruins were instinctively integrating the spiritual veins into their consciousness. This innate talent was quite remarkable. The master of the beautiful empire smiled with satisfaction, his eyes curving like blooming flowers, eliciting joyful exclamations from the little one. As if in admiration, he lifted the child onto his shoulder, affectionately patting his little bottom as a gesture of endearment. The young one wrapped his arms around the master's neck, whispering sweet nothings in his ear, as if engaged in a delightful conversation. The master, responding absent-mindedly, did not comprehend the words, but found solace in the child's happiness. His attention, however, was predominantly focused on a certain prodigy, meticulously observing her training progress. Mu Yunxi remained oblivious to this attention. Even if she were aware, it would matter little to her. At this moment, she had no understanding of what consciousness was, simply immersing herself in the process of fusion. With each step deeper into the integration, a sensation washed over her, a feeling of her petite self drifting into a vast expanse. Suddenly, the magic orb followed suit. It soon realized it had entered the realm of human consciousness. In that instant, it contemplated wreaking havoc. To seize control of this consciousness and usurp the prodigy. Alas, a vibrant ray emanating from the petite Mu Yunxi erupted upon it. Startled, the magic orb retreated hastily. Yet, Mu Yunxi, possessing a fierce spirit, exerted her will upon the orb, refusing to permit its escape. In the midst of this struggle, a thread of celestial energy swiftly enveloped the magic orb. Buzz! The magic orb trembled violently, acutely aware that within this individual's sea of consciousness resided two formidable entities. Alas, it felt the urge to weep. Indeed, its companions were not devoured without reason. This group was merciless. The magic orb, once again subdued, was further stripped of its essence by the celestial realm, draining away a staggering 90% of its spiritual power, rendering it nearly unrecognizable in form. Meanwhile, outside, the American master beamed with delight, realizing the profound mystery at play. Was this the secret behind your swift production of a robust offspring? Chapter 28, Supreme Spiritual Body. Such dominance. Just moments ago, he sensed the residual power lingering in the individual's spiritual veins, ignited by the magic orb. Subsequently, the rebellious orb was repelled by its own aura, causing its residual essence to dissipate. However, he could faintly perceive a mysterious presence within the individual's sea of consciousness, fixated upon him. There was no mistaking it. The American master held unwavering confidence in his perception. Despite the presence being exceedingly elusive, had he not harbored some suspicions, he might have overlooked it. During his previous examination of the individual's body, he had detected nothing amiss. It was well concealed, buried deep within the sea of consciousness. Strangely, it did not emanate malice. Instead, it bore a hint of familiarity. Very well, let it be, as long as it was not a malevolent force. Further probing might provoke the lady's ire. After all, this offspring belonged to him, regardless of how it came to be. It was growing at an astonishing rate. A hefty child acquired without effort. How delightful. The American master, finding solace in his thoughts, affectionately patted the little one resting upon his shoulder. The young one, feeling weary and slightly drowsy, slid off his shoulder and curled up, requesting to be held as he prepared to drift into slumber. The master of the American empire, yielding to the child's wishes, embraced him warmly, ensuring he could rest comfortably while simultaneously maintaining order within the ancient demonic ruins. Outside, however, chaos reigned supreme. The elite warriors of the divine mechanism camp, accompanied by the scions of noble families, were ensnared in a blood-soaked battle. Some unfortunate young nobles fell victim to the savage beasts, which seemed to have gone mad, recklessly attacking everyone within the trial grounds. Damn it, fearless of death. The situation was dire. Lu Ho, entrenched at the front lines, perceived the frenzied nature of the beasts. Their eyes ablaze with a wild intensity, as if provoked by some unseen force. Indeed, It was the magic apes that incited such madness, instilling fear in the golden horned beast that stood guard beside him. As a fourth-tier magical creature, it possessed considerable intelligence and sensed that its brethren were driven by the aura emanating from this individual, completely forsaking their instinct for survival. Would he employ such a tactic against me as well? The golden-horned beast pondered anxiously. The magic ape, aware of the situation, yet too preoccupied to attend to it, was aware that its actions were detrimental to itself. However, driven by the allure of the magic orb, it was willing to take the risk. That orb was a relic of the ancient demons, and after enduring countless hardships to infiltrate the human territory, it had finally reached the brink of success. There was no turning back. The ancient demons were bloodthirsty. The numbers were too few. It was essential to incite the beasts to greater madness, causing them to slaughter one another. The more bloodshed, the more ample the supply would be. The magic ape's calculation echoed in its mind, oblivious to the fact that the magic orb had already been claimed. Currently, I find myself serving as a subordinate to Mu Yunxi, harboring not even a trace of rebellious thoughts. One cannot entirely blame the demon ape for overlooking this matter. The ancient demon ruins possess formidable power. They are safeguarded by ancient demon barriers that even the strongest of the human race cannot easily breach. Alas, the remarkable Shuchu, defying all conventions, accomplished his task alongside his mother and has since retired for slumber, leaving one to ponder the frustration it evokes. As for Mu Yunxi, who has received such tribute, she has cultivated to an extraordinary level, with her bloodline aura becoming increasingly potent. The ethereal visage of Shinon continues to materialize above the capital, and many practitioners of fire, and even with lineage, can sense their bloodlines quivering in response. Within the alchemist's estate, a resounding hum reverberates. The 8-year-old granddaughter of the alchemist king, stimulated by Shinong's aura, has successfully awakened the power of the Dan clan's bloodline. The alchemist estate is abuzz with activity as numerous direct descendants retreat into seclusion, hoping to deepen their mastery over their bloodline powers through the influence of Shinong's presence. The blessings of the Shinong bloodline are profound. The alchemist king reflects on this with great admiration, preparing to enter his own period of seclusion. For even his bloodline power resonates with the stirring. This illustrates the overwhelming might of the awakening of a supreme spiritual entity. It seems that the awakening is not yet complete. Should it reach full fruition, he may very well advance in his cultivation. Excitement courses through him as he promptly enters seclusion, all the while instructing his daughter-in-law to ensure that once this awakened individual emerges from the trial grounds, they must be brought to the estate at all costs, regardless of the success of their awakening. This individual is indeed a benefactor of the Shinong lineage, a great benefactor. Such arrogance. The renowned family of medicinal masters has also expressed similar sentiments. Within the Valley of the Medicinal Kings, there are disciples of considerable talent who have successfully awakened their bloodline powers. Truly remarkable. The city of Xianla has momentarily transformed into a sanctuary for practitioners of fire and wood bloodlines, attracting the attention of spiritual guides. Many of these guides can sense their spiritual veins quivering. The supreme spiritual body. Is this truly the legendary supreme spiritual body that exists only in the tales of the Xianla dynasty? It has sent tremors throughout the entire dynasty. As Mu Yunxi travels along the road, he learns of this news and rushes madly toward the capital. He too is a practitioner of the fire bloodline. And the critical concern is that his daughter has yet to awaken her bloodline power. If she could awaken it now, it would bolster her status in the Eastern Palace. At this moment, Mu Qiqing is filled with excitement. Father, is it truly possible for me to awaken? Do not worry, Mu Yunxi reassures her confidently. Although your primary power is akin to mine, rooted in the metal element, you also possess a trace of fire element power, albeit faint. There is still a chance. I am too weak. Mu Qiqing feels a lack of confidence, fully aware of her own circumstances. Yet, Mu Yunxi remains optimistic, asserting that she certainly can succeed. Your mother awakened her bloodline power with great strength. Your previous inability to awaken may have simply been due to a lack of opportunity. Now, that opportunity has arrived. This is your destiny. Mu Qiqing nods brightly, her resolve growing stronger. She must swiftly merge with Lu Xiaoxi's essence. No matter what, she must awaken her bloodline power. Otherwise, even if she successfully marries into the Eastern Palace, unforeseen troubles may arise later. Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi. By what virtue do you possess such an exceptional bloodline? Consumed by jealousy, Mu Qicheng could only hope for a smooth course ahead. 2 days later, upon arriving in the capital, Mu Yunxi had yet to settle in when the Eastern Palace sent a bloodline awakening pill. Overjoyed, Mu Yunxi immediately summoned his daughter, Qicheng. Hurry and enter seclusion to prepare for the consumption of the bloodline awakening pill. The bloodline awakening pill, a treasure of the Xianle dynasty. Even the renowned Yaowang family could not concoct such a miraculous elixir. The royal family had bestowed one upon Mu Qicheng, signifying their immense regard for her. Mu Qicheng felt both elated and anxious, fearing her inability to awaken her powers. At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air. The sky of the capital blazed like a raging inferno. The fire element's spiritual energy was exceedingly dense. It also contained an enigmatic aura, one that attracted the attention of spiritual guides. Another hum resonated as Mu Yunxi approached the final step of merging with his spiritual vein. Suddenly, ethereal flames flickered around him, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Soon, he was engulfed in a fiery glow. Chapter 29. The faux heiress aspires to awaken. Initially bewildered, the young master had yet to comprehend the situation, only to be met with a flood of tears. "Ah!" he cried. As the exasperated master of the American Empire extinguished the flames, admonishing him that if he wished to play with fire without proper control, he would inevitably suffer burns. With tears still glistening, the young master wore a disgruntled expression, tenderly caressing his flushed cheeks. The little fox, suppressing a chuckle, mused that if the master took any longer, the young master might very well roast himself. Sensing the little fox's teasing, the young master glared at it with feigned ferocity, letting out a playful growl. The little fox quickly suppressed his thoughts and took out some stored milk, sweetly coaxing, "Drink this, and my little master will no longer feel pain." "Huh?" Young Master Xiaochu appeared skeptical, but he was certainly willing to drink the milk. To his surprise, once he consumed it, the redness vanished from his body, and naturally, the pain subsided. He beamed with delight, while the esteemed master, who had long studied this milk, chuckled, realizing why the little one was so plump. This exceptional milk, even in mere drops, could incite fierce competition among the prominent families, and this little one consumed it at least 3 times a day. It was no wonder he was chubby. Yet, the chubby little fellow didn't seem disheartened. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. However, once he finished the milk, he craved a cuddle, whimpering insistently in the esteemed master's embrace. What was the matter? The esteemed master inquired in confusion. The little fox replied, "Perhaps he wishes for you to sing him a song?" The great master often sings to the little master during leisure. The esteemed master remarked, "Such troublesome habits. What could be done?" He had to sing. With a gentle sigh, the esteemed master began to sing. The key was not only his striking appearance but also his melodious voice, leaving young Master Xiaochu mesmerized. When the song concluded, the little one remained in a daze. "All right, the song is over. Time for sleep." The esteemed master gathered the little one into his arms, hoping he would continue to slumber. Indeed, this sleepy little creature was quite endearing. But sleep? The little one was rather reluctant, persistently howling in his embrace, repeatedly gesturing for one more. "I'll sing for you when I wake up." "Ah, indeed. Ah." The little one, nodding slightly, closed his eyes. The American master, witnessing this, felt satisfied and was finally ready to sleep. However, the little one quickly opened his eyes again and continued to babble. The American master, with a look of exasperation, helplessly inquired, "Do you mean to say that you are already awake?" "Ah." The little one indeed nodded. The American master, on the verge of scolding the child, landed a light smack on the little one's head. "Ah." Young Lord Chishao was still oblivious to his father's intentions and felt a tad drowsy. After a while, the little one fell asleep, evidently worn out by his father's antics. Little fox. As expected, the young master cannot outplay the Grand Master. With just a single slap, he fell asleep, a lesson for his disobedience. Any objections? Noticing the gaze of the little fox, the American master raised an eyebrow and retorted, his enchanting eyes sparkling with myriad lights, a sight both bizarre and mesmerizing, instilling fear in the fox. No, within the ancient demon ruins. Buzz, buzz. The radiant flames blossoming around Mu Yunxi resembled brilliant red glass, entirely translucent. Blood surged through her veins, repeatedly enhancing her constitution and amplifying her strength. Yet, this was not a complete awakening. It was merely a prelude. Mu Yunxi firmly remembered that only by fully merging with the spiritual pulse could she truly awaken, and she sensed that she was still somewhat lacking. The little Mu Yunxi, continuously vibrating with ethereal light, gradually became clearer, brighter, and more solid, even shrinking in size. Yes, she had indeed diminished, her stature reduced by a third. Yet her essence was entirely composed of Mu Yunxi's spiritual energy, no longer merely an isolated lineage. The radiance surrounding her enveloped Mu Yunxi's sea of consciousness, an area devoid of any leaks. Within the realm of immortality, transformations were indeed occurring. However, it was not an elevation, but rather a heightened clarity, to the point where even the bovine creature raised its head in astonishment. A pitch-black potion doll also leaped forth. Roar? A cluster of bewildered little magical beasts gradually found themselves corralled in one place, unable to roam freely. The potion doll, too, was seized and tossed into the enclosure of the little beasts. The realm of immortality seemed to birth greater wisdom, drawing in foreign entities. Mu? The cow appeared to have discerned this, engaging in a dialogue with the realm. Soon, the patch of grass beneath its feet doubled in size. The cow, satisfied, continued to graze. Although the grass perpetually regrew after being eaten, rendering it inexhaustible, its expansion brought joy to the cow. These transformations. Mu Yunxi vaguely sensed them but paid little mind, as her primary focus remained on cultivating the chaotic art. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment in the capital's Mu Mansion, Mu Qicheng had consumed the Bloodline Awakening pill. The potency of the Bloodline Awakening pill instantaneously ignited the bloodline power within Mu Qicheng. A halo of golden light flickered in and out of visibility, continuously intensifying, illuminating the entire room. To Mu Yuankong observing from outside, it was a sigh. The energy awakened was still of the gold attribute, which was quite concerning. The power of the young lady's bloodline is primarily derived from you, with the lady as a secondary source. Awakening the Dan family's bloodline within her poses quite a challenge. Elder Luo sighed in consolation. The guardian of Hengshan, present as well, remarked that this indicates the family head's bloodline is not inferior to that of the lady. This was indeed a valid point. Elder Luo nodded, though a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. After all, according to known circumstances, the Mu family's bloodline was not as formidable as that of the Dan family. However, it cannot be ruled out that the Mu family's ancestors may have possessed remarkable individuals whose feats were not recorded in known history. Such occurrences are not unheard of, and thus Elder Luo concurred with Hengshan's assertion, lamenting that if the Dan family's bloodline could be further awakened, the young lady's foundation would be significantly enhanced. Indeed. Mu Yunxiong nodded. This was his aspiration. Unfortunately, it seemed his daughter might not succeed, just as Mu Yunxiong felt a pang of regret. He noticed a flicker of flames within his daughter's room. This. Elder Luo's eyes widened with surprise and delight. At that moment, Mu Qicheng had ingested the essence of Lu Xiaoxi's blood. The flames that Mu Yunxiong and the others witnessed emanated from this very essence. When Mu Qicheng uncorked the vial containing the essence, a blaze erupted skyward. Chapter 30. There is no most domineering, only more domineering. Far away in the ancient demon ruins, Mu Yunxi felt a tremor of awareness. Memories flooded back, revealing the moment before Lu Xiaoxi was taken to serve, when her blood essence had been secretly extracted. She could hardly fathom that during her unconscious state, a significant portion of her blood essence had been harvested. That was nothing but pure essence of blood, severely depleting her vitality. Were it not for this, she would not appear so frail, nor would she feel so powerless. Thus it is revealed. It seems that upon learning of the Crown Prince's need for the dual cultivation of the Dan lineage to counteract the poison, Mu Qicheng undertook this act. After all, Lu Xiaoxi, from whom the essence was extracted, would not awaken swiftly. Given the extent of extraction, she would require at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Furthermore, she would need nourishing elixirs to restore her vitality, ensuring she does not succumb to death. Such unprincipled actions. Even Mu Yunxi, the one who orchestrated this transformation, could not restrain her fury at this moment. She had not been this incensed even when Qin Yui had attempted to take her life. However, she found it perplexing. Having extracted the essence, why did Mu Qiqing not undertake the task herself and instead resort to Lu Xiaoxi? In her confusion, Mu Yunxi speculated that perhaps Mu Qiqing was incapable of assimilating the essence, or even if she could, it might not yield the desired effect. That diminutive version of herself had already intertwined with her consciousness, merging with the realm of immortals. This addition of the merging of the immortal realm to her original plan should not pose a significant problem, right? After all, it is merely a fusion. Undeterred, Mu Yunxi pressed on with renewed vigor. Thus, a hum resonated. The ethereal visage of Shen Nong, gathered above the capital, trembled slightly. Is it about to dissipate again? The populace found it difficult to comprehend. In any case, this celestial phenomenon surpassed their imagination. In the confidential records of various families, no similar occurrences could be found. All they could do was witness the unfolding events with a sense of awe and envy. Indeed, it was profound envy. The strength of the Dan King's residence must surely ascend to new heights. The apothecary clan as well. There exists the esteemed Imperial Master's residence, a formidable entity that inspires trepidation should it ascend further in power. Whispers of concern began to circulate. Yet, the enigmatic Master Mo remained indifferent, often offering assistance to the imperial family. The Crown Prince's successful extraction of poison was largely attributed to Master Mo's contributions. Thus, let not the assembly indulge in baseless suspicions. Indeed, a being of such celestial caliber as Master Mo would hardly concern himself with mundane political affairs. Consequently, countless female cultivators emerged to defend the honor of the Imperial Master's residence. Even the typically aloof spiritual guide of the residence cast a fierce glare at those who spoke ill, overwhelming them with an array of piercing gazes. The formidable figures of the capital fell into silence, acknowledging the undeniable presence that could not be dismissed lightly. Such is the essence of their dread. The Emperor, concealed within the ethereal melodies of the celestial music, sighed quietly. The Crown Prince, having heard of the celestial tunes from his abode, remained unfazed. Perceiving that the Imperial Master was indeed disinterested in worldly power and too indifferent to pay heed. Meanwhile, the Imperial Master, who had been the subject of collective discussions, sensed the sentiments directed towards him and gazed outside the trial grounds. In the void, a pair of dreamlike, majestic eyes flickered subtly, unnoticed by all. Ah, the Imperial Master, silently noting the detractors, harbored a personal ledger of retribution. At this moment, he was determined to protect the lady in question. Otherwise, the one who spoke ill of him would already have met their demise. Just then, an abrupt crowing of a rooster rang out from the Mu residence in the capital, its clarity piercing the profound silence and drawing the attention of many. What could this signify? In the midst of inquiries and watchful gazes, Mu Yunxi of the Mu residence found himself utterly bewildered. At this very moment, a rotund and lethargic turkey materialized above Mu Qiqing's training chamber. Even the law protector Luo was left speechless. Is this truly the celestial manifestation of the esteemed Miss Qingqing's bloodline? Remarkably, it possesses a certain spirit. It emits sounds, unlike the celestial manifestations of others which lack such vitality. Yet, a turkey, nonetheless. The Hengshan protector murmured instinctively, uncertain whether to feel joy or perplexity. Damn it! The perceptive Mu Qingqing's countenance darkened with indignation. Why must it be this way? The Dan bloodline has awakened to this absurdity? She could not fathom it. Is it because I cannot fully merge with that wretched maid's essence? Mu Qingqing was at a loss. She did not comprehend the method of blood essence fusion. Pressured and desperate, she thought to consume it first and see what would transpire. But the outcome was far from satisfactory. Determined, Mu Qiqing fervently activated the power of her Dan bloodline, attempting to reverse the situation. Suddenly, the turkey quivered. It seemed to have some effect. In a flash, the ethereal image of Shenong descended, enveloping the area in a radiant crimson glow. Caw! The plump turkey visibly slimmed down, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming into something magnificent. The turkey had instantaneously metamorphosed into a phoenix. Many were taken aback. This was a bloodline advancement. Could an unparalleled spirit truly facilitate such an elevation of bloodline? Quickly, retreat into seclusion. The cultivators were once again engulfed in fervor. Regardless of whether they practiced fire techniques or not, they were eager to give it a try. If an advancement were possible, it would indeed be a tremendous fortune. Observe how others transform common fowl into magnificent creatures. Alas, it is not a true phoenix, but rather a seven-tailed pheasant. The discernment of the new breed. The Mu Yuan bear brings satisfaction. Though still a mere chicken, this one possesses a noteworthy lineage, undeniably a descendant of the phoenix, exuding a remarkable spirit. Yet, regrettably, Mu Qiqing appears restless. She persists in urging her bloodline, even igniting a drop of Lu Xiaoxi's essence, though complete fusion eludes her. Perhaps this stimulation will elevate her fire lineage further. The result: Mu Yunxi, within the ancient demon ruins, was roused to open her eyes. She then sensed that Mu Qingcheng was attempting to take advantage of her. How audacious! Before she even sought out trouble, this one dared to draw from her resources? A fool's errand. Swiftly, Mu Yunxi concentrated her mental energy, transmitting her intent, completely unprepared for what would ensue. The ethereal figure of Shenong above the capital suddenly opened its eyes, followed by a swift strike from the Shenong apparition. It struck the seven-tailed pheasant. The young bird emitted a pitiful cry. Then, boom, it exploded in a burst of flames. Chapter 31. One mustn't be too ruthless. Leave her 3 feathers. Seeing this, Mu Yunxi felt immense satisfaction. If she craved a feast, let her indulge. With that, she dismissed Mu Qiqing from her thoughts, retreating into her meditative state. If she continued to pester her, then a reprimand was warranted. Meanwhile, the Shenong apparition also displayed a look of contentment before retracting its whip, continuing to flourish in the sky, eternal and undying. Silence enveloped the capital as stillness reigned supreme. Everyone was astounded by the astonishing display of Shenong's phantom. After a prolonged silence, someone stammered, Is it truly possible? Unprecedented. Unheard of. What on earth is happening? Is the head of the Mu family present? Could you shed some light on the situation? The individual specifically mentioned, Mu Yunxi, who had always exuded calmness, authority, and an imposing presence, was on the verge of collapse. Once he managed to regain his composure, he beheld the sight of the vibrant peacock, now reduced to mere flames, yet somehow beginning to coalesce. All right. This is good. It should recover. Elder Luo murmured hopefully. Within the confines of the cultivation chamber, Mu Qiqing, who had long been spitting blood, was also yearning for recovery. Her pallid complexion reflected her struggle as she coughed up blood while swallowing healing elixirs to suppress the turmoil of her internal energies. Regret washed over her. She should not have acted so recklessly. The attempt to ignite Lu Xiaoxi's bloodline had not only inflicted harm upon herself, but had also provoked a backlash from the heavens. It was over. She had initially believed that since forceful consumption could lead to awakening, perhaps a little stimulation might yield even greater benefits. Yet, the outcome was a regrettable loss. Surely, it could at least revert to the vibrant peacock. She dared not entertain further thoughts, desperately hoping for that outcome. Alas, when Mu Yunxi intervened, how could she possibly hold on to hope? Oh, but he did provide some, albeit differently. Gasped. Yet, it was not as it once was. Its body was devoid of feathers, utterly bare. Oh no, not entirely featherless. There were 3 feathers remaining on its tail. In disbelief, Mu Qiqing spat a mouthful of blood and fainted from the humiliation. Qiqing. Mu Yuankong swiftly burst into the training chamber, his countenance reflecting profound distress. The injuries were far too severe. Hungshan, hasten to the prince's residence. See if you can summon the Imperial physician or perhaps the spirit healer from the Imperial Masteress estate. Elder Luo promptly organized the arrangements. Indeed, the somewhat uncomposed Mu Yuankong regained his composure. Hungshan, be swift. Old Luo, you should also proceed to the Pil King's residence for assistance. Certainly. The elder nodded and departed. It was imperative to seek aid from the Dan clan. for their lineage possessed an innate understanding of their own medicinal practices and methods for recovery. As the two hurriedly departed, Mu Yunxi cradled his daughter in his arms and exited the training chamber, oblivious to the small porcelain vial that had fallen beside him, emanating a rich spiritual aura, resonating with the ethereal image of Xinnong in the sky. In the trial arena, a certain little one, sensing the subtle movements of his mother, sleepily opened his eyes. A cloud of mist enveloped the beautiful master who was still in slumber, her enchanting eyes flickering awake briefly before she succumbed to sleep once more. With a soft exclamation, the adorable little master, still in a daze, blinked his round, watery eyes, exuding an irresistible cuteness. The beautiful master, feeling a surge of affection, scooped the little one into her arms and playfully pinched him, invigorating the sleepy child. The little master, now thoroughly awake and devoid of any lingering fatigue, had completely forgotten the reason for his earlier awakening. Meanwhile, a small fox observed the remnants before it, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries. However, sensing the fox's intentions, the beautiful master intervened, advising against disturbing her. The earlier disturbance had left the little fox feeling uneasy. "Fear not," she reassured. The astute master may, with an inkling of the possibilities, observed the faintly chilling curve of her luscious lips, reminiscent of a delicate peach. A subtle smile graced her features, as the coldness at the corners of her mouth melted away like snow under the sun, transforming into the gentle warmth of spring. The carefree young Master Chu, blissfully unaware, continued to revel in his amusement. Just as he beckoned for Master Mei to toss him another challenge, the slightly bored Master Mei acquiesced, indulging his playful spirit. Meanwhile, a hum resonated as the diminutive figure of Mu Yunxi transcended into ethereal light, merging with her consciousness. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed in the skies above the capital as the ethereal image of Xinnong dissipated in an instant. The populace was thrown into a frenzy of confusion and disbelief. Had they truly failed? Such a notion seemed implausible after days of gathering efforts. Panic ensued across the noble houses and even the royal family, as the trivial disturbances surrounding the Mu residence were cast aside. The paramount spirit entity was of utmost significance, drawing the collective attention of the masses. The vibrant peacock, in stark contrast, paled in comparison. The focus lay solely on the awakening of the supreme spirit entity. "Look," someone exclaimed, noticing that the exploded image of Xinnong was gravitating towards the trial grounds. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Xianla promptly invoked the Xianla decree, seeking the assistance of the Imperial Master's residence to pry open the trial grounds, unable to contain his urgency. At that moment, countless spiritual resonances were drawn into Mu Yunxi's being. The energies of fire, wood, and the essence brought forth by the gathering of Xinnong's ethereal image converged upon her. The perceptive Master Mei nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the unfolding events. Young Master Xiaochu did not comprehend, so he inquired. However, the esteemed master from the West deemed it unnecessary to elaborate and turned his attention to the progress of the young lady. He understood that a complete awakening was imminent. At this critical juncture, there could be no mistakes, otherwise, failure would ensue, accompanied by dire repercussions. Initially reluctant to comply and wishing to engage in play, young Master Xiaochu soon sensed the gravity of the situation. He glanced towards the entrance of the cave guarded by the little fox. The little fox, apprehensive of his potential mischief, clutched his leg, urging him to stay put as they awaited developments. Young Master Xiaochu obediently nodded and, alongside the little fox, leaned over the edge of the cave to observe. At that very moment, a rush of ethereal resonance engulfed them. An abundance of energy, akin to being devoured by a whale, surged into Mu Yunxi's body. With a sudden flash, flames encircled Mu Yunxi, and in his hand materialized a whip-like object. Elusive yet distinct, the Xinnong whip. The esteemed master from the West gasped in astonishment, a hint of joy illuminating his features, rendering his handsome visage even more captivating. Chapter 32. No one shall seize my young lady. This object is not merely a weapon. It symbolizes a legacy, the purest inheritance of Xinnong. In ancient times, the Xinnong whip was employed to discern the properties of myriad herbs, assessing their toxicity, temperature, and nature. Subsequently, based on these evaluations, They were either used medicinally or cultivated for sustenance. Thus, it can be said that the Shinong whip is the vessel through which the ancient deity Shinong established the foundational inheritance of spiritual guiding masters, an extraordinary artifact indeed. Excellent. The esteemed master from the West was thoroughly pleased, immensely satisfied. In the midst of her awakening, Mu Yunxi faintly sensed the significance and function of the Shinong whip, feeling quite content. However, the ethereal silhouette of the Shinong whip swiftly vanished from her grasp. Yet, with a resonant hum, a diminutive version of Mu Yunxi emerged once more from her sea of consciousness, firmly clutching the Shinong whip. Although the details remained unclear, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the inheritance was now in her possession. In a cascade of energy, boundless spiritual power surged into Mu Yunxi's being at that very moment, permeating her limbs, organs, consciousness, and spiritual veins. Suddenly, the ancient demon ruins erupted with an explosive force. It was simply beyond the capacity to contain. The commotion from this wave of inheritance was overwhelmingly tremendous. The entire realm of the immortal music dynasty trembled with the reverberations of spiritual energy. Yet no one could discern whether Mu Yunxi had truly succeeded in her awakening, for her condition was absent from any ancient texts. Only the esteemed sect of the beautiful empire was fully aware of her triumph. And that was not all. The one who had hastily extracted them from the chaos had already taken both mother and daughter away. Affected by the explosion of the ancient demon ruins, Mu Yunxi found herself placed within a secluded cultivation chamber. The master of the beautiful empire assured her, "This is my domain. You may continue your cultivation without interference." Nodding in agreement, Mu Yunxi indeed required time to acclimate to the newfound power within her and to comprehend the inheritance of her awakening. Thus, having acknowledged this, she prepared to retreat into seclusion once more. The little fox opened her mouth, eager to speak, but was promptly ushered out of the cultivation chamber. "Master, I haven't yet received the milk from you, and the little master's provisions are running low," the little fox lamented with a pitiful expression. The master of the American Empire was somewhat taken aback. "Isn't the milk with you?" "Of course not." The little fox revealed the last remaining bit of milk, and it was all gone. Little Lord Chu was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Ah, we must wait for the great master to emerge before we can have any." The little fox indicated this. Little Lord Chu, with his youthful face glowing, gazed longingly at the master of the American Empire. "It's no big deal. You can eat something else. It's merely a few days without milk," the master dismissed nonchalantly. After contemplating for a moment, Little Lord Chu found this reasoning acceptable and joyfully cradled the last bit of milk, drinking it eagerly with delight. The master of the American Empire then summoned his subordinates, instructing them to prepare a variety of delicacies, ensuring they were both delicious and novel. One subordinate, utterly bewildered from arrival to departure, pondered, "Is that child in the master's arms the one I investigated earlier? Could it be? And what of the child's mother? Could it possibly be that little maid from the Mu family?" Realizing he had stumbled upon a crucial truth, the subordinate was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. "This is bad. I know too much. How terrifying." Yet, despite his fear, he had to hastily prepare the food without letting anyone know. It had to be conducted in secrecy. Otherwise, the master would surely be displeased. If the master hadn't made it public, it was evident that concealment was necessary. After much deliberation, the subordinate managed to keep everything under wraps. Simultaneously, a loud bang erupted as the formation in the trial arena exploded. A horde of magical beasts was obliterated into mere fragments, emitting anguished cries that echoed in the air, as the trial grounds were engulfed in chaos. The relentless explosions led to the demise of the beasts that had previously been battered to the fringes of the arena. The magical formations unleashed devastating blasts, mercilessly obliterating those already grievously injured by the ancient demonic relics. The fate of these creatures was tragically sealed. Among the affected, a member of the demon race now bore serious injuries, cursing vehemently, "What the hell is going on? What shall we do now?" The fourth-grade golden horn beast, in a state of panic, inquired, its multiple orifices oozing blood, a testament to its severe wounds. This reaction was expected. Both had been present during the explosion of the ancient relic, and had it not been for their formidable strength, they would have met the same grim fate as many others. On the side of humanity, under the protection of Lu Ho and his comrades, A considerable number of survivors remained, yet it was reported that at least two-thirds of those who participated in the trial had perished. However, the casualties were overshadowed by the arrival of powerful figures from various clans and factions, all clamoring to meet the successor of Shinno. Except for a few who were privy to the truth, most were unaware that the one awakened with the supreme spiritual body was Mu Yunxi. The Divine Mechanism Battalion was directly under the command of the Emperor of Xianla, and the information disseminated by Lu Ho and his companions had reached only the Emperor. Yet, some had already speculated, such as a certain Marquis of Qin, who boldly proclaimed, "Miss Yunxi, I am Qinjin, titled Marquis of Qin. May I have the honor of meeting you?" Upon utterance of these words, a ripple of astonishment spread. Mu Yunxi? Qinjin, what do you mean? The successor of Shinong, is that Mu Yunxi? Impossible. Isn't she a collateral descendant of the Mu clan? Her bloodline does not align. No, she is not a branch of the Mu family. She is merely the daughter of a maid. What? Outside the trial arena, the atmosphere is vibrant, even more so than the explosions emanating from within. Qin Wuho feigned ignorance, persistently calling out, "Lady Yunxi? Cease your shouting. Lady Yunxi is a member of my Yaowang family. What concern is it of yours, Qinjin?" "Such familiarity is in vain," retorted an elderly man with white hair and beard from the Yaowang family. "Nonsense," Qin Wuho scoffed. "Your Yaowang family may teach alchemy, but can you instruct someone in the art of spirit guiding?" The elder's face flushed with indignation, and he snapped, "Then neither can your Qinjin. This individual can only be nurtured by the Imperial Tutor's residence. I never claimed that my Wuho residents could cultivate her. I merely wish to have a conversation with Lady Yunxi," Qin Wuho candidly expressed, provoking a chorus of indignation from the onlookers. "This martial man is truly despicable. He seeks to court a young lady at his age." Though they grumbled, they held their tongues, for Qin Wuho was a bachelor, unencumbered by a wife or any scandalous associations. However, Dan Yufeng, you are quite close to Lady Yunxi. Why not propose to her? The ever-astute Dan Wangfei had already brought forth her injured son. Bewildered, Dan Yufeng exclaimed, "Mother, what are you saying?" with a sharp slap to her son's head. Dan Wangfei admonished, "I am saying you should take a wife. You show no enthusiasm for marriage, you fool." Chapter 33, Amend the Edict. Crown Princess Mu Yunxi. Dan Yufeng intended to say something more. "What do you mean?" The dignified princess of the Dan clan promptly declared, "Forgive my foolish son for his shyness. Mu Yunxi is my daughter-in-law." The various households present were left in disbelief. Is she out of her mind? Dan Yufeng also thought his mother had lost her senses, quietly protesting, "Mother, what are you saying? Do you still wish to argue? When you were a child, you loved playing with your aunt's maid, and now that you've grown, you suddenly become shy." The princess of the Dan clan looked on with disdain. Dan Yufeng, bewildered. "Me? Did I enjoyed playing with Mu Yunxi as a child? I don't recall that. Is my mother deceiving me? That girl is Mu Yunxi? Mother, is it truly her?" Dan Yufeng was astounded. The Dan clan matriarch wore an expression of approval. "Of course. Since you care so much, why not hasten to propose?" I. Dan Yunfeng felt no such intention, merely enjoying the company of a young girl. Yet again, he received a sharp slap from his mother. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Go." Ahem. Qin Wuho felt compelled to intervene. "The Dan residence has gone too far. Qinjin, you are the one who has gone too far. How old are you? Still desiring to pursue a younger woman?" The Dan clan matriarch looked on in disdain. "Qin Wuho, what of age? Is it not commendable to maintain integrity?" Though he truly meant no harm, he was never that sort of person. Really, the dignified Qin Wuho expressed his thoughts, urging everyone to remain calm and await the emergence of Miss Yunxi. It was possible that she was still stabilizing her bloodline and had not yet awakened. "Perhaps she has not awakened," someone spoke softly. "Old one, cease your lamentations. Your family harbors no hope. Spare us your sour words. We are not fools." The feeble patriarch of the Wan family found himself at a loss for words. As time passed, and Miss Mu Yunxi still did not appear, anxiety began to ripple through the crowd. Where is she? Could it be that Qin Zhan's ill-fated words have come to fruition, and she has been affected? General Lu Ho, where is Mu Yunxi? As someone spotted General Lu Ho, who had led the team into the arena, inquiries began to arise. Lu Ho's expression was one of bitter resignation. I too am unaware of her whereabouts. Before the trial ground descended into chaos, I did see her and advised her to withdraw, but the young lady was insistent on honing her skills. After her failed awakening, she vanished from sight, and her subsequent fate remains a mystery. Following that, amidst the turmoil of the magical beasts, she has not been seen. Not seen at all? Qin Wuho exclaimed in astonishment. With such commotion, you mean to say you have not noticed her presence? Luho had no choice but to confirm that. Aside from the initial celestial phenomenon that appeared during the trial, there had been no further occurrences. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with others. Indeed, the formidable members of the Divine Machine Camp who had entered the arena corroborated this account. The scions of the Xuanan lineage nodded in agreement, affirming the veracity of Lu Ho's statements. However, Dan Yunfeng interjected, recounting a time when the trial grounds had erupted in a blinding white radiance, nearly rendering onlookers sightless. Were you dazzled by such brilliance? Inquired the Dan Wangfei. Dan Yunfeng, feeling somewhat aggrieved, cast a disgruntled glance at his mother, pondering her incessant reprimands. The Dan Wangfei noticed the exasperation etched on his face and felt an impulse to chastise him further, thinking him a foolish son. Just as she indulged in thoughts of her daughter-in-law, Elder Luo from the Mu family arrived, addressing her with respect. Your Highness, I am Luo Jiyun, Elder of the Mu family, and I urgently seek a private audience with you. With no alternatives left, Luo had previously visited the Dan Wang mansion only to find the responsible parties in seclusion. The only person available to converse was the Dan Wangfei, who had since made her way to the trial grounds. Upon meeting Elder Luo's gaze, the Dan Wangfei did not refuse his request, bidding him to approach. After being momentarily halted by the soldiers of the Shinji camp, Luo Jinyun was finally granted passage. I humbly greet you, Dan Wangfei. My intrusion is born of desperation. I beg your forgiveness, he lamented, his face etched with anxiety. Speak your mind. What troubles you? The Dan Wangfei said, deftly shielding their conversation from external prying ears. Luo, sensing the gravity of the moment, knelt and implored, I beseech you, Dan Wangfei, save Qiqing. Qiqing? The Dan Wangfei furrowed her brow, recalling the individual who had awakened at the Mu residence. Indeed, Luo Jinyun swiftly recounted the dire circumstances. With each word he spoke, the Dan Wangfei's frown deepened, realizing that this was a failed awakening resulting in backlash. I fear that my Dan family may be powerless to assist. Princess. Luo Jinyun was on the verge of tears. The Dan princess was also troubled. How about this? You take my token to the residence and have old Miao fetch a blood-nourishing pill for Qiqing. As for the rest, we can only wait for the prince to emerge before we discuss further. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Jinyun bowed deeply in gratitude. The Dan princess sighed softly, producing her token. Go now. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Jinyun expressed her thanks once more before departing with the token. Only Dan Yufeng appeared perplexed and asked, Mother, isn't there some animosity between the Mu family and Mu Yunxi? Did you not want me to marry her? Fool. The Dan princess scolded lightly before explaining, regardless of the outcome, Qiqing is your aunt's daughter. It is unthinkable to abandon her in her time of need. But I heard that Mu Yunxi seems to have her sights set on the crown prince, and they slap. Before he could finish his thought, Dan Yufeng received a sharp reprimand from his mother, leaving him speechless. Old Lu. The Dan princess promptly summoned her subordinate. Investigate who the royal family intends to designate as the crown princess. Hearing this, Dan Yufeng was astonished. Do you think the royal family intends to name Yunxi as the crown princess instead of Qiqing? Indeed, the Dan princess affirmed with a nod. In fact, Minister Feng Kuinan of the Department of Rites, summoned by the Emperor Xianla, had indeed received the imperial order to amend the edict. Minister Feng felt that the emperor was somewhat lacking in decorum, although the edict had not yet been officially promulgated. Many within the Department of Rites were already aware of it. The Emperor of Xianla, having no intention of preserving his dignity, declared that his words were indeed meant to bestow the title of Crown Princess upon Yunxi. It was a mistake on your part, a misinterpretation of the imperial will. Rectify it immediately and issue the decree forthwith. Chapter 34. Delving deeper, tempting the young lady. Minister Feng found himself in a predicament. Your Majesty, I comprehend your intent. Yet this may provoke dissatisfaction from the Mu family. That is unlikely, replied the Emperor of Xianlu with confidence. Mu Yunxi is quite astute. He understands the choices that must be made. One is potentially a prodigious genius, while the other is destined to be a failure. Even if the latter is of blood relation, for the sake of the family, the choice must lean towards the non-biological. Minister Feng pondered this for a moment and nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the approach. Very well, Your Majesty, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Be swift, commanded the Emperor of Xianlu, fully aware that any delay could lead to irretrievable consequences. Minister Feng understood the urgency. After all, they were all vying for the same prize, and thus promptly took his leave to prepare the imperial edict. In truth, the task was not overly complicated, as all involved were of the Mu lineage. Even if everyone knew that Yunxi was not truly one of them, it sufficed that it appeared so on the surface. Meanwhile, aside from the Empress of the Pill, who had been reminded by Dan Yufeng and recalled this matter, no one else had considered it. The Emperor of Xianlu's actions were indeed shameless, audaciously bold. No one anticipated such a maneuver. Even the esteemed master may had not foreseen that someone would forcefully pry open his mouth to extract the bride he had already claimed for himself. He was comfortably awaiting the young lady's emergence, while the little one had once again been coerced into slumber, sprawled contentedly across his chest, resembling a plump letter. As Mu Yunxi emerged from his retreat, he found himself lying on a soft couch, the beautiful American master observing him with a subtle smile. Have you succeeded? He inquired. To which Mu Yunxi approached without needing to be called, gently nudging the small child. Why is he still asleep? At this hour, he usually plays. The American master, feeling a twinge of guilt, diverted the conversation. Is your Shinon whip usable? Mu Yunxi furrowed his brow. Are you probing me? That is unnecessary. The American master chuckled. You must be aware of the commotion your whip creates when unleashed. Mu Yunxi responded. Indeed, I thought this fellow was spying, but it seems I exposed myself instead. However, if I don't acknowledge it, he will continue to speculate. Yet, the American master added, it is only prudent to guard against me, but at present, you cannot wield the power of the Shinon whip, correct? Yes, Mu Yunxi replied in a low voice. Do you have a solution? Naturally, the American master extended his hand. Your knife, please. Mu Yunxi shot him a glance, denying. Did you ever give me a knife? Huh. The American master laughed. This little one always takes my belongings. It appears he has learned from you. Don't speak nonsense. Mu Yunxi vehemently denied. I learned it from him. The American master smiled broadly. Very well, you learned from him. First, hand me the knife. It is not yours I seek. I wish for you to infuse the essence of the Shinon whip into it, allowing you to access a portion of its power. Oh, only then did Mu Yunxi produce the blood knife. The master of the American Empire could not restrain himself as he took the dagger. He effortlessly pulled the bewildered woman into his embrace, stifling a chuckle. I ask you, when the divine farmer's whip was drawn, was it an act of your volition, or an unconscious response? The instinctively struggling Mu Yunxi paused, pondering the distinction. Is there a difference? Indeed, the master of the American Empire explained earnestly. If it was voluntary, it implies you can still wield the power of the divine farmer's whip, albeit with great difficulty. If it was involuntary, that poses a more troublesome predicament. Mu Yunxi accepted his words without doubt. Voluntary. The master nodded, sensing the situation was favorable, and released her, feigning seriousness as he remarked, I just sensed your bloodline concentration. It is quite impressive. At that moment, Mu Yunxi realized his embrace was merely a means to gauge her bloodline, indeed harboring ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she decided that if she wished for his assistance in wielding the divine farmer's whip, she must reveal some information. Having risen, the master of the American Empire declared, Follow me. Mu Yunxi complied, trailing behind him. As they traversed the vast palace, she noticed the absence of any other souls. Puzzled yet indifferent, she refrained from inquiring further. Aware that the master was not one to indulge in explanations, he remained silent, guiding her into a side hall. Upon entering, Mu Yunxi could no longer contain her curiosity. Is this the alchemy room? The forging chamber? The master corrected her. That is not an alchemical furnace, it is a smelting furnace. Can you not discern the difference? I have never seen a smelting furnace, Mu Yunxi replied, surveying the chamber. It was cumbersome and large, bearing a resemblance to an alchemical furnace. The master raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? The furnace, typically shaped like a cauldron, bears no resemblance to this forge, which is more akin to a cooking stove, at best. Nevertheless, the master of the United States does not dispute this. Instead, he hands over the small creature nestled in his arms. Mu Yunxi promptly receives it, inquiring, "Will you assist me in reforging the blade?" "Indeed," the master replies with a nod, then begins to unfasten his robe. Mu Yunxi's brows twitch slightly, unsure of his intentions. Soon enough, she finds herself gazing upon a remarkably handsome man. She cannot help but marvel inwardly at his splendid physique. No wonder he possesses such strength. The dim lighting had obscured her earlier observations, and she had not realized he bore such muscularity. Yet, it seems she has indeed touched upon it, though the memory is too chaotic to recall clearly. However, she cannot help but ask, "What about the tear mole at the corner of your eye?" The master, poised to engage, chuckles softly, his eyes shimmering with unspoken amusement. "Would you like to see?" he queries, his gaze fixed intently upon her, an enigmatic smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, the blade he once held has been set aside. He approaches her with a measured grace. His steps neither hurried nor slow, exuding an air of calm elegance. Just as he seems about to draw near, he halts. Yet Mu Yunxi can already sense the cool, gentle aura emanating from him, and she can even catch a whiff of the delicate, ethereal fragrance that wafts from his being, reminiscent of orchids in the divine. She gently taps the little creature in her arms, which stirs slightly. She muses. The master chuckles lightly. "Did you not wish to see? Are you now too timid?" "That is not the case," she retorts. Mu Yunxi widened her eyes, determined to prove that she had not averted her gaze, yet now, it appeared she had. "Whatever you wish for, it could be yours in an instant." The American master offered a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, drawing ever closer, one hand encircling the delicate waist of the young lady. "What do you think?" Chapter 35, stripped of the Dan clan's bloodline. "Do you have any contraceptives?" Mu Yunxi retorted. The American master paused, momentarily taken aback, not because he failed to comprehend the young lady's words, even if it was his first encounter with such terminology. He could easily grasp its meaning. However, her reaction was unexpected. She did not oppose it and seemed rather anticipatory, albeit with some reservations. "Ah, understood." She feared the possibility of becoming pregnant again. The American master fell into a prolonged silence, rendered speechless. Yet, Mu Yunxi gazed at him with intense scrutiny. "Is there any?" "None," the American master replied with regret. Mu Yunxi exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Raising a child is no easy task. All he thinks about is his own pleasure, disregarding everything else." The American master seemed to grasp the disdain emanating from her. Very well, he accepted her scorn. However, his intentions had merely been to tease her. "But now, I have a way to ensure that doesn't happen." As he spoke, he tightened his hold on her waist, drawing nearer once more. Yet, Mu Yunxi evaded him, pondering the what-ifs. "It won't happen. You don't believe me." The silent beauty of the American master leaned in, his delicate and alluring lips brushing against the young lady's ear. Mu Yunxi could distinctly hear his breath, seemingly laced with laughter. Indeed, the master, who was genuinely smiling, had gently caressed the young lady's snow-white neck, recalling the moment of their first kiss and the brilliance it had ignited. This reminiscence deepened his smile. As he reflected on the earlier assertions of not being his offspring, was that now acknowledged? Mu Yunxi pushed away his hand with a hint of disdain, declaring, "Do not deceive me. Asking whether you possess a contraceptive is merely precautionary. After all, I am still quite young, and raising one child is already a considerable effort. I lack the energy for a second. Keep pretending," he replied with a chuckle, relinquishing his domineering grip on her slender waist, yet still grasping her hand, guiding her along. Mu Yunxi initially intended to break free, but the American master was leading her toward the forging platform, insisting that she summon the Shinnon whip with immediate force. "I cannot summon it," Mu Yunxi replied earnestly. "It is bound to my spiritual pulse. I cannot extract it." She had attempted this before leaving her seclusion, wishing to wield the crimson ancient whip, but it remained steadfast, coiling around her as if merely a decorative embellishment. Yet, Mu Yunxi understood it was far from trivial. She simply had not yet mastered it. A flicker of frustration stirred within her, though she harbored a strong intuition that once she grew stronger, she would be able to command it. You are not being asked to summon the Shinnon whip, merely to awaken its essence. I will capture that essence and infuse it into this blade, thereby enhancing its power. Furthermore, it allows you to synchronize with the divine whip earlier, ensuring that when the time comes for you to wield it truly, you will not be overwhelmed, inadvertently causing harm to yourself instead. As the esteemed master from the West gradually elucidates, he has already set the forging platform in motion, with a fervent blaze erupting momentarily from within, startling a small one from slumber. The little creature rubbed itself, mistakenly believing it had been scorched once more. However, there was no fire upon its body. Young Master Chuchu curiously glanced around, now fully awake. Then, he was playfully ruffled by the master from the West, who advised him not to cause mischief. Upon hearing this, young Master Chuchu felt quite indignant. The master chuckled, affirming that indeed, he was very well behaved and would not cause trouble. Young Master Chuchu nodded his little head in satisfaction. Mu Yunxi, somewhat weary, inquired, Chuchu, did you not notice who was holding you? It is your mother, who has emerged from her seclusion. You displayed no reaction at all? Indeed, the little cub had betrayed her. Only then did he realize it was his mother embracing him, and he was taken aback. Mu Yunxi, this little cub is truly ungrateful. Only now realizing that his mother has returned. Yet, just awakened, young Master Chuchu had not noticed at all. Now that he did, he was exceedingly delighted. With a voice as sweet as honey, he called out and had already climbed onto Mu Yunxi, clinging to her neck and chattering incessantly. As he reached the height of excitement, he yearned to take flight once more. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but laugh, her gaze filled with mirth. Even though she couldn't comprehend the little one's words, she could surmise that he was sharing tales of his recent adventures and culinary delights. Beside them, the handsome master from the United States took his time, observing the delightful exchange between mother and child, one speaking, the other responding, one calling out, the other laughing, his beautiful eyes shimmering with warm ripples of affection. When the young one eventually grew weary and began to request milk, the master finally commenced his work. Initially, he only engaged in rhythmic tapping, requiring no collaboration. Mu Yunxi held the little one close, watching intently as the striking figure hammered away, akin to forging iron in her eyes. The little lord, perplexed, inquired about the purpose of this activity. Just as Mu Yunxi was about to elucidate, the master announced the activation of the divine farmer's whip. Excellent, Mu Yunxi responded, closing her eyes to delve into her consciousness, summoning the divine farmer's whip that she held within. Observing this, the little lord obediently focused his gaze, refraining from wandering or calling out, truly exhibiting remarkable composure. Meanwhile, as this family of three engaged in their bustling reunion, the heads of various clans and estates who had awaited Mu Yunxi's arrival gradually dispersed, leaving only a few to guard the exit. The Pill King's wife, accompanied by Dan Yunfeng, arrived at the Mu residence. The esteemed elder Luo, who had personally come to welcome them, was overwhelmed with excitement, convinced that the young lady was indeed saved. After consuming a blood-nourishing pill, her condition had improved significantly. Now, with the Pill King's wife visiting in person, there was hope that the lingering troubles could be resolved, perhaps even restoring her ancestral power. It is evident that Mu Yuanchong harbored similar thoughts, as upon meeting the Dan Wangfei, he exchanged only a few pleasantries before directly inquiring, Sister Wang, do you possess a remedy for Qi-Ching? However, the Dan Wangfei shook her head and replied, no, the backlash of the bloodline is irreversible. I am merely here to assess the extent of the backlash, ensuring she retains her original strength and is not rendered incapacitated. Mu Yuanchong felt a tinge of disappointment but recognized that this was still a favorable outcome, naturally expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Wang. There is no need for such formalities. If Xianyu were still present, she might have had a solution, the Dan Wangfei said with a resigned smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanchong sighed. Still no news? None. The Dan Wangfei replied, shaking her head in regret. He chose not to pursue the topic further. As they arrived at their destination, Qingsheng was inside the room. The Dan Wangfei ceased her chatter and proceeded directly to the inner chamber, soon encountering the pale-faced Mu Qingsheng. Dan Yunfeng, accompanying her, furrowed his brow, sensing that his cousin was gravely injured. The Dan Wangfei shared this sentiment. She swiftly seated herself by the bedside. Diagnosing Mu Qingsheng's pulse and instructed, Yufeng, channel your bloodline power to draw forth Qingsheng's bloodline essence. Dan Yufeng complied immediately. However, something felt amiss. The Dan Wangfei frowned, sensing an anomaly within Mu Qingsheng's bloodline. Chapter 36. Oh dear. A falsehood is indeed a falsehood. What is the matter? Mu Yuanchong asked anxiously. Dan Yunfeng, sensing something awry, remarked, Sister Qingsheng's Dan lineage seems unusual. It feels as though. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. The Dan Wangfei, however, elucidated. It appears as though her bloodline has been forcibly merged with another. How could this be possible? Mu Yuankong was utterly astonished. And then he wondered if it was due to that lash. The Dan Wangfei remained contemplative and silent. She was not a descendant of the Dan family and could not make a definitive judgment. She could only assert that there was a possibility of such an outcome. However, in her current state, the backlash would only intensify, necessitating the severance of the Dan bloodline to preserve her life. This, Mu Yuankong had not anticipated such a conclusion, for the severance of the bloodline would irrevocably damage the foundation, rendering his daughter utterly incapacitated. At that juncture, she would not even be able to retain her original strength. The Dan Wangfei understood this all too well, yet she had to admit that if one wished to survive, there was no other option. Surely, my brother will have alternative methods, right? Mu Yuankong questioned, somewhat reluctant. The Dan Wangfei refrained from elaborating further, suggesting they wait for her husband to emerge from seclusion, though she feared that Qingsheng might not be able to hold on. That will not happen. The effects of the Yunxi Dan are remarkably potent. She can endure, Mu Yuankong asserted with conviction. At that moment, the feeble and weary Mu Qingsheng finally opened her eyes. The Dan Wangfei gazed at her with compassion, asking, Did you hear everything? Yes, Mu Qingsheng replied, biting her lips slightly. She had indeed heard everything. She had been awake for some time, but her exhaustion and discomfort had prevented her from opening her eyes sooner. The Dan Wangfei noticed the resentment and unwillingness in her gaze, yet also a flicker of understanding, realizing that this girl was aware of her predicament. This only made her more pitiable. Hold on for now. When your Uncle Wang emerges, there may yet be a solution. Will there really be? Mu Qingsheng asked in despair. The Dan Wangfei, feeling a pang of sympathy, assured her, There will be. Mu Yuankong watched in anguish, questioning, Why is this happening? Wang Sa? Do you know the reason? Why did the divine phenomenon of Shenong suddenly take action? He simply could not comprehend why such an event occurred. Wasn't everything proceeding smoothly? It was not solely her presence that evoked the supreme spiritual entities. All was harmonious. No. Others had harnessed the divine phenomenon of Shenong to enhance, even elevate, their bloodline powers. Yet here in Qingsheng, the Pill King's wife was equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Dan Yufeng could not help but ponder whether it was related to Mu Yunxi. Mother, may I inquire if the divine phenomenon resulting from bloodline awakening can be controlled by the awakener? Unable to restrain himself, Dan Yunfeng posed the question. Mu Yuancheng's powerful form trembled. Are you suggesting that it can be? No. The Pill King's wife interjected. The phenomenon is a natural manifestation. An echo of ancestral energy lingering in the cosmos, it possesses no consciousness. Even if it were to attain sentience, it would remain ungovernable. I must have overthought it. Dan Yunfeng admitted apologetically, scratching his head, aware that his inquiry was misplaced. The Pill King's wife did not immediately reprimand him, but stood to depart, stating, I shall take my leave for now. Once my husband emerges from his seclusion, I will have him come and take a look. Thank you. Mu Yuancheng expressed his gratitude once more, preparing to escort her out. Yet, Mu Qingsheng suddenly interjected, If, hypothetically, someone were to extract my essence blood, could they merge with my bloodline power? The three of them halted abruptly, turning to gaze at Mu Qingsheng. Mu Yuancheng inquired with astonishment. Has your essence blood been extracted? Mu Qiqing was taken aback. She had merely intended to pose the question, not believing it to be a genuine impossibility to merge. Doubting oneself inevitably leads to ruin. And as a result, Mu Qiqing felt a surge of panic. No, it was. I. How audacious, you wretched maid. Mu Yunxi exploded with rage. How dare she? I am uncertain. I merely recalled, for my aunt mentioned that there was something amiss with my bloodline. I sense that it is not solely due to that lash. It may also pertain to Qin Yui drawing my blood. Mu Qingxing spoke timidly. Her tone laced with doubt and anxiety, aligning closely with her true emotional state, thus no one suspected her of deceit. Yet, Mu Yunxi drew a connection from this revelation. No wonder that vile maid's daughter silently ascended to the rank of a third-tier warrior and even became a third-tier alchemist. It seems she awakened a supreme spiritual body, correct, Sister Wang? Due to Mu Qingxing's predicament, Mu Yunxi had not closely followed the events in the trial arena. However, as a member of a prominent clan, he had certainly heard some tidbits upon arriving in the capital. Yet, he never anticipated that wretched girl would scheme against his daughter, stepping on her shoulders to rise. It is simply outrageous, a profound humiliation. Indeed, that woman was also Qingqing's wet nurse. Sister Wang knew well that Xian Yu left as soon as Qingsheng was born, and over the years, lacking the care of her biological mother, she had grown particularly fond of the wet nurse, treating her with the reverence due to a mother. The result, Mu Yunxi seethed with resentment. He should have warned his daughter. Perhaps they would not have arrived at this juncture. It was his fault, cursed be it. Yet, he truly never expected that wretched maid could possess such capabilities. Extracting essence blood and merging it with gifted bloodlines, such practices are typically the domain of a demon clan. Are they not? Mu Yunxi harbored suspicions that the unworthy individual might be colluding with the demonic clan. However, the alchemist queen sensed an underlying peculiarity in the situation. Although the demonic clan possessed certain forbidden techniques, these did not apply to the human race. Furthermore, while the bloodline of Mu Qiqing was indeed pure, it was insufficient to awaken the supreme spiritual body. This was a stark reality, primarily due to Mu Yunxi's supreme spiritual body, which had been enhanced by the chaotic art. The chaotic art grows stronger in the face of adversity, capable of progressively and infinitely augmenting its master's potential. Prior to Mu Yunxi's arrival, Mu Qingsheng had secretly drawn Lu Xiaoxi's essence, and at that time, Lu Xiaoxi lacked the exceptional talent that Mu Yunxi possessed now. Mu Yunxi was acutely aware of this, and at present, she could faintly sense her own essence being provoked and examined. Though she was not particularly concerned, the divine farmer's whip seemed to take great interest. It stirred to life, manifesting itself with a sudden flourish. This caught the attention of Mei Dishi, who was harnessing its power for the forging of the blood blade, leaving him momentarily astonished. Was he angered? Chapter 37. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. With the imperial decree issued, Xiao Chui curiously scrutinized the divine farmer's whip. However, the whip's shadow was quickly seized by Mei Dishi with a swift motion. Before Mu Yunxi could utter a word, the whip's shadow was yanked into the blood blade. With a resounding thud, Mei Dishi struck the shadow into the bloodline, igniting a brilliant explosion of sparks. Xiao Chui, startled, instinctively darted behind his mother, clinging tightly. Not only was he taken aback, but even Mu Yunxi was momentarily startled by the commotion, as it was remarkably loud. A circle of fiery shadows rapidly expanded from the blood blade's center. The tremors resonated through the auxiliary hall, extending their reach for miles. It was only when subdued by the restrictive formations within the Imperial Master's South Inner Court that the turmoil began to ease, though remnants of defiance lingered. Attempting to dissipate this oppressive force, the Imperial Master, keenly aware of the situation, felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, this was fortuitous. He had initially harbored concerns regarding the efficacy of the divine agricultural whip wielded by the young lady, but it appeared she had channeled its power splendidly, delivering considerable impact. Yet, he inquired about the cause of the whip's agitation, seeking clarity. "How do you discern that it is indeed angry?" murmured Mu Yunxi. while soothing the young creature in her arms. "Do you suppose," the Imperial Master countered, "that I possess the ability to guide your cultivation for no reason at all?" Mu Yunxi understood then. He was a seasoned spiritual guide, endowed with experience and insight. "Seasoned?" The Imperial Master replied with a subtle smile. "Perhaps that is one way to describe it. What does that have to do with recognizing its anger?" Mu Yunxi pressed on. "It merely appeared suddenly, without expressing any discernible emotion, at least not one perceptible to others. Spiritual guides, what do you believe empowers them to command all spirits?" he posed. "It is through their profound insight into them." Mu Yunxi responded, realization dawning upon her. "Does the divine agricultural whip also possess spirit?" "Indeed. You must understand that all things possess spirit. With spirit, you can gain insight, and thereafter either command, enlighten, or vanquish them as you see fit. Among these, you should have sensed that vanquishing is the simplest, commanding is secondary, while enlightening is the most challenging." Mu Yunxi nodded in empathy, acknowledging, "As of now, my capability extends only to vanquishing. I have yet to reach the level of command. Yet it shall come swiftly, once you can command. You may proceed to receive your certification." As the esteemed blacksmith engaged in conversation, the relentless pounding of the hammer began to wane. Mu Yunxi observed him closely. Finding the man's strength unfathomable, the ethereal image of the Shinong whip had been vanquished through sheer forging prowess, an awe-inspiring feat. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Xiaochu, let out a heartfelt exclamation, clearly astonished by the blacksmith's remarkable skill. He began to applaud enthusiastically, the sound echoing in the air. Mu Yunxi, bemused, thought to himself about the unexpected support. With a smile, the blacksmith continued his work, having transformed the Shinong whip's shadow into a subtle engraving upon the blade. To the untrained eye, it would go unnoticed, yet once the whip's power was summoned, it would undoubtedly reveal itself. Mu Yunxi speculated in anticipation. It promised to be formidable, sharp, and powerful. With a calm demeanor, the blacksmith extinguished the flames and casually tossed the blade to the young lady. Mu Yunxi swiftly caught it, and the blade emitted a resonant hum, radiating sparks of fire. Xiaochu dashed over to the blacksmith, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at the weapon. "What are you afraid of?" The blacksmith playfully lifted the little one and tossed him directly into the forging furnace. This startled Xiaochu, who shimmered with light, inadvertently extinguishing the flames within the furnace. Now, the furnace remained quiet, while the young cub nestled within, playfully stirring the faint embers. The furnace was indeed robust, possessing remarkable hardness. Otherwise, it might have crumbled under such pressure. In a moment of uncertainty, Mu Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. Her frustration directed towards the larger figure. "It is not your creation. Do you not feel any remorse?" she exclaimed. "How could one carelessly discard something? What if someone truly gets burned?" Acknowledging her fault, she added, "Please, hand me the garment." The American master, who had just put away his hammer, feigned innocence. Initially, Mu Yunxi intended to ignore him, but the knife in her grasp felt quite satisfactory, so she decided to oblige. However, upon delivering the clothing, the American master presented yet another request. "Help me put it on." Casting a glance at him, Mu Yunxi refrained from refusal, treating the task as if she were dressing a young child. Yet, as she fastened his belt, she could not help but be enveloped by the unique, alluring scent of his masculinity, reminiscent of orchids and subtle elegance. Discreetly, she found herself caressing his waist. It was narrow yet sturdy, even through the fabric. She could sense his strength, which was indeed impressive. It was no wonder that in her past life, her female companions preferred men with well-defined physiques. The tactile sensation was undeniably pleasurable. The American master, maintaining his composure, allowed her to indulge in her exploration, choosing not to expose the playful nature of their interaction. He relished the thought of her becoming addicted to the sensation, reluctant to withdraw her touch. Just then, from the forge, a small figure named Xiaochu flew in, witnessing the embrace between the uncle and the lady. Both parties instinctively released each other and turned their gazes towards the little one. The small creature, perplexed, continued to observe them. Clearing his throat, the American master broke the silence, pulling the child into his arms. "Are you hungry?" he inquired, struggling momentarily. The young master Xiao Chu, upon hearing the words, immediately began to exclaim incoherently, seemingly expressing hunger and perhaps even naming dishes. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere, Qin Yue had just stepped into the gloomy and desolate Mu residence, and before she could take more than a few paces, she was seized. "Arrest her," commanded Zhang Qingyun, and before Qin Yue could utter a sound, she was apprehended. As she was not a practitioner, she could not resist at all, nearly being brutally torn apart by the rough guards of the martial arts manor. It was only when she realized she had been bound that she felt the pain in her shoulders and hands, yet her mind remained in a daze, wondering what was happening. "Take her away." Zhang Qingyun did not grant her the opportunity to speak, insisting instead that she be brought to meet Mu Yunxi. Just then, however, a decree arrived. Someone from the palace had come. "The Imperial Edict is here. Please summon the Lord of Jingnan City, Mu Yunxi, to receive the decree." Lianren, who had personally come, brought the newly revised edict from Minister Feng. Hearing the announcement, Mu Yunxi emerged from the inner courtyard and promptly knelt, declaring, "I, Mu Yunxi, receive the decree." Seeing this, Lianren wasted no time and directly read the edict. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the Mu family's daughter, Yunxi, is a chosen talent, possessing remarkable grace and innate elegance, with a bright and refreshing disposition, destined for greatness. She is hereby appointed as the crown princess." Thus decreed. Chapter 38. I shall not marry the crown prince. I shall marry this one, Mu Yunxi. He remained speechless for a long while, convinced he must have misheard. Not only he, but everyone in the residence shared the same sentiment. "I, Mu Yunxi, receive the decree." Once more. As he uttered the 6 words, Mu Yunxi felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, rendering him breathless. As a martial practitioner, he was acutely aware that he was not suffering from auditory hallucinations. This meant that the selection of the crown princess was no longer his daughter, but rather the daughter of that lowly maid. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated to accept the imperial edict, even contemplating revealing the truth behind this matter. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. It was imperative that he accepted the decree, lest he bring disgrace upon the royal family. Lianren, who had entrusted the imperial command to Mu Yunxi, also breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord Mu, may we have a word in private? Please." Mu Yunxi welcomed him into the hall. At that moment, Mu Yunxi's imposing figure trembled. He turned sharply to glare at Qin Yue, demanding, "Why have you not taken her away at once?" "Yes." Zhang Qingyun was drenched in sweat, wishing he could silence Qin Yue's tongue, which had spoken such taunts at a time like this, clearly mocking the head of the family and the entire Mu household. That wretched woman was utterly detestable. Enraged, Zhang Qingyun personally dragged Qin Yue away, though she struggled, eager to protest further. Unfortunately, Zhang Qingyun had already sealed her voice, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound, and she was thus dragged away like a dog. Lianren, maintaining his silence, chose to pretend he had not witnessed this scene. Being a wise man, he understood that this was a domestic affair of the Mu family, and it was not his place to intervene. However, Mu Yunxi exposed his own vulnerabilities, saying, "I beg your pardon, masterly. My daughter is exceedingly foolish, unaware that her blood was stolen by her wet nurse. Had it not been for this failed awakening, I would still be in the dark." Lianren was taken aback. The implication of Lord Mu's words was that the reason for his daughter's backlash was due to the extraction of her vital essence. "Indeed," sighed Mu Yunxi. "What you do not know, lordly, is that the individual just mentioned is the wet nurse of my daughter, and also the mother of Yunxi." "What?" Lianren was astonished, for the implications of Mu Yunxi's statement were profound. Unfazed, Mu Yunxi continued, "The emperor's intent is clear to me as a loyal subject, and I recognize that the current state of Qinsheng is unworthy of His Highness the Crown Prince. However, I must comply with the emperor's wishes." Lianren fell silent. The matter was too intricate for him to comment on, and furthermore, he harbored doubts about the truth of the situation. It seemed too coincidental. He had just come to convey the imperial decree when he was informed that there were issues with Mu Qinsheng's bloodline, possibly acquired from her. Nevertheless, Mu Yunxi did not pursue that topic further, but instead inquired, "Do you have any other matters to convey?" "I dare not presume to convey anything on my own accord." "It is Minister Feng's directive," Li Anren replied, mindful of his mission. Mu Yunxi was taken aback by this revelation. "Minister Feng?" "Indeed, though I served before the Emperor. There are matters beyond my knowledge. It is Minister Feng who possesses certain information." Seizing the opportunity, Li Anren divulged the matter regarding the establishment of the Crown Prince's side consort. Mu Yunxi grasped the situation but probed further, expressing concern that Qinsheng might become incapacitated. "As long as one lives, there is hope," Li Anren responded meaningfully. Mu Yunxi understood, thanking the official for the insight. "Please, Lord." Mu Yunxi did not insist on keeping him longer. Elder Luo personally escorted the individual out, discreetly presenting a generous gift. The Emperor of Xinla remained silent for a while before finally commanding, "Summon Chun'er to the palace to meet me. The grace of rain and thunder is a blessing from the sovereign. What others bestow upon this old servant is solely due to your majesty's favor. Hence it is your majesty's reward that belongs to this old servant." "You old fool! How dare you speak to me like that? Take it away. Leave." After humorously rebuking him, the Emperor of Xinla kicked Li Anren out. However, Li Anren felt considerably relieved and proceeded to carry out his duties, choosing not to mention the matters concerning the Mu residents to anyone else. The news of Mu Yunxi being conferred as the crown princess, of course, spread like wildfire. The Imperial Master's residents did not lag behind, believing this matter warranted a report. Thus, while sipping tea and admiring his wife, the handsome Imperial Master received this news. Mu Yunxi also heard about it and found herself at a loss for words. Chuckling softly, the handsome Imperial Master then commanded, "Bring me the Imperial Edict to examine." "Yes." One subordinate of the Imperial Master, wiping away the genuine sweat from his brow, prepared to take his leave to fulfill the task. However, the Imperial Master inquired again, "What is your name?" "I am Ji Tsonghua, hailing from the Ji family of Northern Jing, a second-rank array master." Ji Tsonghua promptly introduced himself, nearly divulging his relationship status as well, which earned him a disdainful remark from the Imperial Master, "I did not ask for so much information. It was my mistake to be so verbose." Ji Tsonghua dared not utter a word of dissent, yet he did not depart, anxious that the Imperial Master might have further instructions. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of excitement. In the grand hall of the Imperial Master's residence, it appeared that he was the first to be inquired about his name by the esteemed figure. Being remembered by the Imperial Master could signify a prosperous future, or perhaps a downfall. Ji Tsonghua was uncertain, yet he suspected it would likely lead to fortune, as this news must hold great significance for the Master. "Go, fetch the Imperial Edict," commanded the Master, who had no other directives, merely yearning to behold the decree. As Ji Tsonghua exited the hall, having just closed the door behind him, Mu Yunxi declared, "I shall not marry." The Master, placing down his teacup, wore no smile. The corners of his lips, once playfully curved, now bore a frigid demeanor. Such audacity! Mu Yunxi believed he was referring to her, fixated on him, insisting that the decree must be annulled. What a jest! To bear a child is one thing, but to compel me into marriage? Absolutely not. We have not even courted. And yet a decree is thrust upon me? How absurd! In that moment, she picked up the child and departed. However, the Master swiftly embraced both her and the little one, questioning her anger. "Why be upset? I did not demand your hand in marriage. Do you not see?" Mu Yunxi was genuinely infuriated. The disgraceful prince dared to impose his will upon her? A mere fantasy. As the Imperial Master responded with a charming smile, he acknowledged, "Indeed. One should be vexed. You ought not to marry the prince. He is unworthy." Mu Yunxi, rendered speechless, cast a doubtful glance in his direction. Was he mocking her? The Master continued, "If you are to wed, it shall be to me." Mu Yunxi was taken aback, lost in confusion. What did he mean? Was he not the prince? Such folly! At last, she comprehends that the charming gentleman, whom she has persistently mistaken for the foolish prince, possesses a complex demeanor. From the very beginning, she has regarded herself as the naive prince's counterpart. It is no wonder she previously mentioned having a sister in the trial grounds, presumably the younger sibling of Xianchun. What a silly girl. The charming gentleman is rendered speechless, pondering how one could make such a misjudgment. He bears no resemblance to the prince whatsoever. However, his exasperation resonates with a certain small figure who, engrossed in his fruit, believes the gentleman is alluding to him. Continue eating, the charming gentleman grumbles, pinching the chubby child's neck as a signal to keep feasting in silence. After some contemplation, the little one resumes his meal, as the fruit in his hand is simply too delectable, more enticing than any meat. Meanwhile, the now certain Mu Yunxi harbors a complex tone, questioning. If you're not the prince, then how were you there that day? Did you climb into the prince's bed? The charming gentleman's expression darkens. The implications behind her words are indeed profound, leaving him at a loss for a response. Fortunately, Mu Yunxi does not dwell on that notion, but instead considers an alternative possibility. Could Mu Qiqing be mistaken? Perhaps not. With a soft sigh, the charming gentleman elaborates, revealing that her schemes were indeed directed at Xianchun, but he had intervened. Mu Yunxi's eyes widen in realization. So this man has actually taken an interest in Mu Qiqing? You possess the true essence of the Dan lineage. And coupled with the otherworldly aura that permeated that night, it was only then that I spared Xianchun's life, extracting the peculiar poison from him to cultivate with you. Otherwise, I would have paid him no heed. Mu Yunxi. The silent figure continued to feign ignorance towards the term otherworld. Yet you arrived, infused with the essence of that realm, presenting a great temptation to me. Naturally, I could not let you slip away, but I have not treated you unfairly. Through our dual cultivation, I have stabilized your bloodline's power. Mu Yunxi. So that is the case. I finally comprehend. However, this fellow possesses remarkable audacity. As if the crown prince holds no significance in his eyes. Do you understand? Originally, he assumed that as a clever young lady, you would have a clear understanding of the situation. Nodding, Mu Yunxi affirmed her understanding. Truly grasped it. The master of the beautiful empire appeared skeptical. Of course. Mu Yunxi shot him a curious glance. It is not a complicated matter, is it? You deceived the crown prince and conveniently abducted me, did you not? Master of the beautiful empire. Well, one cannot argue that this perspective is not without merit. Enlightened to the truth. Mu Yunxi could not help but exclaim, you are indeed quite insidious. You did not inform the crown prince that Mu Qiqing is an impostor, hoping to witness his folly? I am not his father. Why would he expect me to guide him during his blunders? The master of the beautiful empire remained unfazed, casually pinching the little one nestled in his arms. The subtly offended little Chujun promptly struck his father's chest, exclaiming, ah, chuckle. The master of the beautiful empire laughed. Can you even comprehend that remark? Ah, little Chujun delivered another playful punch to his father. The master of the beautiful empire remained indifferent. Yet although Xianchun may be foolish, his father Xian Lu is not. He directly conferred upon you the title of crown princess. Does this not count as a twist of fate, taking the righteous path? Regarding this matter, Mu Yunxi was still filled with indignation. This imperial edict must be revoked. I shall not marry. Understood. The esteemed master of the empire was quite pleased with the young lady's stance, yet he remarked that she must cooperate with him henceforth. Mu Yunxi cast a penetrating glance at him, sensing an ulterior motive, and promptly declared, I shall not marry either. Understood. The unfazed master of the empire remained untroubled, for he had a clear understanding of the situation. His young lady, under the misconception that he was the crown prince, showed no concern regarding Mu Qiqing's impending elevation to crown princess, which spoke volumes. But this was merely the beginning. He was in no haste, for time was on his side. As for the imperial edict, to snatch someone from his lips? The master of the empire, with a sardonic smile, refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, Mu Yunxi could sense the disdain and indifference emanating from him. Goodness! He completely disregarded the imperial family, exuding such audacity. Yet, is the master of the empire truly the emperor's mentor? Mu Yunxi inquired, feeling a sense of uncertainty. After all, the esteemed master had stated otherwise. Indeed. Mu Yunxi nodded, then asked, what is your true purpose? Meanwhile, the little one, with juice smeared all over his hands, was wary of being mistaken for a cloth and consequently getting himself dirty. Belching contentedly, the little master beamed with joy, resembling a miniature Mithria, albeit more exquisite and adorable. Mu Yunxi, already slightly irked, found the interaction between the two unbearable and promptly scooped up the little one, turning away. She did not allow the esteemed master of the empire to hold him. The unfettered master of the empire simply smiled silently, casting aside the silk handkerchief in his hand. I report to you, Master Mo. As the returning season approached, Ji Songyue reported outside the hall. Come in. The esteemed Master Mei, with an air of elegance, gestured for the young lady before him to take a seat. Initially intending to depart, Mu Yunxi found herself seated instead. Intrigued to observe how this individual would address the imperial edict, aware of her curiosity, Master Mei, without hesitation, unfurled the decree presented by Ji Songyue right before her eyes. Mu Yunxi leaned in closely, scrutinizing the characters inscribed upon it, and to her astonishment, her name was explicitly mentioned, leaving no room for denial. She had assumed the edict would be somewhat vague, perhaps referring to her merely as the daughter of the Mu family. However, now it lay before her in stark clarity, inked on fine silk, complete with the imperial seal. How could this be? Overwhelmed with questions, she inquired aloud, "What do you intend to do?" With a calm demeanor, Master Mei pointed at the decree, exuding an aura of composure. As Mu Yunxi continued to gaze at the edict, she witnessed the characters representing her name transform into Qingqing. Was this truly sufficient? Mu Yunxi was left dumbfounded. Would the emperor and the court acknowledge this? Furthermore, there must be more than one copy of the decree, with at least one surely residing in the Mu residence. Little did she know, at the moment Master Mei indicated the decree, a subtle flow of ethereal energy circulated through the realm. In an instant, the celestial emperor of Xianla, sensing a shift in the heavenly secrets, turned his gaze towards the void, acknowledging the presence of the one known as Rome from the Master's residence. Chapter 40. The Madness of the Imperial Master. It is the essence within the bone, not merely the skin. At this moment, the Xianla emperor, capable of perceiving the change in heavenly secrets, was acutely aware that only the esteemed individual of the Master's residence, bearing the surname Rome, possessed such remarkable abilities in this world. As the master of the Mo clan and a top-tier spirit guide, he possesses the ability to manipulate the heavenly mechanisms. Damn it, what is he doing? As the emperor of the Xianla dynasty, he can sense that the other party is engaged in an endeavor that could alter his dynasty's fortune. Yet, he remains oblivious to the specifics of the actions being undertaken. What he fails to comprehend is the audacity of this rogue. Does he not fear retribution? Throughout history, no leader of the Mo clan has dared to tamper with the fortunes of a dynasty. The backlash would be immense. Yet, at this moment, someone is indeed committing such an act that Prodigy has lost his mind. What exactly is he doing? Someone, quickly, summon assistance. The restless emperor of Xianla is desperate to uncover the intentions of this individual, how he can manipulate the fortunes of Xianla, and why he would choose to do so. Meanwhile, within the Mu residence, the sacred edict that had been carefully stored has been altered. No one within the Mu residence is aware that the name Yunxi has been synchronously changed to Qingqing. The accomplished Master Mei, who executed this operation, contentedly withdrew, satisfied with the outcome. Do you take me for a novice? Mu Yunxi expressed his bewilderment. The one named Xiaochu, who was unexpectedly called upon, quickly responded. Mu Yunxi gently patted the little one's head, saying, I did not summon you. Continue your play. Little Lord Xiaochu was startled. He remained frozen in place, afraid to move, believing he had inadvertently harmed someone. Mu Yunxi was also taken aback, asking, What is wrong with you? Why are you spitting blood again? Are you feeling too weak? A slight backlash. The somewhat exasperated Master Mei appeared pale, looking rather feeble. As Ji Songyue knelt below, his complexion shifted, and he exclaimed, Master, you. It was his first encounter witnessing the formidable master spitting blood, leaving him utterly flustered and alarmed. With no other option, Ji Songyue complied with the directive and set forth to carry out his task. Meanwhile, after Ji Songyue's departure, Mu Yunxi was already taking the pulse of the esteemed master. A certain young one was nearby, incessantly inquiring. The esteemed master, allowing her to proceed, merely asked, "Can you truly take a pulse? I have just learned. It should suffice." Mu Yunxi replied, gesturing for silence to avoid any disruptions during her examination. The esteemed master, noting her earnest demeanor, refrained from further comment, instead reaching for a cloth to wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips. Little Chujun observed this with evident concern, exclaiming, it's nothing." The esteemed master reassured, gently ruffling the young one's hair, his eyes still sparkling with mirth. "A mere bit of blood, it is of no consequence." Little Chujun looked up at him, his innocent eyes betraying a hint of worry. This tender display warmed the heart of the esteemed master, who insisted, "Truly, it is nothing." However, after examining the pulse, Mu Yunxi could not concur, stating, "Your pulse is exceedingly weak, and there remains a residue of potent poison within. You have also suffered from consecutive backlash to your organs. This toxin may prove difficult to expel." Upon hearing this, little Chujun was immensely distressed, retorting, "Do not heed what your mother says. It cannot be that severe. A period of rest will suffice." The indifferent esteemed master, holding the little one who had been leaning on the desk, offered comfort with a gentle embrace. Mu Yunxi gazed at him with a complex expression for quite some time. Although she refrained from reiterating the severity of his injuries, her tone softened considerably. "You should not forge that blade for me at this moment." She was not foolish. She could discern that imbuing the blood blade with the power of the Shinon whip was quite a laborious task for this esteemed imperial master. Yet he feigned nonchalance as if it were an effortless endeavor. Moreover, considering the two waves of backlash, one from the trial grounds and another just moments ago, his condition was precarious. What elixirs might aid in your recovery? Yet, given her current knowledge, she feared the prospects were grim. The poison had infiltrated his very organs and blood. Akin to a relentless tormentor, difficult to unravel and eradicate. If her suspicions were correct, forcibly extracting this toxin would undoubtedly diminish his cultivation. Indeed, the handsome imperial master nodded, reassuring the young lady, "It matters not. I possess methods to handle this. Furthermore, I may emerge even stronger from this ordeal. Or else I would not have drawn in this poison. You may be scheming against others, yet perhaps they are also plotting against you." Mu Yunxi could not help but remark. Even though she lacked clarity regarding the specific circumstances, everything seemed remarkably coincidental for the man before her. He desired the poison, yet feared its potency, and she appeared just in time to fulfill his dual cultivation requirements, allowing him to absorb the toxin. Did this sequence of events not strike one as exceedingly fortuitous? As a master of algorithms, Mu Yunxi understood that an abundance of coincidences typically implied a calculated scheme. However, the imperial master continued to smile in response. "It is entirely possible." "Mu Yunxi, are you not concerned?" "Not at all." The esteemed master from the west remains unperturbed. Not out of pretense, but rather due to his belief that in the face of true power, all schemes are rendered futile. As long as he possesses the means to control this poison, any machinations are merely trivial. Mu Yunxi mused, "This fellow, truly arrogant." The poison was on the verge of consuming him, yet he remained unfazed. She was unaware of his hidden cards and had little desire to uncover them. However, given the numerous advantages she had previously received from him, she inquired once more, "What would you have me do?" Mu Yunxi, not in haste, intended to wait for him to conclude his thoughts before revealing his wishes. To her surprise, she discovered that the esteemed master indeed required nothing more than her compliance in these matters. With that, he vanished from the masteress' residence, soon reappearing at the entrance of the trial grounds, accompanied by the two women. At that moment, Lu Ho fixed his gaze upon them, scrutinizing intently. To his astonishment, Mu Yunxi truly materialized, accompanied by the legendary master and a remarkably charming chubby child. Chapter 41. A word seals the deal. A family of three. Simultaneously, others stationed there recognized Mu Yunxi and the master, along with the exquisite child cradled in the masteress' arms. In an instant, reactions varied. Some were left dumbfounded, others enlightened, while some hastily communicated with their leaders. Within moments, a flurry of powerful auras converged. Even the previously absent Emperor Xianle dispatched his son, Prince Xianshun, to the scene. Upon arrival, Xianshun naturally approached the master with reverence. Bowing, "I have the honor to meet Master Mo," Xianshun inquired. "Has Master Mo just emerged from the trial grounds?" Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up, eager to learn more about the esteemed imperial master. Naturally, their gaze gravitated towards a certain figure, prompting Xianshun to ask, "And who might this be?" "My son," the beautiful imperial master replied with an air of nonchalance. Mu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly as she vehemently denied, "No, that's not true." The beautiful imperial master merely cast a sidelong glance at her without further comment. Nevertheless, his silence ignited a fervor among the onlookers, with exclamations of realization erupting. "Ah, I see. No wonder Mu Yunxi is so extraordinarily talented. It turns out she has already garnered the favor of the imperial master. How enlightening." Many faces illuminated with understanding, while those who had previously harbored doubts about Xiao Chujun being a shape-shifting spirit beast now found clarity. This child was either truly the offspring of the imperial master or a spirit beast tamed by him, her true nature likely extraordinary. However, this revelation also incited frenzy amongst certain individuals. For instance, a certain martial marquis exclaimed, "Master Mo, you are leaving no path for others to tread." The already arrived alchemist consort wore a complex expression as she asked, "Master Mo, when did you discover her remarkable talent?" If it were anyone else, the crowd would have confidence to compete. However, when the rival turned out to be the esteemed master of the imperial court, despair settled upon them. How could they possibly play this game? In terms of strength, none could stand against her. Competing in beauty? The martial marquis Qin was truly exasperated. Despite believing himself to be quite handsome and possessing considerable masculine charm. Moreover, he has always felt that the esteemed Master D possesses an excessively striking beauty. Yet, the majesty and aura of Master D are anything but alluringly seductive. Rather, they are ethereal and regal, embodying an allure that captivates all, irrespective of gender. For instance, the once Navi Duke of Qin, being somewhat flustered, inadvertently drew the attention of Master D. "Qinjin, why are you coughing?" "Oh, it's nothing." The Duke of Qin replied with an awkward smile. "However, Master Mo, your actions seem rather hasty. Could you not afford us a moment's grace?" "Indeed," Qinjin concurred. "Master Mo, have you perhaps taken a liking to Tendergrass?" The candid and forthright Lady Dan remarked. "I believe a young lady would be far better suited to my son, Yufeng, being of the same generation. What say you?" "Oh, spare me." The mentioned Dan Yunfeng stammered. "Mother, be quiet. Don't falter." Lady Dan felt compelled to fight for her cause. Sensing that Master D might have an inclination to accept a disciple, though it remained uncertain whether he truly favored Mu Yunxi. However, the splendid Master D, with a resonant voice, firmly retorted, "He is unworthy. Furthermore, when have I ever been of your generation? I am but a mere 20. The emphasis on 20 struck a chord in the hearts of all present, leaving them astounded. Even the young Xianshun was taken aback. "Master, is it truly so that you are only 20? That cannot be. I, Xianshun, am already 23. How can it be that you are younger than I? This is unbelievable." At the age of 21, Dan Yufeng found it hard to believe. "Master Mo, please, do not jest. Given your remarkable prowess, you must be at least a century old, right?" "Who is a century old?" asked Rong Lin, who was merely 20 and youthful. His laughter inadvertently roused many from their reverie. The elder Han Wentong remarked, "Indeed, Master Mo is not very old. He is the youngest leader of the Mo family in nearly 1,000 years." It was true that although Master Mo had presided over the imperial teacher's residence for several years, he had initially appeared rather juvenile. After years of absence, he was indeed transformed. The current head of the Medicine King family, Yao Cheng, expressed his sentiments. However, the youthful Master Mo, who had been described as juvenile, seemed unfazed and retorted, "You, old fellow, have remained the same for 5 years without any progress." Cough, cough. Yao Cheng nearly choked at this remark. This young man. No, one cannot simply regard this youthful imperial teacher as a junior. He had to muster the courage to reply, "I am ashamed." "Indeed, you should feel ashamed. Your Medicine King family is incapable of nurturing awakened beings of supreme spiritual bodies, Master Mo stated directly. Upon hearing this, Han Wentong naturally protested this. Don't continue. Wentong, Yao Qing interrupted. Master Mo is correct. My Medicine King family lacks the foundation to cultivate such awakened beings. The Dan Wangfei, unable to contain herself, interjected, Master Yao. Are you being too modest? I recall that your ancestors also had awakened beings of supreme spiritual bodies, did they not? That was indeed a long time ago. Yao Cheng replied candidly. He then inquired, according to Master Mo, do you intend to personally nurture Miss Yunxi? No. The esteemed master Mei denied the assertion, stating that he would send her to the spirit mansion of the four clans. Yao Qing was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, indeed. However, do you have a slot available? Naturally, Master Mei declared with resolute finality. Aside from the spirit mansion of the four clans, no other place would accommodate her. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xianle could not contain himself and inquired from the palace, might Master Mo also take Chun'er along? The two were currently bound by a marriage contract, which could indeed facilitate this. Your Majesty is mistaken. The one engaged to Prince Chun is the daughter of Mu Yunxi, Mu Qingqing, not her, Mu Yunxi. Master Mei interrupted Emperor Xianle, forbidding him from continuing. The bewildered Emperor Xianle, still trying to ascertain what exactly had transpired, was taken aback. Impossible. I would not err. This was a decree I issued myself. Then it must be a misunderstanding on the part of your subjects, which is rather fortunate. Otherwise, this matter would become quite tedious. Considering that Yunxi and I have already had a child together, and he is quite grown now. After saying this, Master Mei patted the little one, Xiao Chu, with a sense of triumph. The bewildered Xiao Chu was truly perplexed. Is Uncle Mei really my father? Didn't Mother say otherwise? But why does Uncle Mei insist it is so? Regardless of his confusion, once Master Mei spoke, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Everyone present gazed at this family of three, holding their breath in disbelief. Could it be true? Is this indeed a family of three? Chapter 42. Little Chu recognizes his father. Good father. Master and Mu Yunxi had long been intertwined in affection, and their child was already so grown. The little one is not merely a transformed spirit beast, but rather the son of the Imperial Master. Good heavens! The entire capital has been left in a state of stunned disbelief. This is no jest, it is indeed true. Duke Qin was left speechless, and Master Mo, please, do not jest. To claim that this young sprout is your son would be one thing, but to assert that this plump child is indeed your offspring, born of the young lady Mu Yunxi, is utterly outrageous. While some might have entertained the possibility earlier, the prevailing consensus leaned towards the notion that the little one was merely a manifestation of a spirit beast, and that Mu Yunxi, though favored, had not reached the stage of mutual affection leading to offspring. Master Mou. At this moment, the alchemist's wife also wished to voice her thoughts. However, the Imperial Master had already squeezed the little one in his arms, preparing to reveal a hint of their shared bloodline. Yet, Mu Yunxi interjected, do not cause a ruckus. Not particularly pleased, she had no intention from the outset of allowing the little cub to acknowledge him as a father. Though she was not entirely averse now, it did not imply her willingness to publicly acknowledge their connection, linking herself and the little one to this man. Moreover, this fellow had not even consulted her beforehand about making their public appearance with the little one. This man, Mu Yunxi, feeling at a loss for words, was grappling with a swirl of emotions, while the charming Imperial Master responded, very well, since my lady does not wish to make it public. We shall leave it at that for now. Mu Yunxi. With a smile that lacked warmth at this moment. She simply wished to land a punch on this man before her. Her intuition had proven correct. He indeed sought to claim the little cub. She even contemplated swallowing him whole. What a delightful thought. Does he truly believe this is a buy one get one free scenario? No, he hasn't even purchased one. Yet he wishes to empty-handedly ensnare too. Mu Yunxi chose silence and snatched the little cub from the arms of the esteemed master. Subsequently, she disregarded everyone else and grandly departed from the scene. The atmosphere fell into an exquisite stillness once more. The celestial music emperor within the palace was equally distressed to the point of a heartache, choosing not to utter a word. However, the recovering Xian Chun initially intended to inquire further, but the beautiful master had already pursued his wife, now closely trailing Mu Yunxi. Faint whispers escaping him, "Do not be vexed, it is for your own good." Hiki. Mu Yunxi continued to coldly laugh. Ah? The bewildered little Chu observed the scene. First, he glanced at his mother's mocking smile, then at his father, and finally touched himself. After a moment, "Ah?" Little Chu exclaimed loudly. "Is this uncle truly my father?" The question was posed. The beautiful master naturally nodded. "Of course. Where else could you find such a splendid father aside from me?" Little Chu pondered this and widened his eyes, gazing at his mother. Ah, Mu Yunxi, without needing to guess, understood that the little one was rebelling, wishing to acknowledge his father. But it mattered not. The little rascal wouldn't speak. Even if he acknowledged it, he wouldn't call him anything. Thus, Mu Yunxi firmly insisted, declaring he was not his father, but an uncle. With a resigned sigh, little Chu nodded obediently. The master of the empire remarked with a touch of resignation. Even now, there are those who refuse to acknowledge the truth. Very well. If they choose to deny it, so be it. The celestial music has already been embraced by all, and their denial matters little. It is merely a matter of time. Over there, those who watched the family of three depart felt a profound emptiness within. After a lengthy silence, Qin Wuho finally spoke, his tone laced with melancholy. "Is this truly the master of ink?" "Indeed, it is him." The tone of the Dan Wang Fei was fraught with complexity, as she had not anticipated that even a divine being could be swayed by emotions. Such an unexpected turn of events. Xian Chun's tone was equally intricate. Though he had yet to contemplate that the master of the empire had been toying with him all along. Otherwise, his emotions would surely have been far more convoluted. At present, he was preoccupied with the realization that his father intended to confer the title of crown princess upon Mu Yunxi. A plan that fortunately did not come to fruition. Otherwise, would he not have been branded as a traitor? Not only would he have betrayed Mu Qiqing, but he would also have usurped the heart of his savior. Should the emperor of Xianle become aware of his thoughts, he would likely be infuriated. For he was already seething with rage, having finally discerned that the marriage edict had been altered. Curse be it! The emperor of Xianle, stifling his fury, hurled the revised edict directly at Feng Kuan Nan's face. The innocent minister Feng was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, I assure you, when I drafted the edict, it was unequivocally the name Yunxi that I inscribed, and not that of Qingsheng." The emperor of Xianle was certainly aware of this. Yet, he could not divulge the truth. Would he truly inform his ministers that the master of the empire could so easily tamper with the decree? However, Lian Ren, at your service, make haste to the Mu residence. Find an excuse to ascertain whether there have been any alterations to the edict. Yes, Lian Ren, upon receiving the command, swiftly departed, beads of anxious sweat forming on his brow. As the imperial decree eunuch, he was acutely aware that the edict read on that day bore the words Yunxi. However, to his astonishment, the decree preserved within the Department of Rights had been altered to Qingqing. Was it possible that Minister Feng had truly lost his senses and made an error? If that were the case, it would be a relief. Yet, if not, Lianren dared not contemplate further, for there existed only one possibility. The imperial master had insidiously tampered with the decree, which implied that he held no regard for his majesty. Let it not be so. Lianren murmured softly as he hastily departed the palace, making his way towards the Mu residence. Meanwhile, news had already reached the Mu residence. Mu Yunxi, upon hearing the shocking revelation, was left in disbelief. Is this truly the case? My subordinates speak not a word of falsehood, Zhang Qingyun assured him. Nevertheless, Mu Yunxi remained skeptical, exclaiming, "How could this be?" The decree was clearly inscribed in black and white. It said Yunxi, not Qiqing. "Perhaps, master, you should take another look?" proposed the guardian of Hongshan, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Elder Luo nodded in agreement, suggesting it was indeed worth a second examination. "Do you truly believe I could have misread?" Mu Yunxi replied, somewhat speechless, as he had perused it multiple times. Yet, given the gravity of the matter. He did not dismiss the suggestion. Very well, Mu Jin, please retrieve the decree. Understood. Mu Jin responded promptly and departed. When he returned with the decree, Lianren had also arrived, coincidentally ushered in. Though Mu Yunxi was filled with doubt, he refrained from voicing it at that moment. He decisively unfolded the edict for both to scrutinize, only for them to discover, as anticipated, that they had both been mistaken. It was indeed Qingcheng, rather than Yunxi. Lianren's complexion turned an alarming shade of white. It was over. His Majesty would never permit the Imperial authority to be so provocatively challenged by the Imperial Teacher. This was bound to incite chaos. Yet, Mu Yunxi remarked, could it be that this is the will of heaven? It seemed that the crown princess must indeed be his daughter, Mu Qiqing. Chapter 43. Final Verdict. It was Mu Yunxi who had stolen the blood. Lianren did not respond, his thoughts in turmoil, his eyelids twitching fiercely, as if sensing an impending storm. However, Mu Yunxi chuckled. It is fate. Qingcheng and His Highness the Crown Prince are likely destined to be together. Ultimately, it must come back to them. Thus, it follows that the power of Qingcheng's bloodline will surely be restored. Upon hearing this, Lianren recalled the last time he was summoned to convey the edict. Mu Yunxi had mentioned similar words. At the time, he had paid little heed, thinking nothing of it, and had failed to report to His Majesty. Now, reflecting on it, there was profound significance. After Lianren departed, Mu Yunxi continued to scrutinize the imperial edict, finding it peculiar. The characters Yunxi and Qingcheng were quite distinct. How could one misread or misinterpret such differences? It appeared that, following this incident, the eunuch responsible for reading the edict would need to be replaced. Fool! Elder Luo scoffed disdainfully, then said, Master, may I take a look at the edict? Naturally, Mu Yunxi would not refuse. However, after Elder Luo examined it thoroughly, he found no signs of alteration. Could it be that someone had substituted the edict? He, being more astute than Hengshan, certainly did not believe that Lianren could misread the imperial decree, leading to the conclusion that this edict was not the same as the previous one. However, Mu Yunxi confidently asserted that no one had tampered with or altered the decree. He expressed concern that Qingcheng, in a moment of impulsiveness, might ruin it. So he had placed a restriction in place. Should anyone else touch it, he would be aware. This left Elder Luo at a loss for an explanation. Nevertheless, the protector of Hengshan remarked, why bother? The current princess consort remains the eldest lady, since Mu Yunxi has allied herself with the Imperial Masteress residence. If she cannot be eliminated, then let her be. Huh? I thought you would suggest secretly continuing the assassination. Elder Luo retorted mockingly. Do you take me for a fool? The protector of Hengshan countered, though I may be rash at times, I certainly understand that the Imperial Masteress residence is not something our Mu family can provoke. This is a fact. After all, even the royal family dares not openly challenge the Imperial Masteress residence, swallowing their pride and acknowledging that the decree was flawed, accepting their blunder. At the Wei Yin tea house, the two ladies were once again seated in a private room, where the elegant Imperial Master was preparing tea for them. Would you like to taste it? He asked with a smile, his movements graceful and fluid, the fragrance of the tea already filling the room and wafting next door. The attendant was at a loss for words, unable to explain the situation, and had to summon the tea master. Fortunately, the Imperial Master had been considerate enough to seal the room, preventing the aroma from escaping further. Otherwise, the tea house owner would soon be in tears. However, at that moment, Mu Yunxi sensed something unusual. The tea leaves themselves were unremarkable, but in your hands, they seemed to possess a certain ethereal quality. Indeed, give it a try. As the esteemed master of the empire spoke, he placed a cup of tea before her. Just as Mu Yunxi was about to lift it to her lips, the little Chu Jun in her arms leaned forward to take a sip first. Alas, the scalding heat caused the little one to yelp, yet it did not deter him from continuing to drink. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, this foolish little creature. Perhaps I no longer want him. However, disregarded, the little Chu Jun merely squinted his eyes in delight and, seizing the now empty teacup, soared over to his handsome uncle. With a playful grasp, the master of the empire did not refill the cup but instead brought yet another cup of tea to Mu Yunxi. Finally, Mu Yunxi lifted the teacup to her lips and took a delicate sip, instantly savoring the fragrant essence that enveloped her senses. It invigorated her spirit and even seemed to enhance her mental acuity slightly. "What a splendid tea!" Mu Yunxi exclaimed, genuinely curious about how it was crafted. She had observed that the tea leaves themselves bore no residual spiritual essence, and the master had not added anything peculiar. How had it transformed so? Could it be that his skill was so deft that she had failed to notice? "Examine the tea leaves once more and attune your senses," the master of the empire suggested. Thus, Mu Yunxi began to scrutinize the tea within the canister, channeling her spiritual veins. To her astonishment, she discovered that within the thoroughly dried and matured tea leaves, there existed a flickering radiance coursing through their very fibers. The words once again surfaced before Mu Yunxi: "Ordinary tea leaves, harvested from the depths of the mist, inherently infused with spiritual essence. Condition of the tea leaves. The rough techniques of the tea master have dissipated their essence. Restoration of the tea leaves. By untangling their spiritual pathways, the essence may be restored." Instinctively, she utilized her spiritual energy to rejuvenate the tea leaves' channels, and soon, the small handful of tea leaves in her hand exuded a rich aroma. This drew the attention of the tea-deprived Xiao Chu, who promptly flew over, eager to nibble on the tea leaves resting in her palm. Mu Yunxi swiftly evaded, yet the tea leaves were snatched away by the larger figure across from her. Indeed, the spiritual essence had been restored. The discerning Master Mei's gaze burned with intensity. Initially, he had worried that before opening the academy, he would be unable to guide her in obtaining the certificate, but now it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. "Are we opening the academy?" Mu Yunxi inquired. Master Mei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, prior to that, you must reside at the Imperial Teacher's residence." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's expression became contemplative. "I do not refuse. You must study and cultivate at the Imperial Teacher's residence, or you will surely be unable to obtain the certificate," Master Mei asserted firmly. Mu Yunxi was left speechless, unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, when Li Anren conveyed Mu Yuanxiong's previous words to Emperor Xianle in the palace. He felt a surge of unease. Could it be that His Majesty truly intended to turn against the Imperial Teacher? This might not bode well. Li Anren felt compelled to voice his concerns. However, Emperor Xianle replied, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. He is indeed too formidable." The remarkable achievements of Mu Yunxi could undoubtedly restore Mu Qingqing to her former glory. Should that not come to pass, returning what was taken would be entirely justified. Chapter 44. The Spirit Guide is capable of anything. Into the palace. Upon hearing this, Li Anren comprehended that His Majesty did not truly intend to sever ties. Rather, Master Mo had played a trick on the emperor. He had toyed with the crown prince and thus must provide some form of explanation. This explanation necessitated that Mu Qingqing must emerge as a prodigy. At the very least, she should not fall significantly behind Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify. And there was a lingering fear, a fear that the imperial master would not acquiesce. Li Anren had to admit this. However, the emperor of the celestial melody had made up his mind. He must comply. Summoned the Pill King's consort, Mu Yunxiong, to the palace. At once, Li Anren received the order and departed. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi and Rong Lin remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Engrossed in their own pursuits within a private tea room, one imparting knowledge while the other absorbed it. What you have just demonstrated is a form of spiritual awakening. Shifting the topic of cohabitation, Rong Mimi continued to explain, stating that another ability of the Spirit Guide is to awaken the spirits of all sentient beings. Mu Yunxi listened intently and inquired, "What about the mastery you mentioned previously? How does it differ from awakening?" Mastery of spirits is relatively more challenging. For instance, if you are a first-grade spirit guide, you can only control non-sentient spirits. Only a second-grade spirit guide can command sentient ones. Should you wish to dominate a powerful spirit, such as a fourth-grade magical beast, you must first ascend to a third-grade spirit guide. Of course, there are formidable second-grade spirit guides capable of forcibly controlling fourth-grade magical beasts. Mu Yunxi nodded, indicating his understanding. Then, discerning the weaknesses of one's adversary, is also a skill, correct? This is a fundamental ability, one that you must have sensed. The first time you activated your spiritual vein, you could discern your opponent's weaknesses. Ronglin, ever accommodating, provided a thorough analysis. Mu Yunxi continued to nod in agreement, inquiring about the capabilities of the spirit channelers. Omnipotence, replied the composed Rong Mimi, speaking the truth. However, Mu Yunxi harbored doubts. Could one truly be all-powerful? Naturally. Ronglin, pouring tea for the impatient young Master Chu, elaborated, let me ask you this. Since you can perceive the essence of all things, does that not render you invincible in battle? That might be contingent upon one's strength, Mu Yunxi countered. For instance, if a fifth-tier opponent were to confront me, I would not be able to see through everything, would I? She believed there must be limitations. Glancing at the young creature beside her, she found herself at a loss for words. He was grinning so widely that it seemed he might drool, utterly lacking in decorum. Yet, she had no time to dwell on that. She pressed on with her inquiries. So, you mean to say that, at the same tier or one tier above, the spirit channeler is invincible due to their omnipotence? That is a fair assessment. Ronglin nodded in affirmation. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Yunxi concluded that the role of the spirit channeler was akin to an all-encompassing area of effect spell. However, she still felt somewhat inexperienced. It seemed necessary to seize opportunities to practice more, and she found herself unexpectedly excited. Just then, as if to complement her thoughts, a commotion arose outside the tea house. A crowd had gathered in front of the UAE building across the street. Make way. Zhang San and Li Si are in trouble. Clear the way. Clear the way. The observant young Master Chu, upon hearing this, immediately darted toward the window, but Ronglin grasped his leg, leaving him no choice but to lean over the windowsill to peer down. Mu Yunxi had also approached the window. Witnessing the battered forms of Zhang San and Li Si being carried in, their bodies drenched in blood, their breaths feeble, having suffered grievously. It was the work of the general's mansion of Dingnan. The reason given was that Zhang San and Li Si had offended their great-aunt and needed a lesson. The enthusiastic young man who had brought them in responded. Wang Laowu, the shopkeeper, who was also a servant in the establishment, had already gone to summon a doctor without uttering much. At this moment, however, Mu Yunxi had already leapt down from the window, landing beside Zhang San and Li Si, channeling her spiritual energy to examine the two. The startled manager of the UAE building took a closer look and recognized Mu Yunxi, finally exhaling in relief. Do not worry, young madam, they will be fine. Yet, he added, they will be maimed. At this juncture, Mu Yunxi could see clearly that both of their hands had been rendered useless. Even with timely medical attention, recovery was impossible. Young Master Chushu, who had followed her down, was anxious. Do not panic, comforting the young one. Ronglin slowly approached Mu Yunxi. At this moment, Mu Yunxi had gathered her spiritual essence at her fingertips and pressed it onto Zhang San's arm. The previously unconscious Zhang San was suddenly jolted awake by the pain. Young Master Chushu exclaimed with deep concern. The manager of UAE building, however, wore a grim expression, attempting to intervene. Young madam, do not hinder her. She is saving lives. The martial artist stationed within the UAE building displayed quite a perceptive nature. The onlookers surrounding them exchanged glances, their expressions revealing confusion. Is she really saving someone? Then why does Zhang San still cry out in agony? Everyone was bewildered. Yet, Zhang San himself had come to a realization. For his hands had originally been devoid of sensation. At present, the intense pain signifies something significant. Zhang San, fully aware of the situation, was overwhelmed with emotion and wept, expressing gratitude to the young lady. It is of no consequence. Mu Yunxi continued her work, swiftly utilizing her spiritual energy to reconnect the severed meridians of Zhang San one by one. After a short while, when the physician from Mo Xian Pavilion arrived, Zhang San's hands had been successfully reattached, regaining both sensation and function. With a bit of time for recuperation, he would fully recover. The doctor, astounded, marveled at the miraculous feat of reconnecting all the severed meridians, restoring them to their original state, exclaiming, "Is it possible? Truly healed. This is astonishing." The onlookers were equally amazed, casting awe-filled glances at Mu Yunxi. However, at that moment, Mu Yunxi felt somewhat weary, reconnecting the meridians, bones. And even the marrow of these two individuals was no simple task, requiring far more energy than restoring the vitality of ordinary tea leaves. Rongling, perceptive as ever, noticed her fatigue and gently squatted down while cradling the small cub. Healing living beings, whether humans or animals, demanded significantly more energy than that of inanimate objects. Mu Yunxi silently acknowledged this, calculating that the energy expended to restore the meridians of a person's hands compared to that required for tea leaves could differ by dozens to nearly 100 times. By the time she had treated Li Si's arm, she felt quite drained. Yet, with Rongling's support, she managed to rise. Just then, a group of individuals approached, calling out loudly, "Is Mu Yunxi of the Mu family present? His Majesty has issued a decree requesting your immediate presence in the palace." Chapter 45, Sweet Husband and Warm Child. A great calamity approaches. The spirited young master, Xiao Chu, promptly turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, visibly irked, likely feeling that the newcomer had shouted too loudly and thus offended his mother. Coincidentally, the equally displeased Master Rong, a figure of authority, had a fleeting glimmer of dark light appear between his brows, causing the leader of the entourage to tumble from his horse at that very moment. The commander. The faces of the 6 accompanying guards changed dramatically as they hastily dismounted to assist him. Meanwhile, the onlooking citizens instinctively parted to clear a path for these individuals to pass through. As the furious young commander of the Imperial Guards rose, his anger dissipated upon recognizing the figure ahead, his face draining of color. The esteemed master of the Empire. What is he doing here? The messenger who had come earlier did not mention his presence. Was this an ambush? The anxious young commander of the Imperial Guards quickly knelt and proclaimed, "We, the undersigned, pay our respects to the master of the Empire. I was reckless and have inadvertently offended you. I deserve the gravest punishment." The rest of the Imperial Guards, in a state of panic, followed suit, each sweating profusely. Hearing the commander's words, they all wished to flee, desperate to escape the situation. However, with no other choice. The young commander braced himself and reported, "Master Mo, His Majesty truly has decreed that Miss Mu Yunxi is to be summoned to the palace." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi finally spoke, her voice laced with curiosity. "May I inquire as to the purpose of this summons?" The young commander, relieved that she had engaged in conversation, exhaled a silent breath of relief. "As for the specifics, I am not privy to them, but the head of the Mu family has also been summoned to the palace. It is likely related to them." "Very well, I understand," Mu Yunxi replied with a nod, yet she did not confirm her acceptance of the invitation to the palace. The young commander was rather anxious. "Miss Yunxi, leave." The tone of Rongling, now unfriendly, made it clear that the Imperial Guards promptly retreated, not daring to linger for even a moment, fearful that a single additional word might seal their doom. In the capital, everyone was aware of this capricious individual, who despised defiance above all else. Should he be displeased, no matter the identity of the offender, their fate would be sealed without hesitation. The crucial aspect was that this person was extraordinarily powerful, and no master would provoke him over a subordinate, rendering the loss of life essentially meaningless. Once they dispersed, the young master struggled momentarily, seemingly intent on descending. Rongling, casting a glance at him, inquired, "What do you wish to do?" The young master pointed at the 2 attendants, then reached into his small pocket, producing 2 golden leaves, clearly intending to bestow them upon them. The 2 perceptive attendants felt a surge of warmth. The young master was exceedingly gracious. "We are immensely grateful for the lady's assistance," they exclaimed. However, the young master disregarded their gratitude and tossed the golden leaves onto the ground. The attendants, recognizing the gesture, promptly picked up the leaves, expressing their thanks. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, lady." "Thank you, esteemed teacher." The innkeeper, upon hearing this, hastily joined in, offering his gratitude as well. "Thank you, esteemed teacher." "Thank you, lady and young master." Even the martial artist stationed within the Yulu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the esteemed teacher." "There is no need for such formalities," replied Rongling, gently patting the chubby child beside him. He then turned to the young lady by his side and asked, "Have we departed?" "Yes," she replied. Mu Yunxi nodded slightly, having conveyed a few medical recommendations to Zhang San and Li Si before departing alongside Ronglin. "Indeed, did you not witness how terrified those soldiers were earlier? Even Elder He from the UAE building came out to pay his respects. There is no doubt about it. Oh my goodness. We, the lowly commoners, have the fortune to pay homage to such divine beauty." The focus of the crowd's discourse primarily revolved around the esteemed master from the United States. Mu Yunxi seemed to merely serve as an accessory. However, both Dr. Zhang and the martial artist from UAE building, as well as the shopkeeper, were all astonished by Mu Yunxi's capabilities. Evidently, some rumors held truth. This young lady, Mu Yunxi, is indeed the awakened supreme spiritual entity, and the recent extraordinary phenomena are all connected to her. "Elder," he exclaimed. "Then, shall we take some action?" The shopkeeper of UAE building inquired. "There is no need. Such a personage is beyond our reach. Even if we wish to curry favor, we are unworthy. We shall proceed as usual. Zhang San and Li Si will be promoted, and should she return with that young master in the future, let these two attend to her." Understood. The shopkeeper comprehended fully. With rewards bestowed upon them, Zhang San and Li Si, who were to be elevated, felt as though they were basking in good fortune. Although they had endured considerable hardships, the rewards they received were indeed worthwhile. It can only be said that they were fortunate to have treated that young master with such courtesy that day. Otherwise, they would not have enjoyed today's blessings. Of course, they would have also avoided the misfortune of losing an arm. Every morsel and sip seems to be preordained. Meanwhile, having settled the bill and departed from the tea house, Mu Yunxi, accompanied by a certain eminent master, was preparing to enter the palace. Having not declined the company of a certain individual, Mu Yunxi inquired, "What do you think the emperor intends to do?" "You will find out once we arrive. With me present, there is no need for concern," responded Ronglin, exuding an air of calm assurance. Disregarding his words, Mu Yunxi was aware that bringing this person along would not pose significant issues. Her curiosity lay solely in the emperor's intentions. As their carriage gradually made its way towards the palace, the princess consort of Dan did not accompany them into the palace. She sidestepped Li Anren's decree, publicly claiming to be assisting her husband in seclusion. In truth, she had not entered the seclusion chamber at all. Instead, she summoned Dan Yufeng and inquired, "Previously, I did not delve into the matters within your trial grounds. Now, recount in detail all that has transpired over these days." "Must I?" Dan Yufeng pondered the necessity of such an account. Yet, the princess consort insisted earnestly, "Indeed, nothing must be omitted. Even what you deem trivial must be shared. There was indeed a significant matter at hand, the lark. Are you aware? She had her legs severed by Mu Yunxi. Had Mu Yunxi married the crown prince, the situation might have been more favorable. Now, with the commotion stirred, will Mu Yunxi be safe?" Dan Yunfeng expressed genuine concern regarding this matter. However, with the imperial teacher backing Mu Yunxi, she ought to be secure, or so he thought. To his surprise, the princess consort's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. It seemed ominous. "What troubles you? Is the imperial teacher unable to protect Mu Yunxi?" "The lark is merely a princess. She cannot be of such significance," Dan Yunfeng questioned. Perplexed. Nevertheless, the princess consort understood the gravity of the situation far more acutely. "Come, we must enter the palace." Originally, she wished to avoid entanglement in this murky affair, thus steering clear of Li Anren. However, it appears that she has no choice but to confront it, lest she inadvertently invite calamity upon herself. Chapter 46. All are seeking death. In the imperial palace, within the Tian Hall, Mu Yunxiong arrived first, accompanied by Mu Qingqing. The imperial physician was presently taking her pulse, and the diagnosis aligned closely with that of the Dan Wangfei. It would be prudent to sever the ties to the Dan lineage under such circumstances. Mu Yunxiong contemplated making a request, but the Xinla emperor had already spoken, dismissing him. The physician, having received the command, departed without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Mu Qingsheng had fallen to her knees, beseeching, "Your Majesty, Qingcheng, I cannot accept this fate. I implore you to advocate for me. Preposterous. Mu Yunxi reprimanded sharply. Stand up. This is not a place for your voice. That is of no consequence, the Xianle Emperor replied, seemingly unperturbed. He instructed Xianchun, who was in attendance, to assist the young lady to her feet. Xianchun complied obediently, inwardly lamenting her plight. The delicate and tearful Mu Qingqing evoked considerable sympathy, and her dire situation only heightened Xianchun's instinct to protect her. Having previously interacted with her at the Mu residence, he reassured her, do not worry. The betrothal will remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing was naturally stirred, yet her expression grew increasingly mournful. It cannot be so. If I am rendered incapable, how can I ever be worthy of your highness? Xianchun intended to offer further consolation, but the Xianle Emperor interjected once more. I have commanded that Mu Yunxi be summoned to the palace. As long as your words hold truth, I shall ensure she returns her vital essence. The unexpected words of the emperor left Mu Qingqing utterly astounded, her complexion shifting dramatically as she nearly succumbed to her knees in weakness. The sagacity of the Xianle Emperor was evident. He discerned the underlying truth. Could it be that your assertions are unfounded? Such a notion is implausible. Mu Yunxi immediately interceded on behalf of his daughter, asserting that the mother of Mu Yunxi had already confessed without reservation. Oh, the Xianle Emperor's interest was piqued. Where is her mother? She resides within the Mu Manor in the capital. Mu Yunxi's expression darkened with ire as he mentioned Qinwei, his face contorted in resentment. I truly did not anticipate that a mere servant within our household would dare to so brazenly defy her master. Then summon her forth to confront her directly. She shall not be permitted to deny it. Even if she possesses extraordinary talent, she must not insult one of the royal family. The Empress, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain her words. She had long sought to cause trouble for Mu Yunxi due to the incident involving Xianke. However, with Mu Yunxi's awakening of the supreme spirit and her recognition by the imperial master, the Empress, despite her exalted status, had refrained from taking hasty action. The current situation was different. This arrogant girl had not only injured Xianke but had also rendered the eldest daughter of the Mu family incapacitated. The latter was the designated crown princess and a granddaughter of the esteemed Dan Wang Manor. Moreover, the act of usurping one's bloodline power was a deed of the demonic path. It warranted universal condemnation. And even the formidable imperial master had to tread carefully in such matters, lest he face dire consequences. Reflecting on this, the Empress proposed, this matter must be true. Your Majesty, we could report this to the strongest figures in the human realm and request their intervention against the imperial master. That is not advisable. The Xianle Emperor shook his head in disapproval. Though the Master Mo is somewhat impetuous due to his youth, he is still a vital protector of our Xianle dynasty. We must not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. However, the queen still had words to share. Outside the palace, Lianren announced, Your Majesty, the princess consort of Dan seeks an audience. Wasn't she supposed to be assisting the Dan Wang in his seclusion? The queen inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Very well. Let her enter, the emperor of Xianle remarked, seemingly indifferent. Yet the queen furrowed her brow. Did she not wish to avoid this encounter? Perhaps she had gone to inquire about the Dan Wang's intentions, for after all, she was his niece and naturally inclined to lend her support. As the emperor spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Mu Qingqing. The latter sensed his gaze and promptly lifted her eyes, only to discover the emperor observing her, which sent a shiver down her spine. She was uncertain whether his majesty had perceived something amiss, but at this juncture, it seemed she had no choice but to proceed recklessly. She had to convince herself that she was indeed Lu Xiaoxi. No, rather, that Mu Yunxi was the false persona. Yes, it was Mu Yunxi who had usurped her bloodline's power and inflicted upon her a lash, thus rendering her in this precarious state of disconnection from the Dan lineage, liable to backlash at any moment. Meanwhile, as Mu Qingqing grappled with these thoughts, the princess consort of Dan had already been summoned into the hall. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty and greets her majesty the queen and his highness the crown prince. No need for formalities, the emperor of Xianle replied. gesturing for the queen to assist the lady to her feet. The queen stepped forward to support the princess consort and playfully remarked, "At last, we have been graced by your presence. Today, His Majesty has taken it upon himself to advocate for this girl. Qingqing, how could the Dan residents not send someone? Your Highness speaks truly. The people in my household are rather muddled. Primarily, Yufeng is still young and lacks understanding, mistakenly believing that my visit to see his father would prevent me from leaving freely." The princess consort of Dan said, easily deflecting the blame onto her Navi son. Her laughter bright and unrestrained. Time has passed, and marrying a wife would be ideal. However, the empress, with a smile, ceased her words and instead remarked, "Well, it is a good thing. If Mu Yunxi were indeed responsible for such deeds, he would be of dubious character." The consort of the Pill King laughed silently, her gaze resting upon Mu Qiqing. Frankly, she did not believe that Mu Yunxi had taken from Mu Qingqing's lineage, a sentiment she had previously expressed at the Mu residence. Yet, her niece seemed either oblivious to the gravity of the situation or willingly desired to be exploited, as she had escalated this matter to the imperial court. Alas, even if her niece were aware of the truth, it was unlikely she could defy Mu Yunxi, who was ambitious yet lacking in talent. This time, it appeared that a significant incident was imminent. The consort of the Pill King, who had always held a low opinion of Mu Yunxi, after careful consideration, reported, "Your Majesty, I have heard some whispers regarding this matter. However, based on my understanding of the Dan family lineage, Mu Yunxi is certainly not a thief of bloodlines." Oh, the immortal music emperor regarded the consort of the Pill King with a knowing smile. "Do you dare to assert that?" The consort's heart skipped a beat as she deduced. The emperor likely knew the truth but was clearly seeking a pretext. Indeed, this was a conflict between the imperial family and the imperial teacher's residence. Nonetheless, she had to clarify, "I do not dare to make a definitive claim, but I am 80% certain. Hence, I have dispatched Yunfeng to forcibly awaken my husband. Once he emerges from his seclusion, he will surely provide a conclusive answer." Regardless of the circumstances, the consort of the Pill King had to declare her position. She could not be used. If necessary, she would distance herself from the Mu family, for offending the imperial teacher's residence could lead to troubles. Given her father-in-law a significant influence on the front lines. As soon as she finished speaking, it was indeed fortuitous. Lianren had already paid his respects outside the hall, declaring, "The old servant pays homage to the imperial master." He acknowledged Miss Yunxi, urging, "You too, please proceed. His Majesty has commanded that you may enter directly." Lianren, striving to uphold the dignity of the Emperor of Xinla, was quite determined. For Ronglin would not wait for anyone to announce his arrival. He boldly entered with his companions. Thus, both he and Mu Yunxi heard the words of the Dan Wangfei. Upon entering the hall, Mu Yunxi instinctively glanced at the Dan Wangfei, who also turned her gaze towards her. In that moment of mutual recognition, the Dan Wangfei's heart skipped a beat. Those eyes, they bore a striking resemblance. Her younger sister, the Xin Yu sovereign, also possessed such tranquil and serene eyes. Chapter 47. Qin Yue is not my mother. How could it be? The Dan Wangfei's heart nearly leaped from her chest. She had not noticed it before, but this exchange of glances awakened that feeling. No need for excessive formalities. "Come forth. Provide a seat for Master Mo and another for Miss Yunxi," the Emperor of Xinla graciously instructed. Lianren promptly arranged for seating, and once everyone was settled, the Emperor spoke first. "Since Master Mo is here, it saves me the trouble of sending someone to fetch you." Ronglin, however, paid no heed to this and turned his attention to the Dan Wangfei, remarking, "You are quite astute. You flatter me, Imperial Master," the Dan Wangfei replied humbly. "I merely speak the truth. All within the Dan Wangfu are straightforward individuals, and we express what we mean without ambiguity." The Emperor of Xianla smiled knowingly, unfazed by Ronglin's disregard for his authority, and directly addressed Mu Yunxi. "You take the floor." Upon hearing these words, Mu Yunxi immediately stood up, directing his gaze towards Mu Yunxi. "Ah, you truly have a cunning mind." Noticing the malice, the young master Xiaochu promptly glared in defense of his mother, albeit fiercely. though her advanced age rendered her somewhat less intimidating. Ignoring him, Mu Yunxi eloquently declared, "Master Mo, I, Mu Yunxi, have a matter to inquire." With his courage bolstered, he continued, "Might the Imperial Teacher be aware that the individual you favor, Mu Yunxi, has secretly stolen my daughter's essence blood alongside her mother, Qin Wei, within my Mu residence?" Preposterous. Mu Yunxi retorted vehemently, her anger flaring. The matter of essence blood struck a raw nerve within her. How dare Mu Yunxi accuse her of pilfering Mu Qingqing's essence blood? How blind you are. To be so easily deceived is one thing. But allow me to pose a question. If I had indeed taken her essence blood, why is it that the one who awakened the Shinon bloodline is I, and not her? Are you suggesting that the interloper could not only occupy the nest, but also transform into a phoenix? Such a fortune is beyond the wildest dreams of even the demonic clan. As Mu Yunxi's strong presence radiated, she advanced towards Mu Yunxi, momentarily stunning him into silence. Not only him, but even the esteemed Imperial Teacher appeared taken aback, casting intrigued glances at the formidable young lady beside him. Xiao Chu, who had quietly nestled closer to the Imperial Teacher, felt a mixture of fear and fascination, his eyes fixed eagerly upon his mother. Indeed, suddenly interjecting, Mu Qingqing could no longer contain herself. "Lu Xiaoxi, how could you treat me in such a manner? My feelings towards you and your mother are profoundly sincere. Yet, is this how you repay me? Not only do you drain my vital essence, but you also seek to render me utterly incapacitated. Were it not for His Majesty's willingness to stand up for me, I would find myself bereft of a place to voice my grievances." As Mu Qingqing spoke, tears streamed down her face, painting a sorrowful picture that even Xin Chun could not ignore. Mu Yunxi, some actions are observed by both man and heaven. If you truly committed such an act, then before us all, return the essence you have taken from Qingqing. Upon hearing this, the esteemed master raised an eyebrow, clearly ready to stir the pot. However, Mu Yunxi interjected first, exclaiming, "What an absurdity! It is she who must return the essence to me, not the other way around. How is it that not a single person in the illustrious Xinla dynasty can discern the issues with her bloodline?" Preposterous. The queen, unable to contain her outrage, slammed her hand on the table and declared, "Mu Yunxi, though you may be a genius, such arrogance cannot be tolerated within the royal court." Furrowing his brow, Xian Chun nodded in agreement, stating, "Mother is right. You may be talented, and you have a master backing you, but you cannot behave in such a disorderly manner. If she is capable of merging her bloodline, it would imply that I have indeed stolen it. If she cannot, can it truly be said that she cannot merge her own bloodline? Certainly not." Mu Qingqing immediately retorted, "Are you not aware of the misdeeds you have inflicted upon me? You struck me with a lash, causing my Dan bloodline to become estranged from its essence, rendering it impossible to merge." Indeed, Mu Yunxi chimed in, thus, "The Mu family may choose to overlook your previous transgressions, even if you require the precious blood of the enchanting Qing to stimulate and evolve your lineage. I shall not pursue the matter further." Huh. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi raised her hands to applaud the father and daughter duo. Clapping resounded in the air. With a mocking glint in her eyes, Mu Yunxi remarked, "What a splendid explanation. It perfectly elucidates my superior bloodline status over that of Mu Qingqing, yet provides the rationale for why I would seek her essence." "You concede," Mu Qingqing exclaimed, a mix of agitation and mania coloring her tone. "You are truly inhuman. Despite my kindness towards you both, I have never regarded you as mere servants." "Enough," interrupted the Xianla Emperor, decisively declaring, "Mo, there is no need for such entanglement. Why not resolve the bloodline issue within Mu Qingqing with your own hand?" However, Mu Yunxi interjected, "No, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be diluted. It is she, Mu Qingqing, who has pilfered my precious blood, not the other way around." Mu Qingqing attempted to argue. Yet, the Xianla Emperor silenced her and prevented the queen, who was about to speak, from doing so. Instead, he inquired, "What do you propose?" "Return my bloodline." Mu Yunxi replied with measured poise, "Your Majesty, there is no need to offend me for the sake of a useless individual." "How dare you?" The queen could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Do you think you are someone of significance? Who am I? Mu Yunxi retorted with a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I am merely the daughter of a lowly servant from the Mu family? If so, then your intellect, dear queen, is no different from that of your foolish daughter. The queen, filled with indignation, found herself once again subdued by the Emperor of Xianla, who inquired, "Are you unwilling to provide the royal family with an explanation?" This inquiry was directed not only at Mu Yunxi but also subtly at Ronglin. Although the latter clearly had no desire to respond, Mu Yunxi, however, took the initiative to resolve the matter herself. Your Majesty, do you believe that as a citizen of Xianla, I owe you an explanation? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's gaze deepened with meaning. Interesting. So, if I insist on an explanation, does that imply you are no longer a subject of Xianla? She dared. The queen interjected once more. Yet, Mu Yunxi calmly affirmed, indeed. Good. The Emperor of Xianla did not express anger. Instead, he smiled. Remember what you have said today. Regarding the affairs of the Mu family, I shall no longer interfere. You must resolve them on your own. Your Majesty? Mu Yunxi was astonished. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Yunxi expressed her gratitude with a bow and then turned to Mu Yunxi, offering a somewhat righteous reminder. Qin Yue is not my mother. Chapter 48. Reclaiming the Bloodline. Strike with finality. You're talking nonsense. Mu Qingqing exclaimed in fury, her anger a mask for her own anxiety. Qin Yue is not your mother. Would she do so much for you? The events of the past had been orchestrated meticulously by Qin Yue, leaving no room for error. Even if Lu Xiaoxi were to uncover the truth, she would be unable to overturn the situation. Furthermore, she had reached an understanding with Qin Yue to ensure that Mu Yunxi must be thoroughly dealt with during these crucial moments. This was their final opportunity. Otherwise, as the Dan Wangfei had warned, once the Dan Wang emerged from seclusion, the issues surrounding the bloodline might be irrevocably exposed. She must thoroughly merge Lu Xiaoxi's essence before that time. These thoughts flashed through Mu Qingqing's mind, causing her heart to race even more as she resolutely cried out, Your Majesty, I implore you to permit Qin Yue to enter the palace for confrontation. However, the Xianla Emperor did not respond to this request. Although his initial hope was for Mu Qingqing to also become a genius, even if merely a second-rate one, Mu Yunxi's recent performance caused him to reconsider. The shrewd emperor believed that it might not be worth offending a super genius for the sake of someone as inconsequential as Mu Qingqing. Moreover, the attitude of the Danwang mansion was quite clear. It seemed that the Dan Wangfei did not intend to favor Mu Qingqing. This was indeed intriguing, truly captivating. As the orchestrator of the situation, the Xianla Emperor found himself utterly fascinated and had no intention of intervening, merely allowing these individuals to hold a public trial. If Rongling did not intervene, it would be beneath him, as an emperor, to take action himself. That would be too trivial. His only rival was Rongling. Others, even Mu Yunxi, did not warrant his genuine involvement. Yet, though he remained silent, Mu Yunxi took up the challenge. Your Majesty, let her come. Only then did the Xianla Emperor summon. Bring her in. At your command. Li Anren promptly responded. Fetch the sinner, Qin Yue. Yes. Li Anren obeyed the command and soon brought the already summoned Qin Yue into the hall. Upon her arrival, Mu Yunxi was the first to strike. Qin Yue, is Mu Qingqing not your daughter? These words, accompanied by an ethereal resonance, stunned the already anxious Qin Yue, who, to her astonishment, admitted, yes. Impossible. With a dramatic change in her complexion, Mu Qingqing exclaimed in a sorrowful voice, Qin Yue, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's expression softened slightly. However, Mu Yunxi let out a cold laugh and took immediate action. It was absurd to expect any resolution through confrontation with shameless individuals like Mu Qingqing and Qin Yue. Even if they were to face death, they would never admit their wrongdoings. Thus, as soon as Mu Yunxi acted, he swiftly severed Qin Yue's wrist. Harnessing the power of a spirit summoner, he instantaneously extracted the most vibrant blood imbued with spiritual essence from her. Mu Yunxi, taken aback, contemplated intervening. Yet the esteemed master from the United States was not merely a backdrop. Therefore, as Mu Yunxi stirred his aura, he was promptly subdued. As for Mu Qingqing, whoosh, Mu Yunxi unleashed his blood whip, piercing through the outer layer of the Dan clan's bloodline to draw out the essence of Mu Yunxi's blood. Before the others in the hall could react, Mu Yunxi had already fused the blood of Mu Yunxi and Qin Yue. Buzz. The two bloods merged seamlessly. But that was not all. With a hiss, a wisp of aura emerged from each drop of essence, soaring into the air and transforming into a trace of water-based spiritual energy. This astonishing scene left everyone, including the Dan clan matriarch, utterly dumbfounded. Our Dan clan has never mingled with the descendants of water elementals. The Dan clan matriarch, her tone laden with complexity, cast a penetrating gaze at Mu Yunxi before reporting to Emperor Xianle, "Your Majesty should be aware that our Dan clan has always been fiercely passionate. Should we truly unite with those possessing water bloodlines, the Dan bloodline would undoubtedly disperse the water-based spiritual essence within the offspring. In other words, Mu Yunxi is unequivocally not the daughter of Xianyu." A decisive conclusion. The revelation struck like a hammer, leaving Mu Yunxi's face ashen with despair. At this moment, if he still failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, he would indeed be foolish. Yet, a fragment of confusion lingered within him regarding Mu Yunxi. Before he could ponder further, the flustered Mu Yunxi knelt and cried, "No, it cannot be like this. Perhaps there is an unforeseen circumstance? You are being too absolute." The bystander, Emperor Xianle, spoke softly. "Who is Xianyu?" "A revered figure. The bloodline of the Dan family within her bears signs of ancestral return, a force most formidable. Consequently, her biological daughter must possess a bloodline power that is equally potent. Could the domineering Dan bloodline possibly allow remnants of water elemental power to exist in her descendants? It is inconceivable. This is the nature of the Dan bloodline, supreme and unparalleled. Even if Mu Yunxi's golden bloodline power could enhance the water elemental abilities, it pales in comparison to the might of the Dan bloodline, which is simply insurmountable. All attempts at rationalization are rendered futile." With a detached tone, Mu Yunxi let fall the 2 drops of essence blood from his hand. Mu Yunxi sat despondently on the ground, as if vitality had drained from her very being, her spirit frozen in despair. However, Qin Yue spoke up, "It is my fault. All of this is my doing. I am the one who swapped the lady's daughter. Qingqing knows nothing. The blame lies entirely with me." Seeing this, Mu Yunxi's expression turned complex, igniting a glimmer of hope in Mu Qingqing's heart. "Father," but before she could finish, Mu Yunxi struck again, wielding a blood blade, forcefully aimed at Mu Qingqing. Mu Yunxi was instantly engulfed in fury. "You." At that moment, Mu Qingqing spat blood, her entire being enveloped in flames. Following this, a pure force of the Dan clan's bloodline surged towards Mu Yunxi. Buzz. A crimson fire whip materialized above the blood dagger in her hand, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and unpredictable. The Shinon whip. The Emperor of Xianle's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized that his hasty decision was indeed correct. However, the ethereal form of the Shinon whip flickered and vanished in an instant. Although many were present in the hall, only the Emperor of Xianle and a certain Imperial Master took notice. As for Mu Yunxi herself, she sensed that she could now channel even greater power from the Shinon whip, and she nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was precisely for this reason that many in the hall felt a dawning understanding that Mu Yunxi had reached a state of perfection. However, Qin Yue, who was oblivious to this, believed that Mu Yunxi intended to annihilate them all. Without a second thought, she cried out in despair, "My lord, Qingqing is also your daughter. You cannot stand idly by and watch her perish." Chapter 49. The Death of Qin Yue. The Dominance of the Dan King's Consort. Good heavens! What a revelation! The crowd was left dumbfounded. The Dan King's Consort gazed at Mu Yunxi with eyes filled with fury. Previously, she had found it strange. After all, Mu Yunxi was a 6th-grade warrior. How could he not distinguish which was his biological daughter? So this was the truth. In her rage, the Dan King's consort longed to slap Mu Yunxi into oblivion. This detestable scoundrel had brought suffering upon the true descendants of the Dan clan. In an instant, the Empress Dowager cast a glance filled with compassion towards Mu Yunxi. She was perplexed. It seemed the girl was aware of the truth behind her origins. Yet for reasons unknown, she had not disclosed it to her elders. Now, it became clear to her. With a fierce voice, she exclaimed, Mu Yunxi, you are unworthy of Xianyu. The pale-faced Mu Yunxi refrained from defending himself, acknowledging that a moment of impulsiveness had sown the seeds of disaster. You should never have been allowed to remain, he lamented. Qin Yui, upon hearing this, felt no particular distress. After all, she had merely been a lowly maidservant of the Mu family, having once attended to Mu Yunxi closely. However, after Xianyu's marriage, she had been dismissed. Yet her beauty and humble beginnings lent her a unique allure, one that diminished Mu Yunxi's masculine presence before Xianyu. In contrast, her admiration and obedience towards him lingered in his thoughts, leading to the birth of Mu Qiqing. You once mentioned seeking a bride, and I matched you with old Lu. You had no objections, revealing your ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunxi, Mu Qiqing was his daughter with Qin Yui. Had he known, he would never have allowed her to be born. Now, as matters escalated to this point, both were daughters, one raised since childhood. No matter how ruthless Mu Yunxi's heart, he could not forsake Mu Qiqing. Yet, publicly exposed by Qin Yui, he remained resolute, stating, very well, you may go. After all, Qiqing is my daughter. I shall not mistreat her. Thank you. The pallid Qin Yui, with a single dagger, pierced her own heart, a decisive act indeed. In her final moments, the dying Qin Yui gazed longingly at Mu Qiqing. After all her scheming, as a mother, Qin Yui harbored but a single desire, to see her daughter ascend to greatness. She felt remorse for Lu Xiaoxi, for Lu Laogo, for betraying Mu Yunxi, and for Dan Xianyu, but she had never wronged Mu Qiqing. Yet, the very daughter she looked upon, Mu Qiqing, recoiled in aversion, declaring, I am not your daughter. She, Mu Qiqing, was a noble descendant of the Dan clan. She was the eldest lady of the Mu family. How could she possibly be the daughter of a lowly servant? No, Mu Qiqing resolutely refused to acknowledge this, especially in public. Moreover, she had to deny it to absolve herself of any guilt. She was innocent. Qin Yui understood this, and thus bore no anger towards her daughter. Only a sense of regret as she closed her eyes, concluding a life of relentless striving. With this, the farce was largely resolved. Mu Yunxi turned his gaze towards Mu Yunxi, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he asked, why did you not tell me? With no evidence. Would you believe me? Mu Yunxi retorted. In an instant, Mu Yunxi shut his eyes, then reopened them to say, how do you know I would not believe? Do you perceive me as such a fool? You. Very well. You seem unwilling to acknowledge me. Mu Yunxi remained silent. In truth, she did harbor reluctance to recognize him. However, the Dan Wangfei erupted in fury, exclaiming, how can you expect she to trust you? You are so oblivious that she was subjected to humiliation right beneath your nose. How could you not notice? Who knows if you are deliberately enabling Qin Yui? Sister Wang. Be silent. Do not raise your voice so, my lady. I am unworthy of such treatment. Xianyu is Na-Vi, solely devoted to her cultivation, oblivious to your misdeeds. She has departed, and you failed to care for her kin. How can you still have the audacity to question Shi? She has never received your care, only witnessing your kindness towards Mu Qiqing. How could she possibly trust you? To speak bluntly, it is fortunate she did not. Had she believed you, she might have endured your humiliation. Are you demanding that she relinquish her Dan lineage to accommodate you and the daughter of a lowly maid? The furious Lady Dan relentlessly berated Mu Yunxi, denying him any opportunity for defense. She unleashed her ire, rendering Mu Yunxi's countenance a canvas of pale, green, and dark hues. Yet, this was not the end. Your Majesty, I beseech you to decree the separation of Xianyu and Mu Yunxi. This. The Emperor of Xianlu appeared momentarily stunned. Is that appropriate? The affairs of a married couple. Xianyu is not even present. How can he decree their separation? What kind of thinking is this? Mu Yunxi, unable to contain himself, interjected, Sister-in-law, this is a matter between Xianyu and myself. You are overstepping your bounds. If the Emperor were to publicly decree their separation, what dignity would remain for Mu Yunxi? He might as well retire in seclusion. The Emperor of Xianlu, unwilling for matters to escalate to that point, acknowledged that despite Mu Yunxi's chaotic personal affairs, he was still a competent city lord. Very well. Let it be as you say. However, she has endured too much suffering over the years. I implore you to bestow upon her the title of princess, to prevent some short-sighted junior from openly humiliating her under the guise of royal status. Upon hearing this, the empress immediately countered, Fenghua, do not use veiled insults. Regarding the matter of Xianke, even if there were shortcomings, she has already endured a severe lesson. What more do you desire? The empress of the Dan King scoffed, remarking that merely having her legs severed hardly constitutes a grave punishment. Since the birth of Cici, Xianyu has ventured into perilous realms for the dynasty, and her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Yet you, your majesty, are too preoccupied to nurture Xianke, while you, as empress, have transformed a royal princess into such a worthless being. Do you dare to speak? If I were you, I would swiftly retreat with my tail between my legs. You. The empress was nearly struck with a heart attack from rage. However, the Xianle emperor interjected, enough, this matter falls upon our royal family. I owe an apology to that girl Yunxi. With a sigh, he suppressed the empress's fury and turned his attention to Mu Yunxi. At this moment, Mu Yunxi felt somewhat bewildered. The main reason being the Dan King's empress was excessively fierce, first berating Mu Yunxiong and then Xianke, and now even chastising the empress. Continuing down this path, she pondered, the empress of the Dan King might even dare to scold the emperor. In truth, the Xianle emperor shared a similar sentiment. And thus, he tactfully proposed, Yunxi, I wish to bestow upon you the title of National Guardian Princess. What say you? Not much, came the reply. But it was not uttered by Mu Yunxi. It was the voice of the previously unremarkable Master Rong, who promptly refuted the Xianle emperor's decree. This caused a noticeable shift in the emperor's expression. You, National Guardian Princess, to serve the Xianle dynasty? You are quite the schemer. Let us amend it to Princess Linyun. The amiable Master Rong, with a gentle smile, cradled the small child nestled in his arms while firmly grasping the hand of the person beside him, preventing her from escaping for the time being. The Dan Wangfei mused, this fellow is truly domineering. He must insert his name into every title, insisting that it be placed prominently. The Xianwei emperor, somewhat at a loss for words, observed as Mu Yunxi, typically so composed, could not help but roll her eyes at this moment, ready to retort, are you going to object? You'd better think it through. With a teasing smile, Master Rong lightly squeezed her wrist, the pressure decidedly ambiguous. Mu Yunxi sighed, fine. Let us call her Princess Linyun. It sounds rather pleasing, don't you think? The Dan Wangfei, adept at diffusing tension, caught the appreciative glance from Master Rong. In truth, Mu Yunxi did not mind much. It was merely a rebellious impulse. Seeing his insistence, she shrugged and acquiesced. Good. Master Rong's smile was radiant, dazzling everyone present. The young Xian Chun suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. Oh no, is this the sensation of infatuation? That damnable charm of the master. Xian Chun lowered his gaze, unable to look further. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqiang was utterly entranced, her heart racing uncontrollably, utterly unable to restrain herself. Master Rongling, with his dazzling brilliance. Anyone who had glimpsed his true visage could not help but marvel. And now, he smiled so brilliantly. The Dan Wangfei felt that even as a married woman, she was succumbing to this allure. Why is it that the disparity in appearances between individuals can be so striking? Fortunately, she possesses remarkable beauty, albeit her figure is rather slender, giving her an appearance of not yet having fully matured, unable to overshadow the captivating allure of the esteemed master. Similarly, Mu Yunxi, rendered speechless from the proximity to the master's enchanting presence, suddenly felt that indulging him and witnessing his radiant smile was quite delightful. Alas, the art of seduction can be intoxicating. Ahem. Ultimately, it was the seasoned emperor of Xianle who managed to endure the overwhelming charm. He decisively declared that if there were no further matters at hand, they might disperse, for he too was fatigued. The edict of conferment would be entrusted to Minister Feng for prompt completion, after which it would be proclaimed at the master's residence. The master promptly responded, while the others remained silent, departing as they pleased. The men feared their own inclinations, while the women worried about their loyalties. This formidable master is truly fearsome. The Emperor of Xianla rushed to the inner palace, only to remember that he had yet to console Mu Yunxi, ensuring he fulfilled his duties as the Lord of Jingnan City, and he had also neglected to annul the betrothal between Chun and that Mu Qingqing. A mere servantess daughter, even if she were Mu Yunxi's illegitimate child, was unworthy of the crown prince, though his son might be somewhat naive. He should not be sullied by Mu Qingqing. Cursed be this situation. Ronglin has misled me. The emperor, filled with ire, chose to postpone this matter for the time being and sought solace in the company of beauty. As for Xin-chun, he suddenly recalled the betrothal. How could his father have failed to annul it? Did that not mean he was still destined to wed Mu Qingqing? It was not that he despised her for her shortcomings, but rather, he sensed her heart was not in the right place. Xin-chun was not entirely foolish. At this juncture, he could not believe Mu Qingqing was entirely unaware, for Qin Yui's remarks were merely a means of exoneration for her. The queen accompanying him harbors disdain for Mu Qingqing. There is no need for you to worry about this matter, for the empress will undoubtedly take charge on your behalf. Yet, it may prove challenging. The queen has little hope, as he appears enchanted by that Mu Yunxi. Could he possibly upset Mu Yunxi for the sake of care? It is uncertain. Xian-chun muses whether a person of such caliber as Mo Shi could truly be dazzled by a woman. Do you imply that? My son means no disrespect. He merely finds it astonishing that even if Mu Yunxi possesses the unparalleled awakening of a spiritual body, it may not suffice. Mo Shi is no ordinary individual. He is a divine being. Indeed, it may well be a fleeting infatuation. Who can truly comprehend the thoughts of a divine being? Go now. The queen uttered no further words. Once Xin-chun departed, she reluctantly cast a glance towards a certain part of the palace, the direction from which the immortal music emperor had left. Outside the palace, the carriage from the Imperial Master's residence was leisurely making its way when it was abruptly halted. Sire, may I have a word? It was the voice of Mu Yunxi, which took Mu Yunxi by surprise. The Imperial Master, however, displayed his displeasure, lamenting the lack of driving skills. What a useless fellow. The one handling the reins, Ji Tsongyue. Does that mean he intends to run over this lord of the city? That must be the implication. Then let it be so. Ji Tsongyue, poised for action, was already prepared to spring into motion. However, Mu Yunxi had already stepped out of the carriage. What do you wish to say? Ji Tsongyue, witnessing this, felt it prudent to restrain himself so as not to alarm her. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yunxi, having narrowly escaped calamity, regarded his daughter with a complex expression. She is exceptionally talented, backed by the imperial mentor, and it seems that her future will be smooth sailing. However, on the side of Qingqing, with gritted teeth, Mu Yunxi finally spoke, suggesting they step aside for a private conversation. Do you not wish to? To be frank, Mu Yunxi was quite reluctant. Yet, the Dan Wangfei, who was also waiting nearby, lifted the carriage curtain and said from a distance, Shi, go ahead. After all, he is your father. The seasoned Dan Wangfei understood the weight of public opinion. With Mu Yunxi so humble, intercepting Mu Yunxi outside the palace gates, it would be easy for others to criticize her if she refused to accompany him. The imperial mentor remained indifferent to such matters, confident in his strength and status. However, Mu Yunxi, still in the early stages of her journey, needed to cherish her reputation, as it would benefit her in the long run. Little did the Dan Wangfei realize at that moment how foolish Mu Yunxi would be to say. Once Mu Yunxi agreed, Shir, I know I have wronged you, but your sister Qingqing is innocent. Could you possibly save her? In truth, Mu Yunxi was unsure of the age difference between Mu Qingqing and Mu Yunxi, referring to Qingqing as a sister in hopes that Mu Yunxi would feel compassion for the weaker one. Such a trivial scheme. Mu Yunxi saw through it instantly. You wish for me to use my spirit guide abilities to save her? Yes, Mu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. I know you must feel resentful, but Qingqing is truly pitiable. As her sister, you have the ability to assist her, at least to help her regain her original talents. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 51. Healing the White Lotus Father and Daughter. The Dan Wang appears. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. She understood that human hearts are intricate and human emotions are unpredictable. Yet she truly could not comprehend why, as daughters, Mu Yunxi could not even uphold the most basic sense of fairness. Qin Yue was one matter. She was not a biological daughter. And her desire to eliminate Lu Xiaoxi in order to pave the way for Mu Qingqiang was somewhat understandable. But what of Mu Yunxi? Why, after feeling guilt, would she choose to continue in that guilt and make such an audacious request? With confusion but not sadness, Mu Yunxi responded calmly, "No." Mu Yunxi, momentarily taken aback, wore an increasingly complex expression. "She truly has not wronged you. Whether she has or not, I am keenly aware, and I believe you are as well. I cannot repay malice with kindness. I say no more." With that, Mu Yunxi turned to leave. However, Mu Yunxi pressed on, "Is there truly no room for negotiation? You must understand, regardless of the discord between you sisters, you are ultimately connected by blood, and in the future, she may be able to assist you." Mu Yunxi's helplessness was palpable, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Unable to remain silent any longer, Mu Qingqiang, who had been feigning indifference, interjected, "Sister, can't you find it in your heart to forgive me? I have truly never wronged you. All those things they were all Qin Yue's doing. I had no knowledge of it." With her complexion paling, tears streamed down Mu Qingqiang's face as she pleaded, "I am sorry. I understand now. I am sorry." Mu Yunxi's heart ached at the sight. "Qingqiang, father, let us depart. I have nothing left, and as long as I can preserve my life, I should be grateful." In her tearful state, Mu Qingqiang adopted a strategy of retreat, which only deepened Mu Yunxi's compassion, for she was indeed her own flesh and blood, one she had watched grow since childhood. However, Mu Yunxi had not yet descended into the depths of folly to the extent of coercing Mu Yunxi into saving anyone. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, "Very well, my child, I bear you no ill will, nor do I possess the right to reproach you. Go and serve diligently at the Imperial Master's residence." Mu Yunxi raised her delicate brows, finding his words exceedingly unpalatable. Yet, she chose to refrain from further discourse and gracefully departed, casting not a glance at the father and daughter. Mu Qingqiang, however, remained fixated on her, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, let us part." Mu Yunxi shook his head in sorrow, understanding her plight. He was aware of the misdeeds orchestrated by Qin Yue, and thus anticipated rejection when he made his request. Alas, alas! Supporting his youngest daughter, he boarded the carriage, determined not to look back. Yet, the carriage from the Imperial Master's residence seemed to have been startled. The horned beast, a creature evolved from the mystical dragon horse, was typically gentle, but now it let out a roar that revealed its ferocity. Alarmed, Mu Yunxi instinctively turned to witness the horned beast, which was harnessed to the Imperial Master's carriage, charging directly towards him. Before Mu Yunxi could react, the frenzied horned beast terrified the other beast, causing it to bolt in panic. Bang! Mu Qingqiang, who had barely settled into her seat, was jolted violently, leaving her with a throbbing head. Mu Jin, who struggled to control the carriage, found his grip compromised, his palms torn. As for Mu Yunxi, who had yet to board, he was caught off guard, receiving a crushing blow from the rampaging horned beast's hoof right to his face. The series of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The nearby princess of the alchemists stood in stunned silence. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunxi, who had yet to mount the carriage, she was taken aback, especially since her son remained inside. Fortunately, the horned beast of the Imperial Master's carriage quickly regained its composure after trampling over Mu Yunxi. After all, Ji Songhua, who had extracted the formation plate, had urgently commanded, "Steady." With a resounding hum, the radiant light of the third-tier formation swiftly enveloped the horned beast, anchoring it in place. Mu Yunxi, having been knocked about, was about to voice his indignation when the esteemed Imperial Master calmly interjected, "It is nothing. My horse merely startled." Mu Yunxi, a mere fright to the horse? He was increasingly convinced that the Imperial Master had orchestrated this incident deliberately. Yet, even with this knowledge, what could he do? The maneuver had been executed well. The illustrious Imperial Master Rong, having drawn back the carriage curtain, even praised Ji Songhua. The compliment exhilarated Ji Songhua, who had anticipated that trampling over the city lord, Mu, was indeed the hallmark of a skilled driver. "Master Mo, do not go too far." Mu Yunxi could no longer tolerate the humiliation. However, the esteemed Imperial Master Rong disregarded him entirely, directing her gaze toward the still-dazed Mu Yunxi, urging her to join them. With a somewhat peculiar expression, Mu Yunxi complied and boarded the carriage. Witnessing this, Mu Yunxi's frustration deepened, yet he refrained from further protest, choosing to endure. At this juncture, if he could not discern that the Imperial Master was advocating for someone else, he would have wasted his life. Nevertheless, having been humiliated to such an extent, he felt an undeniable fury. As for his daughter, she was not raised by him, and with that wretched Qin Yui meddling, she had ultimately strayed from his heart. Heartbroken, Mu Yunxi shook his head, turning away from the departing carriage of the Imperial Teacher. A vague sense of dread washed over him. It seemed his daughter was destined to be no more. Indeed, the coachman immediately cracked his whip, hastening towards the residence of the Dan King. However, as soon as the Dan Wangfei arrived at the gates, an unsettling sensation gripped her. She leaped into the air and called out, "Husband!" The Dan Wang, who was about to vanish into thin air, was understandably halted by his wife's voice, though he was perplexed. "Did Yunfeng not say you were at the palace? Embroiled in some major incident?" The Dan Wang's emotions surged tumultuously upon hearing this. In the end, he exclaimed in anger, "Just crush it. The Imperial Teacher is nothing but a waste." Cold sweat dripped from the Dan Wangfei's brow. "Husband, how can you utter such words? You might provoke trouble." "Indeed," the Dan Wangfei asserted. Without further ado, the Dan Wang departed. The Dan Wangfei attempted to restrain him, but to no avail. She had no intention of doing so. Shortly thereafter, the air above the Mu residence resonated with the Dan Wang's furious roar, "Mu Yunxi, get out here." Upon arriving home and barely settling, Mu Yunxi's face turned pale. Before he could respond, bang! A colossal fist from the Dan Wang came crashing down upon the Mu residence. Whoosh! Flames erupted, sending the inhabitants of the Mu household into chaos, with panic reigning supreme. Startled, Mu Yunxi urgently shouted, "Brother Wang, please stop. You bastard." The Dan Wang, consumed by rage, struck Mu Yunxi to the ground with ferocious might. This was not the end. Chapter 52. The Emergence of Xianyu. Longing for his daughter. As the elder brother of Xianyu, he was Mu Yunxi's own uncle. At this very moment, the king of Dan was consumed by an overwhelming fury. His beloved younger sister had been wronged, and her own daughter had been mistreated. Damn it! The king of Dan, a man forged in the crucible of military might, yearned only to unleash his wrath upon Mu Yunxi, who gave you the audacity. With just a few punches, the king had reduced Mu Yunxi to a state of disarray, wishing fervently to beat him to a pulp. Yet to kill him would seem too merciful for such a wretched creature. Damn it! How infuriating! And to make matters worse, there were the short-sighted elders of the Mu family and their protectors, rushing forth to intervene, exclaiming, "Stop! You cannot strike an official of the court. It is against the law. To hell with your loss. If you have the guts, go ahead and report me. You worthless scum, you deserve a beating." As he spoke, the king of Dan intensified his assault on Mu Yunxi. As a sixth-tier martial artist, Mu Yunxi should not have been so utterly defenseless. He had once been capable of holding his own against the king. But now, the bloodline of the king had advanced. Mu Yunxi, pinned to the ground and mercilessly pummeled, realized he could not fight back. He was utterly helpless. It was only when Li Anren from the palace arrived that this brutal beating was finally halted. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. The Lord of Mu City is still a city lord. Let us spare him for the sake of his majesty, shall we?" Humph! Reluctantly releasing his grip, the king of Dan huffed, "Very well. Out of respect for his majesty, I shall refrain from killing you. Save that pleasure for Xianyu." Spitting blood in frustration, Mu Yunxi lamented, "I have wronged Xianyu, I admit it. But it was merely a folly. My heart belongs solely to her." Bah! The king of Dan, upon hearing this, felt the urge to strike again. Li Anren quickly intervened. Your Highness, let us speak candidly. In truth, it is not entirely the fault of Lord Mu, but rather the cunning nature of that maid." Indeed, the infuriated Mu Yunxi, with a face swollen like a bear, lamented that his error lay in failing to discern her insidious intentions, which caused Xiao to endure such suffering. Fools, by their nature, perceive nothing. The alchemist of Dan remains furious. What of that maid's daughter? Come forth. A mother's debt shall be repaid by her daughter. I shall bring her to her end. Alas, enough of this. Leonrin hastily intervened, urging peace, asserting that such extreme measures were unnecessary. The maid indeed bears guilt, but the child is utterly innocent. As an elder, you need not degrade yourself thus, losing face in vain. Mu Yunxi, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly concurred, acknowledging Li Gonggong's wisdom. While I too harbor disdain for that maid's scheming against me, the child is blameless and of my own blood. My royal brother. Do not call me royal brother. You are unworthy. The alchemist of Dan refuses to acknowledge this brother-in-law. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yunxi acquiesced. Very well, I shall cease. After all these years, your Dan family has never regarded my Mu family with esteem. Ha. So be it. What do you mean by that? The alchemist of Dan found this fellow increasingly irksome. Yet, Mu Yunxi, resigned to his fate, retorted, What do I mean? The prince knows well. To speak of kinship. When the identity of Qinsheng was not in question, she was still your own niece. Have you ever treated her with kindness? To put it plainly, you look down upon my Mu family. You deem us unworthy of your Dan family. They say one should marry beneath one's station. I, Mu Yunxi, once held this belief in skepticism. Now, it seems, the moment strikes to strike, with no regard for dignity. Truly, the prince judges others solely by their status. In Xier's vicinity, the lineage was just revealed, and you deemed it a promising prospect, rushing to protect her. The candid thought spilled forth from Mu Yunxi, who could no longer endure the frustration. He harbored genuine grievances against the Dan family. Previously, he had witnessed how favorably the Dan family treated their daughter. But what of now? The Dan king, criticized and resentful, merely grinned, a chilling smile that revealed his discontent rather than anger. Initially, he was merely vexed. But now he was utterly disillusioned. He had never regarded Mu Yunxi with esteem and had opposed his sister's marriage. However, his sister was resolute in her choice, and he had resigned himself to it. Over the years, although he found Mu Yunxi displeasing, he had still treated him as kin. When he struck just now, it was under the pretense of being the brother-in-law, not as the Dan king. Yet, in the mouth of that scoundrel, it was twisted into a tale of condescension. Very well. The Dan king withdrew, declaring it a case of his household's bullying. What can you do about it? Do you possess the capability to retaliate? My Dan household boasts a glorious military reputation. Can you match that? The Dan king derided, embodying the essence of true disdain. Leonrin observed, sensing that another confrontation was imminent, and hurriedly positioned himself between the two, suggesting it was better for both to refrain from further words. Dan king, are you not going to check on your niece? I shall. The Dan king waved his sleeve dismissively, ignoring Mu Yunxi, and stormed off towards the Imperial Master's residence. No, wait. It seemed nearly time. He had heard from his wife that the child had been born. A hefty little one. Damn. The Dan king felt his hair thinning, utterly unable to account for this to his beloved sister, as he was deeply preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved sister. In a secluded area, a woman clad in a crimson outfit, emanating an air of cool detachment, arrived once more. What troubles you? Inquired a companion beside her. Do you miss your daughter? The companion asked with a smile, though it was tinged with profound weariness. The similarly weary-eyed woman nodded slightly, pondering the well-being of her daughter. Qinsheng, alas, it must be difficult for you. Having just given birth, you find yourself in this wretched place. I hope this ordeal concludes swiftly, so I may visit my goddaughter, who must be 18 by now. Indeed, in 3 days, it will be her birthday, replied the gentle-eyed woman with a hint of anticipation. Regrettably, I cannot attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Well, we can always hold a belated celebration, her companion suggested. Did you sense something just now? The woman, who had chosen not to elaborate, pressed her hand against her chest. Recently, her bloodline had been in tumult. She surmised that her daughter might have awakened the power of the Dan lineage, and the level of awakening must be significant, perhaps even more profound than her own, for it had such a considerable effect on her. Unfortunately, she was not by her daughter's side and had no way of knowing how she fared. 18 years had passed. Qinsheng. The woman silently held these 2 words, revealing a rare glimpse of tenderness and anxiety. Meanwhile, in the city of Xianyu, Chapter 53, Recognizing Kin, the fervent protector of his father, Little Chu, was met with a resounding crash. The Dan King, with a powerful punch, struck the Imperial Master's residence, causing it to tremble. Waves of energy rippled through the foundation of the estate, quickly enveloping the entire Imperial Master's residence. Elderly men in white robes soared from within, angrily cursing, Dan King, do not act recklessly. Unrestrained, you wretched scoundrel. Summon the esteemed master forth. Where has he taken my niece? Shameless. While others may be oblivious, he certainly cannot be unaware that she is a child of the Dan clan. You despicable creature. It is solely due to his looks that he has deceived my niece into marrying him, and even fathered a robust child with her. What a disgrace. Upon his arrival, the Dan King unleashed his ire. Not only did he occupy the moral high ground, but he also exposed the so-called esteemed master, who must have known the true identity of Mu Yunxi all along. Thus, he continued to hurl insults, reproaching him for not only failing to inform the foolish Mu Yunxi, but also for secretly whisking my niece away without a word to the Dan King's residence. Pray, how can you justify such actions? The white-clad elders of the esteemed master's residence felt embarrassed to respond, for the Dan King's words ring true. While others may be unaware of Mu Yunxi's true identity, Master Imo undoubtedly knows, yet he did not inform the Dan King, resulting in the birth of a child, a rather underhanded act indeed. The lambasted esteemed master, unfazed by the scathing remarks, calmly called out, "Uncle, do come down. Let us converse within the estate." By heavens, such audacity! The Dan King was utterly exasperated. How dare he brazenly approach and refer to him as uncle? Have you wed? Have you celebrated? The audacity of this predicament. The Dan King felt a tumult of frustration and helplessness, realizing that his opponent was not some lofty esteemed master, but rather a rogue, a scoundrel. Yet, the Dan King had no choice but to concede. What else could he do? He had heard that the child had grown quite large, leaving his heart weary. What a farce! Grumbling and cursing, the Dan King descended from the heights and entered the rear courtyard of the esteemed master's residence. The elderly figures clad in white exchanged glances, a tacit sigh escaping their lips. The esteemed master had indeed fallen from grace. This sentiment was shared not only among them, but also echoed in the hearts of the disciples of the master's residence, who sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. It was indeed different. The esteemed Pil King had dared to utter such insults and yet remained unscathed. The disciples, all adorned in white, were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Some of the female disciples felt tears welling up within them, pondering what extraordinary quality the elusive Mu Yunxi possessed that had captured the master's attention so profoundly. The unspoken words lingered in the air, hinting at a sense of desecration. Indeed, within the confines of the master's residence, the once untarnished and transcendent figure of the master now seemed sullied. Even the awakening of the supreme spiritual body of Mu Yunxi could not sway their convictions. To the disciples of the master's residence, a spirit guide was merely that, nothing more. For most of them, whether now or in the future, they would inevitably find themselves in that role. Moreover, the elder figures in white harbored further concerns, engaging in deliberations. Do you think this matter ought to be reported to the elders within the sect? One queried. Surely, we need not speak out of turn. The master has his own plans, and besides, this is a personal matter for him. Despite this, they recognized that the master was the leader of their sect, and it was only natural for the sect to take an interest in his private affairs. Even if it were to be reported, it would be imperative to seek the master's consent. Should he disallow it, they would refrain from proceeding. Agreed. The elderly figures nodded in unison, finding solace in this course of action to avoid incurring the master's displeasure. Unlike the leaders of previous generations, this master wielded both power and prowess in equal measure. It has always been wise to exercise caution, especially in matters of principle. Meanwhile, in the serene courtyard of the Imperial Master's residence, the esteemed Pil King wore a complex expression as he locked eyes with the chubby little child before him, both engaging in a silent standoff for an extended period. Eventually, it was the little one, Chu Chu, who broke the silence. You little rascal, the Pill King reached out, intending to stroke the child's head, only to have the little one twist away and bury himself in his father's embrace, refusing any touch. The Pill King was taken aback. What is happening here? Has the unscrupulous Imperial Master corrupted this child? It must be so. This scoundrel once again. The Pill King found himself incensed. How can you behave this way? The innocent-looking Imperial Master, Rome, gently patted the child's head and remarked, "You came in here, extending your hand indiscriminately. He is no fool. Why would he allow you to touch him? That's out of the question, for you are not his father." The little one nodded earnestly, affirming the Imperial Master's words. The Pill King's suspicions deepened. It is indeed this rascal who has taught him such behavior. It is utterly detestable. Mu Yunxi. Observing the scene, couldn't he help but smile and offered a fair assessment. Choo-Choo is indeed shy around strangers. Choo-Choo, you say? The Pill King immediately interjected, adding, "As for your matters, my dear nephew, I too bear some responsibility. Over the years, I sensed that the child lacked the essence of the Dan clan. However, I always attributed it to his age and the fact that he had yet to awaken. I never considered this possibility. You have suffered, haven't you?" The Pill King, typically a man of few comforting words, stumbled through his speech, yet his tone was imbued with sincerity, revealing a profound sense of guilt and regret, as well as a deep sorrow. Mu Yunxi felt an intriguing curiosity as she gazed at the Dan Wang, for it was her first encounter with such a diverse and intense array of emotions emanating from a human being. It felt remarkably authentic, subtly evoking a sense of familiarity within her, reminiscent of the sentiments she experienced when little Choo-Choo first appeared. How curious it was. This child was not of her own flesh, so why did she feel such an affinity? Could it be attributed to bloodline? That seemed implausible, for she harbored no such feelings towards Mu Yunxi. After pondering her perplexity for a moment, Mu Yunxi began to entertain a possibility. Although her bloodline had evolved, it was still grounded in the Dan lineage. Yet, she had never awakened the power of the Mu bloodline. Thus, could this sense of intimacy indeed stem from her lineage? Was it related to Yunxi? Could it be that his words held some significance? Perhaps it was due to his mention of another child? Indeed. How infuriating. Why did he have to bring that up? Apologies poured forth from the Dan Wang, his expression rife with regret. Mu Yunxi found it strange, questioning what was amiss. Your aunt, whom you have also met, may be a bit fierce, but she possesses a good heart. Your ineffectual cousin is tolerable as well. If you were to visit the Dan Wang mansion, they would treat you well. I shall not go, Mu Yunxi replied resolutely. I have matters to attend to at the Imperial Teacher's residence. Oh, the Dan Wang expressed his disappointment, suspecting that some Imperial Teacher had instigated this reluctance, and cast a glare at a certain Imperial Teacher nearby. In that moment, Chapter 54, The Arrival of the Spiritual Mansion Walker. The Imperial Teacher's authority prevails. The Dan Wang was left in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "You rascal, you truly stand by your father." Ah, the little lord, nodding his head, clung to his father's neck with an air of superiority, as if to proclaim, "I am the master here, and I shall protect you." This sight left the Dan Wang in a state of bemusement, both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, the esteemed Master Rome, under the protective embrace, wore a joyful smile, clearly pleased. Ah! The little lord beamed with delight and planted a kiss on his father's cheek, the sound crisp and clear, eliciting a subtle disdain from the master. It also sparked a pang of jealousy in Mu Yunxi, who thought, "You little traitor, have you ever heard your mother say he is your father?" Ah! When the little lord glanced at his mother, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ah! The obedient little lord nodded and continued to heed his mother's words, waving his tiny hand at the illustrious master, though the meaning behind his gesture remained a mystery. The master was left bewildered, pondering what this could signify. "It means for you to cease your flirtations," the clever little fox interjected. Rong Lin thought to himself, this rascal, who was flirting with whom? Just after a kiss. He waves goodbye, and now accuses me of impropriety. Indeed, he was just like his mother. After indulging, he refused to acknowledge it, as if such a situation were a stroke of good fortune. However, the Dan Wang found this amusing, exclaiming, "Well done, good lad. You know how to listen to your mother, Splendid. Though the little lord turned to look at the Dan Wang, he maintained his composure, offering no smile. Despite the compliment, he remembered having glared at the charming uncle earlier. This child, he seems to understand everything, the Dan Wang remarked, genuinely impressed by his cleverness. The sight of the Dan King stirred a fervent desire within him to embrace Yunxi, yet he was acutely aware that such a gesture was currently unattainable. He thus inquired, "Is there anything you require assistance with? Do not hesitate to express your needs." "Not at the moment. I am quite well here," Yunxi replied calmly. A pang of sadness struck the Dan King. "Very well then. Do remember to seek your uncle's help when the need arises." "Understood," Yunxi nodded in agreement. "If anyone dares to bully you, do not forget to wield this." He continued, "While I do not claim that the Dan family is invincible, we certainly surpass the Imperial Master's estate in military prowess." "That is indeed true," Rongling concurred, gesturing for her to take it. Yunxi had no intention of refusing, so she graciously accepted. "Thank you. Do not mention it." The Dan King responded heartily, though his heart ached deeper, feeling that his niece was too influenced by the Imperial Master. "Cursed Imperial Master. With his charm and cunning, he has bewitched my niece." Alas, at present, the Imperial Master did not seem to harbor ill intentions, yet certainty eluded him. He decided to observe further. However, the candidates for the four-clan Spirit Manor are soon to arrive in the capital, are they not? The Dan King inquired. "Indeed, they are nearly here." Rongling nodded slightly, calculating the days. "The earliest batch may arrive within the next couple of days. What are your plans? Will the Imperial Master's estate provide sufficient protection for Yunxi?" The Dan King pressed on. "The four-clan Spirit Manor presents great opportunities, yet also peril." He feared for his niece's safety. Even if she possessed an unparalleled divine physique, the aspirants for the Spirit Manor would undoubtedly be prodigies themselves. Even if she is somewhat inferior to her cousin, she certainly has a higher starting point. Reflecting on this, the Pill King inquired, "As for Yunxi, I see she has yet to become a spirit conductor, hasn't she?" Compared to Mu Yunxi, the Pill King was evidently more perceptive. He noticed this immediately. Mu Yunxi expressed her surprise. "How did you discern that, uncle?" "It's not so much seeing as it is sensing," the Pill King replied with a smile. "Although I am merely a martial artist, I am nearing the 7th realm. This time, riding on your coattails, my bloodline has made progress. I can truly feel it. Thus, I perceive that the spiritual resonance surrounding you, though latent, still requires a bit more refinement. Hence, you have yet to become a spirit conductor, correct?" "Indeed," Mu Yunxi nodded. "That is why I wish to remain at the Imperial Master's residence." "I see. That is wise. Stabilizing your bloodline here and familiarizing yourself with the abilities of a spirit conductor will undoubtedly assist you in entering the four-clan spirit mansion," the Pill King mused. Feeling considerably reassured, he was merely a martial artist and could not truly teach a spirit conductor. It seemed his niece had her own plans and was not entirely naive, which eased his concerns somewhat. However, just as he began to relax, a certain Imperial Master before him gazed toward the northern part of the capital. "The Spirit Mansion's traveler has arrived." "The traveler?" The Pill King was taken aback. Then his expression grew serious. "So soon? Aren't travelers usually the last to arrive? Is this the first one this year?" They must have sensed the awakening fluctuations of an unparalleled spiritual body, Rongling remarked nonchalantly. "There is no need to concern ourselves with him." The Pill King felt a twinge of unease, and at that moment, just outside the northern city gate, a ragged, sorrowful-looking monk appeared out of thin air. The passers-by regarded him without any sense of incongruity, as if he had not materialized out of thin air. Even the commander of the city guard stationed at the gate felt the same. This was evidently a profound influence of consciousness, immensely powerful. Furthermore, when the monk fixed his gaze upon the capital, a flowing radiance akin to water emanated from the depths of his childlike, crystal-clear eyes. The words spoken by the tattered monk carried an unusual cadence, as if each syllable he uttered possessed an innate mystical power. In truth, he was indeed manifesting the secret arts of the Buddhist teachings. The scene before him transformed. Those around him dissipated and reassembled. Yet the gathered were not of this present moment. Before long, he beheld a vision that he had envisioned, Shinnon. Before his eyes, the ethereal image of Shinno, which had recently graced the capital, materialized. Truly, it was a supreme spiritual entity. The tattered monk sighed deeply, yearning to witness more. However, suddenly, a colossal shadowy dragon surged forth. With a resounding crash, everything before the monk swiftly vanished. The monk, having been struck back and spitting blood, let out a quiet sigh. He recognized the hand behind this occurrence, and rather than feeling anger, he was filled with trepidation. This individual had indeed grown stronger. The current leader of the Mo sect was exceedingly formidable. The impoverished monk, having attained enlightenment, journeyed from the west and encountered the Mo sect's masters. Unable to contain himself, the tattered monk raised his voice, exuding an aura of tranquility. Within the capital, the celestial melodies resonated, prompting countless beings from the spiritual realm to respond. Had they arrived so early? The ordinary folk instinctively made their way towards the northern city gate, experiencing a fleeting sensation as if they were gazing upon a benevolent giant Buddha. Chapter 55. The Spiritual Abodes of the Four Clans. Ascension. The commander of the city guards quickly became aware of the arrival of a formidable figure from beyond the city walls. He promptly exited the city to pay his respects, introducing himself as Hua Yunxi, and acknowledged the enlightened one. Hua Yunxi, not daring to be negligent, immediately extended an invitation, saying, "Please, Your Excellency. The Emperor has long instructed that the four provincial abodes be prepared in anticipation of your esteemed presence." The enlightened one, choosing not to dwell on the previous remark, let the matter slide, allowing the conversation to progress. Hua Yunxi, feeling a sense of relief, thought to himself how fortunate it was that this individual did not seem to harbor a grudge. Otherwise, a conflict would have surely erupted at the city gates. How distressing. Hua Yunxi pondered whether he should consider an early vacation. According to his original plan, he intended to take leave next month, which would have perfectly allowed him to avoid these troublesome figures. However, this visitor had arrived much earlier than expected. In previous years, it was not until a month before the opening of the spiritual abodes that individuals began to flock to the city, yet now, 3 months in advance, here they were, and at the level of an enlightened one no less. At that moment, it was not only Hua Yunxi who was perplexed. Xin Chan, dispatched to greet the distinguished guests, was equally bewildered by the premature arrival. He could not comprehend the reason for such an early visit. However, the Emperor of Celestial Music understood the significance of the situation. As he donned his robes under the service of the enchanting consort Yang, a frown crossed his brow. Another decade has passed. How swiftly time flies. The alluring and captivating Yang Guifei sighed. I have grown old. Nonsense, the Emperor chided, playfully pinching the soft and resplendent Guifei. Finally free from the allure of the Imperial Master's beauty, I shall have more beauty-enhancing elixirs sent to you. Do not dwell on such frivolous thoughts. With a playful giggle, the youthful Guifei replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. The enchanting yet strikingly beautiful consort has undoubtedly extinguished the last flicker of emotion within the heart of the Emperor of Celestial Music. At that moment, Mu Yunxi inquired about the spiritual mansions of the four clans. Were they in the capital? The answer was both yes and no. Recently engaged in a spar with a certain monk, Master Rong displayed signs of fatigue. Mu Yunxi could discern this, as could Xiao Chu, who had also taken action. The resourceful Xiao Chu, having drawn upon his provisions, presented his stored milk to his father. No, rather, to his uncle. Rong Mimi remarked, Xiao Chu has urged him on, implying that a full belly would alleviate fatigue. To which Rong Mimi responded, I understand, but I do not wish to drink. Amused, Mu Yunxi instinctively encouraged, drink up. Initially resistant, Master Rong acquiesced, taking the milk as he heeded his wife's words. Xiao Chu nodded earnestly, eager to obey his mother's wishes, while the speechless Rong Lin nearly reconsidered his consumption. The Dan Wang could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, which drew a sharp glance from Rong Lin, promptly silencing him. However, he remained undeterred, saying, Mo sure, allow me to explain things to Cici. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi shifted his attention from Rong Mimi to Dan Wang. Rong Mimi, displeased yet seizing the opportunity, decided to drink the milk. Dan Wang then stated with gravity. The spiritual mansions of the four clans, while claimed to be in the capital, are indeed situated above it, yet they remain dormant and unseen most of the time. Only when it is about to commence will it reveal itself from a specific space, manifesting above the capital like an ethereal realm, shrouded in profound mystery. Above? Mu Yunxi gazed out toward the heavens, her spiritual awareness extending upward, yet naturally, she found nothing. Once the Dan Wang had completed her probing, she chuckled, remarking, "Such things are typically undetectable, even by the esteemed MO master, wouldn't you agree?" This statement was, in fact, a subtle test of the prowess of the revered Master Rong. Dan Wang, so, is it true or not? This rascal, is he merely pretending? However, a certain little master, who comprehended the implications, was also gazing out the window. Faint traces of unusual light flowing forth. At that moment, a certain master seized him playfully, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Ah?" The little master felt somewhat wronged, just looking. Dan Wang sensed an extraordinary vibration, realizing that this little one had inherited the unique divine power of the MO master. Could it be so formidable? Throughout history, the four clans' geniuses vied fiercely for entry into this realm, and only those of true brilliance could endure within the spiritual abode of the four clans. Others merely served as fodder. What lies within? Mu Yunxi felt a surge of curiosity. It had only emerged a millennium ago. Was it absent before? The Shanla dynasty has been established for 3,000 years, yet the spiritual abode of the four clans appeared merely 1,000 years ago? Indeed. The emergence of the spiritual abode was abrupt, bringing forth a crisis that nearly toppled the dynasty. Had it not been for the guardianship of the MO sect's leaders of that era, the Shanla dynasty might have long ceased to exist. The successive masters of throughout the ages have always been the guardians of dynasties, steadfast in their duties. The contemporary before you is, without doubt, the youngest and most accomplished among these illustrious custodians. The Dan Wang spoke with measured sincerity, presenting only objective truths, devoid of any flattery. After all, it would be absurd to extol the virtues of a mere scoundrel. Yet, the scoundrel's prowess is undeniable. Satisfied with this discourse, Rong Mimi interjected, declaring that the land of the was originally a sanctuary, thus forbidding any unchecked actions from outsiders or rival clans. In my view, it ought not to be referred to as the four clans' spirit treasury, but rather as the spirit treasury, for all treasures within rightfully belong to the, leaving no business for others. Upon hearing this, the Dan Wang offered a wry smile, remarking, "Your perspective is rather domineering. The four clans' spirit treasury indeed contains items from all four clans. It is not solely a repository of one lineage." This point was conveyed to Mu Yunxi, who grasped the implication. Could it be regarded as a sanctum of unity for the four clans? One might say so. The Dan Wang affirmed with a nod. Mu Yunxi, encouraged by this revelation, began to anticipate her entrance into the four clans' spirit treasury. However, Rong Mimi cautioned her, stating that her current abilities were lacking. She should spend the next couple of months in seclusion to enhance her strength, lest she enter and be swiftly eliminated, leaving her motherless and the master without a bride. The Dan Wang assumed her words signified anger, but the Emperor Master understood that she was retreating for cultivation. Anger? Such a notion was unfounded. At this moment, Mu Yunxi possessed a keen self-awareness. She was indeed quite weak, particularly in comparison to the formidable Emperor Master. Though she had yet to encounter the Enlightened One, she had seen the immense golden Buddha that emerged from the north. Upon entering the secluded chamber, she immediately descended into the realm of the Chaos Jade. As she stepped inside, a resonant hum echoed. The magical pearl within her consciousness revealed itself, seamlessly merging with the ethereal landscape. Chapter 56. The Awakening of the Shinong Legacy. The atmosphere within the realm stirred ever so slightly, a movement so subtle that had it not been for Mu Yunxi being the sovereign of this mystical domain, it would have gone unnoticed. At that moment, a certain young master, who had pursued her into the training room, also arrived, vociferously exclaiming. Mu Yunxi turned her gaze towards him, only to discover that the beast eggs she had previously sealed had all hatched, resulting in a multitude of young beasts. This young master was now vocally clamoring at the sight of the little creatures, drool cascading from his mouth, a gluttonous sight indeed. Mu Yunxi could not help but remark on how this little fellow had become increasingly indiscreet in pursuit of food, a stark contrast to his former self. It must surely be the influence of that imperial master, all beginning with that piece of candy. Little Chu-Chu had transformed, succumbing to gluttony. The young master, unbothered by her observation, merely chuckled in response. Embracing him, Mu Yunxi made no further comments but called upon the little fox to hunt a young beast, providing a delightful feast for the tiny offspring. The little fox swiftly complied, recognizing that this group of beasts would undoubtedly serve as sustenance for their young master in the future. Time flowed swiftly within the realm, and with the magical pearl's presence, the designated territory appeared increasingly conducive for the nurturing and growth of magical beasts. Mu Yunxi sensed this transformation as well. It seemed that the magical pearl had been sown deep into the ground below. Indeed, the little fox, having efficiently dispatched the magical beast, was now kindling a fire. Chu-Chu has already flown over, eagerly awaiting her meal, filled with joy. Mu Yunxi continues to immerse herself in the transformations of the celestial realm, faintly sensing an enhancement in its spiritual energy and essence. The increase in essence is particularly evident, as it has autonomously established distinct zones for regulation. One area is designated for the cows, another for the magical beasts, a separate space for her usual cultivation, a cozy nook for Chu-Chu's rest, and a designated spot for miscellaneous items. Mu Yunxi did not anticipate that the celestial realm had achieved intelligent zoning within each area, such as those for cows and magical beasts. The creatures are unable to wander freely and must remain in their respective zones. Consequently, there is no fear of the magical beasts attacking the cows as they mature, although that particular cow possesses an enigmatic quality that may well intimidate the beasts. Should she decide to introduce larger creatures in the future, the celestial realm is likely to allocate additional space for proper management. Contemplating this, Mu Yunxi sensed that the current territory of the celestial realm may be insufficient. While it suffices for now, it would certainly be inadequate if she were to bring in larger beasts. She wondered if there would be an expansion in the future and, if so, what conditions would be required for such a development. Lacking clarity on these matters, Mu Yunxi chose to set aside her considerations and focus on her own cultivation, which remains her only course of action at present. As for the Shinong inheritance, she has yet to begin digesting it, taking advantage of the celestial abode's closure. She intends to study the inheritance first. With a clear purpose, Mu Yunxi has established her goal for this retreat, to master the Shinong inheritance. Regarding the little one, she has communicated with the celestial realm, granting the little creature the freedom to come and go, surmising that the realm comprehends her directive. Indeed, reality has confirmed that the celestial realm is indeed capable. After indulging in a hearty meal, the young one noticed Mu Yunxi engrossed in cultivation and ventured outside, keenly attuning to the presence of Rongling. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "Father is here." Little Chu, filled with excitement from his bountiful feast, flew towards the sound. His cheeks flushed with a delightful rosy hue, rendering him even more endearing. "You rascal." Rongling caught the little plump one, unable to suppress a smile. He had initially wondered what the child was up to, only to realize he had been off to savor some meat, his mouth delightfully smeared with grease. To his surprise, the satiated little Chu produced a beast's leg, presenting it to the esteemed master. This gesture clearly indicated the child had remembered his uncle's fatigue. Rongling, both amused and exasperated, accepted the offering of the beast's leg, acknowledging the child's thoughtfulness. Little Chu nodded with pleasure, waving his tiny hand, urging the great master to indulge. Reluctantly, the great master, unable to disregard the child's heartfelt intention, took bite after bite of the meat. Remarkably, it was quite delectable, though it offered little aid to his injuries or recovery of energy. Yet, the taste surpassed all else, and being a gift from his dear nephew, it indeed tasted even better. Seeing his uncle enjoy the meal brought joy to Little Chu. However, once the feast concluded, he raised a tiny finger. "What now?" Rongling, wiping his mouth, inquired with a raised brow, sensing a hint of mischief from the little one. Indeed, quite cunning, he mused, with no choice but to comply. He began to sing. Meanwhile, As little Chu was playfully outsmarting the great master, there was also new progress on the maternal front. Mu Yunxi, radiating with an otherworldly glow of flames, had now caught the attention of the cow, which had been peacefully grazing. The group of diminutive magical beasts huddled together, trembling in fear, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Mu Yunxi. The flame she released radiated an immense, formidable pressure. As for Mu Yunxi herself, she was enduring an even more terrifying force. I am Jiang, revered for my mastery of fire, yet my true proficiency extends beyond mere flames to encompass all of nature. My successor must embody this essence. My whip, born of celestial timing, responds to the seasons, coexisting with myriad spirits, transforming the ethereal into the divine. Witness to my cycles of spring and autumn. These succinct yet grandiose words resonated thunderously within Mu Yunxi's mind, causing tumultuous waves in her consciousness. Her spiritual veins threatened to shatter, nearly disintegrating under the strain. Fortunately, the voice ceased its onslaught. Had it persisted, she was certain she would have been unable to withstand it, and her spiritual veins would have undoubtedly fractured. The speaker, however, did not intentionally convey such oppressive pressure. He merely articulated his thoughts. This left Mu Yunxi feeling a profound sense of admiration for his strength and self-assurance. Indeed, the legendary Shinnong possessed a foundation of unwavering confidence. Suddenly, as the Shinnong whip responded, a scroll materialized in midair. Mu Yunxi clearly discerned the three characters Yuling Fu inscribed at the far right, followed by Shinnong's insights on mastering spirits. The text proclaimed that to command and tame beasts, one must first comprehend their weaknesses and needs, followed by guidance and subjugation. It bore resemblance to the principles of spirit guides, which explained why spirit guides revered Shinnong as their ancestral master. The supreme spirit body, too, belonged to the lineage of Shinnong, representing the pinnacle of spiritual essence. Contemplating this, Mu Yunxi focused on the scroll, which revealed that the first tenet of Yuling Fu was to attune oneself to the spirit or entity and glean information with a sincere heart. During this process, one could activate the Yuling Ju, effectively obtaining precise insights. Yet it seems that she can acquire quite accurate information without any exertion. Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment. During her initial activation of the spiritual vein, she was engaged in battle with a golden-horned beast, where she could only perceive a luminous orb and analyze it based on its varying colors. Later, when confronting the monstrous tiger leopard, her utilization of the chaotic art granted her a more comprehensive understanding. Thus, does the chaotic art possess an efficacy akin to the spirit control technique? No, not necessarily. It merely enhanced her own abilities, allowing her to perceive more clearly. What if she were to simultaneously employ the chaotic art and the spirit control technique? An epiphany struck Mu Yunxi, prompting her to gaze intently at a nearby calf. Suddenly, the calf let out a startled moo. Bang! Mu Yunxi herself was instantly engulfed in a powerful shockwave. Chapter 57. The Dragon Sect's Young Master, Long Xiaowang. With a spurt of blood, she found herself coughing violently, causing little Chu, who had just finished listening to a song and wished to share it with her mother, to burst into tears. The little one, rushing over, cried pitifully, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Yunxi had never witnessed a young creature weep before, leaving her momentarily startled. It's all right, mother is fine, don't cry, Chu. The little one, with an expression of skepticism, stuttered, really? Is everything all right? It's just a minor backlash, nothing serious. I shall recover swiftly, Mu Yunxi reassured, chuckling at the little one's concern. When the Emperor Master spat blood, you didn't cry, so why weep now? Ah, the small Lord Chu, still wiping away tears, gazed reproachfully at his mother. Can it be the same? Mu Yunxi discerned his thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle sincerely. I thought you were closer to him. The small Lord Chu, nestled in his mother's embrace, expressed through his actions that his bond with her was indeed stronger. Mu Yunxi did not insist on whom he should be closer to. She simply found it a tad peculiar, since the little cub had always favored her alone. However, once the Imperial Teacher emerged, the little cub seemed to have shifted his allegiance. Yet she understood that this was likely due to the bloodline connection. The little one was somewhat unique, sensing that the Imperial Teacher was different from others, someone to whom he could draw near. Thus, She reassured him, "It's all right. Being close to him is fine. Your mother may not be fully aware of your situation, but he seems to know much more. Allow him to teach you." "What?" The small Lord Chu widened his eyes, scrutinizing his mother as if to discern whether her words were sincere or merely a facade to placate him. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, this little cub is becoming increasingly discerning. Suddenly, the small one beamed again, as if aware that his mother was secretly critiquing him, and began to nuzzle closer, seeking affection. Mu Yunxi was quite fond of this. She gently patted the little one's soft back and said, "You shouldn't dart in and out. Your mother will be meditating for a while longer. Why don't you stay with the Imperial Teacher for a bit?" The small Lord Chu, unwilling to leave, promptly settled on his mother's lap, his intentions unmistakable. He wished to guard her while she practiced and would not budge. Thus, Mu Yunxi acquiesced to his wishes and resumed her meditation. As for the prior backlash, the pain had vanished. Instead, her meridians seemed to have been reinforced. No, not merely strengthened, but it appeared as if they were suffused with a subtle glimmer of flame. What was happening? A perplexed Mu Yunxi pondered for a moment before cradling the small cub and exiting the mystical realm in search of a certain esteemed master. Upon their meeting, the astute Master Rong immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Did you utilize the power of your bloodline to refine your meridians a second time?" "Not at all." Mu Yunxi shook her head. "I merely practiced the techniques from the Shinong inheritance while simultaneously operating the methods I had previously learned. There was a bit of conflict between the two, and then I—" "Nonsense." Before she could finish, Master Rong had already grasped her wrist, examining her physical condition. Once assured of her safety, he exhaled in relief. The techniques cannot be executed simultaneously. The higher and more intricate they are, the more critical this becomes. However, after completing my practice, I feel as though I have grown stronger, Mu Yunxi asserted. "That is merely a stroke of luck," Master Rong replied curtly. "Your original techniques are quite remarkable and gentle, so even if the methods from the Shinong inheritance are somewhat domineering, the outcome was not overly detrimental. Nonetheless, such recklessness must not occur again. In uncertain situations, you should consult me first, rather than act impulsively." The young master, who was singled out for criticism, did not comprehend. "I did not act recklessly. Today, before others, you wished to observe the celestial phenomena and even activated the divine pulse. Is that not impulsive?" Xiao Chui. "Oh, so that was just a frivolous endeavor." However, Xiao Chui felt somewhat wronged. He merely wished to ascertain whether something truly existed. "What is the divine pulse?" Mu Yunxi inquired with great curiosity. "It is my bloodline inheritance," Rong Ling explained briefly, without elaborating further. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yunxi chose not to press the matter and instead suggested, "I shall take a stroll through the apothecary department. I used to frequently concoct potions there and left some items for them to auction. It should have yielded some monetary returns." Xiao Chui was quite exhilarated. He relished the thought of an outing, especially with the prospect of receiving money. He playfully pinched the little cub, not discouraging her. "Go ahead. And should you encounter any peculiar individuals, do not engage." "Is it that traveler?" Mu Yunxi queried. "Not just him. Several others have also arrived, clearly drawn by your presence." "Is the supreme spiritual body truly that extraordinary?" Mu Yunxi asked, intrigued. "Not exactly, but it is rare, to put it in perspective. You are the first in 10,000 years." Mu Yunxi. "I see, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. No wonder so many have come to observe her." Yet, she remained indifferent, as this imperial master appeared quite formidable. For the time being, she could rely on him for support. "Then I shall venture out with Chuchu." With that, Mu Yunxi embraced the little cub and stepped outside, seemingly filled with anticipation. The little one waved cheerfully at his uncle, quite delighted. Rong Ling. He didn't even inquire if he wished to accompany them. Nevertheless, he truly had no time. He needed to tend to his injuries before he could assist the young lady in maintaining order. In the realm of the spiritual domain, the dragon sect has arrived. Indeed. Amidst the interval when Mu Yunxi officially commenced the Shinong inheritance, another faction reached the celestial city of Xianhua. At this moment, they had taken residence within the Four Directions mansion. Among them, a young man clad in blue inquired, "Young master, shall we not first visit the Imperial Master's residence to meet Master Mo? The one being questioned, Long Xiao Wang, the young master of the dragon sect, appeared to be in his early 20s, donning the crimson blood dragon crown, his hair as fiery as the sun. He possessed a rugged visage and an imposing aura. The others awaited his decision, yet he replied, "No. I have heard that he shows no respect even to the enlightened ones. How could he possibly regard me? How dare he be so audacious?" exclaimed the young man in blue, his face filled with indignation. What does he have to fear? As the foremost imperial master of Xianhua, he is one of the rare seventh-tier beings in the human realm, an imperial-level spirit invoker. Who would dare provoke him? The sect elder had advised him before his departure not to provoke the master. Although somewhat displeased, Long Xiao Wang heeded the elder's counsel. Thus he had no intention of instigating a confrontation with that individual. However, since they had arrived early in Xianhua, it would be unwise to squander their time idly. Let us proceed. AC Che, take a few individuals and accompany me on a stroll to explore the unique aspects of this imperial city, Long Xiao Wang declared, rising restlessly. Upon hearing this, the young man in blue promptly responded, "Yes. Rest assured, young master, I have gathered information. We may visit the apothecary department, which is quite intriguing. Then let us not waste time. Onward." Long Xiao Wang led his companions forth, his protector knowing that persuasion was futile and thus chose to follow. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves outside the apothecary department, where they fortuitously encountered the newly arrived Mu Yunxi. This was nothing significant, but Long Xiao Wang sensed a remarkable fire within the diminutive and exquisite woman before him. Chapter 58. When Shachud is enraged, chaos ensues. The extraordinary essence of fire emanating from her captivated him immensely. Although she appeared slightly frail, she possessed a rare, ethereal beauty, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, which resonated deeply with his sensibilities and stirred his heart. Xiao Chui, keenly aware of Long Xiao Wang's gaze, was the first to make a move, her bright, glimmering eyes scrutinizing him in return. Mu Yunxi also perceived the slightly aggressive scrutiny, causing her to furrow her brow in mild displeasure. Nonetheless, she refrained from commenting, cradling the little one in her arms as she stepped into the apothecary division. Upon seeing the pair, Oldly promptly approached, noting that the young lady had not visited in some time. "You've been quite busy lately," he remarked. Mu Yunxi smiled in acknowledgement, inquiring whether the elixirs she had left in the apothecary division had been sold. "Of course, the elixirs you crafted are of the highest quality and have long been sold out. Officer Zhang has inquired several times, eagerly anticipating your return to concoct more for sale," Oldly replied as he walked, swiftly guiding Mu Yunxi and her child to the rear section. The apothecary division not only assesses the qualifications of apothecaries but also engages in the buying and selling of elixirs and medicinal herbs, making it a lucrative entity that generates substantial revenue for the Xianla dynasty each year. Apothecaries attending the assessments typically seek nearby locations to refine their concoctions, naturally leading them to procure materials and other necessities from this very establishment. Should the need arise, they will also entrust the prepared elixirs to the apothecary division for sale. Thus, Mu Yunxi took a side path this time, bypassing the examination department ahead and arriving at the bustling trading market behind. Young Master Xiao was immediately animated, reveling in the lively atmosphere. Oldly, unperturbed, retrieved a colorful little wooden horse from his pocket, a trinket he had spotted the other day, thinking it would please the young master. "Oh!" exclaimed the delighted young Master Chu, casting a bashful glance at Oldly. "Really, you shouldn't have. Do not mention it, my dear. It is merely a trifle of little value. If it brings you joy, consider it yours," Oldly replied, genuinely fond of the clever young lad, who, despite his tender years, possessed a remarkable understanding of human nature, perhaps even surpassing that of his own mother, and frequently rewarded Oldly with generous tips. Chuckling with glee, young Master Chu accepted the little wooden horse without hesitation. "You are too kind." Oldly, equally amused, felt a surge of joy. Although it was a modest gift, the young master's evident delight brought him great satisfaction. Mu Yunxi observed the seamless interaction between the elder and the child, perplexed by how such a young one could master the art of socializing so adeptly. Look at how happy he made old Li, who could hardly contain his joy. Once the child learns to speak, old Li might willingly offer his very life at the young master's behest. Moreover, the astute young master Chu not only maintained a good rapport with old Li, but also enjoyed a favorable relationship with Officer Zhang. Just look, upon seeing young Master Chu, Zhang's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, young Master Chu and Madame Mu have arrived. With equally bright eyes, young Master Chu returned the greeting, further enhancing the convivial atmosphere. Mu Yunxi nodded in agreement, inquiring whether Officer Zhang was not to greet the candidates at the front. I have switched positions, Officer Zhang humbly replied. Old Li has mentioned that Officer Zhang has been promoted and will henceforth be primarily responsible for matters concerning the apothecary department. And he should now be addressed as Officer Zhang Xian. Congratulations, Mu Yunxi said with a smile. Little Chujun, ever the tactful one, had already presented Officer Zhang Xian with a spirit fruit. A spirit fruit? Officer Zhang Xian exclaimed in surprise, never having anticipated such generosity from the young master. However, he soon recalled the recent rumors circulating from above, recognizing the young man's potential lineage as the son of the Imperial Master, which brought him some comfort. Within the Imperial Master's estate, spirit fruits were plentiful. After all, they could cultivate them, and it was not uncommon to pluck a few for consumption. However, for someone like him, a court official without significant backing, spirit fruits were exceedingly precious. Officer Zhang Xian, eager to nurture his spiritual energy, graciously accepted, exclaiming, I sincerely thank you, little Chujun. The cheerful little Chujun seemed unfazed, although he too had a fondness for such fruits. Officer Zhang Xian then proposed, Shall I treat everyone to a meal? That sounds splendid. I am fortunate to join. Old Li interjected enthusiastically. Ah, little Chujun raised his hand in agreement. Mu Yunxi said nothing, simply suggesting they celebrate Officer Zhang Xian's promotion. Right this way, Officer Zhang Xian promptly invited them. Within the trading market of the apothecary department, there were also eateries, taverns, and even inns to accommodate the traveling merchants and alchemists in need. However, to gain entry here, one must at least be accompanied by an alchemist, otherwise, entry is forbidden. Thus, this place can be regarded as a unique venue for alchemists, a realm of entertainment. In Mu Yunxi's perspective, it resembles a thematic marketplace, both convenient and lively, otherwise it would not attract the likes of Little Chu. The trio and the little one quickly selected a restaurant known for its delectable dishes, and steaming hot fragrant pots were soon served. Little Chu was so tempted by the aroma that he drooled, exclaiming, it's hot. I'll eat in a moment. While speaking, Mu Yunxi helped the little one with his food, simultaneously attending to the other two guests. You all should eat as well. Chu can be quite impatient. Haha, quite delightful. Indeed, it's merely a casual meal. Come, let us dine. Zhang Xian's servant remarked, casting an envious glance at little Chu, who seemed to epitomize the ideal life, a beautiful wife and a clever son, truly a winner in life's lottery. Meanwhile, the little one, engrossed in savoring his meat, paid no mind to others. Before long, seizing a moment when his mother was distracted, he swiftly popped the meat into his mouth, overwhelmed with joy, and emitted sounds of delight. Just as he was about to swallow, he noticed someone approaching them. It was none other than the blue-clad ACHA, who stood beside young Master Long Xiaowang. Miss, our young master requests your presence. Little Chu paused, taken aback. Mu Yunxi then lifted her gaze and saw the red-haired youth from earlier on the upper floor, nodding slightly in her direction, exuding an air of arrogance. As if bestowing upon her a rare favor, a stroke of fortune. Mu Yunxi harbored no affection for such individuals and naturally declined their advances. No, my friend and I are enjoying our meal quite well. Young Master Xiaochu seemed to concur, already waving his hands dismissively to usher them away. Yet the young man in blue remained undeterred, sneering coldly, Miss, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Our young master has taken an interest in you. It would be your fortune to accept his invitation. With a derisive laugh, the young man in blue cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xian, who appeared visibly angered. Rather than retreating, he boldly struck out. Bang! A fist flew toward Zhang Xian's face as the young man declared arrogantly, How dare you obstruct our young master's affections? You are but a mere attendant. Just then, slap. Young master Xiao Chu, having reached his boiling point, remained silent no longer. He upended the pot before him, splattering the contents onto the face of the young man in blue. Chapter 59. What if we strike them all down? The pot of fiery, spicy meat came crashing down, eliciting a startled cry from the young man in blue. Slap. Young master Xiaochu was not finished. He followed up with a barrage of 3 more pots. He emptied every hot pot on the table in his fury. Zhang Xian was too late to intervene, and Old Li could do nothing either. As for Mu Yunxi, she had ample time to act, yet she had no intention of stopping. She sought to make a grand statement. Thus, she cradled the little cub in her arms, lifted her long legs, and with a swift kick sent the young man in blue flying from the dining establishment. Bravo! Well struck. What a spectacle. It was peak dining hour, and the young man in blue, having failed to charm the young lady, resorted to violence against her dining companion. Other patrons looked on with discontent, yet felt it unwise to intervene. It is evident that the group at that table is not to be trifled with, especially the red-haired leader, who exudes a formidable presence, crowned with a dragon diadem. However, it was quite satisfying to witness his dog being struck down by the very girl he had attempted to flirt with, prompting a chorus of cheers from the onlookers, praising the audacity of the act. Above, Long Xiaowang was visibly displeased, commanding silence with a mere utterance. The crowd fell silent, apprehensive as they observed Long Xiaowang descend. Zhang Xuanji rose to dissuade him, urging restraint, for this place belonged to the apothecary department. But Long Xiaowang was in no mood for pleasantries, dismissing the plea with a curt command. His entourage, equally imposing, barred the approach of the apothecary department's enforcers. Zhang Xuanji was taken aback by the sheer arrogance of this man, who so brazenly disregarded the authority of the apothecary department. His concern escalated. My lord. Bang. Long Xiaowang, now incensed, unleashed his fury with a forceful strike directed at Zhang Xuanji, sending him hurtling through the air and shattering several nearby tables in the process. The impact left Zhang Xuanji spitting blood, his vitality severely diminished, as if he had lost nearly half his life force. Young Master Xiao was particularly enraged, flames of fury seemingly emanating from his being. Mu Yunxi's demeanor turned icy, though she struggled to maintain control over the infant in her arms. Yet, her eyes betrayed a burgeoning intent for vengeance. The adversary's assault had come too swiftly and brutally. She had not been able to intervene in time, resulting in Zhang Xuanji's grievous injuries, a burden she felt keenly. Thus, she momentarily suppressed her murderous intent, rushing to aid Zhang Xuanji, intending to administer a healing elixir. However, before she could retrieve the porcelain vial, Old Li interjected, Allow me. You must leave at once. The voice of the old man, Li, was notably subdued. He had already discerned that the newcomers bore ill intentions, and their status was formidable. The ailing Zhang Xianshi, despite his weakened state, was also struck with terror. Coughing up blood as he urged, Leave. He feared that these reckless individuals might abduct Madame Mu and her child, for they clearly held the Xinla dynasty in contempt and would likely disregard the Imperial Teacher's manor as well. However, Zhang Xianshi was mistaken. Long Xiaowang was unaware that Mu Yunxi hailed from the Imperial Teacher's manor. He simply looked down upon the Xinla dynasty while still harboring caution towards the Imperial Teacher's manor. Thus, upon realizing that Zhang Xianshi was still alive, he bellowed, Silence. If you cannot comprehend human speech and continue to prattle, then perish. Exile, kill him. Not so. The elder behind Long Xiaowang cautioned in a hushed tone, Young master, while beating him may be acceptable, murder is ill-advised. What does it matter? Long Xiaowang retorted dismissively. He is merely a mere servant. If he dies, so be it. As for that young woman, his gaze turned icy as he fixated on Mu Yunxi. How dare she disregard my kindness? Take her away. Initially, Long Xiaowang had been inclined to engage amiably, but the young woman's blatant lack of awareness had taken him aback. Thus, he resolved to act without further sentiment. Young master, the elder sought once more to dissuade him, but Long Xiaowang had made up his mind, and his subordinates were already moving into action. As the threat loomed closer, Zhang Xianshi struggled to rise, urging, "Hurry, flee." Old Li, taken aback, wished to intervene, but as a mere first-tier martial artist, he felt powerless to assist. Flee? Huh? Is escape even an option? Surrounded by the disciples of the dragon sect, Mu Yunxi's group was met with disdainful gazes. One among them struck first, swinging a blade towards Zhang Xian's face, clearly intent on murder. Old Li's face turned pale, and despair washed over Zhang Xian, lamenting his lack of strength. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless to resist. However, in an instant, Mu Yunxi drew her blade with astonishing swiftness. The bloodied sword blazed like fire, shattering her opponent's weapon and swiftly retaliating, claiming his life. Blood gushed forth from the decapitated dragon sect disciple, splattering onto the ground. But this was merely the beginning. With a sweeping motion, her blade danced like a whip, igniting the air, and in an instant, she annihilated the entire circle of dragon sect disciples, leaving none alive. The scene fell into a profound silence. Mu Yunxi's speed had rendered them all incapable of reaction. Even Long Xiaowang was momentarily taken aback. This brief moment of shock led to the demise of his entire entourage, leaving only him, an old man, and the uncertain fate of the one previously kicked out. The unconscious Cliché. Young Lord Xiaochu excitedly clenched his fists, seemingly eager to join his mother in the fray. This time, Mu Yunxi did not shield his eyes. She had realized that this little one was unlike others and would not be frightened by the gruesome spectacle. As Long Xiaowang regained his composure, the chill in his gaze towards Mu Yunxi was palpable. He was courting death. This message was directed at her. The blade in Mu Yunxi's hand still dripped with blood. Yet the blood of the dragon sect disciple had not stained its surface. It remained pristine, gleaming coldly, as vibrant as ever. The aura of malevolence surrounded the scene. And with the keen perception of Long Xiaowang, he quickly discerned the source of his intrigue, the knife. A smile graced Long Xiaowang's lips as he remarked, "This knife is exquisite, far superior to your insolent demeanor." He commanded, "Shala, retrieve the knife. The girl is expendable." Understood. The elder, who stood guard beside Long Xiaowang, did not attempt to dissuade him, for he too recognized the knife's exceptional quality. As for the young lady, having caused the demise of numerous members of the Long clan, she deserved to pay with her life. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, channeling 50% of his martial power, intending to crush Mu Yunxi and her companion. "Little girl, blame your own impetuosity. Prepare to meet your end." Xiaochu was enveloped in a resplendent glow, ready to take flight. However, Mu Yunxi, having keenly observed the elder, offered him no opportunity to strike. Her gaze was piercing and resolute. With the activation of the spirit manipulation technique, she perceived every aspect of this formidable opponent. Rank 5 martial artist, fire element, proficient in fire element palm. Peak rank 5 attack power, current palm state, utilizing only 50% of martial power. Possessing standard rank 5 attack power, countermeasure, combine the divine farmer's blade with the spirit manipulation technique. Targeting 3 inches to the upper left, these 3 lines of insight materialized within Mu Yunxi's mind, empowering her to formulate an immediate counterattack. With a decisive slash, she struck. Boom! The tip of the knife surged forth, and the shadow of the divine farmer's whip flickered into action. Swish! The elder's fire element palm was shattered and dispersed. Chapter 60, a shocking revelation for the entire city. The Imperial Master arrives to restore order. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? Yet the truth remained. Not only had Mu Yunxi dismantled his attack, but she had also executed a swift maneuver. Under the influence of the spirit control technique, the Shindong blood blade erupted with extraordinary combat power, sweeping through the elder's form. With a gasp, the elder spat blood, his heart meridian shattering inch by inch. He remained in a state of bewilderment, yet his life force had already vanished without a trace. After dispatching him with a single strike, Mu Yunxi, with her spiritual veins now activated, discerned the weaknesses within his physique. A decisive blow, with no chance of survival. Even though he was a pinnacle 5th-grade powerhouse. What did it matter? The moment he refrained from unleashing his full strength to subdue Mu Yunxi, he had succumbed to passivity. However, Mu Yunxi, who had delivered the fatal blow, appeared pale, her breath quickening, Gasping violently, she felt a sense of exhaustion bordering on dizziness. A sensation she had never experienced to such an extent before. It was evident that slaying someone 2 ranks above her was a formidable challenge, even if she could accomplish it. Yet, this was enough to astonish the entire audience. Zhang Xian's attendant began to doubt whether this young lady before him was indeed the Mu Yunxi he had surmised, the one from the Imperial Master's estate. Even though the legendary Mu Yunxi had awakened an unparalleled spiritual body and was a certified spirit conductor, she was still merely a third-grade warrior. The enhancement from being a spirit conductor could allow her to slay opponents of higher ranks, but exceeding 1 rank was the utmost limit. At this moment, even the previously arrogant Long Xiaowang was taken aback. "Who are you?" "The one who will kill you," Mu Yunxi declared calmly, her determination unwavering as she activated her spiritual veins once more. She was resolute in her intent to eliminate Long Xiaowang. However, this time, she did not employ the spirit control technique. It was unnecessary against Long Xiaowang. With just a glance, his weaknesses laid bare before her eyes. Thus, almost as soon as her words fell, her blade was once more unleashed. "Halt. Our young master is the heir of the dragon sect. Not far away." The recently risen ACHA was taken aback, desperately attempting to dissuade Mu Yunxi. Alas, once Mu Yunxi had resolved to act, there would be no hesitation. The swiftness of her strike was scarcely less than when she had slain the elder. As the blade cleaved through the air, the brilliance of the fiery display re-emerged. Enigmatic and capricious. "Fool! How dare you!" The terrified Long Xiaowang erupted in fury. Yet, he did not resign himself to inaction, quick to respond. He summoned forth a blood dragon greatsword. Bang! Under the weight of the blood dragon greatsword's defense, it was effortlessly obliterated into wisps of smoke by the Shinong bloodblade. Such was its might, for it bore the revered name of Shinong. No, Long Xiaowang was stricken with alarm, hastily retreating, but alas. Whoosh! The momentum of the Shinong bloodblade did not wane, and in an instant, he was cleaved in twain. Yet, at that very moment, as Long Xiaowang was severed into 2, a terrifying wave of fiery breath swept forth from the direction of the Four Directions mansion. "Fool!" The roar of fury swept across much of the capital, spanning the skies from the Four Directions mansion and directly targeting the apothecary division. "Uncle, Lord, save me." With vitality swiftly waning, Long Xiaowang uttered a mournful cry, his form instantly collapsing into 2 halves upon the ground. Had it not been for the sanguine light emanating from the crimson blood dragon crown enveloping him, his meager life force would have long since dissipated. Mu Yunxi observed this with furrowed brows, intent on delivering a final blow. Leaving no room for mercy was her established manner. Yet, a formidable presence had already descended upon the apothecary division, shattering the structure beneath its weight and looming before Mu Yunxi. "You seek death." The newcomer seethed with uncontainable wrath. With a formidable strike aimed at Mu Yunxi, the force was such that she could not withstand it. Furthermore, having already exhausted her strength and having slain Long Xiaowang, she was utterly incapable of evading the impending blow. However, "Begone!" A resplendent voice emerged, shattering the fiery palm of Long Xiaowang's uncle into smoke. Immediately following, a pair of colossal eyes manifested in the void, emitting a divine radiance that aimed directly at the vital point of Long Xiaowang's uncle. "No!" The old man cried out in terror, exerting all his might to counter the descending divine light. Simultaneously, the resonant sound of Buddha's teachings echoed from the Four Directions pavilion, aiding Long Xiaowang's uncle in deflecting the divine ray from above. Despite this, Long Xiaowang's uncle was still propelled several feet back, spitting blood, his vitality significantly diminished. But the ordeal was far from over. Displeased, the esteemed Master Rong glanced toward the Four Directions pavilion, scolding the meddling monk. Yet in that fleeting moment, Long Xiaowang's uncle had swiftly whisked away the dismembered Long Xiaowang. Vanishing without a trace, he fled with remarkable speed. The young master, witnessing this, was infuriated. He intended to pursue, but was restrained by the little fox. After all, at this moment, Mu Yunxi was in a dire state. She could barely stand and collapsed. Young Master Xiao was startled. Just as he was about to ascend to support his mother, His uncle had already taken the initiative, cradling the young lady in his arms, and inadvertently enveloping him as well. "Ah!" Young Master Xiao anxiously pointed at his mother, his small face pale, devoid of its rosy glow. Cough. Zhang Xianshi was still spitting blood. However, his life was not in jeopardy. After all, he had consumed a pill. The fortunate but shaken elderly supported him, his face a mask of astonishment. Who is that? So powerful, so terrifying. In a mere instant, the fire elemental warrior had been nearly crushed to the brink of death. Had it not been for the intervention of a super-strong individual, the fire elemental warrior might have been obliterated. It was the Imperial Master. The weakened Zhang Xianshi was equally astounded. Doubly so. He had long been aware of the Imperial Master's strength and could accept it, but the power of Mu Yunxi surpassed all his expectations. A third-tier warrior. Not only had she effortlessly slain a fifth-tier warrior, but she also proceeded to eliminate another third-tier warrior, who was likely a spirit summoner as well. This accomplishment was unparalleled. Zhang Xuanshi's hair stood on end, not from fear, but from exhilaration. According to his knowledge, the legendary spirit summoners boasted the strongest feats of merely killing one tier above themselves. This had already cemented their legendary status. Yet Mu Yunxi had managed to defeat foes 2 tiers above her, and with a single strike. Was this the extraordinary nature of the Supreme Spirit Body? Suddenly, Zhang Xianshi comprehended why the awakening of the Supreme Spirit Body had caused such a commotion. It was extraordinarily unusual, terrifying. This was no mere advancement of 2 tiers. If it were a peak first tier defeating a third tier, Zhang Xianshi might have accepted it. However, this was a third tier triumphing over a fifth tier, a chasm of difference. This was truly remarkable. Feeling himself on the verge of losing his sanity, Zhang Xianshi muttered to himself in a frenzied manner, causing elderly to become alarmed, fearing that he had suffered a mental breakdown. At this very moment, those who are aware of Mu Yunxi's remarkable achievements are astounded. Third rank defeating fifth rank. Mu Yunxi. Within the Grand Hall of Tian, where the immortal music emperor resides, an atmosphere of astonishment prevails. Suddenly, the immortal music emperor feels an immense sense of relief. Realizing that he had prudently stabilized his strategy and shifted his focus towards Mu Yunxi, compared to the chosen consort Zhang, he and the esteemed officials present comprehend far more the implications of a third rank surpassing a fifth rank. They are acutely aware of the vast chasm between the lower third rank and the middle third rank, for they themselves have attained at least the middle third rank. Years ago, the venerable minister took a full decade to progress from the third rank to the fourth. A decade. Minister Zhang of the Rites and Music Department feels a pang of sorrow, akin to the sharpness of lemon juice. While the path of a martial artist is relatively accessible, with minimal requirements for talent and lineage, the expectations above the third rank are considerably high. Without a solid foundation or substantial resources, advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. It can be said that the profession of a martial artist is easy to enter yet challenging to master. One might easily encounter numerous martial artists on the streets, yet finding those of the fourth rank or higher is a rarity. The initial 3 ranks involve the refining of skin, muscles, and bones, akin to a regimen for physical enhancement that requires no profound insights. Diligent cultivation suffices. However, from the 4th rank onward, the journey intertwines with enlightenment, which is why the ministers within the Tian Hall now find themselves enveloped in silence. Perhaps we have previously underestimated the unparalleled spirit beings. Minister Xing Luotian of the Punishment Department sighs softly, remarking that it is no wonder the Imperial Master acted decisively, transforming individuals into devoted apprentices. Indeed, the gaze of the Imperial Master is extraordinarily astute. Her talent, this young lady, is surely not inferior to his. Minister Zhang of Rites and Music believed that the imperial edict he had previously drafted was indisputable. It must be that the imperial teacher has meddled. This imperial teacher is truly formidable. His dedication is unparalleled, yet the facts also affirm that Mu Yunxi is indeed deserving. Her gift is unparalleled. A typical spirit guide can only perceive beings that are within a tier of their own. The supreme spiritual body of Mu Yunxi evidently transcends such limitations. She might even perceive beyond. Could it be true? Can a sixth-tier talent also be discerned? I refuse to believe it. Records on supreme spiritual bodies are scarce, and hers seems somewhat atypical. With the appearance of the Shinon whip, I remain skeptical, leaning towards the notion that she can perceive sixth-tier talents. No, perhaps even those of the seventh tier. Absurd. Xing Luotian thought this was an exaggeration. Sixth tier is already the pinnacle. A seventh-tier martial artist is akin to a terrestrial deity. How could they be easily discerned? Within the Tian Palace, countless debates erupted, nearly boiling over. The conversation had swiftly shifted from how to accommodate the various visitors to the spirit mansion to just how great Mu Yunxi's potential truly is. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Teacher's estate, the front courtyard was already in uproar. Yet, in the back courtyard, designated as the personal residence of a certain Imperial Teacher, tranquility reigned. Only the occasional childish cries of a small one revealed a hint of liveliness. Rong Lin, however, had no time to attend to the little creature. He was focused on healing the young lady. Such reckless behavior. The forceful assault had depleted her foundation, and without timely treatment, it would leave lasting repercussions. Coughing, the still pale-faced Mu Yunxi felt no sense of discomfort. In that moment, she could not let that garbage escape. Unfortunately, it seemed that the wretched thing had not been entirely vanquished. She still harbored thoughts of it. At that moment, Rongling slapped his thigh, remarking that it would be dealt with later, and that it was unwise to have forcefully eliminated him then, as it compromised one's own foundation. Little did he know. As his words fell, he deserved it most. Both the young and the old voiced their disapproval. That so-called young master of the dragon sect, the instigator, must be eliminated. Mu Yunxi expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that not only did he attempt to engage me forcefully, but he also sought to seize my blade. If he is not dealt with, even my dagger shall feel offended. Young Master Xiao Chu nodded in agreement, even voicing a series of exclamations, mentioning many other things. Although his parents could not comprehend a word. How dare she, Rong Ling's woman, flirt, who granted her such audacity? At that moment, were it not for the need to tend to the young lady's injuries, he would have taken it upon himself to eradicate the threat, infuriated. Young Master Xiao Chu was equally incensed. He exclaimed that they should have pursued and eliminated that villain, while the little fox attempted to restrain him. Within the Four Directions manner, the enlightened monk shook his head repeatedly, lamenting his impotence, unable to provide salvation. The individual had been cleaved in two. Even with the sacred artifact of the dragon sect sustaining a flicker of life, there was no hope for rescue. How could one save him? This was not a mere severing of hands or feet, which could be overlooked. This was a complete division from the midsection. How could one remedy such a calamity? He was not a true celestial being. Apologies. The enlightened monk wished only to withdraw. This was too much to ask of him. Yet, Long Xiaolong's uncle, Long Qianfang, refused to concede, asking if there were truly no means left. At the very least, the monk saw no way forward. All he could convey was his resignation. Cursed be it. That scoundrel Mo Sure. How dare he be so arrogant? Long Qianfang was filled with unrestrained fury. Yet he dared only to vent his frustrations in front of Wu Dao. When Wu Dao was absent, he refrained from uttering any complaints for fear of being overheard and subsequently punished. Could he possibly escape the confines of the immortal melody realm? Long Qianfang remained skeptical. Surely, he would be eliminated the moment he stepped outside. Were it not for your presence, traveler, he would have already taken drastic measures. Not necessarily, Wu Dao replied, shaking his head, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Perhaps I should send a message to your sect leader, requesting assistance. That seems to be the only course of action, Long Qianfang lamented helplessly. They had only just arrived in the capital of immortal melody, and now his nephew is dead. He was at a loss for how to explain this to the sect leader. However, there was no need for him to send a message, as a response was already forthcoming from the dragon sect. At that very moment, a roar akin to that of an enraged dragon reverberated from the southern expanse of immortal melody. The guardians of the southern borders were struck with fear, for a colossal crimson dragon had emerged in the skies above the southern region. This was the dragon sect's sacred beast, the crimson blood dragon. Simultaneously, from the direction of immortal melody, the sound of a zither echoed through the air, signaling the clash of two formidable entities. Nearby powers were stirred from their reverie, as a formidable warrior from a neighboring faction voiced his confusion. From the southern region, where the dragon sect was situated, a thunderous roar ascended to the heavens. "You have slain my son. You have gone too far." Chapter 62. Surrender Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, war shall ensue. The burden of this predicament was silently borne by a certain imperial teacher. After all, it was his wife who had instigated it. Moreover, according to the thoughts of the dragon sect, there exists a certain validity in their perspective. The leader of the dragon sect, Long Wujing, believes that within the realm of celestial music, there is but one individual audacious enough to slay his son, the esteemed master of the Imperial Teacher's residence, Ronglin. Thus, with his son's life extinguished, Ronglin must bear the blame. Such despicable and shameless behavior, to dare take the life of a junior. Long Wujing was seething with rage. To him, Ronglin was of the same generation as himself, and yet his son, a descendant of Ronglin, was ruthlessly slain by him. What a disgraceful act! The young prince is equally foolish. Despite repeated warnings to avoid provoking anyone named Rong, he went ahead and did just that. Long Wujing found himself at a loss. Torn between indignation at Ronglin's underhandedness and frustration at his son's lack of wisdom in courting trouble with such a formidable figure, Long Qianfeng is utterly useless. How could he fail to safeguard the young prince? Long Wujing felt as though he might perish from his fury. They had scarcely arrived at the celestial music imperial capital when tragedy struck. The young sect master possessed the scarlet blood dragon crown, which, even in death, could retain a glimmer of life. It was time for Xiaoyu, born alongside him, to make her contribution. Long Wujing suppressed his anger and steadied himself. Indeed, he needed to summon Xiaoyu. It was imperative that she be escorted to revive the young prince. Yes, Aoyu accepted the command and promptly set about making preparations. Long Wujing remained infuriated, yet separated by mountains and rivers. He found himself powerless to retaliate against Ronglin. His only recourse lay in the scarlet blood sacred dragon, which he hoped would intimidate his adversary from afar. However, the esteemed Master Rong seemed entirely unfazed by such intimidation, attending to his wife's wounds instead, dismissing Long Wujing's impotent fury as mere bluster. "This feels rather extraordinary," Mu Yunxi remarked with a hint of skepticism. "Is this merely impotent rage?" "Ah." Young Master Xiao Chu ponders a question. "This dragon is indeed massive. Can it be consumed? Surely, it cannot be stewed in a single pot. Nevertheless, this dragon cannot venture into the southern lands. If it were to force its way out, it would inevitably be diminished, which is of little consequence. Rongling deems it merely a paper tiger. In truth, he is the only one who perceives the opponent as such. While the Emperor of Xianla is on the brink of a heart attack. What are your thoughts? On the border, should the Crimson Blood Sacred Dragon take action, we would be unable to withstand it. Generally, all is well, but is it not the time for the four-clan spiritual mansion to convene? The main forces of the Xianla dynasty must concentrate in the imperial capital as a precaution. If disturbances arise in the southern lands at this juncture, it would be quite troublesome. However, Minister Zhaonan of the Military Strategy Department believes that although the Crimson Blood Sacred Dragon is formidable, it is likely only posturing at this moment. The name of the Imperial Master holds significant weight. Perhaps not. Xing Luotian expressed concern, stating that the Dragon Sovereign may still be unaware that the killer is Mu Yunxi, not Rongling. Once this is discovered, there may be repercussions aimed at Mu Yunxi. The Emperor of Xianla instantly grasped the implication and nodded. Rongling is not one of our Xianla subjects, and being the lord of the Mo sect, he is not bound by our proclamations. However, Mu Yunxi is different. She possesses the Dan lineage. The Dan clan is, after all, a guardian family of the Xianla dynasty. They represent the backbone of our strength. Once Long Wujing learns of Mu Yunxi's talents, he will undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate her. Precisely. Xing Luotian's expression darkened as he remarked that they cannot prevent the Dragon sect from sending messages. The Dragon Sovereign will soon receive the complete news, and when that happens, no matter. The Emperor of Xianla is not overly concerned, for he is aware that Rongling will surely protect Mu Yunxi. At that moment, He suddenly felt that having Mu Yunxi as Rong Lin's wife would not be a bad thing. If she were the daughter-in-law of the royal family, with the power of the monarchy, it might not ensure her safety. The royal family has too many considerations, but Rong Lin is different. No. The old fellows of the Mo clan might have differing opinions. Can Rong Lin withstand this? The Emperor of Xianla felt uncertain. Yet he could only hope that he could endure. If he cannot withstand it, perhaps it would be an opportunity for the royal family? The contemplative Emperor of Xianla began to delve deeper into his thoughts. The following day, upon receiving the complete message, Long Wujing, just as the Emperor of Xianla and others had anticipated, planned to target Mu Yunxi. It turned out that she was not killed by Rong Lin. Mu Yunxi, the awakened supreme spiritual body and a descendant of the Dan clan, must die. Long Wujing could not accept that his son had perished at the hands of a woman. Moreover, she was the awakened supreme spiritual body with immense potential. She must not be allowed to grow. However, she is now under the protection of the Imperial Master's residence, and since she dared to kill the young prince, it is certain she has received Rong Lin's indulgence. Their relationship is anything but ordinary, Aoya reminded him from the side. It matters not. It is not him. After all, it is not him. Do you think the master of this sect truly fears Rong Lin? No, what he fears is the strength of the Mo clan. No matter how formidable Rong Lin is, he is but one person. Without the support of the deeply rooted Mo clan, no matter how monstrous he may be, what difference does it make? Long Wujing felt invigorated again. As long as it is not Rong Lin and the Mo clan, merely Rong Lin, the Long clan felt unafraid. After pondering for a moment, Ao Yao also agreed, but he remained concerned about the alliance between the Dan clan and the Xianla royal family, which should not be underestimated. The Emperor of Celestial Music, plagued by excessive suspicion, refrains from exerting his full strength. As for the Dan clan, with Dan Xianyu absent, Dan Zhan is rendered ineffective, and thus, the situation remains as it is. You shall set forth immediately, accompanied by the Crimson Blood Dragon Guards, and 2 Shadow Blood Dragon Guards as well, and proceed to the capital of the Emperor of Celestial Music. Demand the surrender of Mu Yunxi. Otherwise, we shall declare war. Long Wujing commanded with iron resolve. Aoyi felt a pang of trepidation. What if they refused to comply, and war ensued? Indeed, Long Wujing's fury was uncontainable, a mere girl. Even if she were an awakened being of the Supreme Spirit, what of it? Those who dare to slay my son must perish, otherwise. How shall the honor of my dragon sect be preserved? Aoyi comprehended. This was indeed a crucial consideration. If Rong Lin were to kill, it could be dismissed. For Rong Lin is exceedingly cunning. Should the young master fall at his hands, the perception would be that Rong Lin is indiscriminate and lacks decorum, inviting criticism. However, if Mu Yunxi, a newly renowned genius, were to be the one to take his life, the implications would be vastly different. The perpetrator is still a member of the Celestial Music, and if neglected, all factions across the realm would perceive the dragon sect as vulnerable. Such a tide must not be allowed to rise. Mu Yunxi must die. Rest assured, Sect Master, you shall fulfill the task. With this profound understanding, Aoyu promptly departed with his men. Long Wujing, witnessing his grasp of the situation, felt a sense of relief. He trusted that as long as Aoyu remained vigilant, Mu Yunxi would not survive. Mu Yunxi, an unparalleled spirit, 3rd grade slayer of 5th grade. Long Wujing murmured the critical points of the intelligence, his murderous intent intensifying. Such a genius must not be allowed to exist within his domain. He must die. Otherwise, the balance of power in the world would be irrevocably altered. However, he felt a sense of trepidation. This woman had emerged during the first millennium of the 4-clan spiritual realm, and she might possess extraordinary qualities. Since he had resolved to eliminate her, he must exert his utmost effort. He could not allow her the opportunity to rise. With this thought in mind, Long Wujing bellowed. Summon the heavenly sect. Inform them that this sect master wishes to join forces to hunt down the exceptional talent, Mu Yunxi. Chapter 63. Dual cultivation is not an option. In the Emperor's capital of Xianla, within the Imperial Master's residence, Rong Ling, who was still unaware of Long Wujing's numerous machinations, had just concluded his activities. Ahem. After a brief cough, he expelled a few droplets of crimson, his complexion paling slightly. Young Master Chuchu watched with concern. feeling a pang of sympathy. "Ah, are you truly all right, Mu Yunxi?" "It is of no consequence," Rongling replied, seemingly unfazed. Yet, Mu Yunxi inquired, "Isn't it true that this poison could be significantly alleviated through our dual cultivation?" Although Rongling had not revisited this topic, Mu Yunxi was astute enough to deduce that his peculiar poison was a consequence of her presence. Hearing her words, Rongling raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you think?" Mu Yunxi scrutinized him closely. "If the need arises, just let me know. And be prepared with protection." Rongling. He understood. It was to repay her for saving him. However, he did not require such measures yet. The first time had been spontaneous, driven by curiosity about her. Now, with Chu-Chu growing up, he felt the weight of responsibility and could not afford to be careless. Moreover, this young lady was exceedingly intriguing. He did not wish to lose her and desired to possess her indefinitely. In light of this, he remarked that the efficacy of using a condom was inadequate. "Mu Yunxi, since it is a dual cultivation, it is essential to harmonize both essence and energy. Otherwise, what significance does it hold?" Mu Yunxi. "Therefore, refrain from making such suggestions in the future." With a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, Rong Mimi cradled the child, stating, "You should first recuperate from your injuries. I shall merely assist in restoring your foundation. The rest must be reliant upon your own efforts." "Ah." Young Lord Chu waved his little hand, allowing that certain uncle to carry him away. Though he remained perplexed about the concept of dual cultivation, he inquired of the little fox. The little fox. How was it to elucidate this? The Great Master and the Grand Master ought to refrain from discussing such topics in front of the young master. How could it explain to the perpetually juvenile little fox? It, too, did not fully comprehend. Between him and the little fox, due to their bond as beast companions, they could communicate through mental thoughts. Otherwise, the little fox could not serve as his infant language translator. Hearing the young cub's discontented murmurs, Rong Lin inquired, "What was that?" Young Lord Chu rambled on. Yet the esteemed master expressed his lack of understanding. The little fox opted not to clarify and continued to feign ignorance. Young Lord Chu grew quite irate, intent on dragging it out for a scolding. Fortunately, the esteemed master chose to remain silent. He then gently patted the little creature, saying with profound significance, "Dual cultivation is something you cannot comprehend until you mature." Young Lord Chu was baffled, asking why. "Are you hungry?" The esteemed master, diverting the topic, tossed out a piece of candy. His candy is crafted with utmost care, the rich aroma of sweetness wafting through its shell. Young Master Chu-Shu took but a single taste and found himself enchanted for a prolonged period. Alas, his mother forbade him from indulging. In a fit of frustration, he swatted the candy away, declaring it off limits. Poor little Chu-Shu's mentor chuckled, remarking that it is harmless. Initially, their acquaintance was scant, which is why his mother denied him, but now, are they still strangers? "After all, I am your father." Young Master Chu-Shu shook his head vigorously, insisting, "No, you are my uncle. Mother said you are not my father." Nonetheless, he reasoned that the candy should be permissible, for an uncle is indeed a familiar figure, not a villain. Moreover, he lacked teeth, so cavities would not be a concern. Delighted, little Chu-Shu resumed savoring his treat, suddenly recalling that the fragrant meat he had ordered earlier remained uneaten, having been utilized to vanquish the villain. He began to wail in discontent, embodying the essence of a child who has suffered a great loss. "What is the matter?" Rong Mimi failed to grasp the young cub's train of thought. Fortunately, the little fox ceased feigning indifference and translated, "My young master lamented that his delectable meal was squandered on that scoundrel, which is such a pity. That villain is unworthy." Rongling sighed softly, pondering whether this little rascal truly was only 6 months old. His ability to settle accounts appeared more astute than his own, and to his astonishment, the young lad had even collected spoils. Indeed, it was true. Young Master Chu-Shu produced several storage rings, albeit unsure of how to unlock them. Rongling sighed again, suddenly realizing that this mother and son duo was a perfect match, one responsible for combat, the other for gathering the spoils. "Whom did you inherit this from?" Rubbing his brow, Rong Lin decided to first instruct the young cub on how to unlock a storage ring. This object requires mental energy to breach, and its owners typically impose spiritual restrictions. Unclaimed rings are easier to open, but if a claimed one is forcibly accessed, the owner will be alerted. After his teachings, Rong Lin was uncertain whether the young cub grasped the concept and asked, "Do you understand?" Unless one is certain of the owner's demise. Such rings should not be tampered with lightly. Even those who are not formidable can pose a threat. Those like his father possess the capability to track you down and even strike from afar. The young cub, Xiao Chu, nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned. Rong Lin cautioned, "I cannot ascertain whether this knowledge will bring you fortune or misfortune. Remember well, if you cause harm to your mother, your father will not be lenient." Xiao Chu, displaying a hint of impatience, retorted that he could simply hide in his mother's little room to unlock it without being caught. Rong Lin thought to himself, "This little rascal is rather audacious. Yet it is indeed his nature." After their exchange, Xiao Chu had already set about unlocking Long Xiao Wang's storage ring. With the soft sound of something piercing, the spiritual restriction on the ring dissipated. Meanwhile, within the Four Directions mansion, Long Xiao Wang's already faint vitality suddenly became tumultuous. It was as if someone had breached his storage ring. Wu Dao was not entirely certain. Long Qianfang quickly examined his nephew's body and indeed found the storage ring missing. What is happening? Had it been stolen earlier? Long Qianfang was convinced that upon his arrival, no one had approached his nephew. When did the storage ring of that grandnephew disappear? Yet, this is no longer of consequence. What truly matters is that the grandnephew is on the brink of demise. This flicker of hope has swiftly vanished due to the shattering of the storage ring. Cursed be it! Long Qianfang's countenance darkened. As he began to sever his own fingers to extract vital blood, attempting to stabilize the grandnephew's storage ring once more. Alas, it was to no avail. The grandnephew possessed more than one storage ring. He was exceedingly wealthy, unable to contain all in a single ring. He had two, both of which were in the hands of Xiao Chui. At this very moment, Xiao Chu shattered yet another of the grandnephew's storage rings. This was indeed a dire situation. Chapter 64, the richest scion of the entire imperial capital. Cursed be it! Long Qianfang was consumed by rage, for the grandnephew's vitality had been entirely extinguished. It was utterly hopeless. Wu Dao was left in astonishment. He had initially thought that the destruction of one storage ring was already a calamity. A stroke of ill fortune. Little did he anticipate that this young man possessed two storage rings, both of which were consecutively shattered, obliterating the last vestige of hope. This was truly beyond words. Wu Dao felt fortunate that he was ascetic, devoid of even a storage ring. Such disgraceful events would never befall him. Bah! Long Qianfang was now in despair. He had once harbored the hope of evading punishment, provided he could save the grandnephew. However, now the individual was utterly lost. Surely, it was not fitting to witness Long Qianfang's despair. Moreover, remaining here held no significance, as the individual was irrevocably gone, rendering his protection unnecessary. Sigh. As a seeker of the spirit realm, he bears the responsibility of safeguarding the talents of the mortal world, ensuring that they remain unharmed until the opening of the spirit realm, allowing these gifted individuals to enter smoothly. Long Xiao Wang possesses commendable talent at a tender age. He has already achieved the status of a first-grade spirit guide, a third-grade alchemist, and a third-grade warrior, in addition to being a second-grade poison master of a unique discipline, making him immensely valuable within the spirit realm. Yet now he lies dead, extinguished far too swiftly. It seems he did not even have the opportunity to showcase his strengths before being casually eliminated. Such an unjust fate. The unparalleled spirit body. Contemplating this, Wu Dao sighed inwardly, realizing that this newly awakened talent from the Xianle dynasty is vastly different from those recorded as possessing the unparalleled spirit body. Unlike the Xianle dynasty, the ancient texts of the Buddhist sect contain numerous accounts of the characteristics of several unparalleled spirit body awakeners, yet none exhibit the extraordinary strength of Mu Yunxi. Not only does he reverse kill fifth-grade opponents, but he also possesses the capacity to eliminate foes of the same grade with a single, lethal strike. This level of talent is unprecedented. It is excessively monstrous, beyond all reason. In the Imperial Master's residence, Rong Ling sensed the complete dissipating of Long Xiao Wang's life force and was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled. gently patting the small cub that was still counting the spoils. Well done. 2 storage rings, shattering Long Xiaowak's final glimmers of hope. Truly, he is Rongling's offspring. Huh? The bewildered little Chu Yi, unaware of the reason behind his uncle's radiant smile and delight, wondered if it was because he had seen all that money, so much money. Alarmed, the little Chu Yi quickly tucked away the spoils, as if fearing his uncle might seize them. Rongling comprehended his intentions and felt utterly speechless, pondering what was going through his mind. Father wouldn't snatch from you, would he? How much have you taken from me? Little Master Chu, unfazed, replied. You've mentioned he is my father. Shouldn't he provide me with money for meals? Rongling comprehended his meaning anew and conceded, indeed, you are still young. It is unreasonable to expect you to earn for yourself. You must be supported. With a beaming smile, little Master Chu promptly embraced his uncle, who neither took money nor withheld it. Such a person was truly kind-hearted. After a moment of contemplation, little Master Chu nestled against his uncle's shoulder, conveying his clear intention of staying put. He affectionately patted Rongling and cheerfully advised, very well, before father emerges from his seclusion, do not wander about. Take the opportunity to observe how he cultivates, and perhaps learn a thing or two. Little Master Chu acquiesced and obediently settled down. Meanwhile, Rong Mei began to regulate her breathing and channel her internal energy to cleanse the poison within her body. Yet, the young master initially paid little heed to his studies, engrossed instead in counting his wealth, so much money. The little fox observed him, thinking that the young master must be the wealthiest infant in the entire imperial capital. How affluent was the dragon young master? His storage ring contained an abundance of treasures, even the rare cultivation spirit stones. The more he gazed, the happier little Master Chu became. Although he was unaware of what spirit stones were, he instinctively sensed their value and worth. After a considerable time, the sounds of Rong Mei's cultivation grew slightly more pronounced, prompting him to cease counting his riches and shift his focus to his beautiful uncle, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, dark tendrils of energy began to emanate from Rongling's body. Little Chu was somewhat startled. At that moment, he contemplated fleeing. However, with a swift hum, a dragon-shaped shadow emerged, effortlessly sweeping across his forehead. In an instant, it devoured all traces of darkness. Little Chu was left in awe. The dark aura had originally emanated from the depths of a certain Imperial Master's body, triggered by a potent poison. This indicated that the Master indeed utilized this terrifying toxin for cultivation, augmenting his divine power. Hence, the notion of dual cultivation was not particularly relevant to him. He found the intoxicating fragrance of the poison quite delightful, akin to a nourishing elixir that he was reluctant to abandon. What a peculiar being! Little Chu sighed emotionally, clutching his father tightly. This was not merely an uncle, this was indeed his father. Such a formidable and extraordinary father. The young Chu had already developed an admiration for strength, leading to a genuine betrayal of sorts. The little fox had sensed the shift, its eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness, pondering whether its young master had become somewhat materialistic. Previously, he had not recognized the immense strength of the great master, but now he seemed intimidated. The fox could predict that once the great master emerged from his seclusion, the young master would surely advise against defending him in the future, for he was truly formidable. Yet, what if the young master also became powerful? Would he then start to act nonchalantly, disregarding the great master once more? It was quite possible. Assessing the situation with a discerning eye. Such acumen. Who did he learn this from? The little fox mused to itself, realizing it had never imparted such teachings. It must be inherited. But from whom? The esteemed master does not seem to possess such a temperament. Could it be that the Grand Master does? Meanwhile, as the little fox pondered deeply, at the southern border of Xianla, having just crossed the boundary, he commanded, Jiaxi, make a trip to Jing'an and investigate every detail of Mu Yunxi's activities there, leaving no stone unturned. Yes, the obedient individual promptly departed with great alacrity. Accompanying him, Long Xiaoyu could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, is it truly necessary to treat this with such gravity? Indeed, Aou replied with solemnity, the information regarding her before her rise to fame is alarmingly scarce. This is quite peculiar. A prodigy cannot simply emerge from nowhere. Her prior experiences must be extraordinary. Long Xiaoyu remained silent, lacking clarity on these matters. Her sole interest lay in knowing when they would venture to the imperial capital of Xianla. Upon hearing this, Aoyu also gazed towards the direction of the imperial capital. But his demeanor shifted from earlier modesty to boldness. Suddenly, he released a fire element spirit bird, the flame dragon sparrow, from his bracelet. As the dragon sparrow soared into the sky, Aoyu swiftly ascended with his companions and bellowed towards the imperial capital. I am Aoyu, protector of the dragon sect. By the command of the sect master, I demand the apprehension of the culprit Mu Yunxi from His Majesty of Xianla. Chapter 65. The army presses forward. The expressions of the Xianla generals at the border shifted dramatically as they hastily prepared for battle. Some were even ready to eliminate Aoyu and his entourage in the skies. Yet, it was only after they had crossed the border into the realm of the dynasty that they became aware of the situation. No, it was only after they self-destructed that they realized their negligence, a reflection of their incompetence. Cursed be it. Numerous generals erupted in furious exclamations. However, Aoyu possesses ample confidence to act in such a manner, for it was Xianla Mu Yunxi who took the life of our sect's young master in the imperial capital of Xianla. Cursed be it. If His Majesty Xianla wishes to avoid war, he must surrender this murderer. As this proclamation echoed through the air, the call for blood repayment surged from the northern forces of the dragon sect. Surrender Mu Yunxi. Let the battle commence. The cacophony of shouts grew ever louder, reverberating from within the dragon sect's northern army. The commanders on the side of Xianla soon realized that the dragon sect had indeed made ample preparations. Were they truly on the brink of a conflict between these two formidable factions? Infuriatingly, they had been entirely in the dark. Undoubtedly connected to that individual named Aoyu, who had concealed the movements of the dragon sect's forces. At this moment, the southern region of Xianla was steeped in solemnity, imbued with the palpable tension of impending warfare. Fortunately, a voice from the capital emerged, that of the alchemist king, proclaiming vehemently, "Nonsense! Aoyu, if you dare, come to the imperial capital for a one-on-one duel. Your young master dared to toy with my niece and met his demise. He deserved it." Aoyu's expression shifted, for he knew that any accusation could easily be fabricated. The young master is not that kind of person. Nonsense. If you dare, come to the imperial capital to negotiate. Do you think I fear you? Though my Danang army is not stationed in the south, it can still be mobilized. If war is truly your intent, then let it be. The alchemist king's imperious voice resonated throughout southern Xianla, matching Aoyu's intensity. Even with the backing of a fire dragon sparrow, it would not suffice. The alchemist king remained steadfast, and this was merely an exchange of barbs across the distance. Cursed be it. Aoyu's countenance darkened. He had grown stronger. Long Xiaoyu's expression also reflected discomfort, as she found herself under considerable pressure. The alchemist, possessing the formidable power of bloodline and being a master of the fire element, possesses a realm of strength that the likes of Long Xiaoyu, a mere third-tier warrior, cannot withstand. Aoyu, compelled to abandon his initial strategy, proclaimed, "Very well. I shall attend to this matter forthwith. If you, Xianla, fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, this matter shall not conclude here. Come forth." With a furious roar, the alchemist's presence dissipated. He would, at the latest, reach the imperial capital of Xianla within a day. However, Aoyu did not hasten his journey, flying at a measured pace. He believed that the alchemist could not embody the entirety of Xianla. Arriving too early might incite a united front against him, whereas a delayed arrival could allow the fervor of unified indignation to gradually dissipate. The sect leader, having witnessed the alchemist's prowess, would surely devise alternative plans. His only concern was whether the young master could endure the wait. Deep in thought, Aoyu initially intended to slow his pace further, but considering the precarious state of Long Xiaowang, he ultimately abandoned that plan, unaware that Long Xiaowang was beyond salvation. At that moment, Long Qianfang, having transcended understanding, sought to send a message to Aoyu, urging him to hasten. Perhaps, despite the odds being slim, there remained a flicker of hope for Long Xiaowang, who had recently succumbed to death. In the capital of Xianla, the alchemist's consort spoke gravely. "They intend to force His Majesty to concede. Indeed, they fear not the Imperial Master alone. Yet they dread the alliance between the dynasty and the Imperial Master that would secure Shixi's safety. The alchemist, his vitality waning, grasped this reality with clarity. Yet he also understood that even if the current sovereign were aware of this, he might still be reluctant to relinquish his biases against the Imperial Master. If given the opportunity, His Majesty would undoubtedly relish the chance to exert some pressure on the Imperial Master, at the very least to compel him to relinquish his arrogance and bow before the royal family. The Dan Wang found himself increasingly anxious. In the past, the Dan Wang manor paid little heed to the overt and covert conflicts between the royal family and the Imperial Master's residence. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. As they pertained to Mu Yunxi, she was the daughter of Xianyu, a member of their Dan Wang family. One could only hope that His Majesty would display the same wisdom as before, choosing to set aside his prejudices against the Imperial Master and treat Xixi with greater kindness, for she was, after all, the Princess of Xianwei. Suddenly, the Dan Wangfei felt that the title of princess was particularly fitting in this context. Indeed, at this very moment, the Emperor of Xianwei was also sighing, contemplating the issuance of the imperial decree for conferral, but ultimately decided against it. The Shinong whip was a matter worth temporarily aligning with Ronglin. Lianren, at your service. Convey my edict. For the Dan Wang's meritorious service in repelling the enemy, grant him a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. Your Majesty. Lianren was somewhat taken aback. This was no trifling reward. For now, they would not hold Ronglin accountable. However, it would be prudent to seek a bit of interest. Bring Chun'er to me. The Emperor of Xianwei issued another command. Xian Chun promptly arrived from the Eastern Palace to the Tian Hall, and then proceeded to the Imperial Master's residence. Unfortunately, his visit proved futile, for the esteemed Imperial Master Rong was in seclusion and could not be seen. Furthermore, the oblivious Mu Yunxi remained in seclusion within the celestial realm, diligently attempting to simultaneously cultivate two distinct techniques. Could she truly heed the words of the Imperial Master? That was simply inconceivable. Humph. The two formidable techniques were currently clashing within her meridians. However, due to her adept control, she suffered no damage. Moreover, during this process, her meridians were visibly becoming more resilient. How intriguing. Mu Yunxi believed that if she continued to strengthen her abilities in this manner, her meridians would align with the unique physical prowess she possessed in her past life. Currently, there remained a notable disparity. After confronting that fifth-tier opponent, her meridians had suffered considerable damage, and following the fierce battle with the red-haired foe, her internal organs had also been compromised. Later, when that old man applied pressure, she nearly lost her life. However, if her physical strength could reach the standards of her previous existence, she would still possess the capability to fight back. Thus, Mu Yunxi resolutely decided to harness the repulsive force generated by the friction of both aspects to refine her meridians. Ideally, she would also enhance her skin, bones, and even her internal organs, although refining the internal organs might pose a challenge. The foundational chapter of the chaos method could only slightly refine the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, yet the subsequent second technique remained blank, not revealing itself. Previously, Mu Yunxi had not paid much attention to this. She assumed that upon perfecting her foundational cultivation, the second technique would manifest automatically. However, that was not the case. Perhaps her level of perfection was insufficient? Maybe once she further strengthened her physique, she would attain the realm of perfection? As Mu Yunxi pondered this, her resolve to press on only intensified. Unbeknownst to her master, he was equally oblivious to her endeavors. Of course, even if he were aware, he would be powerless to intervene, as he had no standing to do so. He was engaged in perilous cultivation himself, and was inadvertently leading a certain young one astray. The little Lord Shushu, who had surreptitiously absorbed a trace of his father's dark power, let out a painful yelp. Chapter 66. The Divine Seed Little Shushu. King Koyang. 2 updates. The little fox, drenched in nervous sweat, was utterly startled. It had no idea that its young master possessed such audacity, daring to siphon the power of their formidable master. The slightly opened eyes of a certain master revealed a look of helplessness. The intention was to observe and learn, not to absorb. The tearful Xiaochu felt an overwhelming pain. It was unbearable, far worse than the last time he was burned. He was on the verge of tears. Fool. Indeed. The satisfied Rongling nodded and advised, just as you wished for light last time. Now focus on the thought of not feeling pain. The somewhat bewildered Xiaochu began to contemplate this notion, and to his astonishment, the more he thought about it, the less pain he felt. He was healing. The little fox was utterly astounded. As a familiar beast, it recognized its young master's extraordinary abilities. Yet this was beyond impressive. Could mere thoughts manifest reality? What a remarkable power! Strikingly, the great master appeared unfazed and even knew how to guide the young master. Meanwhile, the now cheerful Xiaochu clearly felt no pain and was quite comfortable, which made him exceptionally joyful. Rongling chose to ignore him and continued his own cultivation. Even in seclusion, he remained aware of the happenings outside. Since the Pill King could withstand the current situation, he had no intention of emerging until those individuals entered the capital. As for the royal family's stance, the master seemed indifferent, as if their awareness or lack thereof made no difference to him. However, the Pill King was unaware of this and had already returned to the master's residence. Discreetly transmitting a message, Rongling, come out for a discussion. Rongling? The Pill King was skeptical. That rascal would certainly hear his summons, even amidst cultivation. With his level of prowess, he was undoubtedly capable of maintaining a shred of awareness of the outside world. Alas, the esteemed master appeared disinclined to engage with him, leaving the Dan Wang without any response. However, a tender whisper resonated within the Dan Wang's consciousness, startling him to the brink of revealing his hidden presence. This voice. A transmission. That little creature could transmit thoughts, and with such precision, directing the sound into his very mind? Damn it. The Dan Wang couldn't contain his frustration any longer. What in the world was happening? Not only had the little one's mental prowess reached a level capable of external projection, but it had also managed to capture his mental fluctuations. Such feats were only achievable by martial artists of the 4th rank or higher. As for alchemists, one would need to be at least at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank to possess such formidable mental strength. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he himself was on the verge of reaching the 7th rank. Damn it. The more he pondered, the more he felt like cursing, nearly succumbing to despair. Meanwhile, the little imp was intent on teasing him. Wasn't he it? The little one actually wished to inquire about his purpose, asking why he sought his uncle. The Dan Wang, unable to comprehend, found that the small fox lacked the inclination to translate, still in a state of astonishment. Ultimately, the despondent Dan Wang merely stated, "If your father is unavailable, I shall return in a few days. Farewell." He had no desire to linger a moment longer. The blow to his ego was too great. He had initially believed that after the advancement of his bloodline, he would soon step into the 7th rank, not claiming invincibility, but at least attaining a higher status. Yet, he was humbled by a mere infant. Such a tiny being could perceive his mental presence, indicating that the other party was not a fighter. Otherwise, had they engaged, he might not have had the chance to evade. However, it is indeed acceptable. The alchemist king, whose heart had suddenly settled, pondered over the prowess of his son. How formidable must Rongling be? Does the royal family truly safeguard Shishi? Is it of any significance? It seems not. The alchemist king even contemplated that if the royal family were to act foolishly, their losses might be considerable. As a venerable family safeguarding the immortal music dynasty, he did not wish for the royal family to err, but should they choose to do so, he could not remain blindly loyal. He must send a message to his father, if matters escalated. He would find someone in the west to hold the fort while he ventured south. What if he engaged in battle with the dragon sect? Did they truly believe the Dan family had no one left? Surrender Mu Yunxi, or else declare war. Nonsense. In the military tent of the Danyang army in the western region, a burly old man with a scruffy beard had a fleeting glimmer of insight in his eyes. Before him, a special jade token displayed a line of text. Father, the daughter of Xianyu is not the one renowned for her beauty. There is another, now known as Mu Yunxi. After discussing the matter of the swapped daughters and the emergence of the false daughter being a legitimate child, the alchemist king then broached the subject of Mu Yunxi's act of slaying the young dragon emperor. Splendid. Before the situation could fully unfold, the old man, who had been enthusiastically praising, smashed the table with a resounding clap. The guards nearby wore expressions of exasperation. Great. Another table to replace. And it had hardly been long since the last one was changed. Without needing a message from the alchemist king, a certain old man, who had his own channels of information, had already learned that his granddaughter had been swapped, having shattered a table earlier. Now, with the current incident, the guards mistakenly thought it was the same affair, unaware that the stakes had escalated. If death were to come, so be it. Did the dragon sect still seek to provoke? The old man, brimming with murderous intent, contemplated heading south to engage in battle. Let us get to it. Daenerys, go summon Lord Ho Chinjun. The old prince? He is still contemplating which guard to replace. I don't quite understand why we need to involve Lord Ho. Hurry. Have him keep an eye on the western border. I need to head south. With that, the old man hefted his great sword and vanished in an instant. Damn it. Daenerys could only curse under his breath. He sensed that the old prince had already gone far away. Reflecting on the old princess' instructions, he thought, could it be? Is the old prince truly heading south? This is gross dereliction of duty. Even if the royal family doesn't raise an issue, the western border is hardly tranquil if the old prince departs. Damn it. Daenerys, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat as he hurried to send a message to Lord Ho in the northern territories. The enemy cannot be allowed to discover the old prince's absence. If they do, it must only be after Lord Ho arrives. Otherwise, if the enemy breaches our borders, we're finished. Curse be it. At this advanced age, he remains so reckless. But what on earth is happening in the south? What has Longzong done? Who have they killed? With his mind swirling with questions, Daenerys grasped no understanding of the situation, yet he had no time to delve into it further. Chapter 67. The Second Technique of Chaos. The Imperial Master takes a beating in the capital, within the residence of the Dan family. After reporting the situation, the Dan king felt invigorated. He chuckled. The old man is furious. The Dan princess consort appeared somewhat speechless. Aren't you afraid your father might, in his wrath, take action against Longzong? Not likely. The Dan king replied confidently, the old man will at most transfer a few people there, as long as Longzong dares to act. The Dan Yang army will not hesitate to retaliate. That may not be the case. The princess consort of the Dan king vividly recalls the mindset she possessed upon her first encounter with the legendary father-in-law after marrying into the royal residence. Fearsome. A true harbinger of death. This father-in-law of hers, who never inherited the hereditary throne of the Dan king, had long been conferred the title of King of Caoyang. Renowned in his youth for his military prowess, he ascended to kingship solely through his own martial achievements, without the need to claim a throne. Thus, upon being reminded by his daughter-in-law, the Dan king felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Could it be? No matter how unruly the old man might be, he could not possibly abandon his duties. His situation is far different from that of the southern territories. It is well to recognize the differences, but one can only hope it will not come to pass. The Dan princess consort harbored uncertainties, for her daughter Shishi's temperament was indeed well suited to her father's taste, and she feared that in his delight, he might act recklessly. The Dan king. Indeed, the old man might genuinely appreciate Shishi's demeanor. He would undoubtedly feel that she upholds the dignity of his title as King of Caoyang. Perhaps in a moment of impulse, he might even confront the dragon sect. Damn. Over the years, the old man has maintained a facade of composure. So much so that his own son has forgotten that the old fellow is not truly a paragon of steadiness. Despite his advanced age, when roused, he remains akin to an impetuous youth of 18. Cursed be it. The Dan king harbored no worries but the possibility of turmoil along the western border. If catastrophe were to befall the people, it would spell disaster. Guarding the borders and protecting the citizens of Xianla is an ingrained responsibility within the Dan lineage. And the Dan king found himself genuinely anxious. Yet, anxiety proved futile. He could not venture north. He could only frantically send messages to his father, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. However, damn it, at this moment, should he venture north, it would be akin to revealing the hidden truth, thereby exposing the old man's departure. Yet, if he refrains from going, What now, my wife? The Prince of Dan is in a state of urgency. The Princess of Dan replies, Indeed, the elder has truly departed. The princess feels a wave of unease wash over her and can only inquire, Is the elder preparing to leave seclusion? Should he proceed? The Prince of Dan harbors some apprehension. While the elder is commendable, he pales in comparison to the old man, perhaps even less capable than myself. What do you understand? If he goes, it won't betray the absence of his father. He can simply claim that he seeks guidance from his grandfather to elevate his bloodline. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the elder can assist in concealing matters. Indeed, my wife is astute. I shall pay a visit to the elder. With that, the Prince of Dan vanished, heading towards his eldest son in seclusion, in the Imperial Master's residence within the realm of immortals. Only a day has passed since the death of the young dragon emperor. Upon entering the realm, Mu Yunxi found that merely half a day had elapsed in the outside world. However, within the realm, 6 months had gone by. Thus, with a resonant hum, she radiated an aura of profound mystery, having successfully completed the secondary refinement of her skin and bones. This led her to the second chapter of the chaos technique, the spiritual refinement chapter. Refining the spirit? Mu Yunxi felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had initially anticipated that the second chapter would pertain to the internal organs. Yet, as she began to cultivate the second chapter, her excitement surged. It could enhance the spiritual veins. Mu Yunxi had not expected that the second chapter could not only refine her mental prowess but also strengthen her spiritual veins. Though the extent of the refinement was modest, it was nonetheless commendable. The crucial aspect was that the second technique and the spirit guardian technique no longer conflicted. In fact, they could complement each other. To put it more accurately, the second technique could enhance the spirit guardian technique. Mu Yunxi suspected that, should she now activate her spiritual veins, supplemented by the spirit guardian technique and the second technique, she might even penetrate the mysteries of the sixth tier. Previously, she found it quite challenging to see through the fifth tier, and as for the sixth, while she had never tried, it seemed beyond her grasp. The chaotic technique truly possessed extraordinary qualities. For the first time, Mu Yunxi clearly comprehended the essence of the chaotic technique being described in the celestial realm as mysterious and potent, growing stronger in the face of adversity, allowing the practitioner to gradually and infinitely enhance their potential. It surpassed the spirit guardian technique in every regard, with a hint of wistfulness. Mu Yunxi found it hard to fathom the level of the chaotic technique, especially since the spirit guardian technique belonged to the Shinong lineage, reputed to be a pinnacle existence. What then of the chaotic technique? With a soft sigh, Mu Yunxi refrained from further contemplation on the matter and prepared to emerge from her seclusion. She had been in cultivation for quite a while, 6 months, to be precise. Had Xiao Chuchu not come in at all? Although only half a day had passed outside. Xiao Chuchu was lively and prone to indulgence. Logically, she should have ventured in seeking a beast to devour, yet she had not. Perhaps she had been so enchanted by the master that she had forgotten everything else. With a twinge of concern, Mu Yunxi swiftly exited the celestial realm, apprehensive that the little one might have been whisked away. However, upon her emergence, she realized she could not sense the little creature at all. Instead, she detected a certain master's voice acknowledging her presence. And another voice, belonging to a certain little one, seemed to sound somewhat dazed. Mu Yunxi swiftly made her way towards the two figures, only to discover that this was a rather peculiar training chamber, even more extraordinary than the one she typically utilized. Upon entering, she found herself unable to project her spiritual energy outward. It was no wonder she had not sensed the two earlier. The walls of this place were capable of devouring spiritual energy. Little Chuxiao, who had just rushed toward his mother, was fully awakened, having recently stirred from slumber. After playfully pinching the little one's cheeks, Mu Yunxi inquired, "It's been quite some time. Haven't you found anything to eat? Aren't you hungry?" "What?" Little Chuxiao, upon feeling his little belly, expressed that he did not feel the pangs of hunger at all. He had no sense of time passing. He merely felt a twinge of discomfort before drifting back to sleep. "What have you fed him?" Mu Yunxi asked, somewhat exasperated. "Huh?" Little Chuxiao shook his head vigorously, declaring that he hadn't eaten anything at all. He recounted how the Imperial Master had said that while she was not paying attention, He had absorbed some of her power, thus he did not feel hungry. What? Little Chuxiao looked utterly perplexed. Absorbing black energy makes one not hungry? Mu Yunxi was taken aback. Is that what you're saying? Can your power be consumed as sustenance? Yet, the truth was that it indeed could. It was precisely for this reason that little Chuxiao felt no hunger. Astonished, the Imperial Master had already noticed the unusual nature of the young lady. He immediately embraced her, channeling his consciousness into her sea of awareness, sending a dark glimmer towards it. Slap! In an instant, the petite figure of Mu Yunxi appeared within her own sea of awareness, and with a swift flick of her whip, she retaliated. Chapter 68. AOU arrives in the capital. Someone has died. 2 more. Hiss. The disoriented Rong Ling drew a sharp breath, feeling a twinge of pain as he rubbed his temples. Mu Yunxi remarked, "You deserve it. This is what happens when you pry into others' private matters." The mischievous little lord, who was gleefully nestled between them due to following his mother into the embrace of the esteemed master, suddenly felt quite delighted. Meanwhile, Rong Ling, having recovered from the pain, also smiled, acknowledging the progress. Indeed, she had reached the 4th rank. The young lady had made remarkable advancements in her abilities, and her spiritual veins had evidently strengthened, allowing the Shinnong whip to autonomously protect its master. With this configuration, entering the spiritual residence of the 4 clans ensured a basic level of safety, though she still lacked the skills necessary for treasure acquisition. Let go of me. Mu Yunxi, still unaccustomed to such an embrace, attempted to rise but found herself held firmly by the master. Wait a moment. As Rong Ling gently patted the small lady's back, he nearly provoked another bout of reprimand. Yet he spoke first. You still haven't listened. You've undergone a second body tempering. Stopping momentarily, Mu Yunxi could only nod in agreement. Yes, I have been cautious. Everything has gone smoothly. Rong Ling, with a slight nod, ceased his hold, no longer clinging to the young lady. Mu Yunxi, not in a hurry to stand, elaborated. It was precisely because of the second body tempering that I advanced to the 4th rank and inherited the strengthened spiritual veins. I understand, Rong Ling replied, regarding the young lady with an intrigued glance. Although he was unaware of her training methods, he could make an educated guess and chose not to chastise her for her recklessness. Why are you so flustered? I am not flustered. Mu Yunxi stood up, cradling the little cub in her arms. I merely wished to clarify that I hadn't fully grasped your words, yet I have indeed considered your opinions. Rong Ling smiled, his brows unfurling gently, a subtle yet tender expression akin to delicate blossoms swaying in the spring breeze, evoking a sensation as refreshing as a gentle spring wind caressing one's face, utterly enchanting. Ah, little Chuxia couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, this fellow, she knew that a simple explanation would bring him joy. And indeed, the delighted Rong Ling had already risen, suggesting, shall we go out for a stroll? Ah. Upon hearing this, little Chuxiao was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Mu Yunxi quickly pressed down his little pudgy hand, exclaiming with feigned annoyance, what a mischievous little rascal you are. What is there to wander about at this hour? Little Chuxia scratched his head in confusion, gazing up at his beautiful uncle, silently questioning, indeed, it has grown dark. What could possibly be enjoyable in the night? Have you never visited a night market? Rong Ling asked with a smile, effortlessly drawing the little one into his embrace. I had thought you both had experienced it. Yet it appears not. It is indeed the dead of night. This is not a bustling metropolis where the nightlife flourishes. The later it gets, the more amusements there are to be found. As Rong Ling led the mother and child into the vibrant streets of the capital, they were introduced to a wondrous new world, exclaiming in amazement, how truly splendid. Mu Yunxi found it somewhat peculiar that the passers-by were predominantly cultivators. Essentially, ordinary folk lack such vitality, Rong Ling remarked as he guided them into a tavern. The incessant sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, accompanied by lively songs and dances, while the clinking of cups created a vibrant atmosphere. It was indeed a scene of sheer revelry, akin to being intoxicated by the allure of gold and silk. However, Mu Yunxi was far from pleased. Why did you bring Chu Chu to such a place? Is this even a bar? It seems to be solely about drinking. Chu Chu is so young, and you bring him here to drink? Thankfully, His father did not recognize him. What a reckless decision. Yet, little Chu-Chu appeared to be brimming with excitement, nearly ready to take flight. As Rong Ling held the little cub tightly, he chuckled. What of it? Chu-Chu is not like other children. Experiencing this is no harm. Ah. Little Chu-Chu nodded earnestly, clearly thrilled by the bustling atmosphere. Mu Yunxi playfully pinched the chubby cheek of the little one, teasing, You, my dear, are being sold, and yet you still help count the money. The giggling little master seemed to be quite enchanted by the idea of counting money, thinking it a delightful affair. Mu Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. Not only was this little cub a foodie, but he was also a budding money enthusiast, truly remarkable. However, once Rong Ling led the duo into his exclusive private room, the cacophony faded into silence. Little Chu-Chu was taken aback. As Rong Ling opened the window and gently prodded the soundproof array, little Chu-Chu was once again able to hear the lively sounds outside. Mu Yunxi, intrigued, leaned closer. Is this the soundproof array? Quite impressive. It can even block my keen hearing. It effectively prevents eavesdropping from those of the 7th rank and below, ensuring a decent level of privacy. Is this your enterprise? Mu Yunxi couldn't help but question, as the array was remarkably sophisticated. To her surprise, the esteemed Master Rong nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Is it from the Mo sect? Mine. From now on, will also belong to you and Chu-Chu. If you lack funds, just come and take it. Young Master Chu-Chu's too round. Glimmering black eyes are practically sparkling with money. Mu Yunxi gently patted his little forehead, remarking on his newfound avarice. It's not your earnings, so you mustn't take it. Young Master Chu-Chu pouted in discontent. But it's my uncle's. Isn't it mine? Noticing his disobedience, Mu Yunxi was about to embrace the little fellow for a lesson when the esteemed Emperor Master interjected, Look ahead. Tonight, a healing treasure will be traded. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi instinctively glanced over and indeed spotted a high platform not far away, where individuals were preparing something, prompting her to inquire, Is there an auction here as well? Indeed, it occurs every night, commencing at midnight. As they spoke, Rong Lin, having brought over the refreshments delivered by the maidservants, leisurely fed them to the little one. Young Master Chu-Chu, who needn't lift a finger, opened his mouth wide and devoured the delicacy with delight, his eyes squinting in happiness from the sweetness. Mu Yunxi observed this scene without comment, though soon enough, a piece of delicacy was also offered to her. Without much thought, she opened her mouth and ate it. Only after finishing did she feel something amiss and turned her gaze to the one who had fed her, encountering the Emperor Master, whose beautiful eyes were slightly raised. A teasing smile playing on his lips as he asked, Is it sweet? Silently swallowing the treat, she answered honestly, Yes, it is sweet. Young Master Chu-Chu eagerly awaited the next round of feeding, and Rong Lin, smiling, obliged with another bite, before turning to offer a morsel to the elder. However, Mu Yunxi had no appetite. As she opened her mouth to decline, another morsel was unwittingly thrust into it. Subsequently, the esteemed teacher raised an elegant brow, indicating that something was about to unfold. Reluctantly, Mu Yunxi chewed on the delicacy and glanced towards the auction stage, yet saw no signs of initiation. Instead, she observed a cloaked figure obscuring their identity, approaching the staff and engaging in conversation. It is a member of the Dragon Sect, Rong Ling remarked. During your seclusion, this individual had a verbal altercation with your uncle. AOU of the Dragon Sect has already arrived in the capital. Yet, he bypassed the Four Directions manor and clandestinely came here? Chapter 69. The esteemed teacher is truly devious. In a few succinct words, Rong Ling reassured her. There is no need to worry about your uncle's ability to withstand the pressure. He has your grandfather behind him, the true pillar of the Pill King's residence. My grandfather? Mu Yunxi pondered, recalling some information about the Wang of Yang. Indeed, Rong Ling nodded slightly, explaining. Wang of Yang possesses exceptional talent. Your mother, the revered Xianyu, inherited her gifts from him, while your uncle fell slightly short. However, due to fortuitous circumstances, you awakened the supreme spirit body, which has benefited him significantly. He should be able to advance to the 7th rank soon. Although his combat prowess remains inferior to your mother's. You have met my mother? Mu Yunxi inquired with curiosity. No, Rongling shook his head. By the time I assumed control of the Mo sect, she had already vanished. Where could she possibly have gone? Mu Yunxi pressed further. Rongling, however, replied that even if he told her, she would not comprehend. Oh, Mu Yunxi conceded, refraining from further questions as she continued to observe the individual from the dragon sect, who had completed their discussion with the staff and was now ascending to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is designated for VIPs, while we reside on the 5th, a level inaccessible to outsiders. Indeed, it is the boss's exclusive domain. Mu Yunxi is quite aware of this. Ronglin nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to offer her a morsel of delicacy. Caught off guard in their conversation, Mu Yunxi took a bite. Oh. The little master is thoroughly delighted, indulging the most. As she silently swallowed the treat, Mu Yunxi continued to inquire, what is he doing here? He seeks to acquire a treasure originating from the lion sect, which, in conjunction with the dragon blood golden lotus seed he possesses, has the potential to resurrect the dragon young emperor. The moment those words escaped his lips, both the little master and Mu Yunxi furrowed their brows. Can that fellow truly bring someone back to life? Unpleasant, indeed. However, the Imperial Master has stated that was in the past. The current dragon young emperor is beyond resurrection. Having perished beyond recovery, rest assured. Is possessing the lion sect's treasure insufficient? Mu Yunxi inquired. Indeed, Ronglin replied, pinching the little cub's cheek playfully, attributing it all to Chuchu's efforts. What? Did I do something? The little master exclaimed, bewildered. The reality is, the dragon young emperor is destined for extinction, all due to his reckless maneuvers. He had touched the 2 storage rings of the dragon young emperor and, at the moment of his greatest weakness, broke the mental seals on those rings, ultimately leading to his demise. The little master gasped in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by his own prowess. Mu Yunxi, however, was somewhat speechless. When did he manage to touch the storage rings? In her recollection, the little one had never approached that individual. How could he have pilfered anything? The little master instructed me to do so. The little fox promptly interjected, eager to take credit. It is merely the size of a palm. Yet it possesses the remarkable ability to conceal itself while venturing forth to explore its surroundings, doing so with impeccable accuracy and remaining undetected. Mu Yunxi mused. Well then, when the little fox takes action, it is no wonder that even the revered Long Xiaowang remains oblivious. However, this does suggest that Long Xiaowang met an untimely fate rather unjustly. Moreover, Mu Yunxi ventured a question. Is the treasure of the lion sect now in your possession? Indeed. Rongling replied with a smile. Since I have no need for it, I shall sell it at a premium. Understanding dawned upon Mu Yunxi. Have you arranged for the water army to bid? At a loss for words, Mu Yunxi could only silently lament the cunning of the Imperial Master. One must admit, it was a splendid undertaking. With a nod of satisfaction, Mu Yunxi inquired, are they unaware that this establishment belongs to you? Apart from you and Chuchu. No one else is privy to this, Rongling responded. Does even the upper echelon of this establishment remain oblivious? How could they grant you access to the owner's exclusive floor? Naturally. As the Imperial Master, any faction would regard me as an esteemed guest, and the owner must yield. Would they not? Comprehension washed over Mu Yunxi. This individual was not only exceptionally powerful but also possessed unrivaled cunning. It was no surprise that he remained unfazed by Chuchu's repeated pilfering of his possessions, for he was indeed financially robust. This very tavern could generate substantial wealth for him daily, along with treasures. In any case, the little lord's large round eyes sparkled with the prospect of wealth, and the desire to acknowledge a father figure stirred fervently within him. How he longed to claim a paternal connection. Mu Yunxi recognized the situation, promptly wiping the drool from the little one's mouth. After all, it was nothing more than saliva overflowing. Embarrassing. The little lord, whose face was smeared with saliva, unabashedly extended his chubby hand towards his father, seeking a hug. With a smile, the father accepted the little one's embrace and immediately felt the warmth radiating from his child. Mu Yunxi, unable to bear the sight, turned his gaze towards the staff who were preparing for the auction. Esteemed guests, please maintain silence. The midnight auction at the Nightless Tower is about to commence. As the host's voice resonated, the initially bustling first and second floors swiftly fell into a hush. Regardless of whether they intended to participate in the auction, the attendees refrained from causing any commotion, as those who frequented the Nightless Tower were genuinely eager to witness its auctions, rumored to frequently showcase remarkable treasures. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, in a grand private room, a striking young man clad in a fitted black outfit, with pronounced features yet a somewhat pallid complexion, was inquiring, "Can I confirm that our clan's Lion Crystal Mystic Essence will be auctioned tonight?" "Rest assured, young master, it is certain." "Good." As the young master of the Lion Clan, Xian exhibited a demeanor far more composed and understated than that of Long Xiaowang. Thus, the guardian seated beside him sighed with a hint of admiration. "The young master acts with caution. It brings me great comfort." Xian smiled gently. "Elder Qin, you need not worry. I will not be reckless like Long Xiaowang. However, were it not for the utility of the Lion Crystal Mystic Essence to me, I would gladly facilitate that AOU." Elder Qin, the guardian, returned a gratified smile. "Indeed, with the Dragon Clan leading the way, we can ascertain just how extraordinary that supreme spirit body genius truly is. I share your curiosity." Xian spoke calmly, recounting how the esteemed Wu Dao had journeyed from the extreme western realms for her sake. It was rumored that he had even employed the art of temporal manipulation at the gates of the immortal music imperial capital, striving to recreate the scene of her awakening from that fateful day. Though he arrived slightly later, the information he received was remarkably comprehensive. Initially, Xian harbored little curiosity towards the supreme awakened beings, as he himself possessed an extraordinary physique. Thus, his interest in the supreme spiritual body was rather minimal. He had simply rushed to the imperial capital at his father's behest. However, upon discovering that their presence had attracted the attention of spiritual practitioners, and that they had even surpassed 2 ranks to slay the last guardian of the dragon young emperor, his curiosity was piqued. Old Qin emphasized with gravity that the critical issue was not the fact that Wu Dao had utilized temporal magic, but rather that Master Mo had intervened to obscure that very scene. Old Qin harbored doubts. The true celestial phenomena of awakening must inherently conceal profound mysteries. Nevertheless, Xian remained largely indifferent, believing he could ascertain that Master Mo's intent was merely to hide the Shinong whip, an endeavor he deemed futile and purely a display of authority. No, Old Qin disagreed vehemently. Since the Shinong whip has been summoned, its concealment is destined to fail. Master Mo must be aware of this, yet he still chose to act, and that cannot simply be to assert dominance. Perhaps not, Xian mused. I have heard he is quite young, and his relationship with the Awakened One is rather intricate. Perhaps he is merely displeased at the idea of his woman being scrutinized. Xian felt that many had overly mythologized the figure from the Mo clan. Of course, he would not underestimate that individual. After all, being a 7th-grade imperial master placed him far beyond the reach of his contemporaries. However, it is precisely due to the youth of that individual that various factions have seemingly elevated him to a mythical status. Xian is more inclined to believe that this person acquired extraordinary fortune at a very tender age. The elder Qin, standing beside him, did not refute this notion. Nor did he dismiss the possibility. After all, youth, no matter how exceptional, is still susceptible to human emotions and is bound to experience moments of fervor. Now, the auction is about to commence with the first item, the Lion Crystal Xiansui. The host of the auction house, the Nightless Tower, has already announced what the first item for bidding is, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Xian, taken aback, gazes at the auction platform. The first item? It is understandable, as Ao Yao had just gone to negotiate with them, presumably eager to acquire this item sooner rather than later. The starting bid has now been revealed, 30,000 spirit stones. Xian furrows his brow, surprised by such a high opening price. It is to be expected. Merchants are inherently shrewd, and given that Ao Yao sought negotiations, it indicates a pressing need. The Nightless Tower will undoubtedly inflate the price. Consequently, the final price will likely reach at least 100,000 spirit stones. If the price becomes excessively steep, it might be wise for the young master to forego it. Even a slight reduction would not hinder his understanding of the secret arts. As the lion crystal Xiansui is presented, the hall erupts into a cacophony of exclamations. Marveling at its size, no wonder the starting bid is so high. Indeed, such a substantial piece of lion crystal Xiansui is rare even within the confines of the lion clan. Many are engaged in animated discussions. Cian was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the expanse of the nocturnal city would surpass our expectations. The initial bidding price of 30,000 spirit stones is indeed quite reasonable. This amount is nearly half of what is circulating externally. Elder Qin also appeared astonished, observing that the spiritual energy present was remarkably dense. At this level, it would be unusual for the sect to relinquish such profound essence. Elder Qin, who oversees several internal affairs and possesses more insight than the younger Cian, began to discern the underlying issues. It was imperative to communicate with the sect leader, for there may be some insidious elements within the sect. In any large sect, it is inevitable that some rogue elements exist. A pond too clear will harbor no fish. And as long as the foundation remains unaffected, the issues are manageable. Cian maintained a pragmatic perspective. Elder Qin, upon hearing this, felt a deeper sense of reflection. Acknowledging that the young master was indeed correct, and he had been somewhat blinded by the situation. Nevertheless, an investigation was necessary to prevent a single corrupt element from tainting the sect's reputation. As he spoke, Cian retrieved a special spiritual talisman to relay a message to his father. The moment he sent the message, the Imperial Master sensed it and intercepted some information. Chuckling as he remarked, "Indeed, this batch of profound essences from the Lion sect possesses certain subtleties." Young Master Xiao Chu, who had long been coveting that piece of lion crystal profound essence, was eager to obtain it. Upon hearing this, young Master Xiao Chu expressed a heightened desire for it. Mu Yunxi curiously inquired how he had come to this conclusion. In truth, the Imperial Master had already formed a hypothesis with an 80% certainty. And upon seeing Cian's message, he was now fully convinced. Noting the young lady's curiosity, he did not conceal the truth. Nocturnal City is not exclusive to the imperial capital. Various factions possess their own. Goodness! Mu Yunxi suddenly understood. It appears this wretched, festering individual is also engaged in the trade of information. The Nightless Tower has reached such a level that it can no longer be merely a simple business venture for profit. Mu Yunxi suddenly wondered if she had learned too much. She cast a peculiar glance at a certain Imperial Master and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might divulge this?" "This is also yours," Rong Lin replied nonchalantly. Mu Yunxi felt as if she were already wed to him, sharing even information about family assets. Yet, one cannot deny that this feeling of being utterly trusted is rather pleasant. After all, she would not marry him, nor would she oppose him. It is best not to make an enemy of someone so thoroughly insidious, regardless of the era. Meanwhile, during a casual conversation among the three of them, the piece of lion crystal was already being auctioned at the astonishing price of 180,000 spirit stones. How swift! Mu Yunxi thought it might exceed 250,000. As it turned out, her prediction was accurate. This piece ultimately fetched 300,000 spirit stones, won by AOU. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Yunxi inquired, "How much profit did you make?" "Not much, about 250,000, he replied. "Not much?" Mu Yunxi was left speechless. The immortal music emperor, who had been watching discreetly, was equally astounded at this moment. Indeed, he was also present in the Nightless Tower, feeling utterly dumbfounded and pained by the price of 300,000 spirit stones. "Lianren, do you think it's possible to rob the Nightless Tower?" the immortal music emperor asked sourly. 300,000 spirit stones. The royal family's annual income from spirit stones doesn't even amount to that much. No wonder he was so miserly, only awarding the Pill King a mere 10,000 spirit stones. For the dragon sect, this was undoubtedly a considerable and painful expense. AOU's expression at this moment was one of profound discontent. There was nothing else. The spirit stones brought out had been completely depleted. Damn it! Someone, Investigate who that rogue on the fourth floor is, constantly challenging our sect. Aoyi harbored resentment towards the unmasked Shireen and his companions. Nevertheless, he had no time to linger. Having swiftly taken the lion crystal essence and departed from the Nightless Tower, heading towards the Four Directions Manor. Previously, Long Chiafong had conveyed a message to Aoyi through enlightenment, stating that Long Xiao Wang was in dire straits and urged him to hasten to the Immortal Melody Imperial capital. Aoyi deduced that Long Xiao Wang's condition must be perilous, prompting him to stealthily infiltrate the city and first visit the Nightless Tower to procure the lion crystal essence for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, upon arriving at the Four Directions Manor, he was infuriated, calling out loudly into the sky, "Mu Yunxi, come out and face your demise." Within the Nightless Tower, Mu Yunxi's serene gaze shifted slightly as she suddenly leaped into the air, resembling a goddess of the dark night, appearing above the Nightless Tower. That was not all. She also coldly declared, "Which ground dog dares to invoke my name? Come forth and meet your end." Chapter 71. You do not comprehend the super genius. What the heck? Never would anyone have anticipated that Mu Yunxi would personally take the stage. All eyes turned towards her. What would she do? Aoyi was a pinnacle 6th grade martial artist. Coupled with the Fire Dragon Sparrow's enhancement, he could contend with early 7th grade opponents. In the Immortal Melody Imperial capital, few could defeat him, and even fewer could kill him. Yet, Mu Yunxi dared to challenge him to his demise. One must admit, her audacity was remarkable. And her words were indeed bold. Shireen gazed with keen interest at the young girl in the sky, who was also clad in black attire. Dressed in a sharp and poised manner, her hair was simply tied up high without any adornments, all in a deep black hue. Yet, her aura was striking. Cool and luminous like a pearl in the night, it exuded a faint, indifferent radiance, making her appear far more mature than her youthful visage suggested. With exquisite features that seemed yet to fully blossom, her demeanor radiated a chilling composure and capability, as if she could effortlessly navigate any situation that arose. For she had once traversed the cosmos, executing celestial missions as a being of extraordinary abilities. She possessed an aura that seemed to transcend realms, commanding respect from all around. Truly beautiful. Yongling gazed in awe, recalling the moment when the essence from another world first descended. He had sensed this remarkable aura then. Had it not been for that, he would not have felt his heart race. Yet, he had not sensed this extraordinary quality in her again until now. Little Chu Xiao clung tightly to her father, brimming with excitement. The powerful little fox also sparkled with admiration, feeling that the current master radiated an aura surpassing her own strength. At this moment, no one was immune to the allure of Mu Yunxi against the backdrop of the night sky. Even the immortal music emperor was deeply shaken, pondering if she was showcasing her true worth. Lianren was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. The immortal music emperor murmured, aware that she understood his apprehension towards Yongling, fearing he might act unwisely in this matter, thus revealing her utmost value directly. One must admit, the impact was profound. He had already resolved that, regardless of Yongling's antics, he would staunchly support Mu Yunxi, this prodigious talent, as long as she remained alive. In the future, she is destined to become an unparalleled giant, her worth far exceeding that of her mother's esteemed title, the revered one, Xian Yu. She may even be considered equivalent to the combined value of both Xian Yu and the king of Gongyang. The essence lies in her composure and confidence, which is truly admirable. Meanwhile, Aoyu, taken aback by her boldness, found himself momentarily stunned. He almost believed that Mu Yunxi, who had dared to challenge him, had already attained the status of a 7th-tier supreme being. However, upon closer inspection, he realized she was at most a mere 4th tier, leaving him speechless. What audacity! Aoyu, also rising into the air, revealed a fierce glimmer in his eyes, his aura suddenly surging towards the heavens above the Nightless Tower. The Emperor of Xianla furrowed his brow at this sight, prepared to unleash the divine power of his dynasty, unwilling to allow an outsider to humiliate his prodigy. Yet, he was met with a warning from a certain imperial mentor to refrain from rash actions. The Emperor of Xianla muttered in disbelief. This scoundrel is actually within the Nightless Tower. No, Mu Yunxi must have been brought here by him. She had already dispelled her divine radiance, commanding, "Get lost." With a resounding impact, the presence of the supreme spiritual body emanated an air of unflappability inherited from the Shinong legacy, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Upon contact, Aoyu's divine light was instantly extinguished. Within the nightless tower, silence reigned. Moments later, it was she who first regained her composure, realizing, she is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Master Mo is so enamored, willing to stand up for her. At this moment, C finally understood why the legendary contemporary Master Mo had developed such an ambiguous relationship with this awakened supreme spiritual being. It was because he too was irresistibly captivated. Such a woman is unparalleled in this world, a being beyond the reach of any other. Alas, she had been preempted by Master Mo. Ceen could only lament that defeat lay with those who were closest to the source, for they were the first to bask in its light. If this woman were to appear within the lion sex domain, it would surely render his Master Mo irrelevant. At that moment, Elder Qin could not help but marvel. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Having just awakened, she had already grasped the essence of the Shinong legacy, capable of unleashing a mental prowess that overwhelmed all. The dragon sect, which specialized in fire, was inherently disadvantaged when faced with the Shinong heritage, and Aoyi had suffered a tremendous loss of face. Ceen could only remark that the dragon sect's protector had been rather careless. Yet, one could hardly blame Aoyi, who could have anticipated that Mu Yunxi, having just awakened her supreme spiritual body, would reach such heights. Such prodigious talent is truly remarkable. Even the Pill King felt a twinge of inferiority. Was she truly this formidable? The Pill King's wife was equally astonished, exclaiming how unexpected it was. Even if she was merely relying on the unparalleled strength of Shinong to exert natural pressure on the fire element, she had only just awakened. Though Aoyi held the position of the 9th protector of the dragon sect, he was nonetheless a figure poised for advancement to the 7th rank. Upon hearing this, Dan Yunfeng found himself at a loss for words. How could this be? It had only been a few days since he had entered the trial grounds alongside Mu Yunxi, with whom he had fought side by side. Now, she stood ready to confront figures of his father's generation head-on. Is this the nature of prodigies? No, he thought. He too was a minor genius, yet the disparity was immense. Dan Yunfeng resolved that henceforth, should anyone refer to him as a genius, he would consider it nothing short of mockery. It was no wonder that prior to the announcement of the trial rankings, she had not come forward to undertake tasks or claim rewards. They were no longer of the same caliber. Above the Four Directions mansion, Aoye's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, reflecting his profound embarrassment. He was utterly astonished. Were it not for being in the imperial capital of Xianla, he would have recklessly sought to crush the girl who had humiliated him so profoundly. In that moment, he could only lament, Mu Yunxi, you despicable wretch. You bully the weak. You have cruelly slain our sect's young master. No matter how talented you may be, you must adhere to the rules. Provide an explanation. Otherwise, my dragon sect will march northward to exact vengeance for our young master. Vengeance? Mu Yunxi replied with a cold smile, mocking him. He was a fool who, in attempting to toy with me, met his demise. Is that not just retribution, a fitting end for his transgressions? You speak nonsense. Though our young master is youthful, he possesses decorum and would never casually provoke a virtuous woman, unless you orchestrated this. You deliberately lured him into your trap. Aoyu's argument was compelling, leaving many perplexed. Could it truly be that this extraordinary genius had deliberately enticed the young master of the dragon sect only to justify his own murderous act? After all, for the young master to be appointed as such, he could not possibly be so foolish as to recklessly flirt with a talented young woman favored by Master Mo in the imperial capital. Thus, sensing the peculiarities of the situation, Wu Dao could not restrain himself from speaking. Mu Yunxi, if this was indeed your intention, you have overstepped your bounds and must apologize to the dragon sect. Upon hearing these words, Rongling furrowed his brow. However, since Mu Yunxi had already spoken, Wu Dao, esteemed elder, there were numerous witnesses present that day at the apothecary division. The truth requires no further elaboration from me. Furthermore, you possess immense power. You could employ your time manipulation techniques to discern the events of that day before passing judgment. Otherwise, the younger generation cannot help but question whether your supposed neutrality as a spirit realm walker has indeed faltered. Upon hearing this, Aoyu's gaze flickered, and he immediately retorted. Preposterous. Is the esteemed title of walker something you, a mere junior, can dare to question? Our sect's young master is no lecherous fiend. He would never engage in such frivolous antics without cause. Moreover, your cultivation level is far superior to that of our young master. Has he lost his senses to willingly seek out such conflict? This situation is illogical. There must be a hidden scheme at play. Indeed, many others revealed expressions of realization. Given Mu Yunxi's formidable strength, any man of sound mind would refrain from such brazen advances. Even Seeing began to harbor doubts, pondering whether young Master Long had fallen victim to a beauty's ploy, ensnared in a trap. Such a thought is utterly sinister. Attempting to exploit the various factions arriving in the imperial capital to eliminate a number of formidable competitors. If this were the case, the enlightenment of a spirit realm walker could rightfully impose penalties, even disqualifying Mu Yunxi from entering the four-clan spirit realm. However, at this moment, Mu Yunxi coldly interjected. By your reasoning, if my cultivation were not superior to his, he would be free to toy with me at will? That statement is fraught with pitfalls. Aoyu, maintaining his clarity of thought, deftly avoided the trap, replying, Do not twist my words. I, Aoyu, meant no such thing. I was simply stating the facts. Yet, even if he refrained from stepping into the fray, the truth spoke for itself. Mu Yunxi, unfazed, implored Elder Wu Dao. Perhaps you should employ your time manipulation technique and observe the truth for yourself. The incident took place in the apothecary department of my Xinla. Even with witnesses aplenty, it is likely that the people of the Long clan would remain unconvinced. If we were to be accused of collusion, only your personal verification and the recording of the events would suffice to assuage their doubts. Upon hearing this, Wu Dao furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the use of temporal techniques is no simple feat and entails significant expenditure of energy. However, at that moment, Rongling interjected, asserting that there is no need to employ temporal arts, as the truthfulness of those witnesses could not escape Wu Dao's enlightened gaze. His mere presence would suffice. Wu Dao's keen eyes flickered, revealing a hint of contemplation. The Master Mo had overestimated him, for the human heart is inscrutable, and even the enlightened gaze may not perceive all truths. Aoyu, upon hearing this, detected a subtle nuance. Did Master Mo wish to prevent the traveler from employing temporal arts? If that were the case, Aoyu would insist on it. He declared, Then I shall trouble the traveler. It is no burden. Safeguarding the talents of the mortal realm is indeed the duty of a spiritual practitioner such as myself. Ha! Rongling chuckled softly. So you mean to say that the young man from the Long clan is a genius? What a folly! Wu Dao replied, Very well. If you wish to observe, then observe. But let it be known, should there be any ulterior motives in your gaze, do not blame me for taking action and rendering your sight inoperative. Rongling spoke with an air of calm that was enough to send shivers through the hearts of those from various factions. Even Wu Dao felt a measure of caution in his response, declaring that he would not pry into secrets that should remain hidden. Little master? Little fox. This logic is indeed remarkable. Is it not the child learning from the mother? Where is the notion of the mother learning from the child? Poor little master, bearing such burdens at such a tender age. However, despite the grievances, Rongling was well aware that his little lady had deliberately intended for Wu Dao to witness it. She sought not only to prove her worth to the royal family, but also to demonstrate to Wu Dao that she held far greater value than the Dragon Young Emperor. Moreover, this incident was fundamentally rooted in the Dragon Young Emperor's initial fault. In Rongling's eyes, such measures were unnecessary. He could handle it. Sighing softly, Rongling could only pinch the little cub, unable to voice any protest to his lady. At this moment, Wu Dao naturally proceeded to the apothecary department, preparing to employ the art of time at the scene of the incident. Aoyu trailed closely behind, while Long Qianfeng remained at the Four Directions mansion, keeping watch over the Crimson Blood Dragon crown, which, despite the Dragon Young Emperor's demise, remained of utmost importance and must not be lost. The apothecaries on duty at the apothecary department had already gathered to observe. Those present at the scene on that fateful day were still seething with indignation. Clearly believing that the dragon sect's young master had instigated the trouble first, what was there left to investigate? Perhaps they deemed the crime did not warrant death. Some echoed this sentiment, considering that since it was the young master of the dragon sect, being beaten was one thing, but being killed was entirely intolerable. What was there to be intolerant about? Had it not been for our esteemed Mu Yunxi's capabilities that day, our department's attendant would have been slain by that young master of the dragon sect. Look, let us see what the prominent figures have to say. As Wu Dao's art of time unfolded amidst the murmurs, the individuals around him once again dispersed, the night transforming into day. Mu Yunxi, the dragon young emperor, and others reappeared, and all that transpired that day was recorded within his enlightened vision. With his divine power, he inscribed it into a special talisman, which would later be transformed into an image for others to witness. That day, Ronglin's interference prevented him from executing the time divine art, denying him the opportunity to etch that scene into memory and to delve into deeper insights. However, this time, Wu Dao refrained from excessive contemplation. He prudently closed his eyes. Indeed, it was the dragon young master who had erred first, as Ao Hufa observed. After uttering these words, Wu Dao activated the recording talisman, vividly projecting the events of that day. Ao Yi then realized that it was the dragon young emperor's people who, upon failing to coax Mu Yunxi into a conversation, resorted to violence. Astonishingly, it was that infant who instigated the brawl and emerged victorious. What a disgrace! In his heart, Ao Yi was consumed by rage, wishing to subject the instigator to 1,000 tortures. First and foremost, this was not the dragon sect. It was the immortal music imperial capital. Ignorant of their own status, they audaciously invited a lady to engage in conversation. Such arrogance. They were courting death. Secondly, to be outdone by an infant, necessitating the young master's intervention, was utterly shameful. Furthermore, when Ao Yi witnessed Mu Yunxi effortlessly dispatch a 5th-tier opponent with merely 3rd-tier martial prowess, he was rendered speechless. Another fool. Ao Yi clearly discerned that as one of the path protectors, the 5th-tier opponent had both the strength and the opportunity to severely injure or even slay Mu Yunxi. Yet, this fool had underestimated his opponent. He did not exert his full strength, resulting not only in his own demise but also allowing Mu Yunxi the opportunity to eliminate the young master. These scoundrels. Ao Yi's gaze burned with fury, recognizing that the fault lay predominantly within their ranks. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to accept this reality. After viewing the recording, he asserted, "Even if our sect's young master has displayed some levity, such transgressions hardly warrant a death sentence." In his view, the incident merely stemmed from the young master's desire to engage in conversation with Mu Yunxi, likely prompted by an appreciation for her beauty, an implicit form of admiration. Chapter 73. The Teachings of Lady Shi. Respect for Women. If you were an unattractive woman, would the young master have invited you for a chat? If you were unwilling, so be it. Exchanging a few words poses no harm, but resorting to murder is utterly excessive. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play, and the young master has met an unjust demise. Not only did he harbor such thoughts, but also Wu Dao, a practitioner from the Spirit Mansion, remarked that while frivolity may not be a grave offense, Mu Yunxi's accidental killing of him bears no guilt. Thus, the Spirit Mansion shall remain uninvolved in this matter. As for the practitioner, Ao Yu naturally voiced his dissent, questioning whether Mu Yunxi's actions could be deemed accidental. It was clearly an act of deliberate murder. The young master of our sect acknowledges his wrongdoing and has clarified his identity, yet she still resorted to killing. This was indeed premeditated. And what if it was intentional? He has already issued orders to eliminate my apothecary department as chosen attendants. It is far more than mere frivolity. It is a blatant disregard for the law, a flagrant insult to our dynasty. Voices of protest arose from the apothecary department. Yet, such an offense does not warrant death. Ao Yu retorted angrily, asserting that even if your chosen attendants were to perish, they are unworthy of our young master's life in exchange. Moreover, he is not yet dead, while countless lives have been lost from our sect. However, Ao Yu continued, do not feel aggrieved. These mere attendants are hardly even alchemists, are they? Our young master is a pinnacle practitioner of the first tier, an immensely talented spirit guide destined to become an unparalleled force. Can the life of a mere attendant stand as equal to that of our young master? What a farce. This matter requires Mu Yunxi to provide an explanation, otherwise it shall remain unresolved. What do you intend to do about it? As Mu Yunxi descended from the air, she was accompanied by a large figure and a small one. As formidable as Rong Lin is, at this moment, he appears merely as an ornament, hanging aimlessly without exuding any sense of presence. A certain individual, due to his excessive cuteness and the fact that he instigated that brawl, has attracted considerable attention. However, the majority of the focus remains firmly on Mu Yunxi, especially from Wu Dao, who, oblivious to all else, directs his gaze solely upon Mu Yunxi. Others might assume that yesterday, during her unexpected defeat of a fifth-tier opponent, Mu Yunxi was concealing her true strength, as if she had only demonstrated the prowess of a third-tier fighter. Yet, Wu Dao perceives the truth clearly. She did not hide her capabilities. Yesterday, she was genuinely a third-tier warrior, a third-tier alchemist, and not even a spirit guide, merely on the cusp of becoming one. But today, she is a fourth-tier warrior, a secondary body refiner, and she has successfully advanced to a first-tier spirit guide. Even though she seemingly has yet to commence beast taming or spirit manipulation, her spirit level has already met the requisite standards. And it is precisely these facts that underpin Wu Dao's decision to abandon the pursuit of the truth behind Long Xiaowang's demise and refrain from intervening in the matter. Mu Yunxi's potential far surpasses that of Long Xiaowang. The latter is unworthy even to carry her shoes. Talents always enjoy certain privileges, especially when they are extraordinary geniuses. In less than a day, in less than half a day, such remarkable progress. Contemplating all this, Wu Dao felt overwhelmed. Thus he resolved to refrain from taking action, his sole focus on Mu Yunxi. Yet, his evident admiration did not escape the notice of a certain Imperial Teacher who was already resonating with displeasure in his mind. Ahem, this Master Mo is rather domineering. Having claimed the person, does he not allow others to gaze upon her? Truly, he is not a gentleman. Meanwhile, as Wu Dao's thoughts were tumultuous, Aou had already spoken, proclaiming that the 3 prefectures of Xianhua South would bring calamity upon the living. The 3 prefectures shall inevitably fall under the dominion of my dragon sect. With a cold sneer, the Dan King descended, exuding an air of audacity. Go ahead. Give it a try. If the Celestial Music Royal family maintains this attitude, a battle at the borders shall ensue within a quarter of an hour. The ensuing chaos and suffering will be entirely due to Mu Yunxi's folly. Aou was not mistaken. After all, he had meticulously arranged everything. However, folly? A chilling smile graced Mu Yunxi's lips, finding the situation amusing, a playful mockery. He invited me to engage in conversation, but I declined. His subordinates could overpower mine. Were it not for my strength, I would undoubtedly have been coerced into compliance. Yet even when I showcased my capabilities, he still sought to have a formidable individual abduct me for clandestine purposes. One must ponder, if I were merely an ordinary woman, what fate would await me? Would I be slain by a woman or perish at the hands of others? Is this what you deem to be merely frivolous? At this moment, Mu Yunxi was no longer tranquil. Her serene and icy gaze now burned with fury. She was oblivious to others' thoughts. Yet it was evident that even those enlightened in the spiritual mansion perceived no significant issue with the Dragon Young Sovereign's actions. For although enlightened practitioners are cultivators, they are still men. Naturally inclined to view matters from a masculine perspective, they believe that finding me attractive and engaging in a bit of flirtation is inconsequential. My resistance to being harmed is deemed excessive. Mu Yunxi could not fathom whether it is the belief in the supremacy of the strong that leads you to regard the weak as devoid of rights, or if in your world, women are stripped of their rights entirely, expected to endure harassment with composure. In the realm she once inhabited, this was not the case. If one found a beautiful woman on the street, approaching her was acceptable, provided one maintained decorum. It must not be laced with humiliation. If a beautiful woman is unwilling, you ought to apologize. After all, it was your abruptness that initiated the encounter. Furthermore, Resorting to violence or abduction if a flirtation fails is utterly unacceptable. Conversely, in this realm, many perceive that approaching you is a form of admiration, yet should one attempt to abduct or harm you, even if a fault exists, it is unjustifiable for you to retaliate to the point of taking a life. Such excess is absurd. Mu Yunxi surveyed the surroundings and noted that, apart from the three companions by her side, including a bewildered young girl, the rest wore expressions of confusion. However, the Dan Wang had also remarked that disrespect towards women is indeed a prevailing norm, given the rarity of formidable female figures. Her mother was exceptional, yet she was the sole woman within the entire dynasty to ascend to the rank of a revered individual. Strength commands respect, and yet, there exists a hierarchy that favors men over women. Mu Yunxi comprehended the situation. It became evident why the mere scion of the Dragon clan would dare to brazenly abduct a woman dining with officials in the territory of Xianla. The reality of this world is that male warriors are abundant, while female warriors are scarce. Within the Xianla dynasty, only her mother holds the esteemed title of a revered one. Thus, the discontent among the members of the apothecary department stemmed from the Dragon young sovereign's intent to slay Zhang Xian's attendant, rather than from any desire to abduct her. Moreover, she is a prodigious talent, having awakened her supreme spiritual body. Uncertain whether others believed the Dragon young sovereign would fail or considered that she had the Empire Master standing behind her to advocate on her behalf, she simply felt a simmering displeasure, with fire in her eyes. She resolved in her heart that she would begin with her mother and herself to educate them on the respect that women deserve. The Dragon young sovereign has humiliated me, and I declare he must perish. In the future, should similar situations arise, individuals like Long Xiao Wang deserve to be dealt with harshly. I, Mu Yunxi, implore my uncle to spread the word about such murderous women. They can seek refuge at the Dan Wang's estate and its various strongholds. Chapter 74. Dare to suppress the Long sect with strength. The Dan Wang paused for a moment, contemplating, before responding affirmatively. Wu Dao, lost in thought, chose not to voice his opinions, yet he pondered the difficulty of retaliating when one is weak. Women are inherently disadvantaged in strength, and the martial cultivation system, which is widely practiced, is more suited for men. Thus, in this world, men naturally hold the upper hand. Ultimately, it is strength that commands respect. For those who wield power are predominantly male. The magnitude of one's strength dictates the weight of their words. It is as simple as that. However, as a woman, your willingness to support the weaker reflects a noble heart, which is commendable. Wu Dao considered this and offered his praise, recognizing that Mu Yunxi possesses principles and boundaries, positioning herself on the side of justice. As for the Long sect, Wu Dao glanced at the visibly pale Aoyue, initially intending to mediate and suggest a compromise. Yet, Mu Yunxi spoke once more, declaring that if war is to be waged, then let it commence. The suffering of the innocent? Perhaps it is your Long sect that shall face such devastation. Arrogance. Aoyue scoffed in anger, incredulous that yesterday's battle led you to believe the Long sect was without defenders. That is not the case. Mu Yunxi did not entertain such thoughts, but acknowledged that your Long sect is naturally suppressed by me. If you wish to engage in battle, feel free to attempt it. I, too, am eager to discover the extent of my combat prowess as a spirit guide. Aoyue, he was utterly speechless, nearly rendered incapable of speech by his fury. Yet, he was compelled to take a deep breath and exclaimed, "For your selfish desires, you are willing to disregard innocent civilians? Traveler, is this what you call possessing a great benevolent heart? Allow me to clarify. It is not I who neglects the welfare of the populace, but rather you. It is you who initiated hostilities, not I, nor Xianlu." Mu Yunxi considered the Dragon sect's guardian to be rather dim-witted. This is due to the fact that you have brutally slain our sect's young master. A warrior may be killed, but dishonor is intolerable. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. Aoyue bellowed with fervor. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi found it amusing. Really? What sort of warrior is he? A mere glutton for sensual pleasures, an incompetent fool at best. For such a character, the Dragon sect mobilized tens of thousands of border troops. Your soldiers are truly undervalued. If the dragon sect insists on this course, I foresee its inevitable demise. Very well, let us first annihilate your northern forces. Once my maternal grandfather arrives with troops from our northern territories, we shall march southward to liberate your sect and restore righteousness. Such words left not only Aoyi, but even the Dan Wang somewhat at a loss for words. So, it turns out we are the ones making a name for ourselves in this expedition. However, upon reflection, there does seem to be some merit in that statement. The Dan Wang found himself unsure whether to respond or remain silent. Yet, Mu Yunxi was earnest. I shall proceed first. But my 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I must arrive promptly. Are you serious? The Dan Wang felt as though he might lose all his hair. Aoyi was rendered speechless by his indignation. This was an affront too great to bear. This matter was inherently just for the dragon sect. Yet it had culminated in Xian Lu gaining notoriety for deploying troops. And from the sound of Mu Yunxi's words, she seemed somewhat eager for it. What the hell is this? Mu Yunxi, however, paid him no heed and turned his gaze towards the esteemed Master Rong beside him, inquiring about a more expedient mode of transportation. Indeed, with a smile, Master Rong produced a small vessel, no larger than a palm. Upon seeing it, a spark of realization illuminated the eyes of the young one. Ah, the Mo sect's void shuttle? Are we departing now? Without acknowledging the others, Master Rong directed his question towards the young lady. Mu Yunxi nodded affirmatively. Is it capable of enlarging? Naturally, came the reply, and with that, Master Rong sent the small boat soaring into the air, his mind focused. Buzz. The palm-sized vessel instantly transformed into a grand sailing ship, floating above the apothecary division, dazzling the eyes of the immortal music emperor, who was still in the city of eternal night. Damn it, how does he possess such a thing? Though this vessel was crafted by the Mo sect, its cost was formidable. There were only 2 or 3 such ships within the entire Mo sect. Had one truly been bestowed upon him? The immortal music emperor was left speechless. Such a treasure. Should it not remain at the Mo sect's headquarters as military might to intimidate the realms? What were they thinking to grant it as personal property to Master Rong? Standing nearby, Li Onren could only surmise that Master Mo must hold considerable significance for the Mo sect. The immortal music emperor fell silent. This prodigy appeared to be even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Otherwise, how could the formidable Mo sect, with its terrifying depth, allow him such indulgence? The pressure was immense. Suddenly, the immortal music emperor felt disheartened. He had initially hoped to gain some advantage from the encounter, to receive a modicum of respect and a voice in the conversation. Yet, it turned out that the level of regard afforded to the other party far exceeded his expectations. It is no wonder that this individual, as a 7th-tier spirit summoner, ought to remain stationed at the headquarters of the Mo clan, yet has the audacity to venture to the abode of the immortal music emperor. One might have initially presumed that his presence here stemmed from a lack of strength, or perhaps his youth rendering him unable to command respect, thus leading to his exclusion. However, it appears that such assumptions were misguided. He is indeed formidable. At this moment, Mu Yunxi has been taken aboard the void shuttle by Rongling. Young Master Chu has also joined, exuberantly exclaiming, Dan Wan, what are you all doing? Are we truly engaging in battle? Even now, his mind remains shrouded in confusion. Failing to grasp the situation at hand, Aou's countenance shifts dramatically as he hastily retrieves a specialized communication talisman, disregarding the presence of others, urgently notifying the sect leader of the impending crisis. It is utterly unforeseen that an esteemed Emperor Master would personally activate the Void Shuttle, escorting Mu Yunxi to the southern regions, leaving Aou feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the circumstance. He can only hope that the sect leader is adequately prepared. In the southern district of Immortal Music, the border guards remain vigilant, oblivious to the unfolding events in the capital. At this moment, a faint sound of the Void's movement resonates within the governor's estate in the southern district. Regrettably, the disturbance is too subtle for the formidable individuals within the estate to detect. They continue to passionately deliberate on their defensive strategies and the potential points of enemy incursion. Only an elderly man seated among them, sensing an unusual stillness, gazes into the void with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, his eyes widen in astonishment, his mouth agape. It is only then that his subordinates become aware of the peculiar quietude, yet upon following the elder's gaze, they see nothing amiss. In the vast emptiness, a hearty laugh suddenly resonated. Ha! Guoxiaonan, you have made some progress. Who? An enemy attack? Quickly, protect the governor. Panic ensued among those in the estate, for they had yet to even glimpse the door. They could not ascertain the exact location of the voice. However, that governor took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and bowed. I am Guoxiaonan, here to pay my respects to King Liangong. Chapter 75, Rushing thousands of miles to protect the shortcomings. King Liangong. The generals were all astounded. This individual had actually arrived in the southern region. At this very moment, the King Liangong, who had emerged from the void, possessed eyes that sparkled with intensity. Draped in a grand cloak, his robust figure resembled a mountain, and his mere presence weighed heavily upon all present, leaving them breathless. Guoxiaonan, feeling somewhat better, was still drenched in a cold sweat, as though a great mountain was pressing down upon him, an unbearable burden. Rise, commanded the king as he took his seat with an imposing demeanor. He consciously restrained the powerful aura surrounding him, yet even so, the generals still felt immense pressure. Beads of sweat forming on their brows as they dared not meet the gaze of this warrior renowned for his countless victories and slaughters. Guoxiaonan, however, felt a sense of relief. With the arrival of the prince, the dragon sect's army was no longer a source of fear. Upon hearing this, the other generals nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "The prince is invincible." The prowess of King Liang was well known, even if he appeared to be alone. It did not diminish the confidence he inspired in victory. This was a man who dared to battle the demonic forces, leaving devastation in his wake, while the dragon sect was but a mere local faction. Nevertheless, Guoxiaonan thoughtfully inquired, "If you come here, who will replace you to defend the western border?" In that moment, Guoxiaonan's eyes widened in alarm, imploring, "This is utterly unacceptable. Perhaps it would be better if you refrained from intervening and instead simply lend your presence to bolster my morale. Should we face imminent defeat, then you may act." Guoxiaonan harbored a modicum of confidence in the defense of the southern region, believing that victory might be achievable without the need for this esteemed figure's intervention. Moreover, it was uncertain whether a confrontation would even ensue. The paramount concern was ensuring that news of this esteemed individual's absence from the Western Front did not leak. Should any issues arise with the Western defenses, the consequences would be dire. King Kongyang replied nonchalantly. "Having come this far, why would I refrain from taking action? I have assessed the situation. There are merely 3 sixth-tier opponents. I have grasped the circumstances well enough. Once I dispatch them, I shall depart." King Kongyang was emboldened by the knowledge that he was capitalizing on a temporal advantage, confident that the Western Front would not be able to respond in time, leaving him unperturbed. Yet, Guoxiaonan could not share this sanguine perspective, feeling the risks were excessively daunting. He sought to persuade further, "Your Highness." "Enough," King Kongyang interjected. "I did not come here to listen to your idle chatter. If you are willing to heed my commands, then follow them without question. If not, I shall take my leave, and you may pretend I was never here." He spoke with unwavering authority. "Your Highness's orders shall be obeyed without hesitation," Guoxiaonan solemnly pledged. "I am but a product of your guidance. At all times, your command shall be my utmost priority." "Very well, but know this, following this matter, any favors will be entirely exhausted, and I shall not seek your assistance again," King Kongyang declared with forthrightness, disregarding any further words from Guoxiaonan. He then commanded, "After I depart, within the span of a single tea break, mobilize the troops southward." Astonished, Guoxiaonan was primarily taken aback by the audacity of this man, who, with a confident demeanor, spoke nonsensically without a hint of embarrassment. "Is it not your granddaughter who has slain the heir of the Long family? If so, he deserved his fate. To insult my granddaughter and meet such an end, what does the Long family leader think he is capable of? Does he dare to seek vengeance? Who grants him the audacity to consider me inconsequential? Enough of this idle chatter. I shall take my leave. Will your men be able to act in time?" "Of course." "Very well then, I shall depart." The prince's words left Guoxiaonan at a loss for words. However, as one who had once served under this formidable leader. He quickly regained his composure and promptly issued a military order for immediate deployment. He understood that the king of Caoyang, his former superior, was a man of decisive action, likely already infiltrating the enemy camp, preparing to strike. Time was of the essence. Any further delay would render their efforts futile. In fact, the king of Caoyang acted even more swiftly than Guoshan anticipated. Just as the military order was dispatched, the first sixth-rank officer fell silently within the tent, unable to draw his weapon, let alone sound an alarm. Before long, the second and third sixth-rank officers met the same fate. Their lives extinguished before the soul jade could even shatter. Not only did he eliminate the three with ease, but he also derisively dismissed them as worthless. Is this truly the caliber of sixth-rank officers? Pathetic. Their vigilance pales in comparison to Xionat's, the king of Caoyang. Feeling that the pace of the slaughter was excessively rapid, taking less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, let out a fierce roar into the void, commanding his troops to advance. Just having completed the military assembly, Guoshan felt as if he had not yet caught his breath, his mind clouded with confusion. Instinctively, he bellowed, "Generals, heed my command. The dragon sect has wronged our celestial talent, Mu Yunxi. They must pay with their lives. Mobilize the troops and let us strike." The bewildered border generals, still somewhat dazed, took a full 10 breaths to react before they collectively roared, "Kill. The dragon sect has wronged our celestial talent, Mu Yunxi. Let us slay them." In contrast, the dragon sect leaders, who were a few breaths slower to comprehend the situation, wondered if the celestial soldiers had gone mad. With so many troops stationed here, how could a mere force of less than 100,000 from the southern region of the celestial realm dare to initiate hostilities? What were they thinking? It was not until the celestial soldiers crossed the border that the main camps of the dragon sect erupted in cries of alarm. "This is bad. Qing Shui is dead. Huang Shui is dead. Bai Shui is also dead." The guards of the main generals were thrown into chaos. Just as they were about to report to their commanders that the celestial soldiers had gone mad and initiated an attack. Enemy assault. A formidable foe approaches. Quick. The dragon sect army descended into disarray. With all three main generals dead, it was no wonder chaos ensued. But that was not all. In the void, a hearty laugh echoed as Guoshan shouted, "Long Wujiang, you worthless fool. If you dare to bully my granddaughter again, I shall lead the Danyang army to your lair." At that moment, Long Wujiang, stunned to the point where his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, eventually managed to respond with a roar, "Danzhan, it is you. You have abandoned your post. You are lawless. You seek death. You are vulgar." Long Wujiang was so enraged that he nearly suffered a heart attack. He had anticipated that this old man would come to defend his kin, but he had not expected him to arrive so swiftly. This is not yet the end. Chapter 76, A Reunion. Teaming up for revenge. Buzz. At this very moment, the Rong family of three had arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Grandpa?" "Ah." The restless little one promptly called out, and her youthful voice surprisingly resonated through the void. The king of Longyang was taken aback. Whose tender voice was that? Could it be the legendary plump great-grandchild? The esteemed grandmaster, calling out from afar, remarked, "Since you have come, there is no need to rush away. I shall see you off shortly." The king of Longyang was incensed. "You little rascal! I have yet to seek you out, and you dare to approach me?" The young lord, cradled in the arms of the grandmaster, swiftly shielded his father, exclaiming, Pa, what a cute little rascal." The furious king of Longyang, overwhelmed with anger, retorted, "What nonsense! You little brat." Mu Yunxi, perplexed, inquired, "Grandpa, what brings you to the south?" The king of Longyang, who had been observing the young girl, promptly replied, "Of course, I have come to exact vengeance. Long Wujing dares to provoke war. If I do not come, does he think I am dead? And you, how is it that you have arrived? They bullied me. So of course, I had to come. Isn't it a declaration of war? I have come to fight," Mu Yunxi asserted confidently. "Has Grandpa already taken lives?" Initially taken aback, the king of Longyang then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. You are truly my grandson's granddaughter. You possess your mother's spirit, indeed." You are incomparable to any counterfeit. I told you, how could my granddaughter's daughter be like that? Even if her talent is lacking. Still quite petty. It was evident from the start that something was amiss. I had my suspicions back in the day that perhaps the bloodline of that rascal Mu Yunxi was too inferior, resulting in the inadequacy of his daughter. But it turns out that is not the case. By the way, did you manage to deal with that scoundrel? Mu Yunxi? No. Useless. Clearly not of my lineage. The king of Kongyang exclaimed in rage, scolding, "What good is such a wretch left alive? Shouldn't we eliminate them before the festivities?" Mu Yunxi. She was at a loss for words. Yet, as a social adept, a certain little one spoke up. "What do you wish to convey?" The king of Kongyang was unable to comprehend this infantile language. The little master remarked that it had already been dealt with, and eliminating it outright would be too merciful. It was better to keep it around to slowly carve away at it, for that would bring true pain. The little fox swiftly took on the role of translator. The king of Kongyang looked on with a perplexed expression. "And who might you be?" "I am the wet nurse to the little master," the little fox replied. This title was bestowed by Mu Yunxi, yet the king of Kongyang's eyes widened in disbelief. "But do you even possess milk? This little fox is so tiny. How could it serve as a wet nurse? It could be large or small, but still. How could one grow up on fox milk? Ah, yet that does make sense." Listening to the words of this little creature, advocating for a slow demise rather than an immediate end. Truly, it is deserving of its upbringing on fox milk, cunning indeed. However, the little fox clarified. "I do not possess any. The great master does, and I merely assist in feeding." The king of Kongyang found himself utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? Mu Yunxi had no choice but to elucidate. "I have a cow here, and the little fox helps to milk and feed." The king of Kongyang. "Very well, now I understand. That explains it. The diminutive creature, so small, how could it possibly nourish that plump offspring? Yet it thrives, rosy and chubby." At this moment, Rongling spoke once more. "Grandfather, shall we sit down and have a chat? Do not presume familiarity. Address me as your highness," replied the irate Wang of Fonyang. "What reckless actions have you taken that you still possess the audacity to seek closeness?" "Do not be angry, grandfather. As long as the young lady is willing, I can arrange the marriage at any time," Rongling innocently stated, though addressing him as your highness was out of the question. "Enough. Does she absolutely have to marry you? Your actions are deserving of a beating." The Wang of Fonyang clenched his fists, already yearning to strike. However, the little Lord Chu was present, already voicing his disapproval, looking quite protective. The little fox added, "The young master has said you cannot strike the great master. He has been spitting blood to protect both the great master and the young master. How could you possibly hit him? If you do, you shall be the villain." The Wang of Fonyang was taken aback. What in the world? No wonder this little pretty boy has become even more insufferable. Still, he remained skeptical, preparing to voice his doubts. But Mu Yunxi interjected, "Chu is correct. Let us spare him. If anyone is to be punished, it should be Long Zong." The Wang of Fonyang, with a slight frown, cast a penetrating gaze at the imperial master, cursing inwardly. Is this not a ruse? This little brat was so formidable, capable of spitting blood continuously? In truth, the Wang of Fonyang was uncertain he could win in a fight, yet he was compelled to defend his granddaughter. However, considering the words of both his granddaughter and great-grandchildren, he decided to relent. "Very well, I shall spare you for now. Regarding the dragon sect, its commander has been slain, and Xiaonan is currently engaged in the campaign against the remnants of the army. The hundreds of thousands of troops from the dragon sect are undoubtedly destined for defeat." Observing this, Rongling, who had already sensed the outbreak of conflict at the southern border, also discerned that there were certain issues within the dragon sect. The somewhat displeased King Kongyang felt that this imperial master was nothing but a rogue. Mu Yunxi furrowed his brow. Yet the esteemed imperial master Rong had remarked that it would be unwise for his grandfather to be away from the critical western frontier for too long, lest certain individuals take advantage of the situation. As they conversed, Rongling activated the Void Shuttle, swiftly transporting King Kongyang to the western realm. Meanwhile, within the dragon sect, Long Wujing was in a secret location, solemnly inquiring about the imminent advancement of the Pill King to the 7th rank. It was evident that King Kongyang had also grown considerably stronger, and with the Ink Master allied with them, the future achievements of Mu Yunxi were likely to be exceedingly high. You are adjacent to Xinla, with an even longer border. Are you not concerned about being annexed by Xinla? You have numerous grievances with the Dan family. Do you truly intend to stand idly by? What are your intentions? A faint, ethereal voice seemed to resonate from afar, imbued with a sense of fierce intent. Assassinating her is beyond your capability, is it not? With the Ink Master keeping watch, who could contend with her? What if that Ink Master is unable to intervene? Long Wujing spoke ominously, suggesting that you should be aware that Rong Ling recently absorbed the kind of ancient relic poison, which originated from our sect, provided you are willing to assist. I can ensure he remains gravely injured and unable to act. After a moment of silence, the voice responded, very well, as long as the Ink Master does not intervene. The task of eliminating Mu Yunxi shall be entrusted to my Qiong sect. Her legacy and bloodline will also belong to our sect. Chapter 77. Turning back to give birth to a daughter. However, I demand 100 golden-winged fruits from you. Long Wuzhong insisted. Do not refuse. The inheritance of Mu Yunxi must be the most authentic legacy of Shinno. Once her bloodline is absorbed by your son, your lineage of the golden-winged rock will surely soar to new heights. It may even regress to a divine level. This transaction is one where your sect will only profit. If not for Mu Yunxi's excessive bullying of my son, I would not engage in such foolishness. Ha! The leader of the Qiong sect, Jin Ba Lai, scoffed. Do not feign ignorance. Your sect covets the blood of the Mo Master. Do you think I am unaware? His blood can indeed assist you in advancing, correct? Speak plainly, my elder brother. Will you proceed or not? Long Wuzhong sought only a definitive answer. Yes. Jin Ba Lai agreed, assuring that once the deed was done, the golden-winged fruits would be delivered. Very well. After the agreement was made, Long Wuzhong severed the connection without fear of betrayal post-transaction. However, at this moment, he reached out to another faction, fully aware that scheming against Rong Lin would not be a simple endeavor. At the very least, he required assistance from within the Mo sect. Otherwise, the Long sect could not contend with the contemporary Mo master. Within the Mo sect, the son of the former Mo master, Lu Fan, soon received a covert message from Long Wuzhong. Elder Lu, shall we join forces to overthrow the Mo master and restore your Lu clan's dominion over the Mo sect? A subordinate entered promptly, inquiring, what orders do you have, Elder? Has the Long sect been clashing with the Mo master recently? Lu Fan, just emerging from seclusion, was unaware of the recent events. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he was astonished to learn that the individual in question was indeed his own son. Lu Fan found this revelation utterly unbelievable. Elder, go, summon the esteemed elders to the assembly hall, and convey that I, the elder, have convened this council for a matter of great importance. Indeed, he firmly believes that with Lu Fan's lineage as the scion of the Mo clan, he shall provide formidable support. Now, he only awaits the opportune moment to strike. This moment, he shall personally seek out. Rong Ling, in your youthful arrogance, you have unknowingly offended countless individuals. Yet you still dare to brazenly protect Mu Yunxi, without even considering whether you can truly safeguard him? With a steely resolve, Long Wuzhong swiftly convened the protective and elder councils, and after imparting his instructions, departed from the Long clan, heading towards the Spirit Department headquarters. Although the 4 clan Spirit Departments are situated above the Xinla Imperial capital, the headquarters itself lies not within the realm of Xinla, but rather in the heart of the human realm. Within, powerful beings abound. Long Wuzhong understands that to confront Rong Ling, he must stand upon the pedestal of righteousness. Otherwise, it would be difficult to compel him in any manner, and the headquarters possesses such gravitas. Meanwhile, while Long Wuzhong busied himself with his plans, in the defensive lines of the Western realm, within the Danong army, Mu Yunxi, having engaged in conversation for a while, prepared to take his leave. However, King Caoyang would not permit it. Why the haste? Stay for a meal before you depart. Your grandfather has even sent someone to prepare a feast. Look at this. Initially wanting to eat, just stay. After the meal, you may go. There is little to attend to in the south, and Long Wuzhong dares not act rashly. King Caoyang chuckled. He pondered whether it was age that softened him or something else. This little one in his arms only seemed to grow cuter with each embrace. How could such intelligence be contained in one so young? At merely 6 months, who would believe it? So enamored with the adorable child. King Kaiyang found himself thinking that perhaps the Imperial Master was tolerable, provided he had sown well. In the spirit of collaboration, a delightful little grandson has emerged. With a twinkle in his eyes, the esteemed Prince Rongyang did not wait for Mu Yunxi's consent. He rose and declared, "I shall take this little one to the sidelines for some amusement. Feel free to wander with this little rascal." With that, the prince swiftly departed, soaring into the sky until he was but a distant memory. The excited cries of the young one echoed, "Ah, ah." Mu Yunxi regarded this with skepticism, suspecting that the little cub was one to bully those who were weaker. Previously, when encountering the Dan Wang, there had been no such warmth. However, Ronglin held a different perspective, advising her not to harbor jealousy. The lineage of the grandfather was undoubtedly closer to the child, thus instilling an immediate sense of familiarity. "What of Mu Yunxi?" Mu Yunxi inquired, echoing a long-held curiosity. Ronglin pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility that the strength of the maternal bloodline might have completely subdued his own. "Could it be that you have merely inherited your mother's lineage?" Mu Yunxi responded, "Is there such an interpretation? Does this imply that I am merely a product of my mother's own birth?" Ronglin nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was not outside the realm of possibility. A powerful bloodline, when assertive, could indeed overshadow the essence of others. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Yunxi questioned, sensing a lack of the Shinong bloodline within the little cub. Ronglin, understanding her implication, gently grasped her hand and reassured her. "There is certainly no issue with Chu Chu. He often radiates an intense energy." Recalling this, Mu Yunxi mused, "Yet his fire is unlike mine, is it not? Shouldn't it be said that a student surpasses his teacher?" The esteemed Emperor's master retorted, "Or perhaps it is a fusion of my power, giving rise to a new divine strength. Then why am I unable to teach him, while you can?" Mu Yunxi inquired again. This explanation seemed to hold a semblance of logic. Lacking experience, Mu Yunxi was uncertain. "Really?" "Naturally. If you do not believe me, you may peruse various texts. Many ancient traditions dictate that knowledge is passed from man to man and woman to woman. The distinctions of yin and yang create subtle nuances in cultivation. For ordinary individuals, this may suffice, but for our offspring it is certainly exceptional." Rongling spoke with conviction, almost convincing himself, prompting Mu Yunxi to nod in agreement. With a sigh of relief, Master Rong tightened his grip on the young lady's hand and shifted the subject. "Shall we take a stroll? You have never visited the Western realm, have you?" His lineage was indeed formidable. The initial divine physique was more akin to him. And if the young lady were to discover this, it would be manageable. But what about the future of having children with him? Chapter 78. The world is vast. Among the masters, the Ink Master reigned supreme. The esteemed master feigned ignorance, leading her outside the tent, and stated earnestly, "Do you know whom we are guarding against in the Western realm?" "I have heard a bit," Mu Yunxi replied, "the demon clan. Speaking of which, what became of that demon from last time?" "He perished." "Did you kill him?" "No, he was blown to bits. The area has been thoroughly destroyed. Should we wish to train there again, we will need to relocate." Rongling, in denial, uttered fabrications with open eyes, because he had indeed tampered with certain matters, resulting in the complete destruction of the beast arena, thereby obliterating the remnants of the demon race in that place. He could undoubtedly be considered a murderer. Mu Yunxi was initially skeptical about the notion that the explosion was orchestrated by him, but upon observing the innocent expression on the Imperial Master's face, as if he had done nothing wrong, she found herself swayed to believe it. "Very well then." The Imperial Master smiled radiantly, captivating Mu Yunxi's gaze to the point where she found it difficult to look away, instinctively grasping his elegant hand. The composed Imperial Master led the young lady on a leisurely promenade along the western border, once again instilling fear in the demon army that had just been intimidated by King Qianyang. Why was the MO Master here in the western region? Damn it. Who just said that Dan Zhan had departed from the western realm, allowing our army to advance into the human territory? The irate demon general cursed, convinced that there must be a traitor among the ranks. Hadn't he that figure cradling an infant been Dan Zhan himself? Nonsense. He had confirmed it. It could not have been more genuine, nearly pierced by the divine sunfire of his adversary, which had terrified him as well. As if that were not enough, Danjan had just left. Now another MO master had arrived. This fellow, despite his youthful appearance, was undeniably a formidable character. With these two present in the Western realm, the only outcome for the demon army's assault would be utter defeat. Even he, a general of the demon race, might find himself ensnared. There were undoubtedly those within the military plotting against him, seeking his demise. Damn it! It must be the Shadow Demon clan attempting to conspire against me, the wretched scoundrels. Fuming, the demon general swiftly reported the matter, resolutely asserting that there were traitors within the army. At the very least, there were spies lurking about. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly and the young alike simply brought their little ones along to enjoy a delightful outing. Naturally, King Kongong indeed harbored intentions of intimidating the demon army, for he had momentarily stepped away. At this juncture, he was sincerely grateful to General Ho Chungjun for his timely arrival. "Come now, call him Lord Ho," chuckled the jovial King Kongong, affectionately patting the bald head of his great-grandson while proudly glancing at Lord Ho. With a wry smile, General Ho Chungjun was about to admonish the king for putting undue pressure on the infant when he noticed the little fellow, with remarkable poise, had already clenched his chubby hands into fists, bowing in greeting. "Ah!" General Ho's eyes widened in surprise. "Ha! King Kongong, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Isn't he clever? Do not be misled by his size. He comprehends everything and understands our wishes perfectly. He is far superior to my foolish son. And those dim-witted grandchildren of mine are not worthy of even carrying his shoes." General Ho Chungjun remarked, "So, this is Xian Yu's grandson?" "Indeed it is," King Kongong replied, delighting in the moment as he continued to stroke young Lord Chu's bald head. General Ho sighed wistfully had the marriage from years ago been realized. "This would have been my dear grandson, wouldn't it?" King Kongong faltered slightly, reminiscing about the past, and awkwardly chuckled. "Those days are behind us. As for your family, ahem, you should hurry and find someone to marry. Goodness, how many years have passed without a wedding? Isn't it rather burdensome for this old fellow? Alas, he has lived a life without reproach, yet this matter feels quite unfair to the old Ho." Eager to change the subject, King Kongong suggested, "Shall we have a late-night snack before departing?" "No, although the north is tranquil, it is not prudent for me to linger here. I shall take my leave." "Very well. Should there be any matters, do not hesitate to call." Agreed. The swift departure of Ho Chungjun after his duties left a somewhat unpleasant impression on Wang Kongong. "Alas, initially, I urge you to treat Lord Ho with greater kindness. That young man nearly became your grandfather, yet your grandmother deemed him unworthy. What could I do? I, your great-grandfather, could hardly compel your grandmother to marry against her will." After a moment of self-justification, Wang Kongong felt a bit more at ease. This matter truly was not his fault. If Xian Yu held no affection, the engagement must be dissolved. One cannot force such things. Sigh, in truth, he did wish to impose his will. Yet, Xian Yu stubbornly refused, even going so far as to find herself a clumsy suitor, who, as it turns out, is indeed a simpleton. The more Wang Kongong pondered, the more vexed he became. Meanwhile, his young descendant patted his chest, and upon seeing this clever grandson, Wang Kongong's gloom dissipated, muttering, "Well, it seems your mother has an eye for selecting suitors." The little lord quickly nodded in agreement, his face radiating approval. Wang Kongong could not help but chuckle at the cleverness of this little one. As for the Imperial Tutor, for the time being, he appeared quite sincere. Cough. More observation is necessary. One cannot hastily grant approval simply based on good appearances. Who knows what lies beneath? If outsiders are dubious, it would be unacceptable for those within our own circle to be so as well. Then he would have no choice but to oppose vehemently. Alas, opposition may be futile, for the child has grown so much already. Wang Kongong oscillated between laughter and worry, primarily due to his daughter's affairs, which had always been a thorn in his heart. The elder council of the Mo sect had just convened when Lu Fan remarked, "It has come to our attention that Master Mo has engaged in illicit relations without any intermediary. To tarnish the esteemed legacy of the ancient sages of the Mo sect is regrettable enough, yet now, for the sake of an unnamed and unacknowledged woman, to wield the void shuttle and threaten the dragon clan. What is the intention behind such actions? You must understand. The Mo sect is also a guardian of the spiritual realm, housing practitioners who safeguard the harmony and strength of the human realm. It is our solemn duty. Yet, as the overseer of the Mo sect, how could he allow such behavior from Rongling? The elders were left speechless. Such unseemly mingling. How distasteful that phrase sounds. However, an elder with white eyebrows interjected. According to Elder Lu's words, what should we do? Indeed, the other elders nodded in agreement. Lu Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Had these individuals been so thoroughly subdued by Rongling that they had lost their courage? This was not the outcome he desired. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they did not oppose him, he could maneuver as he pleased. Chapter 79. The Immortal Master possesses the art of resurrection. The king of Caoyang, who yearned for a tranquil life filled with grandchildren, merely entertained such thoughts. At his age, he was relatively young among martial practitioners. Merely in his 70s, still capable of defending the borders for decades to come. Upon reaching the 7th rank, a martial artist breaks through the limits of the human body, granting them a lifespan of 200 years. Thus, a warrior in their 70s, particularly one as formidable as Dan Zhan, was still considered youthful. Especially given his immense combat prowess and adeptness in leading troops, it was inconceivable for him to retire so soon. The king of Caoyang understood this well. He merely spoke to convey that they should visit often. The journey via the Void Shuttle was but a fleeting moment. Indeed, Rongling replied readily, though he refrained from mentioning that each activation of the Void Shuttle required at least 10,000 spirit stones, an insatiable beast that devoured wealth. Yet, it was undeniably swift. Furthermore, it could be adjusted in size, capable of accommodating an army of 100,000 at its maximum capacity. The capacity is astonishing, and the lavish spending is not particularly concerning. However, this is not within the considerations of the king of Caoyang, who nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Good. I shall remember this. Do not think to treat it lightly." As for Cece, the king of Caoyang harbored grave concerns about potential retaliations from the dragon sect, thus he earnestly advised, "In the future, venture out sparingly. Once you enter the spiritual mansion, all shall be well." Nonetheless, Rongling remained unconcerned. It was the individuals from the dragon sect that warranted worry. The king of Caoyang scrutinized him intently, asking, "Can you guarantee that you can protect her, regardless of time or place?" Naturally, Rongling responded with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of pressure. The king of Caoyang found himself at a loss. Was this fellow simply youthful and thus bold, or did he genuinely possess such confidence? It seemed improbable that he could be entirely assured, given the vastness of the world and the multitude of formidable opponents. Yet, this young man was enigmatic. It was said he had already reached the level of a 7th-rank spiritual artisan. However, the king of Caoyang could not help but remark sagely, "A 7th-rank spiritual artisan cannot traverse this realm with impunity." "Understood," Rongling said, glancing at the old man with an air of indifference, his demeanor suggesting he regarded everything with an aloof grace that belied the profound depth of his presence. It was subtle yet impossible to overlook, leaving the king of Caoyang somewhat astonished. This individual, could it be that he was more than just a 7th rank? Had he perhaps ascended to the 8th rank? The king of Caoyang gasped in astonishment. This youth was truly extraordinary. How could someone so young already be at the 8th rank, especially as a spiritual artisan? Was he not invincible in this world? There was nothing more to say. King Yinong waved his hand dismissively, his expression laced with disdain towards the group of rascals. "Ah, regarding your aunt, to bring her a few gifts." Satisfied with his daughter-in-law, King Yineng instructed Dan Er to fetch 3 storage rings, one for the princess consort, one for Mu Yunxi, and the last for the young master Xiaoqiu. Dan Er gazed longingly at the rings before finally catching up to his lord, inquiring, "Why not keep the young lady here a few more days? Not to mention the young master's son, who is truly adorable. He even rewards himself with gifts that are of great use to him. Such thoughtfulness. This place is under siege by demonic forces and offers little in terms of amusement. What purpose would it serve to remain?" King Yinyong replied indifferently. Dan Er was momentarily taken aback but refrained from arguing. As the truth lay evident, the demonic army was indeed a pressing threat. The young master's son, being so tender, should not endure such hardships in this harsh environment. It stirred a sense of pity within him. With a heavy sigh, Dan lamented the loss, noting that young Master Yu and young Master Feng lacked a certain charisma. King Yinyang concurred. It is indeed unfortunate that my son lacks wisdom. He cannot compare to that young man Ro. Dan found himself at a loss for words, as this was an undeniable truth. Critiquing the two young lords further would be impolite. Ultimately, it was Miss Xian Yu's exceptional talents that shone through. A daughter of genius, with a son-in-law of unparalleled prowess. How remarkable! The more Dan pondered, the more he felt that the Dan family was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, within the realm of Xinla, the emperor, having convened an all-night court session, had summoned the elite imperial guards from their reserves. Within the Four Directions manor, the emperor of celestial music displayed remarkable decisiveness. Ao Yao let out a discontented hum, yet he understood that with Mu Yunxi's displayed talents, it was only natural for the emperor to act thus. However, this meant that the two dark blood dragon guards would find it exceedingly difficult to seize an opportunity, unless the emperor of celestial music created a significant distraction to draw all attention and combat strength towards himself. Alas, such a feat seemed daunting. The sect master. Ao Yao felt a deep sense of disappointment for failing the sect master's trust. Long Qianfang, on the other hand, suggested that perhaps the sect master had alternative plans, and we should patiently await our opportunity. Yet, Ao Yao responded, what if we could create the opportunity ourselves? The sect master need not exert himself too much. At the end of the day, it is our own inadequacy that hinders us. Long Qianfang fell silent, recognizing that Ao Yao was subtly admonishing him. Yet, he could not refute the truth. After all, he was indeed lacking. Long Qianfang lapsed into silence once more, contemplating the fire extreme origin pulse, the mightiest battle pulse of the dragon sect. The young dragon sovereign had triumphed over his brothers at a tender age and ascended to the position of heir due to this very prowess. The decision to intervene during the Enlightenment had been influenced by this fact as well. For those who awakened the fire extreme origin pulse became formidable forces against the demonic tribes. Now that the young dragon sovereign was deceased, Long Qianfang reluctantly suggested, could we perhaps allow Xiaoyu to exchange bodies? They were born as twins, and Xiaoyu possesses commendable talent. Might it be feasible? Though such an endeavor had never been attempted, Long Qianfang believed it was not entirely impossible, primarily because the siblings were dragon and phoenix twins, exhibiting a remarkable compatibility. However, Ao Yao shook his head, expressing it is impossible, unless a legendary celestial master were to intervene. Yet celestial masters exist solely in ancient texts, their lineage long extinguished. Alas! Upon hearing this, Long Qianfang's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but exclaim, you say that Rong Ling is so extraordinary. Is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Ao Yu asserted with utmost certainty. However, with a cunning thought, he added, but we can compel him to act. With his remarkable prowess and the extraordinary heritage of the Mo clan, there may indeed be a method to change one's form. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, Long Wuzhong's expression transformed dramatically. He had just learned that Lu Fan had exited the Mo clan and felt an opportunity for great success. Shortly thereafter, as Rong Ling arrived at the Imperial Master's residence, he turned his gaze towards the void. Chapter 80. The ancient divine eye of the Imperial Master. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire city trembled. Even those ancient recluses were stirred. It is worth noting that, previously, no matter how much disturbance Mu Yunxi caused during his awakening, these venerable beings remained undisturbed. They had sensed something amiss, but now, Lu Fan's declaration startled everyone, for he possessed formidable cultivation. Furthermore, his identity as a master of the Mo clan was anything but ordinary. Old Master Lu, the Immortal Melody Emperor, has made an appearance. What does this signify? The Immortal Melody Emperor did not allow him to ponder too long and explained. This void shuttle was summoned by the Imperial Master to protect our prodigy Mu Yunxi. It is not an arbitrary action. I am aware that the Mo clan adheres to strict protocols, but this matter has its reasons. I request Old Master Lu to elucidate this to the elders of the Mo clan. So it was for the prodigious Mu Yunxi. Lu Fan understood. He immediately maintained an impassive demeanor and stated, it has nothing to do with Mu Yunxi. This is an internal matter of our Mo clan. Protecting individuals is not out of the question. If the master of the Mo clan sends a message, those within the sect are not devoid of compassion and will certainly acquiesce. However, he must not act unilaterally. This situation is indeed unfortunate. Even if he is the lord of the Mo Gate, the Void Shuttle is a strategic treasure that cannot be misused for personal gain. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Xianla realized that Lu Fan was targeting Rong Lin, and the intensity of his approach was alarming. He could not help but lament. Could we perhaps postpone this discussion until the Spirit Palace is opened? You are aware that the stability of the Xianla imperial capital relies entirely on the might of the Mo clan. With the imminent opening of the Spirit Palace and the Mo clan's absence, it is likely that my royal family alone cannot maintain order. No matter. AOU from the Four Directions House interjected. Our dragon sect is willing to dispatch 10,000 Crimson Blood Dragon Guards to protect the Xianla imperial capital. I believe the Qiong sect, Tiger sect, and Lion sect would also be inclined to offer military assistance. The Emperor of Xianla chuckled. Your dragon sect would relish the opportunity to eliminate my esteemed talent, Mu Yunxi, yet you propose to act as his protector? Do you take me for a fool? This group truly believed he had lost his senses, neglecting Mu Yunxi in order to deal with Rong Lin. Although he had indeed contemplated such a course of action in the past, having now made a firm decision, he was determined to defy their expectations. As for that rascal Rong Lin, we shall address him in due time. For now, we are all in this together, and I stand resolute. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mo Gate is the foundation of our dynasty's enduring existence. It cannot be extinguished simply because the Spirit Palace is opening. Therefore, let us refrain from uttering foolish words. Elder Lu, if you truly intend to take the Mo clan away, then I implore you to dispatch formidable warriors to assist in safeguarding the Xianla imperial capital, particularly to protect Mu Yunxi. She must not come to harm. Otherwise, a great war will surely erupt within the realms of Xianla. It will be a matter of life and death. This was a thinly veiled threat. Lu Fan was incensed, exclaiming, "What audacity! Once the battle of the Four Realms commences, the Celestial Melody dynasty shall face immediate annihilation. Let us see. Without the protection of Master Mo and the genius Mu Yunxi as our future strongest protector, the Celestial Melody will inevitably meet its demise. If the Dragon Sect can mobilize forces to the north for the sake of the worthless Dragon Xiaowang, can we not rally our strength for the true prodigy Mu Yunxi? Do they think the Celestial Melody is spineless? The Celestial Melody Emperor, who speaks with such ferocity, exhibits considerable resolve. Furthermore, this is the imperial capital of the Celestial Melody. It is our home turf. Hence, the Imperial Guard has already proclaimed, "Battle! Battle! Battle!" Within the Alchemist's manor, the Alchemist has also risen, representing the Danong army, roaring in unison. Additionally, from the Marquis' manor, the current heir has also stood up, ready for battle. Lu Fan, his face turning an ashen hue from anger, never anticipated that his forceful arrival and opening remarks would lead to such overwhelming backlash even before the appearance of Rong Lin. However, at this moment, the previously silent Wu Dao stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed guests, may I offer a word?" As the designated envoy from the Spirit Mansion, Wu Dao's words garnered attention, and the Celestial Melody Emperor encouraged him to speak. "Please, Brother Wu Dao, go ahead," Lu Fan responded, and AOU expressed no dissent. Rong Lin, who had disregarded the gathering while cradling her child, subtly raised her brow and turned her gaze towards Wu Dao. Noticing her reaction, Mu Yunxi followed suit, sensing that something unexpected might be unfolding. As the realization dawned upon Wu Dao, he distinctly sensed the gaze of Rong Ling, causing a surge of trepidation within him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to utter, "Master Mo, I have heard that you possess the ability to facilitate body swaps. I am willing to act as a mediator. I implore you to assist in exchanging the bodies of Long Zong's young master, Long Xiaowang, and his Dragon Phoenix twin sister. This would resolve the enmity between Long Zong and Xianla, rendering Long Zong incapable of taking action against Mu Yunxi, should they dare to provoke further. The Lingfu General Office has pledged to respond with full force, utterly annihilating Long Zong." The moment these words were spoken, the entire city trembled. Particularly, the Emperor of Xianla was taken aback. never having anticipated that the Lingfu General Office would promise to obliterate Long Zong. This cannot be permitted, Lu Fan exclaimed with fury. As the master of the Mo sect, you should lead by example and adhere to the sect's rules. How dare you act so arrogantly, disregarding the elders? Are you intent on rebelling against the Mo sect? This accusation was one Lu Fan had long wished to level against Rongling. Yet the swift intervention of the Emperor of Xinla left him without a foothold, almost resigning to defeat. Unexpectedly, the Lingfu General Office intervened. How intriguing. Indeed. The Lingfu General Office must harbor apprehensions regarding the prodigious Rongling, allowing his arrogance to flourish, his disregard for others to persist, his lack of decorum to continue unchecked. The Lingfu General Office is poised to take action against him. At this moment, Lu Fan felt a surge of amusement. Yet what could he do? Indifferent. Rongling spoke words that reverberated like thunder. All present were rendered speechless by his declaration. Even Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by exuberance. For it was Rongling himself who proclaimed his intent to rebel. However, what significance does the Mo sect hold? With a faint smile, Rongling turned his gaze towards Lu Fan. Suddenly, a pair of colossal eyes manifested in the air, followed by a resonating hum. The space beneath Lu Fan's feet quivered violently, causing the void shuttle to rapidly wither and diminish. All individuals within the void shuttle were forcefully expelled, leaving none behind. Consequently, the combat prowess that Lu Fan had secretly brought along was laid bare for all to see. Anger surged within Lu Fan, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, the void shuttle had shrunk to the size of a palm and was seized by Rongling. The illustrious Master Rong, possessing an ethereal demeanor, radiated divine light as he spoke. "The void shuttle is my creation, and its ownership belongs to me. What audacity does the Mo clan have to demand an explanation from me?" Lu Fan was taken aback, his words caught in his throat. Chapter 81. The Divine Suppression of the Present. The Spirit Office. Yet again, another unexpected visitor arrived, and this time, the individual was most unusual. The Emperor of Celestial Music. With a profound understanding, directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, feeling a sense of foreboding. He sighed, never anticipating that this matter would escalate to such proportions, even attracting the attention of the higher-ups of the Spirit Office. Rongling, this time, was not instigating trouble. Rather, these individuals were intent on confronting this prodigy, which was indeed warranted given his extraordinary capabilities. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Office must be feeling apprehensive. The Emperor of Celestial Music, clear-minded as a mirror, found himself at a loss for words. The one who had sighed had now materialized into view, causing a subtle tremor in the heavens and the earth. This individual had torn through the void to arrive, showcasing immense power. Mu Yunxi vaguely sensed this, her heart quaking slightly. This was her first encounter with someone capable of directly ripping through the fabric of space. Although, in her previous life, she had possessed the ability to do so, thanks to her alloy body enhanced with the most advanced spatial black technology. However, the principle behind the individual before her, who tears through space, differs significantly from the spatial technology she employs. Her corporeal form escapes the confines of space at the speed of light, achieving instantaneous relocation. In contrast, this individual appears to subdue space itself through sheer force, rendering it incapable of restraining him. With a sense of profound understanding, Mu Yunxi gazes intently, her eyes glimmering with calm insight, unwavering despite the formidable presence of this newcomer. This composure evokes astonishment from Wu Dao, who has been observing her, and admiration from Rongling, who has been protecting her. They both cast a penetrating glance in her direction, the former taken aback, the latter filled with delight. Rongling, well aware of the extraordinary nature of the young lady, gazes contentedly into the void, focusing on the middle-aged man who has emerged from the rift, Long Howren, one of the wielders of authority within the spiritual administration. As a member of the Long family, do you represent the Long sect or the spiritual administration? Rongling inquires, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, as if the strength of his interlocutor holds little significance for him. This question, however, stirs a reaction in the eyes of the Xinla Emperor, who asks, "Are you a progenitor of the Long sect?" The spiritual administration gathers the mightiest of the human realm, including formidable figures from various factions, such as Long Haren, a revered ancestor of the Long sect. However, once they enter the spiritual administration, these individuals sever ties with mundane powers, as mandated by the institution. The purpose of the spiritual administration is to unite diverse forces against external threats, necessitating that the strong do not cling to narrow sectarian views, but rather prioritize the collective strength of humanity. Thus, the inquiry exchange between Rong Ling and the Xianla Emperor is laden with subtle implications. Moreover, the immortal Melody Emperor continued, stating that if one comes for the Dragon Clan, then there is no need to discuss righteousness. Otherwise, would it not be a disgrace to the principles of the General Office? Upon hearing these words, Aoyu's gaze turned sharp, ready to admonish. However, Long Haren sighed, questioning the Emperor's statement. The General Office operates on a rotating basis. In this month it is my turn. I have heard that the young Emperor Long has encountered danger due to his somewhat ostentatious actions, which is indeed lamentable. I had thought that the Fire Extreme Source vein would remain in obscurity, never to shine again, but unexpectedly, Master Imo has honed his craft to the extent of being able to exchange bodies, thus naturally requiring the humility to seek assistance. Long Haren appears to be in his 40s, youthful in appearance, yet he is, in truth, over a century old. His formidable cultivation allows him to maintain a youthful facade. However, his words immediately provoked a chilly rebuke from Mu Yunxi. Somewhat ostentatious? May I inquire, esteemed elder, what do you mean by somewhat? Do you believe I, Mu Yunxi, have wronged him? Is that not the case? Yet, recognizing your considerable talent, youthful exuberance is not entirely your fault. Therefore, the General Office will not impose any penalties upon you. Rest assured. Long Haren spoke calmly, as if his lack of reproach towards Mu Yunxi was a sign of the General Office's leniency, which she ought to appreciate. However, Mu Yunxi found this utterly distasteful. That flame, surge once more. She coldly retorted, if that is the case, then I invite you, esteemed elder, to the Imperial Master's residence for a conversation. To engage in a dialogue with me, Mu Yunxi. Aou scolded, Mu Yunxi. Do not take liberties just because of your talent. And if I do, what of it? Do not presume upon my courtesy. I, Mu Yunxi, have inherited the legacy of Shinnong and awakened the supreme divine body of the Shinnong lineage. Allowing the elder to engage in conversation is a mark of respect. I offer him a chance. You. Aoye's face turned pale with anger. Having witnessed the repercussions of that day, he naturally recognized that Mu Yunxi's words echoed those of the disciples of the Dragon Sect. He understood that Mu Yunxi had no intention of letting bygones be bygones. The prospect of bringing this matter to light displeased him greatly. Yet he could only utter a single word, you. Get lost. In response, Mu Yunxi lunged at him with a blade. The Shinnong whip empowered the strike, transforming the blood-soaked blade into a whip-like force. The terrifying supreme pressure of Shinnong surged forth, striking directly at Aoye's face. Impudent. Long Haren's expression shifted, and he attempted to suppress the force. However, how could Rong Ling allow him to bully his beloved in his presence? Buzz. As the ancient divine eyes opened once more, they shattered the peak pressure released by Long Haren. Thus, it was no surprise that Aou was struck. Even as he sensed the imminent danger and unleashed his strongest defense, he was forced back several steps, appearing somewhat disheveled. He, a peak 6th grade warrior, possessed the Fire Dragon Sparrow and boasted the combat prowess of a half-step 7th grade warrior, yet was repelled by a single strike from Mu Yunxi. This was an unspeakable humiliation. Enraged, Aoye immediately lashed out with curses. He was ready to retaliate, declaring that it was a death wish. You. Since you believe I should not kill the young Lord Long, why then do you seek to kill me? Is this not the height of hypocrisy? You. Be silent. And you, who have come from the headquarters, why unleash your pressure? Since you find Long Xiaowang to be somewhat ostentatious, why must you become incensed when I exhibit similar behavior toward my senior? If you possess the capability to remain calm, then accompany me to the Imperial Master's residence for a discussion. You, being several centuries old, are unable to maintain composure in the face of such provocation. Why should I, at the tender age of 18, be expected to endure and submit? Mu Yunxi perceives this group as utterly foolish, each seeking to exploit this situation to harass Rong Lin and her. Yet, when they themselves become involved, they can endure and yield. They demand double standards from her and from Rong Lin, which is truly. To eliminate rivals, they discard all semblance of dignity. Let us dispense with grandiloquent rhetoric. Speak plainly. If the Imperial Master does not assist Long Xiaoyu in changing his physique as you assert, what do you intend to do to him, or to me? Must it come to this? Silence. Either act decisively and suppress the Imperial Master, or cease your hypocritical moralizing. Long Howren, rendered speechless, encounters a junior who so brazenly disregards him for the first time. Yet this junior is under the protection of Rong Lin, rendering him impervious to his oppressive aura, leaving him powerless. As for Aoyu, though he boasts with audacity, he is incapable of harming Mu Yunxi. The very moment he uttered his threats, he felt himself targeted by a certain Imperial Master. Should he dare to act recklessly, he would be the one to face annihilation. The Taoism, the immortal music emperor, and the ancient beings within the immortal music imperial capital would not dare to act against Mu Yunxi and Rong Lin. However, that Lu Fan seems poised for action. Yet, his gaze only flickered for an instant. Rong Lin offered him a detached smile and remarked, "If you possess the capability to compel the Mo clan to turn against me, I shall concede your prowess. Otherwise, it would be prudent for you to remain docile." Lu Fan was struck with realization. The Void Shuttle was indeed a possession of Rong Lin. Upon hearing such a threat, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Should Rong Lin perish here, it would be one matter, but if he were to survive, this situation was indeed a revelation. Yet, as fellow elders, Lu Fan found himself in ignorance of these affairs. It was truly a farce. Those ancient beings had not deterred him from seeking out Rong Lin during the Elder Assembly. They must have awaited the spectacle of his folly. Curse be it. With newfound clarity, Lu Fan regarded himself as nothing more than a mere jester. As for Long Howren, although he harbored suspicions, he maintained a facade of composure. Let us forego lofty ideals and instead discuss mutual benefits. The Long clan and the Xian Yu had developed animosities following the demise of Long Xiaowang, which could hinder their future collaboration against external foes. Presently, all that was required was for Rong Lin to intervene and replace Long Xiaoyu's body. This would resolve the grudge, ensuring that the Long clan would no longer seek retribution against Mu Yunxi. Would it not? Not at all. Mu Yunxi replied calmly, Mu Yunxi, fear not the Long clan's vengeance. If they possess the ability, let them come. I shall withstand it all. Aoyu's countenance turned ashen, a sardonic smile forming. What audacity! Do you truly believe that the Long clan would retaliate against you with such trivial measures? If we were to seek vengeance, from this day forth, you shall know no peace. I, Mu Yunxi, am unafraid. Mu Yunxi retorted coolly, not regarding Aoyu, but directing his gaze towards Long Howren, the ones I have slain. I shall conclude myself. Should the Long clan desire retribution, let them come. If I, Mu Yunxi, were to be killed, it would be my own doing, and I would have no words to defend myself. However, to allow my master to exchange bodies for the Dragon Sect's people, to resurrect the Dragon Xiaowang, is utterly impossible. Long Howren furrowed his brow, intending to express that this woman was utterly unreasonable. Yet, Wu Dao interjected, Haokuan, let it be. The grievances between the Dragon Sect and Xinla shall not involve the Lingfu General Office. That is unacceptable, Long Howren replied with displeasure. The physique of Dragon Xiaowang is quite exceptional. Mu Yunxi is also a genius. Her demise would indeed be a loss for the human realm. But if you compel my master to intervene, it would undermine my resolve. As a top-tier genius, I possess the confidence to suppress the current generation and sweep away all my peers. What you are doing now is precisely to stifle me, to shatter my self-assurance and prevent me from asserting my dominance over my contemporaries. You should understand the implications of this. With an unwavering confidence, Mu Yunxi spoke with such conviction that it seemed to resonate with the very heavens. At that moment, many perceived a tremor in the skies above the capital. At the site where the original Lingfu was opened, a faint light flickered, as if in applause. The four clans Lingfu exist solely to welcome the talents of various races, manifesting for the sake of genius. Yet, at this very moment, due to Mu Yunxi's words, the Lingfu actually trembled. What could this signify? The Xinla Empire was astounded. Indeed, the unparalleled spiritual body was extraordinary. Long, esteemed elder, Mu Yunxi must be regarded as the pinnacle of talent in our generation. Why must you persist in making things difficult for her over a mere waste like Dragon Xiaowang? I do not seek to make things difficult. I merely desire what is best for the human realm. They fail to comprehend the heartfelt struggles of my true self. Alas, you, Mu Yunxi, harbor such confidence, and I shall not interfere. However, the tone shifts with Long Howren, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. If you cannot suppress the contemporary talents, if within the spirit mansion you cannot dominate the geniuses of other clans, then your words today are naught but folly. At that time worry not, esteemed elder. I, Mu Yunxi, shall undoubtedly achieve it. As long as we are of the same kind, none shall surpass me. Each word from Mu Yunxi is like a nail driven deep. The spirit mansion trembles, and this is not all. Upon finishing, she fixed her gaze upon Aoyi, declaring, "Prepare yourself for my retribution, Dragon Clan. It is merely the death of your clan's young master. Yet, he was at fault initially. Your Dragon Clan, time and again, has sought to provoke me over this matter, even inciting various factions, persistently seeking strife. I, Mu Yunxi, vow here. I shall bring ruin upon your Dragon Clan." Chapter 82. A Promise to Annihilate. Under the cover of night. Yet, Mu Yunxi unsheathed the blood blade, raising it in oath. This vow. Let the path of Shinnong witness it. Buzz. A phantom of Shinnong materialized in response. The crowd was moved. Even though this Shinnong phantom is not real and appears faint, its emergence signifies that the path of Shinnong bears witness to this vow. This caused Aoya's expression to shift. How dare you make such a grand vow? Do you comprehend that if you fail, you shall never attain the supreme realm of the Shinnong path? There is even the possibility of losing your way entirely. Even witnessing how extraordinarily gifted Mu Yunxi is in understanding the path, one must admit, it is excessively impulsive. Impulsive? No. Mu Yunxi is not a person of impulsiveness. Every action she takes is meticulously calculated. Once an artificial intelligence that existed in the realm of consciousness, she possessed a heart as cold as ice, rendering impulsiveness an impossibility. Even acts of self-destruction were meticulously contemplated. Spontaneity was out of the question. After delivering his remarks, Mu Yunxi took control of the confrontation by leading Rongling away. Having suddenly realized that during their initial encounter, he had not sought the consent of his beloved before proceeding with his actions. His manner of conduct, while not identical to that of Long Xiaowang, bore a fundamentally similar essence. A light cough escaped Rongling, revealing a facade of fragility. Mu Yunxi cast a discerning glance in his direction, recognizing the error. With a sudden cough of blood, Rongling's heart raced. Indeed, his beloved had not forgotten. However, the circumstances had been urgent at the time, and she had neither protested nor pushed him away. With a disdainful huff, Mu Yunxi observed the little one in his arms and refrained from reproaching him. Ultimately, her mindset was deeply entrenched in the belief that strength reigns supreme. In her weaker moments, she would endure even if it meant suffering loss. She did not retaliate against misconduct simply because of the transgressor's actions. Feeling a sudden wave of confusion, Mu Yunxi sighed softly. The existence of male dominance over females in this world stemmed from the disparity in strength. In her own world, gender equality prevailed due to the emergence of formidable women who rallied and uplifted a faction of female power under patriarchal constraints, providing support for ordinary women. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the notion that power dictates everything. Relying on the strong to advocate for the interests of the weak is a mere illusion. Furthermore, those capable of envisioning the needs of the weaker party are not merely strong. They are, in truth, sages. Oh, sage. Throughout the ages, how many true sages have there been? What troubles you? It seems I can sense the confusion etched upon the young lady's countenance, prompting me to softly inquire. As for the little one cradled in my arms, it remains blissfully undisturbed, sleeping soundly throughout. With lowered eyes, I let out a gentle sigh, pondering some bygone memories. Is there something perplexing you? The young lady asks once more. I raise my gaze to meet hers, noting the brilliance in her eyes, devoid of any pretense. A smile graces my lips. All is well. Yet, she furrows her brow, momentarily disregarding the small one in her embrace, still fuming over past grievances. Although I did not question you, did you not also refrain from pushing back? If I had pressed, would you have ceased? I retort. Her response is a confident nod. Of course. I gaze at her in silence, initially skeptical. However, I soon conclude that her words might indeed hold truth, for she possesses her own pride. It seems I misconstrued her intent. Her lack of resistance at the time appeared to stem from her own perceived weakness, an assumption that left her feeling helpless. In reality, her physical state was too frail to fight back, yet she had a voice and chose not to say no, leading me to believe she acquiesced willingly. Noticing her silence, I speak again. I comprehend, but she intends to express something. She has indeed grasped a crucial insight when confronted with the so-called fate. One must first declare a resolute no. Only then can one gather the strength to resist. Perhaps, even if she had uttered her refusal back then, she would have subsequently faced retribution, not from me, but from Mu Yunxi. Yet, even in silence, Mu Yunxi would undoubtedly seek her demise, would she not? Therefore, from the very beginning, one should not yield to oppression, just as she stands at this moment, resolute against the formidable power of the dragon sect. Of course, the primary reason behind her decision was her desire to resolve the issue independently. However, circumstances have shifted. The dragon sect Mu Yunxi's sharp gaze flickered. Perhaps, from this very moment, the time for vengeance has arrived. Why wait for a moment of greater strength, when one can grow stronger through battle? She comprehended. Mu Yunxi realized why her earlier words had stirred ripples within the spirit mansion. For those were the words of a true warrior, the utterance of a genius, a genuine prodigy, unfazed by any form of oppression, dominating the present, invincible among peers though spoken in the heat of the moment. They were heartfelt sentiments, thus earning recognition. Thus, the spiritual veins within her sea of consciousness surged in response to Mu Yunxi's enlightenment, amplifying her spiritual power manifold. This caused the observer, Ronglin, to exhibit a renewed look of astonishment. Had she advanced again? Was she on the brink of becoming a second-tier spirit guide? The title of spirit guide itself embodies a profound need for perception and is a vocation deeply intertwined with spirituality. Mu Yunxi, having unraveled certain enigmas, achieved a seamless connection of thought, naturally advancing as a result. Of course, this was also due to her substantial foundation. She was not merely a Navi girl, but rather someone with extraordinarily rich experiences, merely drawing upon her reserves at this moment. Mu Yunxi promptly raised her hand in defiance, declaring no. Ronglin was momentarily taken aback but then smiled. Very well, if you prefer not to speak, then tell me what you have comprehended. I shall not divulge. Mu Yunxi replied, her brows slightly raised, hinting at a touch of provocation. Ronglin's eyes curved into a smile. All right, I shall await the day you choose to share. With a hint of confusion, Mu Yunxi scrutinized him. Aren't you curious? Indeed, I am curious. Yet, if my lady is unwilling to share or show me, what can I do? Ronglin responded, his expression one of helplessness laced with affection. He was well aware of what his lady had grasped, and he had no intention of disrupting her resolve. The heart of a strong person, to suppress the present age and achieve an invincible momentum that sweeps through peers. Even the curiosity he displayed served to stabilize her resolve, which is why, despite being rebuffed, he felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated. Mu Yunxi, speechless. She found this man quite peculiar. However, the so-called strange Imperial Master laughed even more radiantly. You just referred to me as my Imperial Master. Despite his inner insecurities, the astute Emperor Master Rong was thoroughly pleased. Mu Yunxi was left even more speechless. Truly, so very strange. How can one find such joy in this? It seems he is easily satisfied and quite easy to please. Oh no, I meant aesthetically pleasing. With her eyes gently lowered, she remarked, I shall retreat for a while. Please take care of Chu-Chu. When he awakens, refrain from feeding him anything indiscriminate. Let him have his milk first. Understood. Ronglin readily agreed, embracing her request. Mu Yunxi raised her gaze once more to him. Honestly, do not always feed him indiscriminately. As Mu Yunxi once again closed her eyes to sleep, she murmured, Then I shall take my leave. With a nod, Rongling approached her with unfeigned familiarity, planting a swift and gentle kiss upon her forehead. The action was so rapid and delicate that it left no room for Mu Yunxi to react. By the time she lifted her head in surprise, the esteemed teacher had already distanced himself, leaving behind the lingering coolness of his touch, which continued to enchant her senses, rendering her momentarily speechless. Mu Yunxi thought to herself, "Such words might deceive a child like Xiao Chuchu, but can they truly ensnare me?" With a gentle smile, she turned and made her way to her private cultivation chamber. Once she entered, the Imperial teacher chuckled softly to himself, acknowledging the growing allure of her presence. Thus, though he felt a twinge of guilt, he harbored no regrets. In fact, should the opportunity arise again, he would certainly inquire first, as he was confident that she would be unable to refuse him. With a self-assured demeanor, the Imperial teacher embraced the petite figure and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, having entered her cultivation chamber, Mu Yunxi found herself inspired by a thought. The divine farmer was proficient in myriad paths, and within his legacy lay the enigmatic realm of darkness, a subject worthy of exploration. As she connected her spiritual veins to the divine farmer's whip, Mu Yunxi infused it with the potent essence she had comprehended. Suddenly, the whip vibrated in response to her intention, channeling insights concerning the darkness into her consciousness. Her eyes gleamed with realization. It was indeed possible to actively acquire a certain inheritance. The legacy of the divine farmer was truly a treasure. Previously, Mu Yunxi, who passively inherited the legacy of the fire and spirit channeling masters, had thought that such inheritance was merely a matter of rote learning, receiving some experiences and insights. However, upon the emergence of the second chaotic verse, she began to entertain a different notion. Inheritance could also be actively pursued. The passive reception she experienced seemed to stem from an inherent mechanism within the Shinong legacy. When it sensed a recipient adept in fire manipulation or spirit channeling, it would automatically bestow those inheritances, adjusting the quantity based on the recipient's strength. This demonstrated a remarkable intelligence. Yet relying solely on this intelligence would not fully unearth the true value of the Shinong legacy. With her thoughts in mind, Mu Yunxi felt a sense of satisfaction at her ability to actively explore new facets of the Shinong inheritance. In truth, her actions were unbeknownst to a certain imperial master, who would surely be astonished, for the acquisition of such inheritances was typically a passive endeavor, dependent on awakening and strength, gradually unlocking and attaining them. Few, if any, could actively intercept them as she did. The key lay in the Shinong legacy's extraordinary compliance, genuinely providing whatever was requested. This was no simple matter. However, at that moment, Mu Yunxi remained unaware of her uniqueness, blissfully engrossed in cultivating her dark powers. As the sun reached its zenith, a certain little one awoke, feeling somewhat dazed. Why do I see my father instead of my mother? Where is my mother? The sleepy little Chuchu, having drunk her fill, pondered aloud. For the time being, the exact moment of release remains uncertain. Today, your father is accompanying you, so refrain from darting about and disturbing her. If you wish to go anywhere or desire anything, simply convey it to your father. The little fox, somewhat perplexed, pondered why, after just one night, the esteemed master could communicate effortlessly with the young master. Little Chu, however, found it quite natural and continued to converse animatedly with his father. A certain imperial master listened on, occasionally responding, as he spent a leisurely day with the child. Meanwhile, a stir arose from the direction of his little wife. She has emerged? With a hint of surprise, Rongling turned his gaze towards her location. The little one also glanced in that direction, albeit with confusion, intrigued by the unfolding mystery. Rongling sensed that his wife's presence was faint and rapidly diminishing, and soon she departed from the Imperial Master's residence. Where could she be headed? With a mixture of astonishment, Rongling swiftly took the young cub and followed her. Thus, the family of three arrived at the Sifang residence in staggered succession. This, Rongling vaguely deduced his wife's intentions, though he was somewhat taken aback and found it hard to believe. At that moment, Mu Yunxi had already infiltrated the Sifang residence. Approaching the quarters of Aou and the others, it was evident she intended to take revenge upon them. The critical point was that, at this moment, Wu Dao remained utterly unaware. Naturally, Aou and his companions were oblivious to Mu Yunxi's presence and her fixation on Long Xiaoyu. Indeed, her aim was to extinguish the hopes of the Long sect. A body swap? Not only would she refuse it, but she also intended to eliminate the chosen one. As the conversation between Aou and Long Qianfeng unfolded, Aou, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, suggested that if all else failed, they could have Xiaoyu absorb the blood essence of the young master in hopes of awakening the fire extreme Yuan vein. Long Qianfeng furrowed his brow, expressing his doubts, stating that the young master's awakening largely depended on his own enlightenment and lamented that Xiaoyu still fell short. He cursed for his refusal to intervene. What other arrangements does the sect leader have? Aou inquired, recalling that he had previously been unaware that the Void Shuttle belonged entirely to Rongling. Now that he was enlightened, he wondered what plans could possibly remain. With a faint smile of resignation, he admitted that he had suffered at the hands of Mu Yunxi. In truth, the Imperial Master had stealthily delivered a mental blow upon his departure, which explained his prolonged recuperation period before he could finally meet Long Qianfeng to discuss subsequent matters. It was truly vexing. That was excessively protective. Is there truly no one capable of dealing with him? Long Qianfeng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The esteemed Hao Jun seemed to have lingered, having gone to the Xianyue Imperial Palace. If your suggestion is unfeasible, might he be able to approach covertly? Aou's heart stirred. It was not impossible. The fact that Hao Jun had not departed could very well indicate he was plotting something. Why else would he enter the Xianyue Imperial Palace? Perhaps he sought to establish a tacit understanding with some of the ancient figures residing within the realm of Xianyue. Long Qianfeng was instantly invigorated by this prospect. So, there remains hope for Xiaoyu. However, if we confront thee and it leads to his inability to switch bodies, then rest assured, that will not happen. Perhaps the strategy could begin with Dan, as he is not present in the capital and Dan Wang poses little threat. Should we succeed in capturing Dan Wang and coercing him, sure, he might be compelled to act for the sake of Mu Yunxi. In Aou's mind, a brilliant plan unfolds, intricately woven like a web. Observing from the shadows, a certain Imperial Master expresses astonishment. Had he not arrived, he would have never imagined these individuals would dare to scheme against him, utterly oblivious to their folly. Meanwhile, a certain young one, protesting telepathically to his father, is particularly incensed, exclaiming for patience. The father soothes the little creature, gently stroking its back, assuring it that their mother intends to eliminate Long Xiaoyu. No matter how many plots they concoct, death renders all efforts futile. Little Chu, with his bright, round eyes, attempts to sense his mother's thoughts but is halted by his father's warning against disrupting her plans. Pouting, Little Chu reluctantly agrees to refrain from meddling. At this moment, Long Xiaoyu, engrossed in his cultivation, remains blissfully unaware that Mu Yunxi has stealthily entered his chamber. However, the two dark blood dragon guards possess an inkling of danger, exchanging silent thoughts, wary of a potential threat. Did you sense that? One queries, uncertain. Both possess 6th-tier cultivation and excel in the art of stealth, serving as elite shadow guards for Long Wujing. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that their mental exchanges have been detected by Mu Yunxi. With a slight start, Mu Yunxi is indeed surprised. Had it not been for the fluctuations in their thoughts, she would not have noticed their presence at all. Increasingly vigilant, she silently reminded herself that the dragon sect, as a formidable power, should not be underestimated. Just because the previous kills had been too effortless, she could not afford to disregard the dragon sect. She had almost fallen into their trap. Fortunately, there were two of them, and they had just been conversing telepathically. Otherwise, she would have faced failure. Mu Yunxi silently urged her spiritual veins and directed her gaze towards the two ripples of energy. Just a single glance. At that moment, one of the hidden dark blood dragon guards sensed something and began to stir. Should they report to Aou? Perhaps it was unnecessary. The other, somewhat hesitant, proposed through thought transmission that they should observe a while longer. It could merely be an external probe. With the presence of enlightened beings, and with Aou and Elder Fong protecting them, the situation seemed manageable. Furthermore, this was the Four Directions Mansion. If trouble arose, Xin Yu would also bear responsibility. Even if Master Imo disapproved of them, he would not allow them to encounter danger within the Four Directions mansion. Indeed, suppressing his unease. One of the dark blood dragon guards sighed softly, unexpectedly relying on Master Imo for protection. Little did he know. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt a sharp pain in his chest. At that very moment, his companion clearly witnessed a comrade emerging from concealment, blood gushing from his heart. Just as he was about to call for help, he found himself unable to speak, feeling as if his insides were ablaze, and his entire being was unraveling. Thus, he too, emerging from hiding, was instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattering into the air. Sensing the acrid scent, Long Xiaoyu finally opened his eyes, only to behold this harrowing scene, yet he could not even utter a sound. Struck down from head to toe. She could no longer utter a sound. She was dead, and her body was swiftly turning to ash. However, a blood-red light burst forth from her form, hurtling towards the pale-faced Mu Yunxi. With a fleeting glance, Mu Yunxi realized there was no time to evade and could only raise her blade to defend. Clang! The blood light collided with the crimson blade, producing a thunderous noise. In that moment, Wu Dao was the first to act, striding forward. In just a single step, he entered Long Xiaoyu's chamber. Following him, albeit a moment later, was Ao Yao, and then Long Qianfang. Yet, none of them could see Mu Yunxi. At that moment, she had long since concealed herself in the shadows and made her escape. However, the aftermath she left behind caused the faces of the three who entered to change drastically. Long Qianfang could hardly believe it, shouting in disbelief, "Xiaoyu." He never anticipated that both of his nephews would perish before his eyes. First, Long Xiaowang and now Long Xiaoyu, both prodigies of the Long clan's younger generation. With Long Xiaoyu's talent being only a hair's breadth less than Long Xiaowang's. With Long Xiaowang gone, Long Xiaoyu was the next in line to become the clan leader. Yet, now Long Xiaoyu was also dead. Damn it! Wu Dao, furious as a deity, swiftly unleashed a wave of Buddhist light, enveloping the charred remains of Long Xiaoyu. Ao Yao, regaining his composure, retrieved the lion crystal mysterious essence he had previously bid for and shattered it in his palm. Buzz, the rich aqueous energy that emanated, in conjunction with the Buddhist light, rapidly merged into Long Xiaoyu's body. After a considerable amount of time, the charred figure of Long Xiaoyu astonishingly returned to its normal state. Within his body, a lotus seed unfurled, transforming into a flower bud that stubbornly refused to bloom. The power of the crimson blood lotus had been partially consumed. Wu Dao, sensing the atmosphere, noted the presence of the lotus's essence surrounding them. Had it not been for the crimson blood lotus's protective instincts, the monk might not have detected the impending change so swiftly. There was no choice but to hastily extract the blood of the young emperor and infuse it into Xiaoyu's being. This was their last glimmer of hope. Long Qianfang, standing nearby, decisively offered a suggestion. Though initially reluctant, he understood that the body swap required Long Xiaoyu to remain alive. Without him, the corpse of Long Xiaowang would serve no purpose. With a wry smile, Ao Yu lamented the unexpected audacity of someone to commit murder within the Four Directions manor. Despite having assigned 2 dark blood dragon guards to safeguard Xiaoyu, which proved futile, it was infuriating. This matter would not end here. An explanation must be demanded from the celestial music. Long Qianfang's eyes blazed with anger, imploring, "You must help us seek justice." Rest assured, the immediate priority is to save a life. As for subsequent matters, I shall exert every effort, Wu Dao replied, his own irritation simmering beneath the surface. He was no weakling. Yet he had been successfully ambushed right under his nose, a humiliation he could hardly tolerate. Moreover, he had reasonable suspicions that the perpetrator was none other than Master Mo. A rogue who disregarded all moral boundaries, which explained the widespread disdain for him among many in the general office. However, escape was not an option at that moment. Otherwise, Wu Dao would have stormed into the Imperial Master's residence to unleash his fury and summon Haokuan for a direct confrontation. It is utterly excessive. What does it matter to slay a younger generation? The young one, having already sighed, seems to be expressing admiration for her remarkable mother. Indeed, the expression of the esteemed master appears somewhat dazed, He truly did not anticipate that, after merely a day of seclusion, his little lady would enact such a ruthless vengeance upon their foes before the sun had fully set. Gently stroking the young cub, the master felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his own formidable strength, should his adversaries be as formidable as this little lady, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of trepidation. Not only has she grown at an astonishing pace, but she is also a woman of action, truly impressive. Young Master Chu, nodding in agreement, is quite earnest, perhaps fearing that being disobedient could lead to a reprimand. Mother is so powerful, henceforth, he shall simply refer to her as uncle. Since mother forbids acknowledging a father, he shall comply. The wavering young Master Chu, resolutely grasping his small hands, is determined to heed his mother's words. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Emperor Xianle wears a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? It appears that Master Mo has struck, annihilating Long Xiaoyu. The guardians of the four directions awkwardly report the situation. What sort of nonsense is this? Master Mo, while your actions are indeed exhilarating, we guardians and His Majesty are left in quite a predicament. Emperor Xianle feels as though he might lose his hair in frustration. Damn it! Can't he enjoy a moment of peace? Is there any evidence left behind? Naturally, there is none. Well, that is somewhat relieving. But who doesn't know that only Master Mo could leave the scene so impeccably clean? The reluctant guardian commander, understanding the gravity of the situation, can only accept the orders and depart. The balding Emperor Xianle gazed deep into the palace, pondering the outcome of his ancestors' discussions with that individual. Surely, they were aware of the situation. How infuriating. Trouble was brewing once more. Could they not wait until this Haokuan had departed before stirring up chaos again? It had barely been a day since the last incident, and already unrest was afoot. Suddenly yearning to abdicate, Emperor Xianle summoned Crown Prince Xianshan, personally imparting the wisdom of rulership to prepare for his retirement. Unless Rongling was absent from the capital, his only desire was to relinquish the throne. Little did he know, the true instigator was not the esteemed Master Rong, who at that moment was within his residence, pouring tea for a young lady and tending to her wounds. Alas, it was yet another failure. After sipping her tea, Mu Yunxi, having regained some composure, expressed dissatisfaction with her initial assassination. Rongling remarked, "Is this truly a failure? What do you expect those from the four directions mansion to do?" The young dragon emperor was foolish, while Long Xiaoyu had exercised considerable caution, providing ample protection. After dispatching them, she felt utterly exhausted. She had not acted swiftly enough when confronting Long Xiaoyu. Rongling cast a meaningful glance at the young lady, replying, "It matters not. You have dealt them a significant blow." They had not yet abandoned the idea of body exchange, and now they are left with no choice but to extract the young dragon emperor's essence to save Long Xiaoyu. It is utterly infuriating. Still not enough, Mu Yunxi declared with determination. What I seek is the annihilation of the dragon sect. We have barely begun. Do you have any further plans? Rongling inquired gently. Once I have recovered and enhanced my abilities, I shall make another attempt. Mu Yunxi concluded, having learned from her experiences, convinced she could execute another operation. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that even if captured, it mattered little, for he would be there to support her. At that moment, he took action to protect the individual, for one could not suppress the innate disposition of the young lady. Thus, the esteemed master concurred, advising him to recuperate properly and wait. Alas, Long Howren's sigh echoed through the air, interrupting Rongling's words. Master Mo, how can you behave in such a manner? If you disregard the rules so blatantly, I shall have no choice but to intervene. Prepare to receive my palm. Before his voice could fade. Side note, the foundational update has been completed. A total of 12,000 words. I humbly request your monthly votes. I beseech you for your monthly votes. I implore you for your monthly votes, a matter of great importance reiterated thrice. Later, there will be additional content summoned by the esteemed Red Sleeve Supreme fans flavored like oranges. I shall find a place with electricity to repair and upload. The power is out. Below are the details for the full subscription return of book coins and the physical merchandise activity. Today, there is a reversal event. But upon full subscription, one can receive a red envelope containing 388 book coins along with eligibility for the physical merchandise lottery. The participation conditions are 1. Fan value must reach 388. 2. No coupons may be used, such as gift coins or vouchers. To claim coins and enter the lottery, please join the group and verify with the administrator. The group number is provided in the profile, 7017K.